The people at Yahan Bar were already confused when they saw the two moon worshippers, but now they were even more confused after hearing what they said. What kind of idiots are you two? A bald man at Yahan Bar cursed angrily. Upon hearing this, the members of the worshipping moon sect were instantly filled with murderous intent. Court death. The air around the bald head squeezed towards him instantly. A-level talent, manipulate the air? The bald man immediately used his talent and covered his body with rocks, resisting the air squeeze from the moon worshippers. However, the defense of C-level talent is not as good as the offense of A-level talent. Cracks appeared in the rocks on the bald man's body, and finally exploded. The bald man fell to his knees, clutching his throat in pain, and looked at the two moon worshippers in horror. The moon worshipper said coldly, "The C-level talent is pretty good, but it's a pity that you're so unreasonable. We don't need a dog like you at moon worshipping sect." Do Yubo's eyes turned cold. Fan Guangxian. Yu Hongwei was stunned, and suddenly the spirit of death came out, and he shouted, "Do not impulse. Who does Fan Guangxian care about?" The white wax instantly covered Fan Guangxuan's body, forming a mecha full of futuristic technology. At first glance, it feels like the first-generation Iron Man. Pewter bombs were shot out from the barrel one by one, towards the two moon worshippers in the sky. A member of the moon worshippers looked at Do Yubo angrily. "Insolent? If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol." They simply couldn't believe that Do Yubo dared to have people attack them. Shouldn't she happily accept the offer from the moon worship sect? Another moon worshipper was covered in a layer of bone armor, and his hands turned into ferocious white bone ghost hands. "Those who don't understand the rules? Then go to hell, you guys. Pay for Yingxiang's life." B-level talent, bones? The spiritual aura of these two people is quite strong, especially the A-level moon worshipper. Who are these two people? It is said that the people behind the Ying family are extraordinary forces. Is it true? Looking at Brother Xian, I'm afraid he's no match for you. Damn it, I can't get involved in their fight. Those idiots from the Ying family have all been taken care of by Brother Xian. I seem to be just a theatergoer. Nana watched Fan Guangxuan's battle nervously, her mouth pursed tightly. Ahem. Nana heard the man in the wheelchair cough several times. Nana asked quickly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Meng Xing slowly raised his head, and Nana finally saw Meng Xing clearly. He was wearing a ferocious Ghost King mask on his face. "Back off." Meng Xing's voice was still so weak, he said this to Fan Guangxian. Fan Guangxian looked back and immediately stopped and retreated to Do Yubo's side. The two moon worshippers frowned and looked at Fan Guangxian. Fan Guangxuan's fighting power exceeded their expectations. Although he would lose sooner or later, he was not defeated yet, so why not continue fighting? Could it be that you are afraid? Looking at Do Yubo again, he looked like he was sure of winning, but there was no trace of panic at all. The two moon worshippers frowned. Do they have any conspiracy? Even if there is some conspiracy, so what? In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are child's play. From their perspective, the inconspicuous man in a wheelchair, covered in fur and a raincoat, slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, two moon worshippers clearly saw Do Yubo bowing down. Fan Guangxian and Nana also quickly imitated Do Yubo, bending slightly and lowering their heads. "Are you a helper at Yahan Bar?" A member of the moon worshippers began to examine Meng Xing. Meng Xing turned down his hood, revealing a mask of the crying Ghost King. The two moon worshippers were frantically searching their minds for information about the powerful masked man. However, the conclusion is that there are no top awakened people in this world who want to wear masks. The worshipper of the moon sect looked at Do Yubo with disdain. Those who are ignorant wouldn't think that cats and dogs can come to help, right? Meng Xing licked his lips and shook his dry throat. There were originally 28 elders in the worshipping moon sect. Only 18 remained after the civil unrest. Another 6 were lost in Nanhai. Where do you rank among the existing elders? The two moon worshippers trembled, their eyes filled with shock. This person actually knows the moon worship gate so well? Meng Xing shook his head, his eyes filled with greed. None of this matters anymore. Who on earth are you? The two moon worshippers shouted angrily. Meng Xing did not answer, but rose into the sky with urgent movements. The furs that Do Yubo had covered on his body all fell off, as if a wild beast that hadn't eaten meat for a long time had bumped into a lamb. It is true that Meng Xing is hungry for life. The spiritual fluctuations in the two moon worshippers were like some kind of drug that aroused Meng Xing's greed. Damn thing. The A-level moon worshipper spread his hands in an attempt to control the air around Meng Xing. However, Meng Xing's body burned with green flames, and the surrounding air was burned clean. Meng Xing had already rushed in front of the A-level moon worshipper. The A-level moon worshipper's eyes widened in horror. He saw Meng Xing's eyes as if he was a hungry beast. My eyes are so hungry that they glow green. Meng Xing reached out and grabbed the throat of the A-level moon worshipper, and a sinister voice came out from his dry throat. Life. The A-level moon worshipper's pupils suddenly shrank. Meng Xing's stern eyes became extremely vicious in his eyes. Like a little girl targeted by an evil spirit, or a little white mouse entangled by a poisonous snake. The A-level moon worshipper opened his mouth, but nothing came out. A warm current flowed out from his crotch. He was actually incontinent out of fear. The eyes of the A-level moon worshipper gradually became blurred, and his face turned ashen. A shrill wail of the undead sounded in Tongnubei, reached everyone's ears. Of course, this is also because those present are all those with awakened combat talents, and the screams of the dead can be heard. Fan Guangxian and the B-level moon worshipper stared at Meng Xing in horror. They are B-level. Although they cannot see the souls of the dead, they can also see some things that others cannot. For example, now, a transparent energy seeps out from the head of the A-level moon worshipper. Meng Xing's mouth, nose, and mouth swallowed up that power like a black hole. P.S. Many friends say that it is getting more and more watery. Indeed, the author is so sorry for the readers. I have always hated writing, and I once said without shame that Daisy would never be able to read any chapter. If you ask, author, are you a hydrographer? I would say hey, it's really watery. If you ask, author, are you unable to write anything, so you just try to make up the word count? I would say, hey, this book is my beloved little son, and he will grow up if I am patient with him. Then this little friend wants to ask, then what are you doing? Dasha-chan, what on earth are you going to do? I think an author should bring happiness to everyone. I don't want to say that my current situation makes everyone unhappy. I just want to explain it weakly. Actually, I was just too tired, and the hospital was not a good creative environment. It was too noisy and some people were crying. Oh, of course, I cry too. These days I just wrote out the storyline. The plot is a bit rough, haha. I didn't want to write such a rough book, but I finally managed to write a small book, which Daisy cherishes very much. Moreover, Daisy's manuscript fee is linked to the number of reads per day, and writing poorly means no money. When I am discharged from the hospital, I will definitely ensure quality updates. If you feel that you can't accept it, then you should support books and support books. I'm embarrassed to ask you for royalties if the writing is so bad. If you guys want to quit, I would like to apologize to everyone. It is true that my writing has been poor recently, and I am very grateful to everyone for accompanying me all the way. Finally, Daisy lost 15 pounds. If I can be discharged from the hospital, I will definitely be able to wear great-looking clothes. When the time comes, I will take pictures for you to see. What a surprise! After Meng Xing ate the soul of the A-level moon worshipper, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and became much more energetic. However, the eyes he looked at the B-level moon worshipper were still full of greed and desire. It was as if a hungry man who had been squatting in a hard kill for 10 years saw a young lady. The B-level moon worshippers looked at Meng Xing in horror and raised their throats. Don't. Meng Xing suddenly appeared in front of the B-level moon worshipper, licked his lips, and even swallowed a sip of saliva. The A-level moon worshipper just now didn't restore much of Meng Xing's lifespan, only a few decades. He is still very hungry. After all, Meng Xing had a life expectancy of 500 years before going to Qinbei Mountain. This feeling is like that of a poor person who suddenly got rich and can no longer bear the salary of several thousand yuan per person. The B-level moon worshippers couldn't bear the pressure brought by Meng Xing, so they screamed and fled behind them. Meng Xing did not pursue him either. Fan Guangxian was about to take action when he saw this, but heard Meng Xing say coldly, "Stop." The B-level moon worshipper froze up, fell from the sky, and fell straight to the ground. He didn't dare to move and couldn't move. The fear was like a big mountain, suppressing the B-level moon worshipper. Meng Xing fell down and touched the head of the B-level moon worshipper with trembling hands. He is not that weak now, he is suppressing his instinctive hunger for souls. Meng Xing cannot eat him. Meng Xing knew whether to eat one or eat a whole nest. Search for souls. Meng Xing said this softly. The B-level moon worshipper had a look of pain on his face, his pupils rolled upwards, his mouth was wide open, and saliva continued to flow from his mouth. Finally, the B-level moon worshipper slumped to the ground and died, with a horrified expression on his face, as if he had seen something very horrifying before he died. The people in Yehen Bar took a step back unconsciously. Who would have thought that the sick man in the wheelchair could be so terrifying, killing the two people at Bioman who had been fighting with Fan Guangxian for so long with just one encounter? Fan Guangxuan's eyes showed admiration. The big shot who took a fancy to him was actually so strong? What kind of luck did he have? He knew that if he fought with those two moon worshippers, he would definitely lose. And this big shot resolved the battle in less than a minute? What level of power is this? Yu Hongwei looked at Meng Xing in horror. When Meng Xing sensed his gaze and looked over, Yu Hongwei quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Meng Xing. He is an A-level talent awakener and can see many more things than Fan Guangxian. What he saw was a devil with green flames all over its body, devouring the soul of the A-level moon worshipper. He saw a soul for the first time? The soul of the A-level moon worshipper kept making piercing wails, which made Yu Hongwei's hair stand on end. However, that devil actually ate the soul of the A-level moon worshipper as if nothing had happened? Yu Hongwei looked at Do Yabo quietly. What is the background of this woman? Why do you know such a terrifying monster? What level is the masked man of the Crying Ghost King? Could it be the legendary S-level? Yu Hongwei's head buzzed when he thought of this. What S-level represents is no longer as simple as a level, it is an existence that transcends the boundaries of mortals. Yu Hongwei suddenly remembered a recent rumor. It is rumored that Nanhai has produced two S-level talents in the past 2 years. They were two talents in life, but it was a pity that they died young. Meng Xing didn't care about what Yu Hongwei was thinking. He was digesting the memories of the moon worshippers. Meng Xing had beads of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, revealing a bloodshot eye. Everything about the B-level moon worshipper from childhood to adulthood flooded into Meng Xing's mind, just like watching a movie. Parents' care, going to school and playing, relatives passing away from illness. However, there is no news about the moon worshipping gate. Everything about the moon worshipping gate seemed to have been cut out using editing software. At this moment, the jade pendants worn by the two moon worshippers suddenly shattered, and two strange spirits appeared from them and flew into the distance. Meng Xing looked at the two soul powers with a surprised expression. As he possesses the soul fruit, he certainly knows that these two spirits belong to a certain person's soul power. Meng Xing recalled what Li Yang said to him. The moon worshipping gate has the ability to create soul restrictions. They can use soul restraint to control the awakened person, and they can also get news of the awakened person's death. Meng Xing murmured. Is this soul restriction? What a strange power. His eyes became gloomy. It seems that among the moon worshipping sect, there are also people who are proficient in soul power. As expected, extraordinary forces cannot be underestimated. Meng Xing wanted to break into the moon worship gate and use the lifespan of those awakened people to make up for his vacancies. I want to ask, if you want to fight the awakened person's lifespan, why not just go to the Public Security Bureau and take away the lifespan of the sheriff? Unless Meng Xing is crazy, he would do this. To do so would be tantamount to declaring war on the country. Meng Xing knew where the headquarters of the moon worship sect was. The old beggar Beast King had told him. What he wants to know now is the current situation of the moon worship sect. After all, the old beggar left the moon worship sect more than 10 years ago and is not very clear about the current moon worship sect. If you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Meng Xing is brave enough, but not a reckless man. What if there is some formation or something that Meng Xing doesn't understand that traps him? Although the memory of this B-level moon worshipping sect member has been blocked and cut in some way, this also shows that the extraordinary force of the moon worshipping sect has some background and is very strong. This made Meng Xing become more serious about the moon worship sect. Meng Xing murmured. It's not that easy to eat the moon worshipping gate. Soon, Meng Xing's eyes flashed with excitement. But if you eat it, you will benefit a lot. Meng Xing believed that Bioman was a big piece of fat. As long as you take down the moon worshipping gate, you will have extraordinary plants and longevity. But Meng Xing narrowed his eyes. Yang Xiong died, Moon worship sect immediately sent people to find a place for him. 2 moon worshipping sect elders are dead, will they send someone over? First 2 people, let me satisfy my craving. Therefore, Meng Xing did not chase those 2 soul powers. If he wanted, he could devour those 2 soul powers immediately. Meng Xing chose to wait for them to come over and kill him. Tong Nubei. Meng Xing stood in a raincoat among the broken limbs and broken arms on the ground, and the beach was dyed red with blood. He has a tall and straight posture, and his increased lifespan makes him look completely different from his previous sickly appearance. The group of people from Yahen Bar and the security officers from the Public Security Bureau were standing there. Meng Xing couldn't move, and they didn't dare to move either. There is a big mountain weighing on everyone's mind. The winter rain is very cold and the atmosphere is depressing. After waiting for a long time, Meng Xing didn't see anyone coming to give him away. He murmured, "Why is no one coming? Are you afraid?" After a while, Meng Xing sneered. The moon-worshipping sect is just used to being domineering, just like the local bullies in Bahai, but they are not stupid. In just a few minutes, 2 elders died. No matter how angry the moon worship sect was, they would not dare to act rashly. Meng Xing sighed and walked towards Do Yabo. Do Yabo glanced at Meng Xing and said softly, "You look better." Meng Xing casually glanced at the underground gang members following Do Yabo. "You have done very well recently, thank you for your hard work. Are you sure you can win Bahai?" Do Yabo was praised by Meng Xing, and his face gained a bit of a smile, but his tone was still respectful. "Yes, I unified the underground forces after I came to Bahai. He has been causing trouble for the Yang family during this period. The Yang family didn't want to waste time on a small character like me, so this fight happened. Of course, it was because of Yang and I that Yang Xiong could be lured out. A lot of things happened inside. Meng Xing only needed to know the result, it didn't matter what the process was. Even the diary Do Yabo sent to Meng Xing every day was simple and clear." Do Yabo glanced at Fan Guangxian and continued, "Guangxian is great. It's because of him that I was able to unify the underground forces in Bahai so quickly and kill Yang Xiong so quickly." Do Yabo was a good person and did not forget to ask for credit for Fan Guangxian. When Fan Guangxian heard what Do Yabo said, his eyes showed gratitude and he lowered his head lower. Meng Xing patted Fan Guangxian on the shoulder and said softly, "Very good, it lived up to my expectations." They are obviously of the same age, but Meng Xing seems to be an elder who thinks highly of his juniors. Fan Guangxuan's body trembled. Sure enough, this big shot has already paid attention to me? Fan Guangxian was a little flattered to be cared for by such a strong and cruel man, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. Meng Xing withdrew his hand and said seriously to Do Yabo, "Now that you have established a foundation in Bahai, you can confidently and boldly develop the Hunter Guild. The Moon Worship Gate can be a bit difficult to deal with. I will send a demon-level hunter." Meng Xing would not launch an attack on the Moon Worship Gate rashly by himself, let alone take the hunters with him. Meng Xing is not afraid of a one-on-one fight, and neither is the Hunter Guild. The configuration of the Master Hunter Guild is already quite good. Judging from the current situation, the advantage lies with Meng Xing, and there is no need to waste it. The Moon Worship Gate is located in the North Sea, and sooner or later it will be swallowed up by Meng Xing, who is in charge of the North Sea and the South China Sea. Perhaps, the Hunter Guild could have a vassal organization at that time. Demon-level hunter. Do Yabo trembled all over. As the branch president of the North Sea Hunter Guild, she has access to some information that is not disclosed to the outside world within the guild. Demon-level hunter was the information that shocked Do Yabo the most. Demon-level hunters are the top hunters in the guild, and all are A-level. These demon-level hunters are not ordinary A-level hunters. Each of them has the ability to guard the peace of a land. If Yang Ni takes control of the Yang family, and she has high-end combat power to assist her, she, the underground overlord, will really have the guts not to be afraid of the moon worship sect. Besides, the guild will not watch itself being bullied by the moon worship sect. As the president of the Bahai City branch, he was manipulated by other extraordinary forces and slapped the entire Hunter Guild in the face. If he is defeated by the moon-worshipping sect, he will definitely be punished by the guild, but he will not be killed by outsiders. Meng Xing looked towards the north with a slightly regretful look. That's where the moon worship gate is. In his eyes, there lived a group of carefree little white rabbits waiting to have their souls swallowed. Sooner or later, It's all mine. Meng Xing murmured. During the time Do Yubo was cleaning up Bahai, the moon-worshipping gate would definitely take revenge. Other members of the Yang family may also have something to do with the moon worship sect. The conflict between the Hunter Guild and the moon-worshipping sect was only a matter of time. This is a large isolated island surrounded by vast ocean. The sea is huge, and even if there are many monsters, they are scattered. In this world, many people who cannot bear the fear caused by monsters will choose to spend the rest of their lives on an isolated island. However, life is quite difficult. Some islands cannot grow any crops, and the people on the isolated islands are also isolated from the world. They have no ability to return to the city. It took all the effort and luck to get a boat to the isolated island. Who can guarantee that they will not be attacked by a certain ocean monster when going to sea, and how many boatmen are willing to take risks to make this money? Those who have money to buy a boat, most of the time their life will not be worse than in the slums, and they will not choose to come to an isolated island. For people on an isolated island, the most terrifying thing is to get sick or injured. There is no medicine supply and no hospital, so those who are injured and sick are basically sentenced to death. This island is very different from ordinary isolated islands. There are many orchards and rice fields on it. Deep in the island, there are antique buildings, some like old houses in ancient times. The blood moon totem is painted on the courtyard wall. This is the home of the moon worship gate. A young man wearing a black robe with a dark cloud covering the moon embroidered on his chest hurried into the basement. There were no modern lights, just rows of candles illuminating the dark stone chamber. An old man wearing a red robe and a hood sat cross-legged. Great Elder, the 17th Elder and the 19th Elder are dead. The young man is the current head of the moon worship sect, a filial son who assassinated his father together with the elders of the sect. The Great Elder raised his head, his face was gray and thin, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Especially the pair of dead fish eyes, full of emotions that are not like human beings. Malicious and evil, like a sick dog that is always addicted to people. Dead, just two losers. As soon as the Great Elder opened his mouth, he revealed 2 rows of yellow and greasy teeth. Being able to kill an A-level and a B-level in a short period of time makes him a master no less powerful than Wei Na. Hearing this, the young man asked eagerly, could it be Wei Na who did it? Was she not arrested at all? Has the Safety Administration discovered us and is trying to make trouble for us? A trace of contempt flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. This kid is even more useless than his father. He is so flustered over such a big and trivial matter. Should we find a fool who knows nothing to be the leader? This kind of stupid and ambitious person is the most troublesome. The Great Elder said calmly. Wei Na is still detained at the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. What are you worried about? Security Bureau? Haha, as long as we don't massacre Bahai, the Security Administration will not cause trouble for us. They also count on us to solve the monster siege. My guess is that some extraordinary organization wants to compete with us for territory. Old 17 and Old 19 were probably besieged and died by this extraordinary organization. Other extraordinary forces? How do you know it's a supernatural force? The young man frowned. The Great Elder chuckled. Is it hard to guess? This is not only an extraordinary force, but also a new extraordinary force. When he spoke, his dirty beard trembled up and down like a mouse's beard, which was a bit disgusting. The young man looked confused and his eyes were confused. He didn't know how the elder made the guess. The Great Elder continued. The 17th old man is A-level, and the 19-year-old man is B-level. If a strong person takes action, he can only kill them in an S-level in a short time. There are only a few S-tier people in the country. Director of the Security Bureau, ancestor of the Liu family in the imperial capital, and president of Qingbei University. The leader of the Hehuan sect, the sword master of the Immortal Mountain, and the chairman of the Wanhe group. The Great Elder paused and glanced at the young man. Do you think these 6 people are interested in killing the 2 little people from the moon worship sect? The young man shook his head quickly. Let's not talk about the 3 top powerhouses in the country, let's talk about the extraordinary forces. The Xia Kingdom has a vast territory and rich resources, and there are many founders of sects. The only ones left behind after years of experience and the baptism of monsters are the 4 extraordinary forces. Hehuan sect, Fairy Mountain, Wanhe group, worshipping Moon Gate. The moon worshipping sect is the weakest among the 4 extraordinary forces. The old leader who died in vain was groveling when he saw the other three extraordinary forces masters. These are all prominent figures, very proud and very busy. No one is interested in condescending to kill the two elders of the moon worship sect. The great elder closed his eyes and said while practicing, since old 17 and old 19 were either killed by these people, they were besieged by a group of B-level and A-level people. Therefore, I say this is an emerging extraordinary force. Arrogance is too much, and arrogance will soon perish on its own. The young man was obviously relieved, as long as he didn't offend those big guys. After thinking for a while, he asked in a low voice, then will this extraordinary force have a top-level A-level powerhouse like YNA? It would still be a bit troublesome if there were that kind of master who opposed our moon-worshipping sect. After the great elder finished speaking, he sneered. Old 17 and old 19 have my soul cards on them. If this extraordinary force is not a fool, it should intercept the soul information of the soul card when the soul card transmits the information, so as to avoid suffering our revenge. So why do you think they didn't intercept the soul card information? The young man was confused again, shook his head, and became nervous for a moment. Is it because you are not afraid of us and provoke us? Great elder, you have to think of a way. Our moon-worshipping plate is too small to withstand the torment. They want to seize our territory in Bahai. What should we do? The new head of the moon-worshipping sect is really too timid. He finally killed his own father and enjoyed the pleasure of being the master of extraordinary power. Daughters of the Yang family, even married women of the Yang family. Any pretty lady can be provided for him to enjoy, even Yang Xiong's first wife. He enjoys this feeling of being above 10,000 people too much. He is afraid that the moon-worshipping sect will offend someone and be destroyed. He wants the moon-worshipping sect to go further. The great elder swallowed the curse words back in his stomach and said while suppressing his displeasure, are they crazy? Provoking an old paranormal organization? The only reason why they didn't stop the soul information from returning to the moon-worshipping gate was because they couldn't feel the soul information. They can't even feel soul information, and their talent and spirituality are not too strong, so they have nothing to fear. After hearing this, the nervousness on the young man's face disappeared, revealing a relieved smile. That's right, it's just a group of ants who don't know the heights of the world and can't make any waves. I will send people to exterminate those ignorant guys. Snort? Provoke me to worship the moon gate? That's ridiculous. The young man said that he was about to run outside and go to Bahai City to find the elder disciples. Come back. The great elder shouted angrily. The young man was stunned and turned around stupidly. Great elder, is there anything wrong? The great elder's chest was rising and falling violently, and he was thinking about whether to change the leader. This guy was too stupid to lead. The great elder took a slow breath and said, has the head of the Yang family reviewed the reports sent every day? The young man looked embarrassed, coughed twice and said, I have so many things to do, I haven't had time to look at it yet. Does the great elder know that this kid has a lot of tricks to deal with every day? Yang Xiong sent his wife to stay with him, and this kid has been glued to the bed this month? The great elder said. A woman came to Bahai a month ago. The person who fought with Yang Xiong today was him. Yang Xiong and old 17 and old 19 all died in Tongnu Bay, which shows that this woman is inseparable from the extraordinary force. The young man's eyes lit up. Woman. The great elder took out a photo from his arms and handed it to the young man. The great elder raised his eyelids and said, I guess that the supernatural force is imitating the moon worship sect and has found a mortal puppet in Bahai City to provide them with resources. This woman is the puppet of that extraordinary power. The young man basically didn't listen to what the elder said, and stared at Do Yabo's photo with narrowed eyes. Burning, too burning. The kind of feeling that makes you want to play when you take a look at it. The great elder continued. This woman is from the South China Sea, which means that the headquarters of the extraordinary force is in the South China Sea. Speaking of the South China Sea, I think of a person. The one who wants to kill you most. When the young man heard a person who wants to kill him most, he immediately came back to his senses. Who? The great elder said in a deep voice. Mo Yulin. The young man's eyes widened. The number one killer of the moon worship sect. The great elder nodded, with a playful look in his eyes. That's right. The one whose brother and apprentice you killed. Mo Yulin is the name of the old beggar beast king. The old head of the moon-worshipping sect is nominally Mo Yulin's master, but in reality he is Mo Yulin's life and death brother. A female disciple Mo Yulin accepted at the moon worship sect was also killed by the young man. The old beggar beast king hated the new leader of the moon worshipping sect with all his heart. However, he was frightened by the great elder and was cowed. He huddled in the South China Sea and never dared to show his head again. The great elder slowly exhaled a breath. Being able to imitate the moon worshipping gate shows that you understand the moon worshipping gate very well. There is only Mo Yulin in the South China Sea. Moreover, he has the spiritual consciousness gathering technique in his hand, and it is not impossible to use this spiritual technique to recruit a group of strong people to work hard and create a new organization. So this is not a new supernatural force coming to Bahai to grab territory, but that boy Mo Yulin coming to take revenge? The young man panicked again. Later, it slowly developed into an extraordinary organization that had a place in Xia Kingdom. The older generation in the sect may not be very powerful, but they are all top killers, especially Mo Yulin. If you offend Mo Yulin, you must be careful even if you encounter a wild cat on the roadside. Maybe that wild cat will be a fatal weapon? Could he be ready to kill me? Great Elder, you asked me to kill my father. You also said that it's okay to play with that little girl to death, and you can control me. No. Mo Yulin is back, you can't leave me alone. Mo Yulin will destroy the moon worship gate. What should I do? Should I send someone to Bahai City to take back the territory? The young man looked bitter, almost crying. The great elder was no longer too lazy to waste his emotions and said directly, "The moon worship gate was co-founded by your grandfather and I. How much of my effort was involved in it? Of course I will not lose Bahai City, but I will not send people to Bahai to find that little bitch to do meaningless things. So what if I kill Doyabo? There will be a second Doyabo. It's a waste of energy and it won't be removed completely. I will arrange for someone to go to Nanhai to find Mo Yulin. As long as Mo Yulin's lair is taken away, Doyabo can only be loyal to us. Yang Xiong? Hehe. As long as it can provide us with resources and make money for us, why does it have to be the Yang family?" Wei Na was locked up, and the moon worshippers had the courage to go wild in the South China Sea. Just like when Wei Na just disappeared, the moon worship sect dared to go to the South China Sea to open the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. The young man laughed and gave a thumbs up to the elder. The great elder is the best strategist in the world. The great elder waved his hands expressionlessly, and the young man left the basement with a smile. Well, after the young man left for a long time, the elder sighed, stood up with his rickety body, and walked slowly to the corner. There is something covered with red cloth in the corner. The great elder slowly pulled down the red cloth, revealing the true appearance of what was inside. It turned out to be a corpse. The corpse was preserved in a special way, and it has not decayed yet, and the expression on its face is still etched on it. Horrified, angry, disbelieving. The great elder's eyes softened. He reached out to close the corpse's eyes that could never be closed, and said, "Old Su, your son is careless and always wants to investigate the cause of your death and ask me to kill him. Oh, your grandson? I don't want him to be alive either, not as good as your son. Your descendants are useless. Yulin is back, the junior you are most optimistic about, your son's sworn brother. He brought some little trouble to moon worshipping gate. You, what kind of beasts are you surrounded by? You don't know how to recognize people, old Su." There was a small breeze blowing in the basement, the candlelight flickered, and the shadows of the great elder and the corpse were blurred. The corpse's open mouth seemed to be shouting injustice or cursing, and it looked strange and permeable. As if nothing was wrong, the great elder put the red cloth back on the corpse and murmured, "So it's a good thing that I killed you, otherwise the moon worship gate would have been destroyed in the hands of a fool like you. Don't blame the old brother for not letting you rest in peace. I feel at ease when you are by my side." Half a month later, Nanhai, Jinmu Cafe. Meng Xing was sitting by the window drinking coffee, with a book Walden Pond on the table. It seemed that everything was the same as before, except that Meng Xing's hair was white. The morning newspaper is playing in Jinmu Cafe. A major earthquake occurred in Dongying country, alarming Mount Defu. The awakened people in Dongying country were unable to completely control the volcano, and the leaked volcanic hazardous materials were no longer controllable. Defu Mountain in Dongying country is expected to erupt in 1 month, and the entire Dongying country will be annihilated by then. The leader of Dongying Kingdom sends a request for help to all countries. Higashi Sakura country decided after a national meeting to guide the volcanic ash leaked from the Otoyama volcano out of the territory of Higashi Sakura country. When the Daifuyama volcano in Higashi Sakura country was about to erupt, countless people were extremely sad. They even set off fireworks, firecrackers, and sang songs to cheer Higashi Sakura country. When they heard that Dongying country decided to guide the volcanic ash out of Dongying country, people all over the world were dumbfounded. After the arrival of the monsters, Daifushan volcano became more than just a volcano. This volcano has become a giant spiritual object that is difficult to control. If volcanic ash from Mount Daitama is scattered around the world, nearby countries will suffer. It's so shameless to release volcanic ash while asking us to help. Fuck. It's too early? The fireworks are too early. Who will take care of them? These people say that volcanic ash is not only non-toxic, but also kills bacteria in the air, haha. Meng Xing looked calm after hearing the news. He had seen the Chenbai mountain Tianke volcano, and he knew that these ancient volcanoes were more than just volcanoes. Elemental spirits. For example, white python yin yan. If these ancient volcanoes erupt, the elemental spirits suppressed by the volcanoes will appear and be destroyed indiscriminately. Meng Xing murmured. Did the Dongying people also discover similar elemental spirits? Use it to guide volcanic ash out of Dongying country and force other countries to help Dongying country deal with the elemental spirits? Isn't that what Dongying country means? Do you want to see me destroy the country? Then everyone will suffer together. I'm finished, and you can't even think about it. If I can't kill you, I will disgust you to death. After a long time, Meng Xing sneered and shook his head disdainfully. Thought it was a past life? This is the era of the awakened ones. It would not be difficult for Xia Kingdom's top awakeners to take action and block the volcanic ash at the border. When Meng Xing thought of this, his face suddenly paused. Nanhai is the city closest to Dongying Kingdom in Xia Kingdom. It is very likely that the country's top awakened people will visit Nanhai during this period. A smile appeared on the corner of Meng Xing's mouth, and he turned to look out the window. Do we still need to be afraid of exposing our guild? Haven't you already been exposed? Meng Xing went to Bahai a few days ago and showed off his power in front of Yu Hongwei, the director of the Bahai Public Security Bureau. Maybe Yu Hongwei had reported his information to the superiors? The report Do Yubo submitted every day also said that Yu Hongwei was just a loser. His goal as director of the Bahai Public Security Bureau is not to seek merit but to seek no faults. The country is the biggest thigh, and Yu Hongwei will not let go and betray easily. That trip to Bahai was not as simple as eating a few souls. He's not that boring either. In addition to devouring souls, Meng Xing's second purpose is to deliver a message to the country. A new top awakened person has been born in the South China Sea. The moon worship sect can be tolerated by the Xia Kingdom, so why won't they tolerate their own existence? Meng Xing guessed that moon worship sect had most likely reached some kind of cooperation with the country. Meng Xing has always had plans to cooperate with the country. But the country is definitely not party A. Who said the Hunter Guild should always hide in the shadows? Who said the Hunter Guild couldn't have some hunters from the imperial capital? It has always been within Meng Xing's small plan to issue tasks, let the country complete them, and issue national rewards. This is why Meng Xing sent people to investigate the unruly hunters in Baishan City. Meng Xing wants his extraordinary plant to be the only one on the market. Although the extraordinary plants in the hands of the hunters were low-level and could not be used as climate-related things, they still disgusted the cautious Meng Xing. Meng Xing held the pen, turned it in a circle on his thumb, and then stopped his finger. If you want the country to recognize it, you must first send the awakened ones sent to the South China Sea to fear the Hunter Guild. If you want to be the first party of the country, you must first make the country believe that the Hunter Guild is far more powerful than other extraordinary forces. The Hunter Guild has the ability to compete with the country, and even win. With the help of the country, I can grow faster, and the Hunter Guild can grow faster. Meng Xing's eyes were as bright as fire, and the ambition in his eyes could not be suppressed. The world's top awakened person? I already have this qualification, the only thing missing is spirituality. Extraordinary plants that increase spirituality have always existed in my vegetable fields, and they existed when I awakened my talent as a farmer. Meng Xing courtyard in the old city. A green lotus leaves gracefully, like an elegant lady. This is the lotus disc left by the Qinglian earth core fire. Meng Xing stood in front of this emerald green handicraft that looked like it was made by a master craftsman, with a complicated look on his face. After a long time, a burst of blazing white light erupted from Meng Xing's body, and the white python's sinister flames snaked out and attacked Cyan frantically. After the white flames roared, the green lotus disc did not waver at all. Meng Xing was silent. He really underestimated the lotus disc left by Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. This little thing keeps a low profile in the vegetable field, and never competes with the devil fruit tree or the sun staircase for spirituality. Meng Xing felt that this lotus disc looked down on its spirituality, just like the top rich people watching beggars grabbing gruel. The reason why Meng Xing suddenly became very interested in this lotus disc must start from a week ago. The old beggar beast king suddenly contacted Meng Xing and said that there was movement on the green lotus plant in the courtyard. Some lotus seeds on the green lotus platform began to glow like a dream at some point. Meng Xing immediately went to the small courtyard to check. The mysterious information entered his mind, and Meng Xing immediately understood the function of the lotus seeds on the blue lotus disc. When that thing matures, it can actually increase spirituality? It seems that no conditions were met before, and the green lotus seeds never showed any strange behavior. This vegetable field is becoming more and more spiritual, and the green lotus seeds are finally moving. It absorbs the spirituality in the vegetable field through the rhizomes of the lotus platform, like a water-absorbing sponge. It can be picked after absorbing enough spirituality. The conditions for harvesting are not yet available. In layman's terms, lotus seeds have always been mature, but their spirituality is still young. As long as the spirituality in the lotus seeds is full, Meng Xing can gain powerful spirituality by swallowing the lotus seeds. Now, we are moving in the direction of maturity, but time is very slow. Meng Xing recalled what happened between the protagonist and Qinglian Earth Heartfire in the world of Dopo. At that time, the protagonist discovered a cyan lotus disc at the bottom of the volcano. Since the Qinglian Earth Core Fire had been captured first by Queen Medusa, only the cyan lotus disc and the lotus seeds on it were left. The protagonist eats green lotus seeds and his realm greatly increases. Unexpectedly, the lotus seeds on the green lotus earth core fire lotus disc in this world can actually increase spirituality. Spiritual cultivation is the slowest and most complicated. Many people are very spiritually strong at the age of 18, and they will be very spiritually strong from then on, and the upgrade is very slow. It seems that as long as you eat one of the lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heartfire, you can gain extremely strong spirituality. Therefore, during this period, Meng Xing and Qinglian were at odds. The original book says that the green lotus earth core fire grows in the center of the earth. It grows so slowly. Do you need volcanic magma? Meng Xing murmured, stretched out his palm, and the magma flowed in his palm and dripped on the ground. Volcanic lava streams generally flow into vegetable fields and irrigate the Qinglian geocentric fire. Many extraordinary plants were touched by volcanic lava and immediately withered and burned. The green lotus disc bloomed with a slight green light, looking very happy. Joy climbed onto Meng Xing's cheeks. The volcanic rock berries can indeed speed up the growth of the green lotus disc. If so, can another green lotus be grown? Thinking of this, Meng Xing's eyes were filled with shock. If there was another Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, wouldn't he be able to create another S-level powerhouse? Time passed slowly, and the lotus disc left by Qinglian's Earth Heart Fire never moved much. That bit of volcanic magma is really insignificant and cannot accelerate the maturity of the lotus seeds on the green lotus disc. Meng Xing frowned and withdrew the volcanic magma. The green lotus terrace was too greedy. Meng Xing felt that even if he gave all the volcanic magma obtained from Qinbei Mountain to the Green Lotus Terrace, he would still not be able to mature the Green Lotus Terrace. Meng Xing showed a rare expression of bitterness. In the original work, wasn't the Qinglian Earth Core Fire brewed in the volcano? Why do you feel like my little magma can't feed you? I don't want to cultivate a green lotus right now, but I just want the lotus seeds to mature faster. Meng Xing felt relieved after thinking about it. The volcanoes that fight to break the world are definitely not comparable to the volcanoes in this world. The volcanic magma in the world of Dopo is a place where even the strongest Dozun will fall if they are not careful. Is the S-class in this world worthy of the Dozun who fights to destroy the world? The A-level in this world can only change the celestial phenomena, but the fighting sects in that world can tear apart space. Maybe, the volcano that broke the world was already an extraordinary volcano, and it was unknown how many elemental spirits were nurtured in it. The Green Lotus platform requires extraordinary magma, which is definitely not comparable to the ordinary magma I have. After Meng Xing figured it out, he felt powerless for a while. The sacred mountain Qinbei Mountain is already considered a very ancient and spiritual volcano. If you get magma from the Qinbei Mountain volcano, you can't even look down on the Blue Lotus platform. Where can you get more awesome extraordinary magma? The white python yin yan may be considered, but Meng Xing is reluctant to bury it. Meng Xing really needs to improve his spirituality. The Qinbei Mountain Tianke volcanic magma, the white python yin flame, and the Qinglian earth core fire on my body, any one of them is something extraordinary. It's a pity that my spirituality is too poor. 7-stage spirituality can be considered a leader in theory. However, for the top awakened people, these 7 levels of spirituality are still a bit uninteresting. If I had been at the 8th level of spirituality at that time, I wouldn't have had to deal with Wei Na so hard. Extraordinary magma does not necessarily have to be obtained from volcanoes. What if some monster carries extraordinary magma? Monsters look all kinds of weird, and some monsters might even have lava flowing in their veins. Meng Xing thought about it, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Come to the yard. Less than 10 minutes later, there were rapid footsteps outside the courtyard door. Then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Meng Xing said, "Come on." The little monster rattling the bell stumbled in, with fear in her eyes. This small courtyard is the shadow of her heart. Why? Isn't it because this man once wanted to bury himself alive? That night, the countless corpses in the small courtyard were still replaying in Ringer's mind. Raising the bell felt that he could still hear the screams of the innocent souls in the yard, despite the fact that the yard was full of energy and plants. Meng Xing sat on the recliner, with the old beggar serving beside him. The rattle forced a smile on its face. "Great, respected president, do you have any instructions?" Meng Xing asked leisurely. "Do you know much about the monster tribe?" The little monster breathed a sigh of relief. "It turned out that I wanted to get some news." The little monster rang the bell and patted its flat chest, and said proudly, "Of course, I am the high-level monster pretender who knows the best about humans and monsters. I am the right-hand man of the 7 evil disciples Succubus Una." The first half of the sentence is true, but the last sentence, 7 evil disciples Succubus Una is the right-hand man, is completely bragging. Succubus Una is the leader of the pretenders, and there are countless pretenders under her command. Who would remember this little monster that rattles the bell? Meng Xing asked. Among the monsters, is there a certain monster, or a certain group of people, that possesses extraordinary magma? The little monster's eyes widened as he rang the bell, and he stammered. "Why would you ask such a question?" Meng Xing felt that the little monster's reaction to ringing the bell was a bit strange, so he didn't say anything and just looked at her quietly. Meng Xing felt a little stressed out by the little monster ringing the bell, so he asked cautiously, "Did you know something?" Meng Xing was expressionless. "Moji." After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and a green fire lotus stood gracefully. Of course the little monster rattle remembered the pain this thing brought her. She knelt on the ground without caring about her dignity and banged her head on the soil. "Kind President, since you already know, of course I won't hide it." "That's right, one of the 7 evil disciples is being resurrected and is about to be fully revived according to the schedule. It is in Dongying country, the president can go and kill it immediately. Otherwise, many humans will suffer." Meng Xing was stunned for a moment. After thinking about what the little monster said about ringing the bell, Meng Xing probably understood what it meant. He frowned. One of the 7 evil disciples possesses extraordinary volcanic magma, and in Japan, it is being resurrected at this moment? 7 evil disciples' resurrection from volcano magma. Except for the 7 evil disciples who don't match up, aren't the rest talking about Deifu volcano? Is the Datamai volcano not an ordinary volcano? The true identity of Deifu volcano is a monster? 7 evil disciples? Before Meng Xing could ask any more questions, the little monster rang the bell like pouring beans and said everything he wanted to say. One of the 7 evil disciples, Gluttony Dragon Turtle, was seriously injured and was recuperating in Dongying country. The gluttonous dragon turtle's talent is very strange. As long as it fuses with a volcano when it is about to die and swallows the power of the Earth's core, it can revive after enough time. Calculating the time, the volcano dragon turtle will indeed be resurrected. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows. You mean, the body of Daifu volcano is the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evils? The Totomi volcano is about to erupt. Is this a sign that the volcano dragon turtle is awakening? The little monster rattled the bell and nodded quickly, then felt something was wrong. Huh? Made a sound. You don't know about this? Then you ask me which monster is doing something with extraordinary magma in its body. She thought Meng Xing wanted to get rid of the gluttonous dragon turtle and asked her about the situation. The gluttonous dragon turtle can recover quickly, and the pretenders can make a lot of achievements. The little monster rang the bell, fearing that Meng Xing would be held accountable, and also feared that he would be retaliated against by the 7 evils if he told the story. Meng Xing watched calmly as the little monster rang the bell. Meng Xing was shocked by the little monster ringing the bell, and smiled awkwardly. If you don't ask about this, I really don't dare to say anything. The matter of the 7 sins has always been taboo among monsters. If I tell this to humans, don't say I've made a big mistake. You are just as dangerous if you know too much about the 7 evil disciples. The 7 evil disciples are very strong, and the slutty bitch Yuna was squeezed dry by the Emperor Long Live. The other 7 evil disciples are all disasters. I advise you not to take any chances with other 7 evil disciples. I am really worried about your safety. If monsters are devils in the eyes of humans, then the 7 sins are devils in the eyes of monsters. The little monster's fear of the 7 evil disciples is as much as its fear of Meng Xing. Monsters have a demonic nature that combines animal nature and human nature, and their survival instinct is greater than anything else for them. As long as Meng Xing doesn't ask anything or let her do anything, she won't take any risks. She even felt that it was best to stay at Meng Xing's house and eat cream cakes all the time. It was best not to come to her for anything, and she would not harm mankind. The little monster rang the bell and felt that he was getting darker and darker. He was afraid that Meng Xing would be angry, so he whispered, "After the volcano dragon turtle wakes up, Dongying country will suffer. I think you may not be interested in this matter. After all, I have also heard that the relationship between Xia Kingdom and Dongying Kingdom has not been very good. I didn't mean to hide from you that a disaster was about to happen in the human world, mainly because you didn't ask. Please don't punish me." Meng Xing waved his hand. He just wanted to ask a question, as long as he didn't lie to him. He asked, "Tell me more about the gluttonous dragon turtle. If Daifu volcano is the gluttonous dragon turtle, then everything flowing in its body is extraordinary magma? The lotus seeds of Kinglian's earth core fire completely restrain the gluttonous dragon turtle and at the same time make the lotus seeds of Kinglian's earth core fire mature. If the body of the gluttonous dragon turtle is buried in the courtyard, will it grow an extremely powerful devil fruit? According to the characteristics of the devil fruit tree, it is almost possible to cultivate rockberry fruit, right? The superior fruit of the burnt fruit, one of the most heaven-defying devil fruits? Now Meng Xing is too interested in the gluttonous dragon turtle? The little monster rattled the bell and quickly added, "I really don't know much about the 7 evil disciples. I only know that the volcano dragon turtle was seriously injured by a human in Kunlun Mountain. The seriously injured volcano dragon turtle wants to merge with Tianke volcano in Qinbei Mountain in Xia Kingdom to recover from his injuries. But that place was occupied by another 7 sins disciple. The volcano dragon turtle was beaten to the point of death by the 7 evil disciple again, and hurriedly went to Dongying country. Then, it merged with the volcano." Meng Xing raised his eyebrows. "The 7 evil disciples of Qinbei Mountain? A black dragon?" The little monster rang the bell and was stunned for a moment. Even the demons know very little about the existence of the proud dragon Haishan in Qinbei Mountain. Only a small number of pretenders and A-level monsters know the news. How did Meng Xing know? Could it be that Meng Xing and Lord Black Sky have already met? But Meng Xing is still alive? Unbelievable thoughts appeared in the little monster's mind. Meng Xing and Haishan had a fight. According to the legend of Black Dragon, he would never let go of any opponent, so it was very likely that Meng Xing won. No wonder Meng Xing's hair turned white, it turned out that he was injured there. The little monster's eyes were filled with horror. It's not surprising that Meng Xing can defeat Yuna. Over the years, Yuna has been squeezed for strength by the king of the demon clan. Although she is still in the ranks of the 7 evils, her real combat power is not half as strong as the other 7 evils. How many humans are there in this world who can defeat the remaining 7 evils? Meng Xing's power far exceeded her imagination. The little monster rattled the bell and hit its head on the ground, and responded, "Yes, that's the black dragon. The arrogant dragon, Krishna." Meng Xing nodded. "Then it matches the number. Okay, you can go." The little monster rang the bell and slowly stood up, not daring to look at Meng Xing. In her eyes, Meng Xing is now a disciple of the seven evils. Monsters worship the strong. Therefore, the little monster Rattlebell's fear of Meng Xing increased to a higher level. "That's right," Meng Xing said coldly. The little monster rang the bell and immediately came back and knelt down. "Kind President, do you have any other instructions?" Meng Xing said. "Write down all the secrets you know about humans and monsters to me." The little monster rang the bell and agreed immediately. After the little monster rang the bell and left, Meng Xing thought for a while, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Suman Man, looking for a suitable Japanese to join the Hunter Guild. Meng Xing would not be bored to save Dong Ying. He even felt that the dragon turtle would become stronger spiritually after devouring the flesh and blood of a country. Suman Man quickly replied, "No problem, I have one more thing to report to you. Recently, many awakened people have come to the South China Sea, probably two groups." Tylin said that one of the groups was from the Security Bureau. The Safety Management Bureau is a level that ordinary people cannot come into contact with, and even ordinary people do not know this department. Even if I have heard of it, I doubt whether this department really exists. Meng Xing frowned and thought. One group is from the Security Bureau, and the other group is from the moon worshippers without having to guess. Meng Xing of the moon worship sect doesn't have much interest in them now. Safety Management Bureau. The Security Bureau's visit to the South China Sea is for two reasons. To prepare for the upcoming volcanic ash from Mount Dadamai, the other one should be to investigate the emergence of the top awakened ones in the South China Sea, right? Meng Xing showed a smile and replied, "Choose one of the SA to become a hunter." Nanhai City, evening. The newly built streets in the East District are very spacious, and the afterglow of the setting sun shines particularly brightly on this street. The whistle blows, the vendors shout, the mother teaches her little son, and the boyfriend and girlfriend hold hands and secretly talk about love. Only Sahai City and the imperial capital can have such a peaceful scene. On a busy street, a taxi stopped on the side of the road. The driver was a young man in his 20s. He was holding pancakes and stuffing them into his mouth. One leg is propped on the steering wheel, with a notebook placed flat on the leg. The other hand is holding a ball pen and writing something in the notebook. January 30th, the new year. Today my identity is the taxi driver of Nanhai City. The prosperity of Nanhai City is beyond my imagination. It is worthy of being a metropolis. Except it is a little smaller than the imperial capital. It is no worse than the imperial capital. It turned out that this young man was writing a diary. When the young man wrote this, he paused and turned to look out the window. Outside the window, a police officer drove away vendors on the roadside. The peace officers received orders, and recently a big leader came to inspect the area, and they must ensure the appearance of the city. The young man smiled contemptuously and continued to write in his notebook. What if they are ordinary people in big cities? Don't you want to be controlled? I'm different. Saying my identity will scare people to death. Security Administration, Crow Team Member, Crow 3. Maintain the peace of Xia Kingdom, protect the security of Xia Kingdom, and carry out various secret missions. The administrator of the Security Bureau only obeys the orders of the director and number 1. When the young man wrote this, a proud smile appeared on his lips. Don't talk about the little police officer. Even if the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau comes, I don't need to give him face. I don't need to listen to anyone's orders. I'll kill first and then tell you. It's the Imperial Power's permission? Pika. The car door was opened and a girl got into the car. Drive, Rasputin Bar. The young man finished the cake in a few mouthfuls, wiped his hands, and said vaguely, "Well done, beauty." Rasputin's bar is on Shandong Road in the East District, and now the taxi is in the West District. For ordinary taxi drivers, this is definitely a big job, and they must be very happy. But this young man didn't think so. He is the administrator of the bureau, and money is just a number for him to apply for. According to the administration's practice, when going to a certain place to perform a task, you must hide among the ordinary people and complete the task in secret. This is not to say that the mystery of the Security Bureau is preserved. This is mainly for the sake of the security of the Security Bureau. His status in the Security Administration is not high, he is just a member of the most ordinary Crow team. After years of hard work, his former unruliness has long since been smoothed away. The young man galloped along and stopped at Rasputin's bar. The girl in the back seat paid and left, while the young man stared blankly at the shining neon lights of Rasputin's bar. Although he is not short of money or status in the world, he has never seen a lot of entertainment. The young man sighed secretly. As expected, politics depends on the imperial capital, and wealth depends on the South China Sea. When I retire, I will apply to seal my memory and have a good time in the South China Sea. Life in Nanhai City is something that residents of other cities would not dare to think about. After all, it is Baishan City that has the most. When the young man was about to drive away, his cell phone rang in the back seat. He looked back and found that the girl's purse was left in the back seat. It was really careless. The young man muttered and leaned forward to get the bag, preparing to answer the phone and ask the girl's family or friends to come and get the girl's bag. When I picked up the phone, there was a busy tone. The young man frowned. There are no electronic phones or robot phones in this world. That kind of technology is rare nowadays. If there is, then the technology is also in the Public Security Bureau or the Safety Management Bureau. The young man instantly became vigilant and narrowed his eyes. The vigilance of the administrator of the Security Administration made him realize that this matter was not simple. The busy signal on the phone ended, and an exciting and evil electronic synthesized voice appeared. Welcome to the Hunter Guild. After just one sound, the phone was hung up. The young man frowned. What? A prank? Or a warning? The young man's eyes were full of doubts. At this moment, the phone automatically unlocked, and the software of a devil holding a lotus was being downloaded and successfully installed. Hunter Guild app. Huh? Is it a security incident? All incidents that endanger public security are called security incidents. Security incidents can be big or small. A small supernatural force is quietly growing. This is a small security incident. If an ordinary scientist conducts a crazy experiment, such as allowing mosquitoes to live in winter, this is also a minor security incident. Dongying country guided volcanic ash into other countries. This is a relatively moderate security incident. A top-level awakened person suddenly appeared in the South China Sea. The awakened person was suspected to be the Ghost King of Dangerous Sequence 8. It was also a relatively large security incident. This time the Crow team came to the South China Sea mainly to investigate the Ghost King, who asked the Ghost King's log report to be submitted by their Crow team. That's too far. The young man smiled disdainfully, his eyes full of amusement. This kind of trick that relies on electronic hackers is too low-level and too cliché. Just reaching the threshold of a security incident, I can handle it myself. It's okay to fool the stupid sheriff, but you found me? Isn't this just going to Longhu Mountain to seek abuse? As an administrator of the Security Administration, you not only have to be spiritually strong and talented, but you also need to master various skills. You need to know some hacking techniques, bioengineering, and physical and chemical experiments in order to stand out from the interns of the Security Administration and officially take up the job. I want to see what kind of trick you are doing. The young man put his legs on the steering wheel and played with his phone leisurely for a while before opening the Hunter Guild app. To the administrators of the Safety Management Bureau, this kind of low-level security incident was like God beating Zhang Hulan, with a pinch in his hand. Enter a nickname? Whatever. The young man casually typed in the word Crow. He looked at the Hunter Guild app with the idea of just having fun and adding some fun to the boring life. The first thing young people see is the points mall. Moongrass? Potato mines? Popeye spinach? Blood orchid. The young man raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of plants are these? The name is so strange. He clicked on each plant marked with points and looked at the introduction of those plants. The young man almost laughed out loud. Extraordinary plants? Do you think it's the world of immortals in the novel? How could such a thing exist? He also said it in a decent way. The young man felt that this was a low-level lie, as if he was deceiving a 3-year-old child. That's right, I don't know what role these virtual plants play in this software. Isn't this even a security incident? Just a hacker scam? Really boring? Is there a chat channel? Tisk, 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 let me see how many people have been tortured. Poor mortals. The young man shook his head and laughed, and clicked on the chat channel. Dragon Slayer, Intermediate Hunter. Why are the newly released devil fruits gone as soon as they go to the mall? Whoever has inventory will charge a high price. Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. Is that what you want? I want to. Dragon Slaying, Intermediate Hunter. Who would have thought that the guild would openly sell limited items? Who knew there would be such benefits during the spring festival? Clown, Intermediate Hunter. Don't think about it. No matter how much money you pay, no one will sell it. Everyone knows the effects of devil fruits. Lonely Wolf, Low-level Hunter. That. Gentlemen, let me ask you weakly, what are the effects of devil fruits? Lone Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. I just wanted to see what it was, and then I clicked on the wrong one. Lone Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. I grabbed one cheaply, and I spent all my points? Lone Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. Those points are my lifeblood. I originally planned to redeem my points to buy a house. This hunter named Lonely Heart Wolf was so anxious that he refreshed his screen. Dragon Slaying, Intermediate Hunter. Brother, devil fruits are useless and they taste terrible. Sell them to me and I will give you a villa. Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. Brother, sell it to someone. Not only will they buy you a house, but they can also sleep with you. Seeing this, the young man frowned tightly. A piece of fruit for a villa? It's really a huge scam. It's a pity that such a trivial matter should be reported to the police and is not the responsibility of the Safety Management Bureau. There is a woman who wants to sleep with you in exchange for a fruit? What kind of brainwashing is this? The young man's eyes were full of displeasure. We at the Security Bureau are working desperately for Xiaoguo, but a little mouse would use such dirty methods to deceive the people. What kind of garbage did I protect? The young man held back his anger and continued to look down. Lonely Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. I don't dare sleep with Mr. Yato, but I don't dare. Lone Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. Is it true that you said you were willing to trade your villa for this fruit? Don't lie to me, I'm simple. Boxer, Intermediate Hunter. Little cute newbie, don't be fooled. I spent 50 million to buy a devil fruit at half price, and you actually want to sell it for a villa? Lone Heart Wolf, Low-level Hunter. Huh? 50 million? Half price? What the hell is this? Mensin wants to help. Covering face and laughing. Dragon Slayer, Intermediate Hunter. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Boxer ignored that and continued to speak. Boxer, Intermediate Hunter. You must be a Sun Staircase Hunter who just joined the guild, right? Boxer, Intermediate Hunter. The devil fruit has the same effect as the Sun Staircase, but the devil fruit has a stronger effect. Boxer, Intermediate Hunter. Devil fruit can awaken the lowest sea-level combat talent. Boxer, Intermediate Hunter. If you eat the devil fruit, you will be eligible to participate in the hunter meeting and have a greater chance of becoming an intermediate hunter. Lonely Wolf, Low-level Hunter. Fuck. Thanks for clearing up the confusion. I won't sell this devil fruit until I die. The young man almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene, but was speechless at the intelligence of those so-called hunters. If combat talents could be awakened by eating some fruits, those with awakened combat talents would be worthless long ago. Isn't this the same as saying there are gods in the world? How could anyone believe such a stupid trick? He wanted to type on the public screen to ask if these people were fools, but he resisted. Brainwashed people will not listen to what normal people say is common sense. However, the following chat in the Hunter Guild made the young man's pupils shrink in shock. Clown, Intermediate Hunter. Dongying country will emit volcanic ash in a while. Will there be any movement from the guild? Dragon Slayer, Intermediate Hunter. Have you forgotten the guild rules? Hunt monsters, hunt those who awaken the empire, and protect the Xia kingdom. Dragon Slayer, Intermediate Hunter. The Dongying kingdom has done such a thing. I doubt that the Hunter Guild will attack Dongying immediately. Clown, Intermediate Hunter. I believe that the guild can issue tasks to stop the volcanic ash. It would be incredible to conquer Japan, right? Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. Haha, don't you think the guild is capable of this? Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. Don't forget the scene on the Atoll Island. The horror of the advanced hunter is obvious to all. It's a perfect A level. Jade Rabbit, Intermediate Hunter. Also, the legendary demon level hunter has not taken action until now. I even suspect that demon level hunters are all S level. Is there an S level in Dongying country? Clown, Intermediate Hunter. Of course I don't doubt that the guild has the ability to destroy Dongying. I'm just thinking that the guild should release some tasks for us to get points, right? Clown, Intermediate hunter, we can't let all high-level hunters and demon-level hunters eat meat. Let's just watch the excitement, right? Clown is Wang Su from Nanhai No. 1 Middle School. He was so eager to get points because of his students. Becoming an intermediate hunter will provide you with many benefits. For example, extraordinary plant points are discounted at 20%, giving you more opportunities to grab high-end plants. And most importantly, advanced hunters are fatally attractive to all hunters. Advanced hunters can not only obtain a high-level devil fruit, but also have private customer service to protect the information of advanced hunters. Of course, there are more benefits than these, and there are even some invisible benefits that even intermediate hunters don't know about. Dragon Slayer, intermediate hunter, don't worry, there will definitely be a mission. I hope we can form a team in advance to deal with future tasks. Dragon Slayer, intermediate hunter, to be honest, if we are well prepared and can kill monsters of the level of Skeleton King or Empire Awakeners, I suspect we can be directly promoted to senior hunter. After seeing these words, the young man was silent for a long time. Skeleton King, Volcano Ash, they don't seem to be bragging. What happened to the Atoll Islands? I'll find out after I look it up. These conversations shocked him so much. From thinking it was a security incident to thinking it was a stupid electronic scam, I finally found out that these people know a lot. If what these people say is true, then the Hunter Guild is definitely a behemoth that has been hidden in the world for who knows how long. An extremely powerful, extraordinary organization? Chat channel, these people he once thought were stupid are all members of extraordinary organizations? The young man looked at the chat channel and thought about what they said. He has studied psychology, and he can definitely say that none of these people are lying, unless these people are living in a dream and firmly believe in their own fantasies. What on earth is this? An extraordinary organization that silently protects Xia Kingdom. The young man began to wonder. An organization that has been around for an unknown period of time issues a mission to secretly repair the scars of Xia Kingdom, and uses mysterious points as rewards, which can be exchanged for incredible extraordinary plans. Ancient, sacred, strange, and powerful. I keep watch in the dark, just asking for more people to look forward to the dawn. This sentence echoed uncontrollably in the young man's mind. If this Hunters Guild is real, then it is definitely a powerful, extraordinary organization that surpasses Immortal Mountain, Moon Worship Sect, Hahuan Sect, and Wanhe Group. An extraordinary organization that truly transcends the human world? The young man put on a pair of white gloves and looked through the backpack left by the girl to see if there was anything else. A hideous-looking fruit appeared in front of the young man. The young man's eyes suddenly widened. This is devil fruit. Nanhai City, a basement of the Public Security Bureau. The basement glowed with high-tech electronic light. This was not like this before. The Public Security Bureau did not have such high technology. After the Security Bureau arrived, various high-tech equipment was installed in the basement. The signal source and special protection key were the security vehicle parked in the backyard of the Security Bureau. This is now the office of the Security Administration. When going to the South China Sea to perform tasks, the Crow team alone is not enough. After all, they are only the most basic team unit of the Security Administration. They were able to participate in a mission of this level only because they had met the Ghost King. There is also the Blue Whale team, which is several safety levels higher than the Crow team. The members of the Crow team only have C-level talents, while the members of the Blue Whale team have an A-level leader and 3 B-level members. Don't doubt the combat effectiveness of the Security Bureau administrators. Those with spirituality lower than 5 will not be able to enter the Security Bureau. The combat effectiveness of the Blue Whale team is extremely strong and is enough to resolve most security incidents. At this time, the Safety Management Office was having a meeting. A middle-aged man with long hair sat at the front. He is the captain of the Blue Whale team. Sitting in the deputy seat is Tylin. The seat opposite Tylin is empty. This should be the seat of Zhang Dingshan, the director of the Public Security Bureau. The rest of the Blue Whale team members took their seats at the conference table. The Crow team is here too, at the end of the table. The distinction between high and low levels is clear at a glance. The people in the Blue Whale team looked impatient. A little green-haired loli from the Blue Whale team whispered and complained. Just keep paddling after the task. Why do some people like to be late? What are you waiting for? They're of no use. It's hard to come to Nanhai once, and I still want to go to the disco? The members of the Crow team also looked embarrassed. The two people who were late were Zhang Dingshan, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and number 3 of the Crow team. On the contrary, the long-haired middle-aged man closed his eyes and rested his mind, and Tylin also looked calm. At this time, the door of the security management office was pushed open. When everyone looked around, they saw a young man with a short hair. He was sweating profusely and came running. This is the Crow team, number 3, who has just obtained hunter qualifications. Hey, we're finally here. The lineup is really big. The green-haired little loli folded her arms, her eyes were disgusted, and she had already started to blatantly attack with words. The bald captain of the Crow team sneered twice and pretended to be displeased. Minghao, why are you here so late? Sit down quickly. The young man's mind was filled with devil fruits and the Hunters Guild app, and other people's voices were automatically denoised in his ears. Zi. The young man heard a burst of electricity and picked up his phone to look at it. On the mobile phone, the chat channel of the Hunter Guild app was blurring. After a burst of snowflakes, the Hunter Guild app flashed a few times and then returned to the main page, then stopped moving. The young man tried to re-enter the Hunter Guild app, but no matter what, it showed that the server was abnormal and could not log in normally. Stop playing with your phone and sit down quickly. There's a meeting. The bald captain glanced at the long-haired middle-aged man and scolded the young man. The young man sat down thoughtfully. The long-haired middle-aged man looked at his watch and said indifferently, "Don't wait any longer, Director Zhang, let's start first. We have a pretty good grasp of the situation in the South China Sea. Director Tai, I have something to ask you first." Tylin raised his eyelids. "Please tell me." The long-haired middle-aged man twisted his wrist. A musty smell came from his body, and mildew stains appeared on his palms. His hands were casually placed on the conference table, and the mold soon spread all over the conference table and even towards the walls of the room. The bald captain had fear hidden in his eyes. A-level talent, corrosive mold. He was showing off to Tylin. Tylin was unmoved, his expression didn't change at all, he just looked at the long-haired middle-aged man calmly. The long-haired middle-aged man frowned slightly. Tylin's demeanor made him a little unhappy, so he said, "There is an extraordinary force in Nanhai City, doesn't Director Tai know about it? Was this an oversight by your director, or was it intentional?" Tylin's heart beat faster. Could it be that they discovered the Hunter Guild? However, Tylin remained calm and frowned as he replied, "Extraordinary organization." The long-haired middle-aged man made a contemptuous sound from his nostrils. "Yes, the divine sect has reached into the South China Sea, but you, the Public Security Bureau, don't know? No matter what, the Public Security Bureau is just a tool to maintain social order. You can turn the security of the South China Sea into this, which is not bad." The latent meaning of the long-haired middle-aged man's words is that the Public Security Bureau only maintains social order, while the Security Bureau creates social peace. Not all administrators of the Security Administration are as arrogant as this long-haired middle-aged man. It's just that this long-haired middle-aged man is unhappy with Tylin. The director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau is someone many people want to join, including the senior administrator of the Security Bureau. Because the South China Sea is so prosperous and surrounded by the sea, there are few monsters attacking the city. This long-haired middle-aged man was also an administrator who wanted to be the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau, but a girl named Wei Na beat him to it. After Wei Na's accident, the long-haired middle-aged man had a chance to become the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. Unfortunately, the Xia Kingdom has not been at peace recently and the Security Bureau is short of people. So, Zhang Dingshan, that good-for-nothing, became the director of the Public Security Bureau, but his wish failed. Out of jealousy, the long-haired middle-aged man wanted to find fault. Zhang Dingshan, the director of the Public Security Bureau, was away, so the firepower was directed at Tylin. Tylin didn't speak and responded with silence. The long-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired Lolita. The green-haired Lolita understood, and her two little hands glowed slightly green. An image of a compassionate priest appeared in front of everyone. This is the illusion simulated by the green-haired Lolita. This priest is the god Desmond. The long-haired middle-aged man said. This man comes from the beautiful empire and is a priest of the divine religion. A-level talent, 6 levels of spirituality, and a danger sequence of 5. His purpose in coming to Nanhai is self-evident, to recruit believers and brainwash the citizens of Nanhai. Susha Church has been running for 3 months, and you, the deputy director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau, don't know? Tylin looked at Desmond silently for a long time. Of course he knew who this man was, and he also knew that he was a strong man from a foreign country. When Nanhai was attacked by monsters, it was he who saved his life. At the same time, he discovered the hunter, Zhang Qian, beside the priest. Tylin subconsciously believed that Desmond's true identity was from the Hunter Guild. The long-haired middle-aged man thought that Tylin was timid after being scolded by him, so he showed a somewhat proud smile and continued. Actually, even if you find out that he is a member of the divine cult, an A-level strong man is beyond the control of your public security bureau. Our security bureau will take care of this matter and will drive this person out of Nanhai. Tylin nodded. Thank you. Without leaving a trace, he picked up the cell phone that was recording the meeting and wanted to send the news to the Hunter Guild that the security bureau was going to deal with Desmond after the meeting was over. However, he was surprised to find that the Hunter Guild app could not be opened. He suddenly remembered that wherever the security administration went to work, special jammers would be installed. Except for the internal area network of the security administration, any network cannot be connected normally. Could it be that the Hunter Guild app cannot escape the security bureau's blocker? The meeting lasted for a long time, and the strategic deployment of the volcanic ash of Dafa Mountain in Dongying country and the mission to detect the Ghost King has been completed. Just when everyone was about to leave, the young man who had obtained the devil fruit suddenly spoke. I suspect that there is another extraordinary force in the South China Sea, or that an extraordinary force has already extended its hand into the South China Sea. Everyone was shocked for a while. The green-haired little loli curled her lips. What kind of powerful character can the extraordinary force that your crow team searched for be? Isn't it a small group of E-level and D-level people? Can that be called an extraordinary force? This matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of the administration, but falls under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau? The bald captain tugged on the young man's clothes with an awkward smile and whispered. The seniors of the Blue Whale Group have more important things to attend to. Let us deal with the extraordinary forces you just mentioned. The long-haired middle-aged man glanced at the young man and said indifferently, since there are no more questions, let's adjourn the meeting. After that, the long-haired middle-aged man was about to leave. The young man suddenly took out a hideous-looking fruit from his bag and said loudly, our crow team only has a low security level, but we are also administrators of the security administration. I can clearly distinguish between criminal groups composed of awakened people and supernatural forces. After the young man said that, he slapped the devil fruit on the table. From the beginning of the meeting, the Blue Whale team was so arrogant that it almost crushed the Crow team into the dirt. Isn't it true that all members of the Crow team have low combat capabilities? But Ghost King was discovered by their Crow team. Low combat power does not mean poor mission ability, nor does it mean stupidity. When Tylin saw the devil fruit, his pupils suddenly shrank. Doesn't he know what this is? Could it be that the Hunter Guild is going to be exposed in front of the Security Bureau? Why did the Guild let the Security Bureau administrator obtain the devil fruit? Was it an oversight? The green-haired loli was lying on the table, touching the devil fruit with her fingers painted with red nail polish, her eyes full of doubts. What kind of fruit is this and why does it look so ugly? After finishing speaking, he raised his head to look at the young man and teased. What can a piece of fruit prove? Could it be that that extraordinary force is a fruit farmer and likes to grow fruits? Senior administrators of the Security Administration fight between life and death every day. In their eyes, they are high-level killers, superior to mortal existence, so they think highly of themselves, are somewhat arrogant, and do not take others seriously. The young man said seriously, this fruit can awaken new talents in people. The green-haired loli was stunned for a moment, then rolled onto the table and clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, are all the people in your crow group funny? The bald captain felt that he was very embarrassed today. I also think the young man is crazy. He coughed twice. Minghao, this matter is too important, we need to investigate it seriously. Don't cause trouble to the seniors of Blue Whale yet. As he spoke, he reached out to pull the young man, pretending to take him away, and at the same time whispered in his ear. Minghao, it's not just you who wants to save face in front of the Blue Whale, I also want to. It's already amazing that we can participate in the search for the Ghost King mission. There's no need to make a fuss. Did it scare you last time in Chinbai Mountain? Let's do a checkup and test when we get back. Seeing that no one believed him, the young man grabbed the fruit in anger and swallowed it in two mouthfuls. He originally had doubts about devil fruit, fearing that it would be a bad thing with negative effects. But at this moment, he couldn't care about anything above him. You will regret it if you eat it. After all, this thing has not been tested. Who knows if it is poisonous? The long-haired middle-aged man who was about to leave suddenly turned around and looked at the young man with a solemn expression. The green-haired loli didn't notice the boss's expression, but she just thought this young man was too childish. Why are you so angry with a child? She kindly reminded. Why don't you go to the hospital now? If this is really something made by a random person, it may be dangerous to eat it. At this moment, the young man's eyes were filled with extreme shock and uncontrollable surprise. He slowly stretched out his hand, his spirituality surged, and a huge bubble floated up from his hand. Bubble fruit, level C. Consume spirituality to create tough and controllable bubbles. When spirituality reaches level 7, it consumes a huge amount of spirituality and can control bubbles to cleanse everything: power, intelligence, spirituality. The moment they saw bubbles, everyone was shocked. The green-haired little loli was speechless, her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff an apple into it. That bubble doesn't look very powerful. If it's just for making bubbles, it might just be an F-level or E-level talent. But that's not how it works. This bubble proved that what the young man said was true, and it also proved that talent can be awakened through external forces. This is a scene that subverts the world's theories. It can even be said to be extremely absurd. The long-haired middle-aged man stretched out his hand. The bubbles were instantly covered with mold, and soon they shattered and disappeared. You can actually survive 2 seconds in the boss's hands. The defense of this bubble is a bit scary. The green-haired loli finally came back to her senses. The long-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired little loli. Dual talents are not as simple as adding one more talent or some extra abilities to combat. Crow Team Number 3, whose talent is concentrated hydrogen and oxygen. What if he puts high concentration hydrogen or oxygen into the bubble and compresses it again? The green-haired little loli was stunned. If so, has this young man's combat power not only improved a little? When the green-haired little loli looked at the young man again, she no longer had any contempt. The long-haired middle-aged man looked at the young man with scrutiny in his eyes. I admit that I was careless just now, and I apologize to you. Where did you get this thing? There was a hint of pride in the corner of the young man's mouth. Don't you look down on the Crow team? The young man had found his place, so naturally he would not give in and told everything about the Hunter Guild app. After listening to the young man's words, everyone present fell into deep thought. Only a drop of cold sweat broke out on Tylan's forehead, and he became nervous. Thanks to this young man, the meeting was extended for another 2 hours. The long-haired middle-aged man played with the mobile phone that the young man had picked up, and clicked on the Hunter Guild app from time to time. Server error, please try again later. The long-haired middle-aged man said to the green-haired loli. Turn off the jammer. The green-haired loli took out a remote control from the pocket of her dress and pressed the middle button. In the security vehicle parked by the Public Security Bureau, a burst of red light flashed, and the security office and security vehicle removed the special signal protection key. Dear Hunter Crow, welcome back to the Hunter Guild. When you click on the Hunter Guild app again, this is what appears. Immediately afterwards, the Hunter Guild app flashed, and a line of words appeared on the phone. After system detection, the logged-in person is not the Hunter Crow, the system is closed, please try again later. The long-haired middle-aged man frowned and handed the phone to the green-haired loli. Can this software be cracked? The green-haired loli looked at it and showed a confident smile. Of course, it's easy. The long-haired middle-aged man nodded. Find the server address by the way. The green-haired loli picked up the notebook she carried with her and started working on it. The long-haired middle-aged man sat on a chair with his eyes closed and meditated, while the bald captain secretly gave the young man a thumbs up. Seeing this scene, Tylan frowned deeper and deeper. Crow Group Number 3 exposed the guild. Shouldn't he be punished? Rumor has it that anyone who reveals a little bit of guild news to ordinary people, or who exposes the guild without even saying the words Hunter Guild, will be burned to ashes by a strange flame. Why is this kid still safe and sound now? Tylan's eyes suddenly widened, and he thought of a possibility. He glanced at the little loli who was working hard to crack the firewall of the Hunter Guild app with a complicated expression. Could it be that the Hunter Guild is plotting against the Management Bureau? Is this a game? The green-haired loli took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the computer. New dot. This USB flash drive is called Red and Black, and it is a deciphering tool developed by the Manhwa group. The operation is simple. As long as you enter a password, ordinary people can become a decent hacker. If you are proficient in this software, do your own research, and program new password keys, you will be a top intrusion hacker. Just like how one operator of an AI robot can kill Zhang Luer, a young Go player. This software is good everywhere, convenient and fast, but the monthly rental fee is very high. Even the Security Bureau, even the imperial capital Junguan, cannot eat the king's meal. Fortunately, the Security Administration has in-depth cooperation with Manhwa Group, and only the Xia state authorities in the world can use Red and Black. Moreover, Manhwa Group only has the right to lease Red and Black and has no right to use it. Some friends may want to ask, if that's the case, then why didn't the authorities simply destroy the Manhwa Group and then obtain all of the Manhwa Group's wealth? Why would they spend this unjust money? How can this company just copy what they say? Manhwa Group is an extraordinary organization that has become a climate. The price to pay for destroying such an extraordinary organization is too high. Let's talk about the commercial influence of Manhwa Group. The Manhwa Group is an extraordinary commercial organization and the largest chaebol in the world. It is entangled in the web of interests among various countries like a spider web. Furthermore, Manhwa Group belongs to Xia State's company. How much contact does it have with the senior officials of Xia State? Without further ado, let's continue talking about Lolita. This little green-haired loli from the Blue Whale team happens to be an administrator who has done a very thorough research on Red and Black. There is basically no software that cannot be deciphered, and there is no firewall that cannot be broken through. Becoming the boss? It's easy. After a period of operation, the green-haired loli stretched out beautifully. The long-haired middle-aged man's expression became more solemn. The green-haired Lolita is one of the most proficient security officers in the Red and Black subjects in the entire Security Bureau. It took her so long to decipher the Hunter Guild app, which shows that the people behind the Hunter Guild app are not simple. At least, in terms of network, I am already qualified to have a try with the Security Administration. The long-haired middle-aged man walked to the computer. The icon of the Hunter Guild app is on your computer. The long-haired middle-aged man shook his mouse and double-clicked the Hunter Guild app. Dear Hunter, welcome to the Hunter Guild. Please register your nickname. The long-haired middle-aged man casually entered the word Blue Whale and clicked OK. Registration success? Then you enter the loading page. The long-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired loli with doubts in his eyes. The green-haired loli explained. This is forcibly deciphered using Red and Black. Every second Red and Black anesthetizes the guard data of the Hunter Guild app. So it's a bit stuck, just wait a little bit. The owner of the Hunter Guild app is really awesome. However, it is nothing in front of Red and Black. The long-haired middle-aged man nodded and waited patiently with curiosity. Finally the interface is loaded to 100%. How could this happen? After seeing the content on the screen, the green-haired loli was shocked and stood up from the chair. The long-haired middle-aged man also frowned. There is no points mall, taskbar, or chat channel that Crow 3 mentioned on the screen. On the screen, a small pixel snake appeared, crawling randomly. This is obviously the puzzle game Snake? The long-haired middle-aged man asked. What the hell does this happen? The green-haired loli held the notebook and continued to operate it. The screen was completely stuck, leaving only the snake game. Impossible? Did the deciphering fail? It shouldn't be. The green-haired little loli was sweating profusely. 10 minutes later, the green-haired little loli's eyes lit up. I know what's going on. This is the second firewall? They set the second firewall to be a snake. The final pattern composed of greedy snakes is the key to cracking the second firewall. The green-haired little loli said and was about to operate with the notebook. The long-haired middle-aged man stopped the little Lolita and asked, "Are you sure this time?" The long-haired middle-aged man didn't quite understand what the little loli said, but he just knew that the little loli failed once. The green-haired little loli nodded firmly. Very few people set up a secondary firewall, but generally a secondary firewall is not much more difficult than a primary firewall. This Hunter Guild app's secondary firewall is difficult to say, but not easy to say. The way to break through the secondary firewall is to clear Snake. Don't worry, I've long understood games like Tetris and Snake. It can be said that this secondary firewall is just childish in my eyes. Everyone has hobbies. For example, Mang Xing's hobby is burying people, the little monster Rattle's hobby is cream cakes, and the green-haired little Loli's hobby is puzzle games like Snake Tetris. The long-haired middle-aged man saw that the little Loli was so confident and said nothing. To be honest, if even little green-haired Lolita can't crack the firewall, few people in the security administration can crack it. Besides, failure is no big deal, nothing is lost. Another 2 hours of waiting. No one felt sleepy, and they were all waiting quietly for the results. Because it involves a mysterious and extraordinary force? Yes? Done. The little Loli screamed in surprise. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the computer to watch. I saw that the greedy snake had eaten so many pixel blocks that it was so big that it almost filled the screen. As the last pixel block is eaten, the snake's body finally takes up the entire screen. When a special command is triggered, the color of the greedy snake on the screen gradually fades, and finally a cyan lotus pattern appears. How about it? To me, any firewall is just a fake thing. The green-haired little Loli is quite proud. The long-haired middle-aged man also gave the green-haired little Loli an affirmative look. Suddenly, the green lotus on the screen became pixelated and flickered, and the figure of a demon slowly emerged. The computer sounds an alarm. The green-haired little Loli looked at all this in horror, her little hands desperately operating on the computer. Red and black has expired and the computer has crashed. The long-haired middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly, "How is this going?" The green-haired little Loli looked at the long-haired middle-aged man with a sad face. "It's over, I've been hit. There is a virus in the computer, and the Blue Whale team's database has been invaded. There are too many secrets in the database of the SA administrator's team. Information about registered awakened persons across the country, and even information about awakened persons abroad, is all in the database." The long-haired middle-aged man roughly grabbed the computer and kept pressing the shutdown button. But it was of no use at all. This laptop has been completely taken over by the Hunter Guild app. The long-haired middle-aged man threw the laptop to the ground, and the screen suddenly went black. The green-haired little Loli looked regretful and whispered, "It's useless if you drop it. Their target is the database, not the computer. P.S. The chapter was wrong just now. The title cannot be changed. The system is stuck with a bug. Thanks for the tip." Thanks to Blue Shirt Guest for the 1666 reading coins reward. Thanks to Endermer for the 1666 reading coins reward. Grateful. 1 reward. Thanks to a dark and despicable little girl who loves to read for the 588 reading coins reward. Love life, love you. I'll be discharged from the hospital soon. The text begins. Tylan looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He then discovered that his phone was back to normal, and that young man, the administrator of Crow Group codename number 3, had his cell phone returned to normal at this time. Hunter Guild app opens automatically. The young man quickly picked up his phone and found an unread message from the Hunter Guild app. Mission, Spy. Mission details, inject the virus into the database of the Security Administration Administrator team performing tasks in the South China Sea. Task reward, 100 points. 10 moonlight grasses. Task failed, none. Congratulations, you have completed the task and 100 points have been credited. Moonlight grass will be delivered to you later. The young man's eyes widened suddenly and he examined the task carefully. The mission was released 5 hours ago, which happened to be the time when I entered the conference room and the Hunter Guild app could not be accessed, indicating that the server was abnormal. The young man was confused. Could it be that he has become the gun of the Hunter Guild? The Hunter Guild has itself and all the administrators of the Security Bureau under its control. The long-haired middle-aged man also saw the news, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. This is a provocation to the Security Administration. Not even one He group has the guts to challenge the Safety Administration. The murderous intent in the eyes of the long-haired middle-aged man almost made the temperature of the whole room drop by more than 10 degrees. The young man opened his mouth and quickly explained. Captain Knight, this matter has nothing to do with me. The long-haired middle-aged man suppressed his anger. I know it has nothing to do with you, and you don't have the courage. They are treating us like mice. After saying that, the long-haired middle-aged man suddenly looked at the young man. They said they would give you some moon grass. How would they give it to you? The young man suddenly understood, picked up the phone, and said while operating, Yes, there is a customer service function here. If they deliver something, we can catch the person who delivered it and follow the clues to find them. The young man opened the customer service function and typed, Hello, I have completed the task. When will you give me the moonlight grass? Customer service lady. Hello, dear Mr. Hunter Crow. This mission has been completed well, and the moonlight grass will be delivered within 10 minutes. The young man was stunned for a moment. 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? It takes 10 minutes to walk from the door of the sheriff's station to the basement, right? The young man shook his head. It couldn't be sent to the security office. This office is classified. Except for a few senior officials in the Public Security Bureau, no one would know about this place, let alone send things here. Could it be that he was sent to the Public Security Bureau? The young man murmured. The long-haired middle-aged man turned to Tylin and said, Director Tai, seal off the Public Security Bureau immediately. If you find anyone suspicious, take him down immediately. Tylin nodded, put on his security hat and walked out of the office. The green-haired lowly muttered, The Hunter Guild is too insidious. Isn't this just trying to fool us again? I doubt they'll send the moongrass over at all. Maybe the people from the Hunters Guild are watching our jokes outside the sheriff's department. Indeed, if the Public Security Bureau went into full police lockdown at this time and the Hunters Guild didn't plan to send moonlight grass, it would definitely make a joke. It seems that at the slightest sign of trouble, the Safety Administration will go into action. Appears incompetent and naive. There's another message from customer service. The young man said quickly. Several Security Bureau administrators immediately came over. Customer service lady, the rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. A special reminder for you. Since you were on a spy mission just now, in order to complete the mission perfectly, you are allowed to do whatever it takes, and I forgive you for exposing the Hunter Guild. Please be careful in the future and don't mention the Hunter Guild to anyone. Otherwise, you will be punished accordingly. This is the law of the Hunter Guild. After the customer service lady finished speaking, she disconnected. No one paid attention to those last few words. What does it mean to expose the Hunter Guild? If you mention the Hunter Guild, you will be punished? The Security Administration is the safest place in the world. Will the administrator of the Security Administration be assassinated? Will be threatened? Funny? What everyone cares about is the first sentence from customer service. The mission reward has been distributed, please check it carefully. Isn't this sentence pure nonsense? The green-haired little lowly sat on the chair and muttered. Sure enough, I was fooled. Some mission rewards have been distributed, but I didn't see it. The green-haired little lowly is still sulking because she was tricked by the Hunter Guild app. But she didn't blame herself, she was just sulking. The senior administrators of the Security Bureau have unique ideas. Senior administrators of the Security Administration are generally divided into two types. The first type of people, each of them is a strong person who suppresses one party. They joined the Security Administration for various reasons, such as coercion and inducement. There is also a kind of person who is an ordinary administrator who has completed countless security tasks, performed well in security tasks and has enough combat power to be promoted to a senior administrator. They wander between life and death, sleep with corpses, and chat with the King of Hell. Over the years, they have become outlaws, and their mentality has changed accordingly. These two types of people protect the Security Administration and maintain the Security Administration. Most of them do not do it out of sincerity, but just for various purposes. Just like the little green-haired Lolita, she regrets that she was tricked by the Hunter Guild app. Not only is her face tarnished, but she may also be punished later. The Security Bureau's database was stolen. What does it have to do with her? Anyway, even if the Security Bureau is gone, she can still rely on her B-level talent to be worry-free. What is that? The green-haired little lowly suddenly screamed. Everyone followed the sound and looked at the table, with expressions on their faces that they had seen a ghost. On the conference table, 10 strange and beautiful grasses were lying there quietly. The long-haired middle-aged man's muscles instantly tensed up, his whole body smelled like decay, and the entire office was covered in mold. Who can put this grass in the security office in full view of everyone? If Tylin is still here, it is possible. Maybe Tylin is pretending. However, Thailand has already organized a blockade of the Public Security Bureau. Now, all the people in the Security Management Office are administrators who will never betray Xiaoguo. Everyone became vigilant. When they touched their arms, the hair on their arms stood on end. There won't be any ghosts here. The green-haired little loli swallowed, her eyes filled with disbelief. The young man breathed rapidly and his lips were dry. They were all materialists. How could they believe in ghosts and gods? The young man took a long time before he spoke. What kind of organization is this? What is the Hunter Guild like? Before he finished speaking, the young man's pupils suddenly widened. A burning sensation was tearing his brain apart like a knife. Ah! The young man screamed and fell to the ground holding his head. He was in too much pain to move. How are you? The bald captain hurriedly went over to check the situation. The long-haired middle-aged man stopped him with a solemn expression. Don't act rashly. There is a terrifying flame spirit that is eroding his spiritual sea. That flame spirituality, I'm afraid. S-level? Tiankai Biotechnology Corporation. The 7th underground floor. This place is divided into small single rooms, and each small single room has 3 serial hosts with excellent performance. It's just that every small single room here is empty, and the entire 7th underground floor is not popular. Only Suman Man in the big office is sitting here, and Meng Xing is sitting on the sofa next to him. This is where the information department of the Hunter Guild is located. Sumanman, an employee in the information department, has almost selected someone who either has hacking talent or is extremely familiar with network information. The recruitment matter was left to Li Yang. This guy is capable enough to recruit these people into the company and keep what they are doing absolutely confidential. Meng Xing plans to transform this place into the offices of the Hunter Guild. The upper level is the visible side of the Hunter Guild, while the lower level is the dark side. I want to ask why not find another Hunter Guild office building. This was also carefully considered by Meng Xing. First of all, the office building of Tiankai Biotechnology Company is the largest, most impressive, and most functional building in Sahai City. The Hunters Guild office building is not a branch of the Hunters Guild like Rasputin's bar. It needs more functionality. The office building used by Tiankai Biotechnology Company as the Hunters Guild is not trembling. Furthermore, Tiankai Biotechnology Company has to go through many layers of approval before it can successfully open an account. If we build another building like this, what would it be called? Although Meng Xing is now the actual leader of Nanhai City, he is not the leader of Xia Kingdom. Only with the protection of a formal biotechnology company can the Hunter Guild be worry-free. It's not that it's for the sake of mystery. It's just that I don't want to expose such an important place to the authorities' eyes easily, so it's safest to have a curtain covering it. Otherwise, what's the difference between it and a porcupine with its belly exposed? Last but not least, building such a building is too expensive. Tiankai Biotechnology Company has emptied all of Ye Yunyun's money, and also stripped off countless layers of Zhu Dejin's skin, so that Zhu Dejin is now almost in debt. Building such a building is not as simple as building a garden. There is nothing wrong here. As long as the members of the information department can keep their mouths under control, then this is the safest place in the South China Sea. Meng Xing will send many loyal devil fruit hunters to protect this place, and Li Yang will also work here. He will have some soul hunters to act as security guards to control this place. In addition, under Sumanman's arrangement, the monitoring equipment here is 360 degrees inaccessible. Blind spot surveillance can be called an iron bucket. Sumanman asked. President, are you planning to kill Xiang Minghao? Xiang Minghao is the name of the 3rd member of the Crow team. Sumanman can see everything inside the security management office through the camera of his mobile phone. She saw that Xiang Minghao was not in good condition and had been tortured to the point of death by Meng Xing. Meng Xing was in a good mood today, holding the coffee brought by Ye Yunyun, the female president of Apocalypse Biotechnology, and tasting it leisurely. He smiled slightly. What good can I gain by killing him? If he is killed by me, he will cause a lot of trouble. I want to cooperate with the authorities, not fight with them. Just punish him. Although Xiang Minghao is just a small figure in the security administration, if Xiang Minghao dies, it will be equivalent to a declaration of war against the country. Not only wasting a devil fruit, but also offending the authorities, there was no chance of cooperation. Meng Xing glanced at his watch and said, "Send a message to Xiang Minghao. He violated the rules of the Hunter Guild." 100 points will be deducted. Xiang Minghao had just gained 100 points, and they were about to be deducted by Meng Xing. Actually, this is the meaning of these 100 points. Meng Xing wants to use these 100 points to give himself face and give Xiang Minghao a life. Otherwise, if Xiang Minghao had so many points, enough to exchange for many extraordinary plants, how could he get the Hungry Security Bureau to work for him? Suman Man nodded and immediately sent a message to Xiang Minghao. Only then did Meng Xing stop torturing Xiang Minghao. After a moment, Suman Man asked suspiciously, "But, President, aren't you planning to cooperate with the authorities? If Xiang Minghao follows the rules, how can he cooperate with the authorities?" If Xiang Minghao really followed the rules and couldn't reveal anything about the Hunter Guild to the Security Administration, how could the Security Administration complete the Hunter Guild's mission? How can we cooperate with the authorities? Meng Xing sneered. If they want my reward, they have to find their own way. You can control it and turn a blind eye as long as it doesn't go too far. Nanhai Public Security Bureau, Security Management Office. Xiang Minghao's big beads of sweat wet the ground. Even if Meng Xing stopped burning King Lian's inner fire, it took him a while to recover. Ha ha! Xiang Minghao gasped, struggled to get up from the ground, and sat on a chair with a look of horror on his face. "How are you?" The green-haired little loli immediately approached Xiang Minghao and asked nervously. She felt that Xiang Minghao suffered this kind of crime all because of her own mistakes. Although this girl's mouth is like a knife, she still has certain principles, otherwise she wouldn't be in the Blue Whale group. Xiang Minghao turned pale, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Promise me, if I do this again next time, kill me directly without hesitation." Recalling the feeling just now, he felt pain as if his brain was being torn apart. He didn't want to experience this pain a second time. The long-haired middle-aged man walked up to Xiang Minghao and put his hand on Xiang Minghao's head. Under his control, the spirit moved around Xiang Minghoping's body. The long-haired middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. The other party showed mercy. "It's okay." He glanced at Xiang Minghao with lingering fear. With such a long distance, controlling extraordinary flames to erode the sea of consciousness, the opponent is very strong. Xiang Minghao pursed his lips and said, "I suspect that the other party is the Ghost King." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience looked solemn. "How did you know?" The bald head frowned. Xiang Minghao took a deep breath and explained, "Don't forget, you guys, I have met the Ghost King. And my talent is concentrated hydrogen and oxygen, which gives me a stronger sense of extraordinary flames. I am sure that the flame burning my brain today is the flame used by the Ghost King." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience took a deep breath. If the top awakener of Dangerous Sequence 8 is not a Lone Ranger, but comes from an extraordinary force, then this matter is serious. How terrifying is the extraordinary force where such a powerful awakened person belongs? How many top-level awakened beings like Ghost King are there among such terrifying supernatural forces? The long-haired middle-aged man looked at Xiang Minghao deep in thought. After a meaningful gaze, he felt entangled for a while, and then sighed heavily. Xiang Minghao knew what the Blue Whale team leader was worried about. His eyes became firm and he said, "Since I am already a member of the Hunter Guild, I will know more information about the Hunter Guild. I will tell the organization everything I know, but what about the punishment? I, Xiang Minghao, am definitely not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I just want to ask for one thing. If I suffer the flames of Ghost King again next time, please kill me." The long-haired middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, with joy on his face. What he fears most is that Xiang Minghao is greedy for life and dare not take risks. The Security Administration is not another extraordinary force. They are not that insidious and vicious, so they will not force Xiang Minghao to do anything that endangers his life. The long-haired middle-aged man said, "We can try some other ways. Maybe you won't be punished by the Hunter Guild, as long as you dare to try." Xiang Minghao licked his dry lips and swallowed. "Good," the long-haired middle-aged man said. "Now, pick up your phone, don't talk, remember what's on it, and relax." He nodded to Minghao and did as the long-haired middle-aged man said. Seeing this, the long-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired Lolita. The green-haired Lolita understood and opened her little hands to Xiang Minghao. Soon, the two of them softened and fell into a deep sleep. What's wrong with becoming a senior administrator of the Security Administration? The green-haired Lolita has two talents. One is B-level talent, embodiment of thoughts, and the other is C-level talent, dreaming. Now the green-haired Lolita has fallen into Xiang Minghao's sleep. They plan to obtain information about the Hunter Guild from Xiang Minghao's dream. Tiankai Biotechnology Corporation. Meng Xing stood next to Sumanman and watched the scene happening in the security management office. Sumanman said in surprise, "Are you all asleep? Isn't it some kind of spiritual power? Mental abilities are really rare, worthy of the security bureau." Sumanman looked worried again. "If you turn a blind eye, you still need to know what they said. We can't monitor our mental thoughts either, in case you say too much that you shouldn't say in the future." Meng Xing looked calm, with a smile on his lips. While Xiang Minghao and Lu Mao Loli were sleeping, Meng Xing sensed something strange. The Qinglian earth core fire that he had hidden in the devil fruit was now planted in Xiang Minghao's spiritual sea. When the green-haired Lolita used her powers to intervene in Xiang Minghao's dream, Meng Xing sensed a strange spirituality entering Xiang Minghao's sea of consciousness. Meng Xing felt that he could track the green-haired Lolita's spirituality and enter Xiang Minghao's dream. In Xiang Minghao's dream, Xiang Minghao was standing on the street, at the entrance of Rasputin Bar. "I think about it day by day and dream about it at night." In Xiang Minghao's subconscious, the Rasputin Bar was very important, so he came here in his dream. It was night in the dream, and Xiang Minghao looked longingly at the neon lights of Rasputin Bar, watching the beautiful women walking into Rasputin Bar one after another. Just as he was about to open his legs and walk in, a crisp voice came. "Hey, tell me, what is in the Hunter Guild app?" Xiang Minghao was stunned for a moment, then followed the sound. The green-haired Lolita was sitting in a luxury car at some point. She glanced disdainfully at the sexy beauties coming in and out of Rasputin's bar, and said disdainfully, "Man, dreams are all about those things. I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dream." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Minghao had a look of confusion on his face, but he quickly recovered and his eyesight became clear. Am I dreaming? Are you in my dream?" Under the guidance of green-hair Lolita, Xiang Minghao immediately knew that he was dreaming. The green-haired Loli sat on the roof of a luxury car, her two white legs swaying. "Dreaming requires spiritual energy. Please hurry up and tell me what you know." She even turned into a piece of bubble gum and chewed it in her mouth, looking relaxed and at ease. Although she in the dream can't cause any harm to people in reality, she is invincible in the dream. So in her dream she was extremely relaxed. Xiang Minghao nodded solemnly and began to tell the green-haired Loli everything about the Hunter Guild app. The more the green-haired Loli listened, the wider her eyes opened. Finally, all the sugar bubbles spit out from her mouth burst and stuck to her mouth and she forgot to clean them up. Extraordinary plant? There are so many types of extraordinary plants. According to records, it is also common sense. After the invasion of monsters, spirituality appeared and changed all mankind. Animals and plants have not changed. Many scientists have conducted research on this issue and finally came to the conclusion. The reason why only humans can awaken talents is because humans have high IQs. Only with enough wisdom can one have the spiritual sea that accommodates spirituality, and only with the spiritual sea can one awaken his talent. This is why the more spirituality you have, the stronger your talent for awakening. By the age of 18, the spiritual sea is basically finalized, just like the human body basically stops developing at the age of 18. If you want to accommodate more spirituality, you must expand the spiritual sea. This is why it is easy to practice spirituality before the age of 18, but it becomes difficult to practice spirituality after the age of 18. There was once a mad scientist who made hundreds of babies mentally retarded in order to study whether this theory was correct. Without exception, these children with intellectual disabilities failed to awaken successfully. Therefore, it is impossible for extraordinary plants to appear, because they cannot be spiritual seas and should not be spiritual. Some dead objects have spirituality. The reason why they become spiritual objects is because they have experienced historical precipitation, been worshipped by humans, and have become spiritual. For example, Qinbei Mountain, the king of volcanoes known as the Holy Mountain, and the He family's national jade seal in the hands of the director of the Security Bureau. Scientists can only speculate on this vague reason through probability theory as to why those dead creatures are spiritual. No one can explain the specific theory yet. And a certain animal cannot have historical precipitation, so it cannot be spiritual. A certain plant may be worshipped by others and regarded as a sacred tree, spiritual flower, or the like. However, after the invasion of monsters, the terrain changed drastically, and through blood and fire, those fragile longevity plants have long disappeared from public view. In the Hunter Guild app, extraordinary plants appeared on a large scale, which completely subverted the little green-haired Lolita's outlook. I thought that devil fruit was very rare, and there were only a few in the entire Hunter Guild. But according to what you said, the Hunter Guild has no shortage of devil fruits. Moreover, in addition to devil fruits, there are almost endless supernatural plants. This simply incredible. Isn't the Hunters Guild the legendary holy land for cultivating immortals, overgrown with fairy grass spiritual plants? The green-haired little loli murmured for a while and then asked, "Is there anything else you haven't said?" Xiang Minghao shook his head. The magic of the Hunters Guild goes beyond that, but I just joined the Hunters Guild and don't know much about it. The green-haired little loli took a deep breath. There are enough. These extraordinary plants are shocking enough. Not to mention the Security Bureau, even the imperial capital Zonkaiwan will be in turmoil. Let's wake up quickly and tell the leaders the news immediately. Xiang Minghao reluctantly glanced at the Rasputin bar. Okay, you owe me a sweet spring dream. Suddenly, a fire breaks out in the Rasputin bar in Minghao's eyes. It's cyan flame? This Xiang Minghao trembled all over, he was so familiar with this green flame. Immediately afterwards, the entire street burned with green flames. The green flames crawled like venomous snakes to street lamps, car roofs, and shops. The whole world is on fire? The green-haired little loli noticed the change and immediately became vigilant. She looked towards the street with a solemn look in her eyes. At the intersection of the street, a man wearing a black trench coat, a mask of the crying ghost king, and his body covered with green flames was walking step by step. The green-haired loli looked at Xiang Minghao. How could there be such a scary thing in your dream? Couldn't this be the ghost king? At this time, the green-haired loli thought that the ghost king was the product of Xiang Minghao's dream. Obviously, she had not yet understood the seriousness of the matter. Xiang Minghao swallowed nervously. Yes, this is the ghost king. How could he be in my dream? The green-haired loli jumped out of the car and glanced at Minghao. You ask me about your dream? Are you scared by the ghost king? What are you panicking about? In your dream, can you let others bully you? The green-haired loli turned to look at the ghost king, with hatred in her eyes. You're the only one who's embarrassing me tonight, right? Haha, let's see how I deal with you. Xiang Minghao only reacted after hearing what green-hair loli said. This is my dream. What kind of ghost king are you still afraid of? He smiled awkwardly. I thought the ghost king could also dream. How is this possible? The ability to enter dreams is so rare, how come the ghost king happens to have it? It seems that I am really too afraid of him and deify him. Xiang Minghao also clenched his fists, eager to try. Even if it is a dream, everything is false. Beating up the terrifying ghost king was also a very satisfying and exciting thing. The green-haired Lolita transformed a soft green whip into her hand and whipped it towards the ghost king. Watch me whip the brat. Xiang Minghao created highly concentrated oxygen with his left hand and shot a whirlwind-like transparent pillar towards the ghost king. At the same time, Xiang Minghao took out a lighter from his pocket with his right hand and lit the oxygen. A pillar of flame was instantly generated. Xiang Minghao and LV Mao Loli looked at each other at the same time, both smiling mischievously. The relationship between the two people got closer at this moment. Sad. The ghost king opposite spoke. His voice was magnetic and indifferent to all living things. The green-haired loli was stunned for a moment, then slowly raised her head to look at the ghost king as if in slow motion. This ghost king seems to be conscious. The attack on Minghao and green-haired loli has fallen on the ghost king. However, the ghost king was not damaged at all. Xiang Minghao said in surprise. The ghost king is also so strong in my dream. In comparison, this seems like the ghost king's invincible dream. The green-haired loli came back to her senses and screamed. No, there is something wrong with this ghost king. He is not an illusion in a dream. The green-haired loli's voice was trembling, full of disbelief and deep fear. Xiang Minghao was stunned, his eyes widening. The fear brought to him by the ghost king swept back into his heart. From their perspective, the ghost king's figure continued to enlarge. Slowly, the ghost king became a giant twice as tall as Rasputin's bar. He glanced at Xiang Minghao and green-haired loli indifferently, and one of his eyes bloomed with a faint purple light. The useless lust of the weak. The green-haired loli sat paralyzed on the road, her shoulders shaking, her face ashen, and she kept muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen? How could the Ghost King appear in the dream?" Xiang Minghao exclaimed. "Careful." The green-haired loli raised her head blankly, her eyes instantly filled with fear. A huge white python appeared on the Ghost King, snaking in the sky. The oozing scales irritated the scalp of the green-haired Lolita. Bah! The white python let out a shrill scream and slammed into the two of them from the air. Ah! In the Nanhai security office, Lumao Loli and Xiang Minghao woke up at the same time. The green-haired Loli's face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked, and the long-haired middle-aged man quickly helped the green-haired Loli. What happened? The green-haired Loli was in shock and shrunk her body. It took a long time to regain her composure. The Ghost King? The Ghost King also appeared in the dream. What? The long-haired middle-aged man trembled all over and looked at the green-haired Loli in disbelief. He knew very well that the Ghost King that green-hair Loli mentioned appeared in the dream. What appeared was the Ghost King's consciousness, not Xiang Minghao's fictitious illusion. If the Ghost King also has the ability to enter dreams, then the Ghost King's dream entry talent level is definitely higher than that of the green-haired Lolita. Moreover, it's more than a little bit higher. The green-haired Lolita needs to relax to Minghao and not resist, so that she can successfully use the talent of dreaming. But how did the Ghost King from nowhere enter Xiang Minghao's dream from such a distance? How many talents does this Ghost King have? The long-haired middle-aged man swayed and couldn't help but say it. Xiang Minghao gasped for air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Ghost King performed in Qinbei Mountain that day, and I was a witness. His abilities are too weird. If we look at what we know so far, blue flame, volcanic lava, white python, purple spirituality, dream. This is already 5 talents? The long-haired middle-aged man immediately said. This is impossible. No one in this world has the 5th talent. The patron saint of Xia Kingdom, Zhangju of the Security Bureau only has 4 talents. The 5th talent? Neither monsters nor humans can do it. Humans and monsters can only awaken 4 talents. This is common sense. 1 + 1 = 2. Xiang Minghao smiled bitterly and said, "What if the Ghost King can take away other people's talents?" What? The long-haired middle-aged man suddenly stared at Xiang Minghao. Xiang Minghao continued, "I saw with my own eyes that the Ghost King used purple spirituality to turn volcanic lava and white python into his own talents. What if the Ghost King's ability is not limited to dead objects? What if he can also use this power on humans and monsters? I suspect that the Ghost King has the power to absorb all living beings and turn them into his own innate abilities." As soon as these words came out, they were like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, which hit the hearts of everyone in the office. Everyone has a sense of powerlessness. God knows how old the Ghost King is this year and how many years he has lived. Neither knows. If he has been devouring awakened people and natural forces over the years, how many talents does he have? 5 kinds? Haha, the Ghost King has only appeared in the Security Bureau's site for a month. 5 powers have been demonstrated in 1 month, and there are 2 powers that the Crow Group watched the Ghost King obtain in Qinbei Mountain. Who can tell how much talent the Ghost King has? They feel that their knowledge limits their imagination? Bald Dazan raised his throat, looked complicated, and rarely spoke. The Ghost King is just a member of the Hunter Guild. How many such monsters are there in the Hunter Guild? The expression of the long-haired middle-aged man became more and more solemn. He really didn't want to admit that there were so many terrifying powerful men in the Hunter Guild. But who can be sure? The Safety Management Bureau is concerned about the safety of Xia country and will never despise anyone or anything. If this is what is speculated, then the Hunter Guild may be a dimensionality reduction blow to the Security Bureau. The old director must be contacted immediately about this matter. The long-haired middle-aged man is most worried about whether the Hunter Guild is hostile to the Security Administration. The Security Administration has repeatedly violated the rules of the Hunter Guild. What if this behemoth becomes anxious? They may take it as a provocation. This is not good news. The green-haired girl, who was hugging her legs and silent for a long time, then said, "He could have killed me, but he showed mercy." The long-haired middle-aged man looked at the green-haired little Loli. There were 2 lines of clear tears on the little Loli's face. It was because she was scared to cry. The long-haired middle-aged man stared blankly at the little green-haired Lolita. He believed that what the green-haired little Loli said was true. If that ghost king really wanted to cause trouble, the green-haired Loli should be dead. Fine. The long-haired middle-aged man said this. He was glad that the ghost king had no murderous intentions. Since he didn't have murderous intentions, he didn't intend to go against the Security Bureau. Did Xiang Minghao tell you about that organization in his dream? The long-haired middle-aged man asked. The green-haired little Loli subbed twice and nodded, said, so he warned us. I'm just warning you, but not killing you. What does the Ghost King mean? After that, the long-haired middle-aged man took out his mobile phone and walked to the corner, and entered a series of strange numbers on the dialing interface. The number consisted of numbers and the hashtag key, and it was actually connected. Imperial City is an office building located in the city center. There are no businesses around it, and it is all green belt. In this place where land is at a premium, this building is an anomaly. Because this can't be done just by having money, but also by having absolute power. On the top floor of the building, an office. The walls inside the office are covered with yellow cloth, and a 2-meter-high magic table is placed inside. The portrait of the founder of the 3 Qing dynasties is enshrined on the sacred table. This is like a dojo. Under the patriarch of the Sanking dynasty are 2 monster statues. A monster with the head of a man and a body of a snake. A lean black dog with a large, pointed mouth. If a well-informed person saw it, they would recognize the names of these 2 monsters. One is Jealous Banshee Medusa, and the other is Greed Plague Poison. These 2 monsters also have another name, the 7 Evils. It looked like the founder of the Sanking dynasty suppressed 2 monsters under his feet. An old Taoist priest wearing navy blue Taoist robes sat on the futon, chanting sutras with a peaceful expression. It has a sense of immortality. Suddenly, a burst of explosive music sounded, breaking the dojo surrounded by scriptures and incense mist. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Pour the wine in and let you stay. Always singing the most dazzling national style. It is the most beautiful gesture in the entire sky. Stay. The peaceful green smoke was dispersed by the loud music. The old Taoist priest took out a mobile phone from his arms expressionlessly. Hello. On the other end of the phone. Hey, director, I have a situation here. The Ghost King should not be able to recruit. The old Taoist priest narrowed his eyes. Tell me more, I'd love to hear it. An internet buzzword appeared in the mouth of an old Taoist priest, and there was no sense of violation at all. On the other end of the phone, the old Taoist priest's sudden arousal flashed to his waist. After a moment of silence, the other end began to report. That's right. After listening to the report on the other end of the phone, the old Taoist priest hung up the phone and murmured, S-level. Ghost King? There should be another S-class hacker. When the old Taoist priest read S-level hacker, a smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and said softly, convene a security emergency meeting. Participants of the meeting were the Director General of the Xiaoguo Public Security Bureau, the Director of the Xiaoguo Monitoring Station, the President of Qingbei University, Number 3 Zonghaiwen. The meeting will start in half an hour, and the minutes will be handed over to Number 1 at dawn. The old Taoist priest's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire Security Bureau office building. When the administrators heard the message from the old Taoist priest, they were all stunned, and then fell into hurried work. There has been no emergency security meeting for a long time. The number 1 Zonghaiwen mentioned here refers to the old man at the peak of power in the Xia Kingdom. Number 3 Zonghaiwen is also one of the few old people in Xia Kingdom who are always in the news. The appearance of the Ghost King, a powerful awakener, was enough to attract the attention of all the top officials of Xia Kingdom. The most important thing is that he learned about the existence of the Hunters Guild after listening to the Blue Whale team's report. He has new ideas about the Hunter Guild and is not as petty as the Blue Whale group. Why should the Hunter Guild be regarded as an imaginary enemy? The Hunter Guild releases a task, and Xiaoguo can complete the task and obtain the rewards mentioned by the Hunter Guild. In the same way, according to the rules, Xiaoguo can issue tasks to the Hunter Guild and leave some difficult tasks to the Hunter Guild. It's not like Xiaoguo didn't have any rewards that he couldn't get. By the way, you can also test the background of the Hunter Guild. In this way, everyone wins. The imperial capital was shaken, and the entire Xia Kingdom high-level officials were shocked by the emergency meeting of the director of the Security Administration. Meng Xing, the initiator of everything, was sitting on the sofa in the information department of Tiankai Biotechnology Company with his legs crossed, sipping coffee leisurely. Late at night, Ye Yunyun also finished her work and squatted beside Meng Xing to loosen Meng Xing's legs. President, what should we do next? Suman Man asked. Meng Xing thought for a while and asked. The chief of the Public Security Bureau of Nanhai, what is he doing now? Suman Man said without thinking. He secretly met with 2 people from Bihai. I suspect they are people from the Moon Worship Gate. Suman Man's eyes showed sarcasm, playfully. Our director of the Public Security Bureau thought that no one would know about the disciples who met the Moon Worshippers. As everyone knows, everything about him is under our surveillance. Meng Xing put down the coffee, and Ye Yunyun quickly reached out to catch it. Meng Xing raised his eyes. He went to meet the Moon Worshippers? Coming for us? Meng Xing shook his head and smiled. The South China Sea is getting more and more interesting. Nanhai Public Security Bureau, Moon Worship Gate, Security Management Bureau. Theistic religions are not immune to disputes. In a few days, the awakened ones from Dongying Kingdom will also appear in the Daxi. Meng Xing was silent for a while, and then he slowly spoke. There is much more information in the Security Administration's database than we have at our disposal. There should be a lot of news about Dongying. Find a similar hunter in Dongying Country. Dongying Country also needs a hunter's guild. Dongying Country is in chaos right now. Although Dongying Country has been completely controlled by monsters, there are still disputes. By the way, Dongying Country calls those monsters gods. Highly intelligent gods want to steal the territory of other gods. The slaves of the low IQ gods also want to get a share of the pie. There are also some humans who are unwilling to join the monster slave camp. Now that the volcano is about to erupt again, the Japanese royal family has almost no ability to face all this and can only regard itself as a broken lighthouse on the rough sea. Lonely and useless, we can only survive. Meng Xing stood up, his figure tall and straight, his face calm and confident. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't Dongying Kingdom worship the strong? We will create a group of strong men who will be intimidating to them. I want the resources of that country. Of course, most importantly, I want that volcano." Ye Yunyun and Sumanman glanced at each other in unison. They saw disbelief in each other's eyes. They didn't even think about it. To control a country? Sumanman and Ye Yunyun were shocked by Meng Xing's ambition. Soon, they were infected by Meng Xing. Their skin became numb and their hair stood on end. Their eyes gradually became filled with uncontrollable passion. If the Hunter Guild really controls a country, their power will also increase. The only extraordinary force that can control a country is the behemoth of the divine religion. Sumanman went ahead and searched for it in the database of the Security Administration. The Security Administration's database does not only contain information on domestic awakeners and certain important figures. The Security Administration has some information about the world. About half an hour later, Sumanman's eyes lit up and he found the most suitable person. He has a strong background, desires power, and is easy to control. The most important thing is that this Dongying person is a summer blower. What is summer blowing? He is just mindlessly praising the Xia Kingdom, being extremely obsessed with the Xia Kingdom's culture, and even eager to obtain the Xia Kingdom's identity certificate. Dongying Country, Dongdu. This is a standard Dongying residential building with a balcony and aisle. It was winter and there was snow on the roof. There is a row of empty birds' nests under the eaves of this rental house. The room was dark, with the curtains drawn. The warm sun in winter cannot let in the light. The Otoyama volcano is predicted to erupt in 1 month. Residents, please be careful. The authorities decided to guide the volcanic ash out of Dongying Country. All countries agreed and were willing to share the burden for Dongying Country. General Dai will be stationed in Kyoto and strictly guard the Daifuzen volcano. The royal family has no objection to this. The news on the radio woke him. A young man holding a bayonetta pillow slowly woke up from the sofa. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, picked up the blanket that fell on the ground, and wrapped it around him. It's winter, a little cold. The young man's hair was as messy as an empty bird's nest outside. I don't know what kind of emotion there is in his eyes. It's a little depressed, a little numb, like the buzzing of lost souls. This is Dongdu, the capital of Dongying Kingdom, and the people who can live here are relatively well off. But there was nothing big in his room, not even an air conditioner. Do you think he is poor? You can look at the wall of his computer desk, which is filled with all kinds of figurines. Don't underestimate these things. No matter in prosperous or troubled times, as long as they are in Dongying country, they are extremely precious things. Especially in troubled times, if you have the leisure time and money to buy a wall of genuine figures like this, you are the tycoon among the tycoons. This wall is not just filled with figures. There are also various Yu-Gi-Oh decks, as well as Hatsune Miku and other two-dimensional girl cards. These are all genuine. It can be seen that the owner of this room is an out-and-out two-thorned ape. Fat house? And extremely rich? Of course, this young man is not fat, and he is even a little handsome. Especially with his temperament, he is simply like the two-thorned ape male protagonist. However, the gloominess in his eyes was not what he should have at this age. The young man climbed up from the sofa, took out a bowl of instant noodles from the cabinet, connected it with hot water, and sat down in front of the computer desktop. A rental house that doesn't even have air conditioning has a high-end computer. He skillfully opened the Pokemon series and checked Pikachu's mood today. After playing with it for a while, he put down the mouse and stared at the ceiling with blank eyes. It took a long time to spit out 2 words. Boring. At this time, the phone rang. The young man answered the call and pressed play. A royal sister's voice came out. Xiaonan, we are not suitable, let's break up. His tone was cold, with suppressed anger. When his girlfriend broke up, the young man didn't even blink, he just said oh. Such a bland reply completely angered the woman over there. Before the woman could say anything, the young man hung up the phone. The young man knew why the woman was with him, it was just because of his last name. His name is Miyamoto, and his ancestor is Miyamoto Gozo, the founder of the three-sword style. After the invasion of monsters, thanks to the blessings of the ancestors, the 3 swords inherited from the family became peerless spiritual weapons. The awakened one used those 3 swords and the ancestral 3-sword style to quickly carve out a world in troubled times. The Miyamoto family is an absolutely famous family in Dongying. Unfortunately, as the eldest son of the Miyamoto family, Minami Miyamoto did not obtain the corresponding status. After his mother died when he was young and his father was indifferent, this young man from a large family developed a withdrawn character. He also has a half-brother. In the past 18 years, my mother has won the hearts of the family and paved the way for her younger brother. Miyamoto Minami, the heir, has no one to support him. Fortunately, he is extremely talented. His spiritual cultivation speed is far faster than ordinary people, and he has 7 levels of spirituality, so he, the eldest young master, still has the right to inherit. He turned 18 6 months ago and awakened his sea-level painter talent during the awakening ceremony. When genius falls, things change and people change. My younger brother has a 5th level spirituality and has awakened the sea-level cold energy talent. Even those who support orthodox succession must consider the family. The younger brother became the new heir. My father doesn't care about friendship. Whoever can carry forward the family will take the top spot. It's not embarrassing enough to say that he is the heir to the talent of painter. His girlfriend, no, his ex-girlfriend didn't leave him because he awakened his good-for-nothing talent. His ex-girlfriend is Kirara Kurosawa, and she is the daughter of the boss of a local black society. A small black society with only a few dozen members, most of whom are E-level combat talent awakeners. The Miyamoto family is a big family in the eastern Sakura kingdom. Even if the young master falls out of favor, he is still a rich son-in-law. It's just that Miyamoto Minami's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. I don't know if I've watched too much anime and picked up on the bad habits of male anime protagonists. Miyamoto Minami was cold by nature, and he was also cold to himself. After he left the family, he never asked for a penny from the family, and he didn't even take anything with him. I only took away a few pieces of clothing and the handicrafts that accompanied me for countless days and nights. If he wanted to, he could rely on his status as an orthodox Miyamoto bloodline to manage the family's demands for a large amount of money and become a super playboy. But he couldn't pull that face off, and he wasn't interested. Except for the figures, he doesn't love anyone or anything, not even himself. Such an unwillingness to rely on the family's eldest young master means nothing to the ex-girlfriend. Especially this ex-girlfriend will be the eldest sister of the Black Society in the future and needs resource support. Pursuing Miyamoto Minami can only be regarded as an investment failure. In fact, Miyamoto Minami didn't love his ex-girlfriend either. He only agreed to support his ex-girlfriend because she looked like Bayonetta. It's a pity that she is not the arrogant and domineering Bayonetta after all. At this time, the phone rang again. Miyamoto Minami answered the phone. He was the leader of a branch of the Miyamoto family. According to his seniority, he should be called third uncle. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Zionin? Leave Dongdu quickly. Miyamoto Nan was silent, with no trace of emotion on his face. The voice continued to come from the other end. Your father passed away last night. There was still no expression on Miyamoto Minami's face, but the blanket in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. This morning, that woman joined forces with your second uncle to join General Dai. Many clan members disagreed and demanded that Jiro Miyamoto be removed from his position as clan leader and that he be replaced as clan leader. That woman is crazy. She's going to kill you? I overheard. I didn't stop your second uncle, please leave quickly. I suspect they killed my eldest brother too, you bastard. These bastards? The third uncle's voice was fierce. If you think about it carefully, you can see that these words were shouted out with a blushing face after being seriously injured. Miyamoto Nan's eyes moved slightly, and finally he was not so indifferent. That woman refers to his little mother, and Miyamoto Jiro is his half-brother. Thanks for the tip. Thanks to Meet Master Wen for the 11,862 reading coins reward. Thanks to the Plum from Orange Apple for the 1,666 reading coins reward. Thanks to Endermer for the 1,666 reading coins reward. Grateful. X1. Thanks to for the 588 reading coins reward. Text begins underscore 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 under. Although his father doesn't treat him well, he is a very principled person. He follows the spirit of the Bushido of his ancestors and will never bow down and become a slave, especially a slave of a monster. Since Dongying became a place where monsters were kept in captivity, there has been a small group of people who disdain to associate with monsters, and the Miyamoto family is the representative of these people. Where is General Doi? She was the first person to follow a monster and become a psychic attendant. Even many monsters are her minions. The royal family also loved and hated her. Loving her can protect Dongying from monsters, hating her can make Dongying become a monster cave. Where is Miyamoto Minami? Like his father, he is sworn in with monsters. Perhaps this is also the result of being poisoned by the brave anime. Miyamoto Minami hung up the phone before his third uncle finished speaking, then turned on his computer, preparing to download a new Bayonetta game. It's not that he doesn't care, it's just that. What can he do? Fighting back to the family to save his third uncle? The third uncle will not die. If my mother and the second uncle want to take full control of the family, it is best to get the third uncle's approval. The Miyamoto family can be perfectly controlled only with the support of collateral lines. If he dies, the collateral sect can only support his younger brother, right? Anyway, fighting for power has nothing to do with me as a painter. Then what? What else could he do? Escape? Miyamoto Minami thought, if he could die in a rented house, it would be regarded as a sacrifice for his unyielding will, right? He doesn't want to live a useless life. Why not return to the family and die on the way to inherit the great cause? At least it sounds better. He found it too troublesome. If you have this time, why not say goodbye to Bayonetta, Pikachu, Greymon, and Blue Eyes White Dragon? Huh? Why isn't it Bayonetta? Hunter's Guild? A new game. Miyamoto Minami looked at the webpage he opened and was stunned for a moment. The devil is holding a blue lotus, and the interface is very high quality. At first glance, it looks like a very advanced game. Miyamoto Minami used the mouse to close the page with a little regret. If it were yesterday, he would have cherished the game. I have no fighting talent, so I can only live out the addiction of being a transcendent in the game. This game can give you a great experience just by looking at it. But right now, he just wants to say goodbye to Bayonetta properly. Miyamoto Minami frowned. Why can't you turn it off? The computer is broken at this time. Miyamoto Minami glanced at the Bayonetta card on the corner of the table and shook his head with a hint of regret. He clicked on the web page. He admired the ancient culture of the Xia Kingdom. According to the Tao Te Ching, Zhouyi and Ma Qianzhan, he pondered a sentence. Every destiny given by heaven must be fulfilled. Regardless of luck or misfortune, I have found the reason why I must have the way of heaven. Just like this web page in front of me. Why must we play games? Over the years, he has been unable to do anything except practice and play games, and he is always fired even from his part-time job. Do you crave power? Miyamoto Minami clicked yes. Welcome to the Hunter Guild, please choose your nickname. Miyamoto Minami thought for a while and entered Baki Ghost. Yamano Orokai is an extremely powerful demon in Tozakura's legend. Ghost means fierce in Tozakura's understanding. The ghost of Yamada no Orokai is probably the most powerful. Lucky Hunter, congratulations on getting the limited item Devil Fruit. The chance of obtaining this limited item is 1 in 10,000, so please take advantage of it and complete the task. Mission, alive. Mission details, survive today. Task reward, 10 points. Task failed, none. Miyamoto Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it a survival game? But why is there no penalty for mission failure? Miyamoto Nan murmured. The mission is to survive a day. If you don't survive a day, you will die. If you are dead, how can there be a punishment for failing the mission? An imperceptible smile appeared on Miyamoto Nan's lips. Interesting stuff. This game piqued his interest. Just when Miyamoto Minami was about to continue, he found that he had not entered the game at all, but had entered another interface. That interface has taskbar point small chat channel. How do I get into this game? Where is my newbie gift pack, the Devil Fruit? Miyamoto Minami frowned. He began to lose interest in this game. The experience is not good. At this time, customer service sent a chat pop-up window. Your Devil Fruit will be delivered in 3 minutes, please check it carefully. Miyamoto Minami had a question mark on his forehead. Do we have to wait 3 minutes? This game is getting more and more outrageous. It's not fairy grass, it can only be said to be rough grain. Suddenly, Miyamoto Nan felt the hairs on his back stand up, and a sense of horror that he had never felt before arose in his heart. He immediately turned around, and Gujingmu his eyes suddenly widened. A strange man wearing a ghost mask and wrapped tightly in black clothes appeared behind him. Through the mask, Miyamoto Minami could see the strange man's resentful eyes, as if he had done something to hurt him. Miyamoto Minami subconsciously looked at the door of the rental house. The door was locked and there was no sign of it being opened. How did this person get in? This is monster? Or a ghost? When Miyamoto Nan turned around, the strange man had disappeared. He caught something with his peripheral vision, lowered his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A hideous and weird-looking fruit appeared on the ground. Devil Fruit. This term flashed through Miyamoto Minami's mind. He picked up the fruit, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Combining today's events, a ridiculous idea appeared in my mind. An organization called the Hunter Guild wants to recruit itself. They realized that they were about to encounter a life and death crisis, so they gave themselves a hunter's fruit, hoping to help them survive the crisis. Miyamoto Minami is not a child of ordinary people. As the eldest son of the Miyamoto family, his knowledge is far beyond ordinary people. What exactly is this Hunter's Guild? The world is really big, and there are too many truths that I don't know. Really. If you hear the word in the morning, you will die in the evening? Miyamoto Nan suddenly felt his scalp numb. He picked up the devil fruit and narrowed his eyes. No, maybe I don't have to die. Such a bizarre organization gave me a devil fruit. I should believe that the devil fruit can help me survive today. Craving power? Does this devil fruit have any extraordinary power? Miyamoto Minami tried to use his spirituality to explore the devil fruit, but no matter how he searched, the devil fruit just didn't respond. Only occasionally will mysterious spiritual fluctuations be heard. Miyamoto Minami didn't even think about it anymore. He opened his mouth and bit it. Fantasy fruit, B level. Consuming spirituality, you can summon the things you see and touch in the form of images. If the summoned thing is an extraordinary creature and the spiritual consumption is increased, this image can show part of the extraordinary power. Am I awakened? B level? It seems I still have a fighting talent. Miyamoto Minami's eyes widened in horror. Is this a devil fruit? What a demonic power. Before he had time to explore his new talent, there was a violent banging on the door. The killer of the Miyamoto family is coming. At the same time, there was an island near Dongying country. A simple door opened, and Huang Ji fell out. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, breathing heavily. Ha fuck. This guy asked me to cross the country. Oh shit. Miyamoto Minami, right? I remember you? P.S. Sorry, there are too many things going on today, so the update is late. There will never be any interruptions and updates, and there will never be any time off. Finish the work on Monday at the latest, and start updating more on Tuesday. The quality was a bit poor today, I was really anxious. Open the door? Open the door. Asshole? Are you a primary school student? Do you still need to be polite to people who hinder the development of the family? Break the door open. Yes? Boss Watanabe? Boss Watanabe, where are you going? I don't want to see that Miyamoto family trash. Okay, Boss Watanabe, please go out for a while and it will be over soon. Just as the noise outside the door passed, a bang was heard, and the door was violently knocked away. For the awakened, a wooden door of this magnitude cannot stop them at all. A dozen big men stood outside the door, each with a fierce look on his face. The leader named Inu Maozayao was a D-level awakened person. Miyamoto Minami sat on the esports chair, without any extra expression, only an indifferent face and a pair of numb eyes. The moment Inu Maozayao saw Miyamoto Minami, he suddenly remembered something. Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, but his face did not change. Miyamoto Minami's posture made Inu Maozayao seem to see the late head of the family. He swallowed. Shock, remembrance, and a kind of subtle horror. Inu Maozayao quickly concealed his emotions and grinned, showing an arrogant and domineering look. Boy, it turns out you didn't run away. Miyamoto Nan looked at Inu Maozayao calmly. Inu Maozayao was panicked by the sight, his eyes were filled with displeasure, and he snorted coldly. The Miyamoto family could have tolerated a useless person like you. However, you hindered the future of the Miyamoto family. So I'm sorry, you must die. Many people in the Miyamoto family did not want that woman to lead the family to join General Doi. There are still a few proud people in the Miyamoto clan who implement the spirit of Bushido. They don't want to become monsters. Miyamoto Minami finally had an expression on his face, and he played with the taste. When did the Miyamoto clan develop their family by aiming to become slaves of monsters? Monster slave. These 4 words struck hard in the hearts of the big men behind Inu Maozayao. These words are too dirty. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Inu Maozayao's face. He stepped forward, grabbed Miyamoto Nan's collar, and slammed him against the wall. Inu Maozayao looked directly at Miyamoto Nan's sarcasm with fierce eyes, gritted his teeth and said, General Dai has come to Dongdu, and she is about to take over the royal family's position? For the development of the family and the survival of the people, we must take refuge in General Dai. How can we talk about the future when our lives are gone? The Miyamoto family must not be destroyed by a useless person like you. If Miyamoto Minami does not die, the old diehards in the family who oppose General Dai will welcome Miyamoto Minami as the new head of the family and pull Miyamoto Jiro down from the position of head of the family. They will support this puppet to have a fierce battle with General Doi, and by then, the Miyamoto family will completely become history. The strength in Inu Maozayao's hands increased a bit. So, please go on your way. Miyamoto Nan took 2 hard breaths, with pity for the despicable person in his eyes. It's so ugly. Outside the rental house, in a green belt, 4 or 5 non-mainstream gangsters in strange clothes are here, peeking upstairs like mice. Sister, she is from the Miyamoto family. Master Nan may be doomed. A gangster with long braids had fear in his eyes. Get out of the way. You're blocking me. A white and slender palm roughly grabbed the long braid and pulled it back. The man with the long braid fell behind with a grin. The owner of those hands stuck out his head and stared at the stairs with a sly look. This is a woman with long black hair, straight hair, and the appearance of a royal lady. The body is slender and well-proportioned. At first glance, she looks a bit like Bayonetta. No, this is the girl from the Tsukadara Club, Kirara Kurosawa. Sister, please forget it. The affairs of the Miyamoto family are really beyond our control. Yes, sister, look at those people, they are also E and D level. The gap is too big. Several gangsters from the Tsukadara Club whispered and began to persuade Kurosawa Hanakira. These gangsters are all F level, and only Kurosawa Hanakira is E level. When these people go up to fight with those people, they are like moths to the flame. The man with long braids whispered in Kurosawa Hanakira's ear. Otherwise, let's go find the president. The president is a real D-ranker. Leading all the club members to fight, he will definitely be able to rescue Master Nan. A trace of disdain flashed in Kurosawa Hanakira's eyes. My dad only knows money? When he knew that Miyamoto Minami had no money, he forced us to break up. Now that I see Miyamoto Minami being hunted by the Miyamoto family members, how can I help? Even though Tsukadara's name is quite bluffing, there is actually a saying circulating in the underground circles of Dongdo. Following the tiger in the tomb, I was hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. The Tsukadara Club could originally survive by working as a security guard, taking care of a few high school students and collecting some protection fees. Now that the Dafuyama volcano is about to erupt, many people have begun to flee Dongdo, and Dongdo's economy has plummeted. Even the last piece of cake of the Tsukadara Club was snatched away by a more powerful club. But Long Braid still wanted to give some advice. Kirara Kurosawa interrupted the braided words impatiently. Shut up? That's the man I like. I must save him. He can be ruthless to me, but I can't be unjust to him. The most important thing for people in the world is loyalty. The Long Braid is speechless. Sister, what is so good about Master Nan? A rare blush appeared on Kurosawa Hana Kirara's face. Handsome. This shy side simply made several gangsters look at her, and they all exclaimed, wow. Kirara Kurosawa coughed twice and said, listen to my arrangements next. Braid, fried hair, you two attack from the left to lure them away. Hedgehog, you and I will save Miyamoto Banan. Coyote, if your legs are inconvenient, just come and meet us here. Watch out, you understand. I just saw a person, Watanabe from the Miyamoto family. That man is a sea-level man, and I don't know where he went. Did you hear everything clearly? Although these gangsters are scared, they are responsible for their righteousness. Whatever the eldest sister says is whatever it is. They nodded solemnly. Kirara Kurosawa changed from a crouching position to a crouched posture. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Then follow the plan. At this moment, several people felt a shadow above their heads. They all raised their heads. I saw a sturdy man with short red hair floating 3 meters above the heads of several people. He crossed his arms, revealing the tattoo on his chest, and looked at Kirara Kurosawa with a lustful look. Master Nan's girlfriend? I don't know what it's like to have such a noble status under me. The man was spiritually powerful and exuded a terrifying aura. A huge pressure suddenly hit me. The few people who were still ambitious to save Miyamoto Minami immediately numbed their paws, with horror on their faces. The Long Braid pointed at the red-haired man and spoke tremblingly. Watari, hide Watanabe. Watanabe licked his lips and showed a perverted smile. The young master was too calm. I didn't see him panic. If he insulted his girlfriend in front of him, would he still look so condescending? After saying that, Watanabe swooped down. Kirara Kurosawa's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she raised her slender legs to kick Watanabe. However, it is only commendable for courage. In the face of absolute strength, Kirara Kurosawa's offensive was just like a girl acting coquettishly. With just one punch from Watanabe, Kirara Kurosawa flew out of the green belt, with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Watanabe walked up to Kurosawa Kirara, grabbed Kurosawa Kirara's hair without mercy, and flew upstairs towards the rental house. Kirara Kurosawa's screams echoed throughout the area. You guys, look at me, I'll look at you. After a moment, the braided man rushed upstairs and said to his companions, I'll save the eldest sister, you go find the boss. However, before he could run upstairs, he was hit by a palm blow from Hideo Watanabe, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. In the rental house, Inu Maoziao raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed Miyamoto Nan in the neck. Facing death, Miyamoto Minami still breathed rapidly. Devil fruit, fantasy fruit, how to use this ability? How on earth can I summon an extraordinary virtual being into reality? Stop! An angry shout interrupted Inu Maoziao's killing move. Everyone followed the sound and lowered their heads in unison. It's Hideo Watanabe. Watanabe held a tall woman who was struggling in her hands. Miyamoto Nan frowned slightly. Huakiluo. Watanabe saw the change in Miyamoto Minami's expression, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. His thick arms clamped down on Huakiluo's white and tender neck, lifted her up, and hit the black Huakiluo's abdomen hard with his other hand. Kurosawa Hanakira's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Watanabe observed that Miyamoto Minami's expression showed no change. He became angry, threw Kurosawa Kirara to the ground, stepped on Kurosawa Kirara's head and said coldly, I respect Miyamoto as a god. The successive masters of the Miyamoto family all have powerful talents, but why does the Miyamoto family have such a useless person like you? How could this stupid woman come to save a loser like you? After hearing what Hideo Watanabe said, Miyamoto Minami finally had a mood swing. Kirara Kurosawa, save me? There was confusion in his eyes. Isn't this woman close to me because of the Miyamoto family? Now that I am being hunted by the Miyamoto family, why would she risk her life to come here? Why? She wants to save me? What is her intention? Konan. Kurosawa Hanakira's voice brought Miyamoto Minami back from her thoughts. You really don't love me? Why can't you ask the Miyamoto family for some money for me? Does the Miyamoto family lack that little money? Isn't my dad just trying to get some money from you? Just give it to him and we can be together. Is it just because of your arrogance? Is your pride really more important than mine? Miyamoto Minami looked at Kurosawa Hanakira blankly. Remember? If I fall in love with you, you will be mine. Fuck Bayonetta, fuck Pokemon? Can you look at me more? You are a useless coward? However, I am willing to be buried with you. These powerful words came out of Kirara Kurosawa's mouth, a bit like last words. Kirara Kurosawa was already in tears. The woman's loyalty to Miyamoto Minami angered Hideyoshi Watanabe. Watanabe Hyde burst out with a strong momentum. Strong winds swept through the rental house. Computers, figurines, and cards were all scattered. Watanabe Hyde's eyes were full of hatred. A dirty and despicable person like you is simply a disgrace to the Miyamoto family. You and me. Are you disappointed? Miyamoto Nan lowered his head and said this lightly. No. Watanabe frowned. Huh. Miyamoto Nan raised his eyes full of sarcasm. You don't respect the Miyamoto family. You are in awe of the Miyamoto family, and you are afraid of everyone with the surname Miyamoto. But you can never conquer your fears. In your dreams, you want to see the Miyamoto family groveling in front of you. Finally, you met a soft persimmon like me, and in the end, I also treated you as a slave. So I ask you, are you disappointed? You must be very disappointed, otherwise why would you violate Bushido and take out your anger on a woman? Watanabe Hyde's expression became wonderful. It was the shame after having exposed Xiaojuju. He shouted angrily. Inu, let him go? I will kill him with my own hands. It was the first time that Inu Mao Xiao saw such an angry Watanabe Hyde, and he repeatedly said yes and let go of his hand. Miyamoto Nan fell to the ground. Watanabe Hyde condensed a wind blade in his hand and stabbed towards Miyamoto Minami. Miyamoto Minami moved his scratched neck, and then, his breath changed, and 7 levels of powerful spirituality erupted. The corners of Watanabe's mouth raised a sarcastic arc. Sucker punch? Do you, a painter, want to make a painting on the spot? Kurosawa Hanakira's eyes were so charming that he wanted to draw strings. This was the man he was interested in. He had the courage to fight to the death even in desperate situations. Both of these people misjudged Miyamoto Minami. In just a quarter of an hour, Miyamoto Minami already understood how to use the extremely abstract talent of fantasy fruit. The top genius of Dongying country is definitely not a joke. Miyamoto Minami lowered his head and picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh card from the ground. He gestured to draw it. My turn, draw a card. Watanabe frowned, and the blood and fire over the years made him feel something was wrong. However, the offensive in his hands did not weaken, and even accelerated. Miyamoto Nan raised his head, his face crazy. It is the incredible feeling of touching a dream, and the ultimate excitement of mastering the truth. He roared almost angrily. Attack display summon? Blue Eyes White Dragon. The card in Miyamoto Minami's hand burst into a burst of compelling golden light. Golden light enveloped the entire rental house, and the ceiling on the top floor shattered. Watanabe Hyde was knocked away by a huge force, penetrated the wall and hit the guardrail of the outer balcony. The killer from the Miyamoto family looked at Miyamoto Nan in horror and couldn't help but retreat. Kirara Kurosawa's small mouth has grown up, and her eyes are shocking. Watanabe Hyde looked at the scene in front of him in horror. A huge white dragon broke through the roof and protected Miyamoto Minami. The long eyes staring at Watanabe Hyde were full of murderous intent. Miyamoto Nan stood up unsteadily and stretched out his hand to touch the blue-eyed white dragon, but his touch came up empty. In other words, he touched his own spirituality. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is made up of spiritual pull. The virtual dragon in this anime actually appeared. Is this a dream? He was an avid two-thorned ape, and those figures and cards accompanied him through countless days and nights. These things are his most precious and only companions. He actually has the power to summon these two-dimensional characters? This is really breaking the dimensional wall, simply because the Hunter Guild gave him a devil fruit, summoned another existing world, a non-existent extraordinary creature, into reality? What is the difference between the Hunters Guild and the incredible terrorist organization in anime? Who is the person who founded the Hunter Guild? In other words, did humans really create the Hunter Guild? Watanabe Hyde pointed at Miyamoto Minami and gasped for air, hesitantly asked, "You, what are you doing?" The despair of being ruled by the Miyamoto family once again seized his heart. Miyamoto Nan's eyes turned cold, and he spoke sternly. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Exploding Wind Bomb. Thanks for the tip. Thanks to Yayahuishan 1. Thank Kendermer 1. Text begins. Watanabe Hyde gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible? He is just a useless painter? It's all an illusion. The blue-eyed white dragon opened its mouth, and wind and light gathered. Explosive wind bomb was generated instantly and was thrown towards Hideyoshi Watanabe. Soon, the world became quiet. Watanabe Hideyoshi was completely wiped out and disappeared from this world without even a hair left under the explosive wind bomb. Miyamoto Minami originally talks less, so naturally the villain will not die from talking too much. The other Miyamoto killers were all stunned when they saw that their boss was directly killed. They feel like the world is turned upside down. Too exaggerated? The strong man Hyde Watanabe of the Miyamoto family was defeated by the good-for-nothing young master? Could it be? Is this the talent of painter? These killers don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh card is or what Blue Eyes White Dragon is. They saw Miyamoto Minami pick up a card with a dragon on it, and then the white dragon was summoned. Could it be that painter's talent is not as simple as painting? But what kind of monster can be summoned by drawing it? Who would dare to say that Master Miyamoto, with his 7 levels of spirituality, is a waste? This is obviously a monster? Miyamoto Minami quickly set his sights on those Miyamoto family killers. They were trembling, with fear in their eyes, and kept retreating. Inu Mao Xiao showed a forced smile and kept waving his hands. Master Nan, it was Mr. Watanabe, and Mr. Watanabe who asked us to do this. This is not our intention. Miyamoto Minami had no expression on his face, just staring straight at Inu Mao Xiao. Inu Mao Xiao couldn't bear the pressure, screamed in horror, and ran away down the stairs. Miyamoto Minami felt the spirituality in his body. Summoning a blue-eyed white dragon and using explosive wind bullet consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He picked up a figure from the ground, his numb eyes a little more eager to try, like a child touching a toy. Miyamoto Minami held up the yellow mouse figure. The decision is yours, Pikachu. The Pikachu in Miyamoto Minami's hand flashed with golden light. A Pikachu phantom appeared vividly in front of Miyamoto Minami. Miyamoto Minami grinned. He hadn't smiled in a long time. He said softly, Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Pikachu's phantom thunder-shaped tail condenses the power of thunder and lightning. Pika-chu. A powerful bolt of thunder and lightning shot out from Pikachu's tail, like a golden python, rushing towards Inu Mao Xiao. Inu Mao Xiao screamed and fell straight to the ground. The whole body was burnt black and exuded bursts of burnt smell. Miyamoto Minami killed 2 people. This is Miyamoto Minami's first murder. However, he showed no emotion at all. Miyamoto Minami looked at the remaining Miyamoto family killers indifferently. The killers of the Miyamoto family exclaimed in unison, retreated one after another, and looked at Miyamoto Minami in horror. I wanted to run, but I didn't dare. One of the killers gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a major decision. He wanted to take a gamble. He knelt on the ground with a thud and shouted at the top of his lungs. Miyamoto's bodyguard, Ida Miwa, joins Master Nan? From now on, Master Nan's will is my mission. Seeing this, the rest of the people also knelt on the ground, and voices of loyalty rang out one after another. Miyamoto Minami walked towards them step by step. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Miyamoto Nan. Fortunately, they made the right bet. Miyamoto Minami did not embarrass these killers, but ignored them, walked to Kurosawa Hanakira, and stretched out his hand. Nu. Kurosawa Hanakira's eyes flashed. She grabbed Miyamoto Minami's hand and stood up. Ahem. Kirara Kurosawa coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Watanabe's few punches just now caused a lot of damage to her. Miyamoto Minami picked up a scattered card from the ground and whispered. Healing Hero, Kyle. The green brilliance is like stars falling to the ground. A young man in black robe walked out of the light. He was bathed in fluorescent light, his face was gloomy, and his temperament was somewhat similar to Miyamoto Minami. The young man in black robe put his hand in front of Kurosawa Hanakira's eyes. The power of healing is activated, and green fluorescent light surrounds Kirara Kurosawa. Soon, Kurosawa Kirara's injuries recovered. After the young man in black robe finished everything, he slowly disappeared from this world. Kirara Kurosawa looked shocked. Miyamoto Minami's power can be so omnipotent. Konan. Kirara Kurosawa called out softly, but she didn't know what to say, and all the words were stuck in her throat. Miyamoto Minami didn't even look at Kirara Kurosawa, and turned around and walked out. He is going to Miyamoto's house. Miyamoto Minami didn't care about Hua Kiluo, nor did he care about the so-called head of the family. However, it is very important for the Miyamoto family to surrender to General Dai. He didn't want to bear the reputation of the Miyamoto family being the lackeys of monsters. Once without fighting power, he could only choose a humble death. Now, the great existence called the Hunters Guild has given him new power, and he has to make another choice. The destiny given by heaven must be fulfilled. At this time, his cell phone rang. Miyamoto Minami picked up the mobile phone in his pocket. I don't know when, there was an additional software on Miyamoto Minami's mobile phone. The devil is holding a blue lotus flower. Hunter Guild app. Miyamoto Minami had no trouble with this. It was not unusual for such a great organization to have such methods. He opened the message pushed by the Hunter Guild. Mission, alive. Mission details, survive today. Task reward, 10 points. Task failed, none. Side mission, family leader. Task details, successfully become the new head of the Miyamoto family and survive today. Task reward, get an opportunity to summon hunters to fight alongside you. Task failed, none. Miyamoto Minami was stunned for a moment. Is the Hunter Guild really omniscient and omnipotent? I was just about to go to Miyamoto's house to cause a scene, and such a side mission appeared. Soon, Miyamoto Minami's eyes became filled with excitement. Can you summon hunters to fight alongside me? Can I see the hunter senpai? You have a new task to take, do you want to take it? Another push message appears. Miyamoto Minami clicked to view the mission details. Mission, seal the volcano. Mission details, Daifu volcano is about to erupt. When the volcano was at its most violent, several powerful hunters wanted to seal it. You must control the eastern capital when the volcano erupts, and do not allow anyone to spy on the actions of the great hunter, including the royal family. Higashi Sakura Country Public Security Bureau. Task reward, promoted to intermediate hunter. Mission failed, take back the fantasy fruit talent. When the gluttonous dragon turtle is at its most violent, it is the best time for Meng Xing to take action. At that time, he gains the most spirituality. Many people may die, but as far as Meng Xing is concerned, if the people in the magic circle die, then they will die. Miyamoto Minami narrowed his eyes. Become an intermediate hunter? Take back the fantasy fruit? He decisively accepted the task. Miyamoto Minami is very confident. He looks like the second pillar and has a personality like the second pillar. He doesn't believe that he will fail, even if taking back the fantasy fruit would be a fatal blow to him. Nanhai City, Old City. As night falls, firecrackers sound everywhere, and radiant and gorgeous fireworks bloom in the sky. It's not yet midnight, and many people in the Old City have already started setting off firecrackers. Oh, by the way, today is the Spring Festival. Meng Xing was sitting in the study room. On the table were some documents, all of which were paper reports. Miyamoto Minami has some abilities. In a country like Dongying where there aren't even many B-level people, his 7th level spirituality and B-level devil fruit are enough. Miyamoto Minami is a sinister king. Fortunately, this person is loyal enough to the guild. The influence of the first impression will last for a long time, not to mention that the Hunter Guild is a dimensionality-reducing blow to him. Meng Xing rubbed his eyes, feeling a little tired. In fact, conquering the world is easy for Meng Xing, as long as he gives the devil fruit to someone with absolute power. This absolute ability includes background, combat ability, action ability and control ability. If possible, Meng Xing could give the devil fruit to a powerful figure in the authority to eat. But, this is obviously impossible, there is no such stupid high-ranking person. Those who can believe in devil fruits are either lowly or helpless. So for Meng Xing, it was worth it to be able to complete control of Dongying, Bahai, Baishan City and other cities with just a little fatigue. Meng Xing picked up another report and murmured. When the gluttonous dragon turtle is eliminated, the Hunters Guild will reach a new level. These are the cities compiled by Suman Man that are the best choices for establishing a Hunter Guild branch in the future. Some of these cities, like Baishan City, could be destroyed by monsters at any time, and some were better than Baishan City. The Hunter Guild is not afraid of fighting. The more kills, the stronger the Hunter Guild's heritage becomes. The important thing about these cities is that they are geographically very good, almost strung together on a line. If the Hunter Guild wants to carry out any activities, it can proceed unimpeded within a large area. Moreover, there are no very strong masters in the cities adjacent to these cities, so the Hunter Guild branch can reach out to other cities. Meng Xing has relatively high requirements for the presidents of these Hunter Guild branches, and they must be high-level hunters. Don't look at the fact that the Hunter Guild currently only has 3 high-level hunters, Ye Yunyun, Li Yang, and Huangji. There aren't even many mid-level hunters. But soon, the Hunter Guild will undergo a major strengthening. The 7 sins of Dongying Kingdom, the gluttonous dragon turtle, will receive a huge boost in combat power as long as it is captured at the highest level of the Hunter Guild. Not to mention that the gluttonous dragon turtle can accelerate the maturity of the lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, allowing Meng Xing to gain a huge amount of spirituality and become a truly top-awakened person in human society. Let's talk about the 7 evils being buried in the courtyard. The devil fruit tree will grow very strong fruit, right? Meng Xing felt that level A could not escape. A skeleton king can produce 2 A-level disciples, and these 7 evil disciples can only be stronger, not worse. Moreover, the Hunter Guild has cooperated with the authorities, and the young man named Xiang Minghao is actively completing the Hunter Guild's mission. The most important tasks currently issued by the Hunter Guild are to hunt monsters and collect monster corpses. With these monster corpses as fertilizer, the extraordinary plants in the small yard will grow very quickly. Then take out some extraordinary plants and reward them to Xiang Minghao. The majority of the benefits will still be with Meng Xing. However, according to Sumanman's monitoring, Xiang Minghao has collected a large number of monster corpses, but has not submitted a task. Maybe, they want to study the monster corpses and see why the Hunter Guild collects monster corpses. It's also possible that they want to hold back a big one so they can exchange it for devil fruits. It doesn't matter, anyway, those monster corpses will be sent to Meng Xing's courtyard sooner or later. Those monster corpses will create many high-level hunters. Dragon Slayer Zhu Dejin, Clown Wang Su, Boxer Wang Yang, Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng, Scalpel Du Yangmeng. These names were written down in a small book by Meng Xing. These intermediate hunters were Meng Xing's favorite, and they were also the first group of hunters to follow the Hunter Guild. These people don't know that they are actually the elders of the Hunter Guild. These hunters are all decent in terms of abilities and very loyal. You can become a senior hunter first and then become the second batch of Hunter Guild branch presidents. Meng Xing used a pen to sketch the prototype of the Hunter Guild's dominance in the Xia Kingdom in his notebook. The Hunter Guild is the first extraordinary force that can put people first and occupy multiple cities. The bigger the stall is, the greater the profit will be. There is no telling which city will develop into the second Nanhai city in the future. Meng Xing suddenly frowned, crossed out the name Jade Rabbit, thought about it, and then wrote it in again. After some struggle, Meng Xing still wrote the name of Jade Rabbit in his notebook. He said to himself, except for being a bit perverted, she's good at everything. She shouldn't cause any trouble. She's timid. Perhaps, I should set up some kind of trial. Only after these people pass the trial can they be qualified to be the president of the Hunter Guild branch. Actually, it's not bad. When Sumanman upgrades the Hunter Guild app, I can monitor these people all the time. Regarding management matters, Ye Yunyun and I can communicate instructions through the air. Advanced hunters have their own dedicated customer service. While these exclusive customer services serve senior hunters, they also monitor them. Meng Xing flexed his sore fingers, closed his notebook and walked out of the study, turning off the light. It's New Year's Eve and the whole city is relaxing. Since the invasion of monsters, this is a rare break every year for the people of Nanhai City to immerse themselves in the joy of the Spring Festival. Most people don't have many holidays. They only have New Year's Eve and the first day of the Lunar New Year. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, they have to fall back into the arduous work. Meng Xing stood on the second floor and looked down. Li Yang was wearing a white suit and was watching TV leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed. Suman Man sat cautiously next to Li Yang, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand. Huang Ji is not here, he still has his parents. Tonight he will take off his mask, revealing his non-mainstream and inferior yellow hair, and spend New Year's Eve with his family. Cheers came from outside the door, and the little monster rang the bell and set off fireworks outside, causing He Xiaodong and Meng Shuang to cheer. Sir, it's time to eat. Ye Yunyun walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. The smell of perfume mixed with kitchen smoke made her smell like a housewife. In fact, Li Yang recruited seductive servants for Meng Xing. All recruitment work can be put aside, and the seductive servants who protect Meng Xing must be in place first. Most of the people staying in the garden are maids, and they all look good, which can be regarded as a sign of filial piety from Li Yang. But Ye Yunyun felt that she should cook the New Year's Eve dinner herself. Meng Xing nodded. He suddenly remembered something and said to Ye Yunyun, "Send some next door." The person next door is talking about the old beggar beast king and his disciples, Ye Chen and Duan Xiao. Ye Yunyun was stunned for a moment, then quickly showed a smile. Who said the president is unkind? Almost everyone in Nanhai City has a holiday today, but the Public Security Bureau will never take a break and is even busier than before. Even Thailand, the deputy director, would personally inspect the city defense. In Thailand New Town, his apprentice Lin Xiaoquan inspected the old town. There are always fireworks rising from somewhere in the sky, blooming, and the joyful smell of gunpowder smoke is not unpleasant. But all this has nothing to do with Thailand standing on the city wall and being blown by the cold wind. Like two worlds. Suddenly, Thailand's cell phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoquan's call. Thailand frowned. Could it be that a special accident occurred? It shouldn't be. It stands to reason that the Hunters Guild will protect you in the old city. What's wrong, Xiaoquan? Thailand's voice was a little serious. Happy New Year, Master. P.S. More updates will start tomorrow. Thank you brothers for sticking with me during the most difficult times. I couldn't wake up these days after I was discharged from the hospital, and I finally recovered today. Must be updated. Must be updated. Thank you all. I forgot if I didn't say Happy New Year to everyone. I was so busy during the Spring Festival. Now I would like to add that the first lunar month is not the New Year. Happy New Year, brothers! A smile appeared at the corner of Thailand's mouth. He tightened his security uniform coat, and replied, "Work hard. Hang up the phone." Thailand picked up the walkie-talkie. "Happy New Year, brothers, after finishing this shift, I'll treat you all to a drink." Cheers came over the intercom. One soldier is raging, and the general is raging in a nest. In the same way, if a soldier is fierce, a general will be fierce. The sheriffs and military attaches in Nanhai, driven by Deputy Director Thailand's hands-on approach to everything, have a spirit that far exceeds that of the sheriffs in other cities. At this time, a young man's voice came from the intercom. "Railway Bureau, there is a situation at Gate 2. Some people are coming." After hearing this, Thailand frowned suddenly. "Refugee? I haven't heard of any city being overrun by monsters recently, so there shouldn't be any refugees." Thailand walked towards Gate 2, where several police officers were already waiting. A police officer with vertical pupils saw Thailand coming and immediately saluted. The sheriff's ability is eagle vision, which allows him to see clearly and far away even at night. That's when he noticed a group of people coming over. Thailand has two talents: Niu fruit, bison form, and sensory enhancement. Thailand used his spirituality, and his five senses instantly surpassed human limits. From his perspective, these people were dressed in rags, like a group of beggars. But Thailand soon discovered something was wrong. These people walked steadily and were not afraid of the dark night. You must know that in this world invaded by monsters, it is even more terrifying outside the city at night. "Fire the gun," Thailand ordered immediately. A deputy fired a warning shot into the air. The group of people stopped, and the leader came out and gestured at Thailand with his fingers, as if he was saying something. Thailand's ears with enhanced senses worked very well, and he could hear his voice even from a long distance away. "We are villagers from a nearby village. The village was attacked by monsters in the evening. We fled all the way here." Thailand asked. "Which village?" Thailand's voice was loud and spread all the way to the city gate. The refugee in ragged clothes was stunned for a moment, and then said, the village on the other side of Dagong Mountain. Tylin sneered. Heavy firearm preparation. The peace officers on the city wall immediately became nervous, and all kinds of weapons were aimed at the refugees. The refugee was stunned, pointed at Tylin and shouted, "Didn't it say that Nanhai City can accept refugees? Gentlemen, what does this mean?" A police officer held a loudspeaker and shouted in a sarcastic tone. Dagong Mountain? The village in Dagong Mountain was leveled by monsters 3 months ago. Was he attacked by monsters in the evening? Let me tell you, we know the conditions of the villages within 100 miles of Nanhai City very well. Refugee? I see you are a wandering criminal organization of Awakens? Tylin would send people to investigate the situation around Nanhai City every day, and would ask the security officers to remember this information. The refugees were dumbfounded. Who among the police chiefs in various cities cares about the situation in those villages? The sheriff of Nanhai City doesn't want to have fun. Why would he meddle in such nosy matters? It is precisely because these refugees mistook the sheriff of Nanhai City as a loser of other cities that they told this lie so confidently. The refugee's eyes turned gloomy, and he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. After about a few minutes, the refugee put away his cell phone and looked defiantly at the iron forest on the city wall. Tylin's cell phone rang, and he frowned and answered the phone. "Hello, Director, I'm Tylin." On the other end of the phone was the cheerful voice of Zhang Dingshan, Director of the Public Security Bureau. "Xiao Lin, why are you still working during the Chinese New Year?" "Well, damn you, you just don't care about your body. They are all deputy bureau chiefs and even stand guard in person. Stop working so hard. What can you do during the Chinese New Year? Come to my house soon and eat at my brother's house this New Year's Eve." Tylin responded indifferently. "You can't relax these 2 days," Zhang Dingshan said again. "If you don't think about yourself, you also think about the fellow sheriffs. Who doesn't want his wife and children to be on the hotbed during the Chinese New Year? Don't be nervous. There are administrators from the Security Bureau in the city, so there won't be any trouble. I have booked a room at the Nanhai Seafood Buffet restaurant, and you ask Xiaoquan to take them to drink. Come to my house quickly. Your sister-in-law has brought out all the wine I have treasured for many years." His tone was kind, just like Tylin's brother. Tylin wrote, "Thank you, Director, for your kindness. I'll wait until the second day of junior high to drink. There's something going on outside the city now, so I'll be busy first." Zhang Dingshan's voice became urgent. "Huh? Wait. Xiao Lin, those people outside are my friends, they are all from my hometown. Isn't this the Chinese New Year? I thought about them having fun with me. Just let them in." Tylin's eyes dimmed. "No, according to the public security regulations, the city gate cannot be opened at night except in emergencies." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Zhang Dingshan's voice became deeper. "Tylin, are you really not going to give me this face?" Tylin wrote, "I'll hang up now if I have nothing else to do." Zhang Dingshan was angry. "Tylin, am I the director or are you the director? Don't toast and you'll be fined if you don't eat. Do you believe it or not? If I report this, you, the deputy director, will have to stand down." The light in Tylin's eyes became fainter and fainter, and he said the following words in an almost cold tone. "Director Wei Na also said the same thing when I was the captain of the military attaché group. Tylin, you can't mess with those people." Before Zhang Dingshan could finish speaking, Tylin hung up the phone and looked at the people below the city coldly. Each of the large-caliber heavy firearms has the safety on. When the refugee at the bottom of the city saw this situation, his eyes twitched. He turned around and said respectfully to the person behind him, "This kid is a stupid young man. Zhang Dingshan can't control him." The man behind him is also wearing tattered clothes. If you look closely, you can see the red fabric exposed from the torn parts of his clothes. There seems to be a full moon embroidered on the chest. They are disciples of the Moon Worship Gate. Not long after the Security Bureau entered Nanhai City to perform its mission, Nanhai City entered a Level 2 alert state. Everyone entering and leaving the South China Sea needs to register information. Moon worshippers do not have the security records in the secular world. If you find a corner and fly in, it will be dangerous enough. As long as one is discovered, the entire moon worshipping gate plan will collapse. In order to sneak into Nanhai City quietly, the moon worshippers chose to take advantage of Nanhai City's laxity on New Year's Eve and split into 2 groups, entering Nanhai City from the new city and the old city. Unfortunately, they met Tylin, who didn't need to sleep at night and was looking for a girl, so he blocked them here. The leader of the moon-worshipping sect knew that he would not be able to enter Nanhai City today, so he stared at Tylin coldly and wiped his neck. He threatened in a low voice, "When the security administration leaves Nanhai, I will definitely collect your head." After that, he turned around and left, ready to go to the old city to have a look. Thanks for the tip. Thank Kendermer 1. Text begins. Nanhai, Old Town. The city wall outside the old city is a little dilapidated, and can even be said to be dilapidated. No one would build a city wall for the people in these slums. This wall was also built voluntarily by the residents of the old city, and some holes were blocked with iron sheets. There is a power grid at the junction of the old city and the new city, as well as security posts. Generally speaking, when the old city is attacked by monsters, the security garrison will immediately set up defenses and call for support. No one cares about how the old city is. Even the residents of the old city are still flesh and blood meals to block the attacks of monsters. Outside the old city, an iron sheet used to fill a hole was easily scratched, and more than 30 people in tattered clothes sneaked in. The leader was a thin middle-aged man. His face was pale and he looked terminally ill. "It's so frustrating that we have to dig into a dog hole at the moon worship gate," the middle-aged man cursed. The moon worshipper beside him whispered, 20 elders, the security administration is in Nanhai. We must be careful in everything we do," the thin middle-aged man cursed. "Just because I was promoted by the old boss? So you want to be targeted by the great elder? That dem ghost, he will die if he dies? You're dragging me down even if you're dead, you're so fucking fucked." As he spoke, the thin middle-aged man took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it shakily, and then blew out a thick puff of smoke with a look of enjoyment on his face. The smoke smells very fragrant, not like normal tobacco. This 20-year-old elder obviously has some bad habits. 20 elders, lower your heads, someone is coming. A moon-worshipping disciple caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and immediately reminded his companions. The people from the moon worshippers hurriedly ducked down and hid themselves among the rocks. Since the death of the old master, the administrator of the security bureau has warned the moon worshippers that anyone who dares to appear in the city will be wanted by the security bureau. They dare not be exposed to the city sun. The 20th elder looked indifferent, lowered his head symbolically, still smoking the cigarette in his mouth, and even muttered in a low voice, "Who would have thought that people from the security bureau would come so quickly? If I had known this, I would have come to the South China Sea with my senior brothers first. Otherwise, how could we get into a dog hole?" From the perspective of the moon-worshipping disciples, a dashing female sheriff led 10 sheriffs here. They glanced around with flashlights in their hands. The moon-worshipping disciples quickly held their breath. "Captain, there's no one here," a sheriff said to the female sheriff. The female sheriff took a flashlight and looked around, her eyes resting on the damaged iron sheet. She stepped over and walked over, and several police officers immediately followed her. "Captain, it may have been damaged by the monsters last time they attacked the city. The residents of the old city have not discovered it, and it has not been repaired yet," said one of the sheriff's officers. Another police officer also said, "Don't worry, Captain. If there were monsters entering the old city, there would have been movement already. These claw marks are from before." The female sheriff looked at it for a long time and nodded. "It does look like it was torn open by an animal's claws. However, it cannot be taken lightly. Tell brothers, don't just patrol the walls of the old city, look at every house." After that, the female sheriff led a dozen or so sheriffs and walked towards the distance. After the magistrates walked away, a moon worshipper showed his head, looked around and said, "Elder, we are far away, let's go into the city." The 20 elders stood up unsteadily, their eyes unfocused and motivated. He took a long puff of cigarette and dropped the cigarette butt on the ground. "Humph, the sheriff of Nanhai is also a bunch of losers. Stop hiding, let's go, enter the city. After entering the city, find Jing Dingshan and find a girl for you to relax with." The youthful figure of the female police officer made the excited moon-worshipping sect elder feel thirsty. He took out another cigarette from his arms, lit it and became excited again. A moon worshipper holds a map in his hand. This is a safe route from the old town into the new town. More than 30 moon worshippers followed him on the Lois Road towards the new city. Suddenly, The high beam headlights of several cars came over. The 20 elders were blinded by the light. He looked intently. In the dark night, 3 security vehicles were blocked in the middle of the road. Dozens of police officers held standard weapons and stared at them eagerly. The leader was the female police officer. The female police officer crossed her arms and looked at them with a sneer. Who are you? Why sneak into Nanhai City? One of the moon worshippers cursed secretly. Fuck. I was tricked by this bitch. The 20 elders were not afraid at all. He looked at the female sheriff playfully. We're well hidden, you shouldn't be able to find us. The female sheriff looked at the cigarette in the 20 elders' hand with disgust and said, I can smell that stink from a long way away. The female security officer's name is Lin Xiaoquan, Tylin's apprentice, and now the military attaché captain of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. Like her master, she has strong professional skills. She can tell the ingredients of this illegal smoke even if it floats a little bit. A moon worshipper disciple whispered in the ears of the 20 elders. 20 elders, let's go. The great elder said that if he is discovered, he must leave immediately and must not cause any casualties to the Nanhai sheriff. The face of the 20 elders turned gloomy. He is the elder and I am not the elder. The 20 elders stared at Lin Xiaoquan and said, the great elder is afraid that if we kill people from the security bureau, we will attract the attention of the security bureau. But if you think about it, Zheng Dingshan is ours. He clearly knows that we are going to enter Nanhai City from the old city tonight, yet he still lets the police officer patrol here. What does that mean? The moon worshipper was confused. I don't know. The 20 elders put out their cigarettes, with a wise light shining in their eyes. It means he wants to use my hand to eliminate dissidents? Being able to patrol the old city during the Chinese New Year must have offended Zheng Dingshan. I'll sell him a favor and kill all these people? Just watch, Zheng Dingshan will suppress this matter. The moon worshipper disciple felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. He finally shut his mouth and listened to the 20 elders' orders. Lin Xiaoquan's beautiful eyebrows are lightly furrowed. Put your head in your hands and follow me back to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. A strong spiritual wave came from around the 20 elders. The lights of several security vehicles immediately shattered, and the scene fell into darkness. I don't know who lit the salute, and the sky was lit up. By the light of the fireworks, Lin Xiaoquan saw a cruel smile on the corner of the addict's mouth in front of him. Little girl, you are still young and may not know what real horror is. A pair of huge black wings gradually spread out from behind the 20 elders, more than 3 meters long. There is a claw on each parietal bone of the uppermost wing. B-level talent, demonization. Huge coercion instantly enveloped everyone, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from the temples of the police officers. Lin Xiaoquan saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. These people are not what I thought at all. They are a group of awakened criminal gangs that have fled to the South China Sea. These people come from extraordinary forces? The demonized drug addict has terrifying power like a demon. The magistrates were helpless in his hands. The fiery snakes spitting out hot weapons and those metal storms had no effect at all in front of the addict. All were blocked by the pair of magic wings. The group of people behind him are all sea-level experts, and they also have elusive and ghostly movement skills. Although the police officers at the headquarters are all D-level and are good experts, they are simply not good enough in front of these people. The magistrates who wanted to arrest them were like a herd of sheep trying to corral a pack of wild wolves. Random gunshots and chaotic screams became the background sound. Scarlet blood and broken limbs became the background. Lin Xiaoquan's eyes widened in horror, and his body couldn't help but tremble. A police officer tried to escape, but the drug addict broke his neck and licked the blood from his fingers. Colleagues are dead. The 20th elder leaned against Lin Xiaoquan, who had become a wooden chicken, and lit a cigarette. The special fragrance sprayed on Lin Xiaoquan's pretty face, and he smiled like a pervert. Do you know why I killed you in the end? I think the blood of a girl like you should be delicious. Lin Xiaoquan swallowed in horror. Only then did she understand how helpless she was in the face of the real evil. It turned out that her master had always protected her very well. Lin Xiaoquan breathed rapidly. I kept thinking in my mind. I am Tylin's apprentice. I cannot embarrass my master. Not knowing where he got the courage, Lin Xiaoquan roared angrily and punched the 20 elder in the face. The 20 elders stood motionless, receiving Lin Xiao's attack with their faces as if nothing happened. He smiled sinisterly. Little beauty, fight, move more. When the prey moves, the blood becomes more delicious. After saying that, the 20th elder grabbed Lin Xiaoquan's neck and threw him on the hood of the car. The blood of beautiful girls is really good. Lin Xiaoquan struggled desperately, tears streaming from her eyes. She didn't want to die, let alone die at the hands of such a pervert. The moon-worshipping disciples were used to the 20 elders' special hobbies, so they all smiled tacitly. This 20 elder really likes to drink blood. At this time, a clear voice came from the big tree above. It turns out we are the same people. The 20 elders instantly became vigilant and looked above their heads. Who? A white figure jumped down from the big tree. He was wearing a white suit and a strange smiley mask on his face. When walking, he is gentle and elegant, like a highly educated gentleman. Li Yang walked to a position 3 or 4 meters away from the 20 elders and glanced at Lin Xiaoquan with disgust. At first glance, this woman came from a poor family. The flesh on her body is tight and the blood is not that sweet. It is bitter. The 20 elders looked at Li Yang with squinted eyes, and the moon-worshipping disciples surrounded Li Yang one after another. Li Yang shared his experience calmly. The most stupid thing you could do was scare her. After people have been frightened, adrenaline hormones will make their flesh and blood become very astringent. Li Yang tilted his head and looked at the 20 elders and continued. So, will you eat it? Are you doing it for the delicious taste, or to show off your ferocity? As Li Yang spoke, his face behind the mask became distorted. If you're going for the latter, you're insulting good food. You are insulting foodies like me? The 21st elder twitched his eyes and spit out thick phlegm. Damn it, I met a madman. Kill him. The moon-worshipping disciples did not feel strong spiritual fluctuations from Li Yang, and only thought that this was a mysterious mental illness. One of the moon-worshipping disciples turned his hand into a claw and grabbed Li Yang's neck. A gleam of cold light shines in the dark night. Li Yang held a dagger in his right hand and a bloody animal claw in his right hand. Ah! The moon-worshipping disciple screamed and fell to his knees. Li Yang inserted the dagger into the moon-worshipper's head, and when he pulled it out, it was already stained with red and white things. Li Yang gently licked the dagger, looking intoxicated, and murmured, 20 years old, top grade. The other moon-worshipping disciples were so frightened by Li Yang's actions that their hearts beat rapidly. They opened their mouths slightly, gasping for air, but did not dare to take action. The 20th elder was so angry that Li Yang taught him that his eyes were bloodshot. What are you standing there for? You are the disciples of the moon worshippers, and you are afraid of a boy who appears out of nowhere. Only then did the moon-worshipping disciples cheer up again. The fellow disciple just now was killed because he underestimated the enemy. He deserved it. What are you afraid of? They are confident that with their sea-level talents, moon-worshipping sect body skills, and many years of killing experience, they don't need to fear the mortal awakeners at all. Fuck. Pretend to be your mother. A moon-worshipper disciple roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, the moon-worshipping disciples swarmed up. Li Yang licked his lips and raised his throat. He was hungry, and tonight's New Year's Eve was not to his liking. He wouldn't use his chopsticks unless invited by the host. The dagger in Li Yang's hand was wrapped in the cold air of the underworld and danced wildly among the moon-worshipping disciples. Every time someone interacted with him, hot blood would spurt out and fall on Li Yang's white suit. He was like an alcoholic choosing a drink in a wine cellar. I want to open every bottle and taste it. Soon, the wine was finished, but the drunkard did not drink. More than 30 corpses were lying on the ground. 20 elders' eyes are full of desire. Fuck you, bastard. Unlike other extraordinary forces, the moon worship sect doesn't have many disciples, and every one of them is a treasure. He regretted that he was too high to react. Why didn't you kill this kid first? The 20 elders angrily spread their magic wings and killed Li Yang. However, the surging murderous intent was nothing compared to Li Yang. Li Yang stepped forward quickly and slashed at the 20 elders with a strange gesture. Ah! The 20 elders' eyes were bloodshot due to pain, and a huge magic wing fell to the ground, with a trickle of red liquid flowing from the neat cut. Li Yang walked to the 20th elder and chopped off his other magic wing with another knife. Ah! Heart-rending screams echoed through the lowest streets of the old city. Li Yang picked up the 20th elder who was kneeling on the ground and threw him on the hood next to Lin Xiaoquan. The 20th elder looked at Li Yang who was gradually approaching, endured the severe pain, gritted his teeth and asked, "You, who exactly are you?" A level. Level A? Why is there still an A level in the South China Sea? Li Yang walked to the 20th elder, greedily smelled the scent of the 20th elder, and swallowed. You are pampered and have enough delicacies from the mountains and seas. It's the best. The 20 elders looked at Li in horror. This man looks like he's going to eat him. What's going on? This is a real ogre? Li Yang used his slender hands to gently pat the 20 elders as if coaxing a child. Be good, we are not afraid. If we are afraid, it will not taste good. The 20 elders remembered what Li Yang said. The taste of fearful people is bitter. Ah, no. The 20 elders let out a woman-like scream. Li Yang took out a small pill from his arms, brought it to the 20th elder's mouth, and said softly, Be good, don't be afraid, you won't be afraid after eating it. You like this kind of thing too, don't you? After finishing speaking, Li Yang put the pill into the 20 elder's mouth regardless of his resistance. The medicine was so strong that Elder 20 quickly became confused. This is true health care. Li Yang licked his lips, took out the dagger, and prepared to start a delicious meal. Thanks for the tip. Thank Kendermer 1. Text begins. Lin Xiaoquan huddled on the hood, hugging his legs tightly, lowering his head and letting his black hair and knees cover his eyes. She wanted to turn a blind eye to Li Yang's behavior, but the chewing sounds in her ears kept reminding her of what was happening next to her. Lin Xiaoquan was as afraid of Li Yang as Tai Lin was when he first met Meng Xing. Powers from different dimensions, and cruel. After about 10 minutes, Li Yang finished his dinner. In the past, when Li Yang encountered such good products, he would break them down and eat them all. Now Li Yang is like a dem nouveau riche, he doesn't know how to be frugal at all. He only eats the most delicious parts. He tore off the cloth embroidered with the red moon on the 20 elders and wiped his mouth gracefully. His body was covered in blood, and his mouth to throat was also scarlet. He looked unsightly when eating. Li Yang said while arranging his clothes and mask. Actually, I am not willing to accept the order sent by your master. This lowly character is not worth my time. However, these dirty people should not kill here and dirty the place where the gods live. Lin Xiaoquan can extract many information points from this passage. First, this person knows Thailand, and Thailand may know many such people. Secondly, the old city is not as simple as imagined, a land of gods? Is there a scarier guy here? Same with the mask. What is the connection between this man and the man in the mask of the crying ghost king? Masked man, is it an organization? Li Yang looked at the little girl with his peripheral vision. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I know your master very well. Li Yang has two major hobbies: selling drugs and eating people. After Li Yang became a hunter, his requirements for food quality increased and he stopped eating people. After swallowing the yellow spring fruit, he became more proficient in medicine. So the addiction to selling drugs is getting bigger and bigger. What's outrageous is that he can perfectly integrate the two hobbies. He likes to use drugs to control addicts to eat people. This matter was something Thailand couldn't tolerate, even if Li Yang was a hunter. Thailand has always wanted to arrest Li Yang and bring him to justice, but Meng Xing has an indifferent attitude towards this. If Li Yang could really catch Thailand, then Li Yang would be a bit bad. If Thailand was killed by Li Yang for arresting Li Yang, Meng Xing would not interfere, he deserved it. After Li Yang said this, he bent his legs, used his strength to fly up into the sky, and disappeared from where he was. Lin Xiaoquan looked dully at Li Yang who had disappeared, his eyes looking blankly for something on the street. There was nothing but corpses on the ground and bloodstained security uniforms. Lin Xiaoquan started panting heavily, took out the phone from his pocket, and dialed. Hello, Xiaoquan? What's wrong? After Lin Xiaoquan heard the master's gentle voice, he could no longer suppress it and screamed hysterically. Ah, Xiaoquan? Xiaoquan? What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xiaoquan burst into tears. Dead, dead, master, all dead. All three groups of brothers are dead. Half an hour later, Lin Tai appeared on the streets of the old city with a livid face. Behind him, a dozen security vehicles flashed their security lights. Forensic doctors in white coats trotted to examine the bodies, and the sheriffs shouted and pulled up isolation ropes at the scene. Everyone was very busy, only Lin Xiaoquan was sitting on the hood stupidly, wearing a Thailand coat. Thailand looked at the bodies of the 20 elders on the hood with complicated eyes. The method of committing the crime looked familiar, it was done by the starving ghost. Unexpectedly, it was Starving Ghost who saved Lin Xiaoquan. After Tai Lin discovered the group of refugees on the city wall, he was afraid that Lin Xiaoquan, who was patrolling the old city, would be in danger, so he posted a mission on the Hunter Guild app, protect Lin Xiaoquan. He couldn't ask the Hunters Guild to protect the remaining brothers, because so many vigilantes were saved by hunters, which exposed the guild. It's not allowed by the rules. The only exception is Lin Xiaoquan, because both Tai Lin and Meng Xing default to Lin Xiaoquan as the future hunter. Master, who are they? Lin Xiaoquan looked straight at the blue and red security lights in the distance. Tai Lin didn't know whether Lin Xiaoquan was asking about the starving ghosts or those mysterious people in rags. Leader, there's something wrong with these people. A police officer walked up to Tai Lin holding a tablet computer. Tai Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man came to his rescue. The sheriff continued. These thugs have no record with the sheriff's department. He hesitated for a while and said, I suspect it is a supernatural force. Tai Lin had already expected this answer and said lightly, After a long time, Tai Lin said, award medals of military merit to brothers who died, and triple their pensions. The sheriff nodded and walked back to the scene with the tablet. Passing by the body of a colleague, he sighed unbearably. Alas, it's the Chinese New Year. This sentence reached Tai Lin's ears clearly, and his eyes became increasingly dim, like stars about to die of old age. The phone rang at this time. Tai Lin took it out and looked at it. It was a message from the Hunter Guild. Mission, retreat. Mission details, order the security officers to quickly clean up the battlefield and evacuate the old city. Task reward, 10 points. Mission failure, 50 points deducted. Tai Lin took out a cigarette, but the lighter could not be lit. He threw away the cigarette irritably and said to Lin Xiaoquan, write a report and submit it to my office tomorrow. After saying that, he got into a security car and started the car to go to the new city, Xingqian District, a high-end apartment. It was already midnight, and there were fireworks outside the window. The apartment is well soundproofed and you can barely hear any noise inside. Zhang Dingshan has no habit of setting off firecrackers. According to him, firecrackers are too girly compared to guns. After Zhang Dingshan's wife brought the last dish out of the kitchen, the family of 3 began to enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner. It was very quiet at the dining table. My wife and children were all sitting upright, no one was chatting, and even eating was silent. Zhang Dingshan looked gloomy, picked up the wine bottle and kept pouring it into his mouth. He just got the news. The moon-worshipping disciples encountered an ambush by the police in the old city. Of the 2 groups, only Lin Xiaoquan, the military attaché captain who had risen through the ranks with a man's belt, was left alive. Those nosy vigilantes will die if they die, and they will die. As the director, he can always suppress the situation and will not let the administrator of the security bureau in the city know about it. But why were these police officers so brave that they blocked the moon worshippers from outside the old city? The report hasn't come out yet, so Zhang Dingshan doesn't know the specific situation there. Zhang Dingshan only thought that some of the moon-worshipping disciples died, and most of them were repelled by the police officers. He took a sip of wine irritably. He didn't know how to explain it to the moon-worshippers, and he felt that he, as the director, was being treated as a loser. Tai Lin was asked to let the moon-worshippers in from the main entrance, but he couldn't do it. When the moon-worshipping disciples want to come in from the old city, they will be sniped by Lin Xiaoquan. Zhang Dingshan threw the wine bottle on the floor of the living room, and the wine and glass shards were everywhere. The wife and son shivered at the same time, with fear hidden in their eyes, and they continued to eat calmly. The phone rang, and Zhang Dingshan picked up the phone with a gentle tone. Hello, I'm Zhang Dingshan. The voice over there was very deep. Director Zhang, you are dishonest. Zhang Dingshan was stunned for a moment. This was an elder from the moon worship sect. A month ago, before the security bureau came to Nanhai City, the security in Nanhai City was not so strict, and some moon worshippers had already entered the city. Among them are several elders from the moon worship sect, all of whom are A-level and B-level experts. Zhang Dingshan knew that this was Bioman coming to ask for help, so he quickly said, Elder Mu, please listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. This was all Tai Lin's idea? I really can't talk to him. Elder Mu sneered. The director of the Public Security Bureau can't control his people, do you think I will believe it? You're not trying to get benefits from us while trying to please the security administration, are you? Have you forgotten our agreement? Have you forgotten our methods? By the time he finished speaking, Elder Mu's voice had become filled with murderous intent. Zhang Dingshan's hand trembled and he almost dropped the phone. Elder Mu has a strange destiny card. After that thing binds their spirituality, they can activate the power inside at will, allowing themselves to feel the pain of thousands of ants eroding their bones. According to Elder Mu, this life card is the means by which the moon worship sect controls the people under it. Zhang Dingshan smiled bitterly and said, "How dare I betray you? That Tylin is 2-axis." Elder Mu sneered twice. "That's all, I'll believe you just once. This man would be a disaster to keep. I'll give you an address, and if you trick him into coming here, it will be none of your business after that." Zhang Dingshan received a text message on his mobile phone. North District, Zhuo Road, Bishui Shangcheng Club. Zhang Dingshan asked quickly, "You're not going to kill him, are you? The security administration is still performing tasks in the South China Sea. Killing a deputy director would be very troublesome." Elder Mu said impatiently, "Do your own thing. You don't even have the ability to ask him out, do you?" Zhang Dingshan was silent for a while. It's not a big problem to ask Tylin out. Except for issues of principle, Tylin would never disobey himself. He respected himself as the director. What he was afraid of was that the moon-worshipping gate would cause trouble for him. But his life is in their hands, what can he do? Zhang Dingshan sighed. "No problem." Elder Mu's tone softened. "Don't worry, the Safety Management Bureau has been very busy these 2 days and has no time to take care of a small deputy director. And what I promise to give you will not be short of you. Do your errands well, and if something happens, the moon worshippers will protect you. After all, you are our chosen one." After saying that, Elder Mu hung up the phone. Zhang Dingshan thought about what Elder Mu said. Is the Security Bureau very busy now? What are they busy with? Is this why the moon worshippers chose to come to Nanhai tonight? Zhang Dingshan couldn't figure out the reason, and he was very irritated. The Security Bureau is in charge of him, but Tylin refuses to accept him, and now the moon worshippers are threatening him. Zhang Dingshan glanced at his wife who was eating, and threw the wine bottle on her head. "Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. You will turn into a pig after eating." The wife screamed, covered her bleeding forehead and fell, squatting on the ground and sobbing quietly. The son trembled, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and stammered, "Dad, I'm full." Zhang Dingshan grabbed the rice bowl in front of him and threw it at his son, pointing at him and yelling, "Look at how useless you are! When will you be more like your father? Damn, what a bunch of useless things!" Zhang Dingshan cursed, picked up his coat and went out. Instead of driving to the north side, he went to another high-end apartment in the west side, where he kept his mistress. Zhang Dingshan wanted to call a few more ladies over to vent his anger. He would not go to the Bishui Shangcheng Club. What if Tylin died in the Bishui Shangcheng Club and Bioman would leave him alone? I couldn't even speak clearly with my mouth. He just invited Tylin over and completed the tasks given by the moon-worshipping gate. Zhang Dingshan sent a text message to Tylin in the car. Soon Tylin replied received. Tylin, who was driving the security vehicle to Zhang Dingshan's residence, turned around and drove towards the Bishui Shangcheng Club. Bishui Shangcheng Clubhouse. The neon lights are shining with high-end colors, and the lobby is also magnificent. Several etiquette ladies stand dignifiedly at the door. This doesn't look like a kill. In fact, for businesses, the more gorgeous the place, the easier it is to harbor dirt and evil. A security car stopped at the door, and Tylin walked towards the gate of Bishui Shangcheng Club. Several security guards watching the scene frowned at Tylin's uniform of a police officer. Why would someone come to investigate during the Chinese New Year? Generally, the peace officers who come to have fun will not come in uniform. According to past experience, in this case, they are short of money and looking for some red envelopes. A white-haired young man walking out of the bathroom also saw Tylin outside the door. He ran over in a few steps, pushed away the two security guards, and faced them with a smile on his face. "Director Tai, what brought you here?" Tylin glanced at the young man suspiciously. "Why are you here?" Tylin remembers that this young man was Zhu Dejin's personal bodyguard, and he was called Crazy Wolf on the road. Crazy Wolf laughed and said, "A big customer has come here and booked the whole club. Brother June asked me to come and take a look." Nowadays, all entertainment venues in Nanhai City belong to Zhu Dejin. Crazy Wolf was very strict and did not say that this big customer was Zhang Dingshan. Crazy Wolf was stunned after finishing speaking. Aren't you also 3? Tylin looked at the text message on his mobile phone, 3602. The Mad Wolf saw it and smiled even more. Since it's you who are here, today's purchase is free. We are all old friends. Crazy Wolf knew that the person who booked the venue today was Zhang Dingshan, but Crazy Wolf did not choose to give Zhang Dingshan any discount. Things will be different now that Tylin is here. Tylin must be given face. Tylin pushed Crazy Wolf away expressionlessly and walked straight to the 3rd floor. Mad Wolf looked at Tylin's back with some doubts in his eyes. How come Captain Iron is with those desperados? There are 3 few guests, all of them are filled with the smell of blood, and all of them are not good people. Crazy Wolf waved to the side, and a younger brother quickly came over. Crazy Wolf asked, "Is Zhang Dingshan already here?" The young man shook his head and said, "Zhang Dingshan went to Rose Garden Community and called 2 ladies." The younger brother added, "Called from another place." Crazy Wolf frowned. After thinking for a while, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called Zhu Dejin. "Boss, there's something going on here, I don't think it's quite right." Old Town. The smell of sulfur hung in the air, and red confetti blown from residence yards littered the streets. It was already a bit cold at 3 o'clock in the morning. 2 young ladies who worked the night shift from a brothel in Xingken district were walking together on this street. Because firecrackers were set off, thick fog lingered on the streets. The thick fog, red paper, and old streets are actually quite breathtaking. When 2 women get together and have company, it's not that scary. They were talking and laughing about how powerful the men were today, how much money they made today, and so on. Suddenly, they saw figures in the thick fog on their way home. The 2 of them were a little scared, so they supported each other, lowered their heads, and walked in bravely. The figures inside moved and walked towards their direction. They could see clearly that they were a group of people wearing bright red robes with the full moon symbol embroidered on their chests. Like a cultist holding some mysterious ritual. They were scared and wanted to turn around and run away. Turning around, an expressionless face appeared in front of them. Ah! The women squatted down holding each other and let out a scream of terror. The moon worshipper who blocked the way of the women paid no attention to the 2 women. He ignored the woman, walked into the crowd, and whispered a few words in the ear of the leader. "Elder, I checked. There is a garden villa in this old town. The leader is the 13th elder of the moon worship sect, a man with a few strands of white hair on his temples." The 13th elder squinted his eyes and looked at the location pointed by the moon worshipper. "Kill 20 elders and rely on a group of police officers? Haha, Mo Yulin didn't stop even after I cut off one of his arms." Mo Yulin is the name of the old beggar beast king. The people brought by the 20 elders died in the old city, and the 13th elder received the life card signal after the death of the 20 elders. He guessed that the 20 elders were ambushed by the sheriff and Mo Yulin. The 13th elder put on his hood, his whole face disappeared into the darkness, and walked towards the garden villa. The more than 30 moon-worshipping disciples behind him also followed, leaving step by step, keeping their heads down and saying nothing the whole time. 2 women hugged each other and cried in the crowd of moon worshippers. Every footsteps frightened them to death. It is estimated that they will never dare to walk at night again. Those 2 women were like air in the eyes of the moon worshippers. Garden villa. After dinner, Meng Xing sat on a chair on the balcony and looked at the scene of bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming the new year. Ye Yunyun placed a cup of coffee on the stone table next to Meng Xing, and sat next to Meng Xing to accompany him. Meng Xing suddenly asked, "What do you think extraordinary power looks like?" Ye Yunyun was stunned for a moment and responded, "Isn't the Hunters Guild an extraordinary force? Are you still curious about this question if you are the leader of extraordinary forces? In fact, I was also curious about this issue before." Meng Xing turned his head and looked at Ye Yunyun seriously. Ye Yunyun flipped up her hair and pushed the disobedient strands of hair behind her ears. A little charming, a little beautiful. There was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. After my father's company collapsed, I felt hopeless and powerless. I had fantasized about a supernatural power taking a fancy to me, even if I become the mistress of some small manager there. As for extraordinary forces, they are so omnipotent and have power that far exceeds that of the Public Security Bureau. This world may be decided by those extraordinary forces. Ye Yunyun met Meng Xing's eyes with a different kind of tenderness. Fortunately, my dream came true. Not only did he join the extraordinary organization, he was also reused. I actually fantasized about being a mistress. What was once powerless humility is now willing loyalty. Meng Xing naturally knew what Ye Yunyun meant. He deliberately skipped this topic. You are also the manager of extraordinary forces now, why would you have such thoughts? Ye Yunyun was very sensible and did not dwell on this topic. She leaned on the table, the waves in her chest pressing hard on the stone table. Then what do you think extraordinary power should look like? New. Meng Xing looked up at the moon in the sky, which did not come from heaven or hell, and his eyes moved slightly. I thought that the supernatural power should be the eternal burning flame and the high moon. All living beings worship him like gods and demons. Now I feel that extraordinary forces may just be a group of ordinary people with powerful people who get together. Meng Xing paused and continued. It won't be long before the world will lose one of its top extraordinary forces. Ye Yunyun blinked. What? A smile appeared on Meng Xing's lips. That extraordinary force is very strong, but they are stupid and like to give away. The moon worship sect lost 16 elders during the civil strife, leaving only 16 of the 32 elders. 2 were killed in Bahai, and a total of 7 elders were killed in Nanhai City. It won't be long before several elders die in the Bishui Shangcheng nightclub. There are only a few elders left. Everything that happens in the South China Sea cannot be hidden from Meng Xing's information department. I didn't have a good New Year's Eve dinner, but I had a good year. The administrators of the Security Administration went to find trouble with Desmond, the cultist. Therefore, the moon-worshipping sect wanted to take advantage of Nanhai City's laxity and the absence of the administrator to get into Nanhai City. He is very smart and knows to come to Nanhai City to find a chance to rescue Bahai. But these people are weak and underestimate the enemy. Among the moon-worshipping sect, the only one Meng Xing had concerns about was the great elder of the moon-worshipping sect. The old beggar beast king also said that the moon-worship sect had begun to decline after the death of its old leader. The great elder of the moon-worship sect is very powerful, but his operational capabilities are insufficient. The reason why the moon-worship sect can still be called an extraordinary force is because there is an S-level leader like the great elder. As long as this S-level person survives, there will be high-level, desperate, and powerful awakeners joining the moon-worshipping sect. The moon-worshippers are not picky eaters and accept everyone. This great elder is considered a flag. Because of this, the comprehensive power of the moon-worship sect is really not impressive compared to other extraordinary powers. But also because of the existence of the great elder, these rabble-rousers have been recognized by all forces. Meng Xing knew that he would see the great elder soon. Meng Xing was excited from the bottom of his heart as he was about to fight against the S-class humans. It has been less than a year since I woke up. He turned to look at Ye Yunyun. I'm in a good mood today. You can make a request, as long as I can fulfill it. Ye Yunyun supported her chin with her beautiful hand and said with a smile. It'll be nice if I can stay with you, sir. Meng Xing smiled, and the scene became silent. The moon worshippers walked quickly on the street and soon saw Meng Xing's garden. The 13th elder opened his eyes, and a pair of black pupils gradually disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes. The whole world turned gray-white in his eyes, like an old TV screen. A murderous smile appeared on his lips. He saw Mo Yulin's spirituality and determined Mo Yulin's location. At this time, Mo Yulin was lying on a chair in a small corner of the garden, drinking with a young man, holding a child in his arms. Suddenly, something incredible appeared in the 13th elder's sight. He opened his eyes carefully to distinguish. The expression on the 13th elder's face changed, and fear gradually climbed onto his old face. He saw a villa in the garden. 2 men with a terrifying aura were sitting on the balcony of the villa. Looking further, there are 7 women in the villa who are at least B-level, wiping tables and mopping the floor. The 13th elder took 2 steps back in horror. No, the great elder guessed wrong. There is indeed a supernatural force in the South China Sea, but it was not founded by Mo Yulin. There is something here beyond our belief? All the moon-worshipping disciples looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. At this time, a gloomy voice came from the wall. Tisk tisk tisk, another top-quality product. The 13th elder looked up. I saw a young man wearing a white suit and a strange smiling face mask squatting on the wall. He was covered in blood and exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Bishui Shangcheng Bar, 3. 5 moon worshippers in red robes were sitting on the sofa. Worship the second elder of the moon gate, the 7th elder, the 11th elder, the 23rd elder, and the 24th elder. 3 are A level and 2 are B level. By the way, the middle-aged white-haired old man sitting on the sofa who looks somewhat similar to the great elder is named Mu. The second elder of the worshipping moon sect is also the second strongest person in the worshipping moon sect. With double A-level talent, he is also number 1 among the awakened people in the world. The moon worship sect launched a major war this time and sent almost all its elites into Nanhai City. The purpose was not only to kill Mo Yulin, but also to control Nanhai, just like they were once masters of the North Sea. Everything went according to plan, and the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau has become the puppet of the moon worship sect. They thought that since Wei Na had been detained, no one in Nanhai City could control them. I just didn't expect that the volcanic ash emission incident in Dongying country would attract so much attention from the higher-ups that they even sent a blue whale team to the South China Sea. But it doesn't matter. According to the plan, the moon-worshipping disciples were sent into Nanhai one after another. They could haunt the upper-class families of Nanhai City like ghosts, and then slowly infiltrate Nanhai. The arrival of the Security Bureau will only give them a little more time. Who knew there would be another variable like Tylin? The second elder is still cursing in the private room. Zhang Dingshan is a waste. How can the dignified director of the Public Security Bureau let the deputy director stand alone? The 7th elder also echoed. Actually, the actual person in charge of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau is Tylin. He should have some background, otherwise how could he overthrow Wei Na to get promoted and make a fortune? The 7th elder also expressed his views. It's also our fault that we discovered it too late. This Tylin most likely took refuge in Mo Yulin. Otherwise, how could Xiao 20 die in the old city? The 23rd elder and the 24th elder laughed along with them. They are obviously elders, but the 23rd elder and the 24th elder look very restrained. They were originally some Asian outlaws who joined the moon worship sect after the civil strife in the moon worship sect. They were not the original group of elders of the moon worship sect, so their status was much lower than that of the top 20 elders. The second elder snorted coldly. It's not too late to pull him into the moon worship gate before Tylin creates a bigger obstacle for us. After the Security Bureau leaves, and then kills Mo Yulin, Nanhai will be firmly captured by the moon worship sect. In terms of economy, the North Sea is not as good as the South China Sea. The Great Elder also said that the Nanhai Public Security Bureau has a huge secret. As long as we obtain that secret, we at the moon-worshipping sect won't have to fear the Hehuan sect, Holy Mountain, and the like, and we can even regain the former glory of the moon-worshipping sect. When we take over the South China Sea, the moon-worshipping sect will no longer be the sect that can neither get up nor down. The other elders also smiled. As the status of the moon worship sect increases, their power will also increase. The 24th elder remembered Zhang Dingshan's evaluation of Tylin. Axis, selfless, not afraid of power. The 24th elder frowned and said, "What if Tylin doesn't eat the toast and would rather die than join us?" The 23rd elder smiled disdainfully. "It's just a sea-level person. I really don't believe there are people who are not afraid of death. When he comes, I will first give him a show of strength and kill him." At this moment, the door was pushed open. A man in a sheriff's department uniform walked in. He had a cropped haircut and wore a coat diagonally to cover his left arm. He walked straight to the elders of the moon-worshipping sect, his eyelids drooping. He pulled up a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and lit a cigarette as if no one was around. Only then did several elders realize that this man had no left arm. The elders of the moon worship sect narrowed their eyes in unison. Although this man was dressed like a mature police officer in an ordinary police station, the second-rate demeanor combined with the uniform of a peace officer gave him the feeling of an official ruffian. However, several elders of the moon-worshipping sect did not look down upon this man, just because he has extraordinary bearing. The elders of the moon worship sect are not only high-level awakeners, but also professional killers. Those who can remain calm and composed amidst their murderous intent must not be ordinary people. The 24th elder's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he snorted angrily. "Boy, who told you to sit down?" After saying that, spirituality surged through his body, the temperature of the whole room became much higher, and a tyrannical pressure surged towards the man. The man didn't even raise his eyelids and said nonchalantly, "I caught Wei Na." He took a puff of cigarette calmly. "How are you better than Wei Na? Put away your tricks." The 24th elder was stunned for a moment, with an embarrassed look on his face. Wei Na killed 6 elders of the moon-worshipping sect in one battle, and their bad reputation had already spread to the moon-worshipping sect. Tylin raised his eyebrows and looked at the elders indifferently. "Talk about something." Several elders of the moon-worshipping sect were speechless for a moment, obviously being suppressed by Tyli. The second elder laughed and gave a thumbs up. "Amir Sirankar has such courage, he is worthy of Director Iron, I admire him. Much better than that trash Zhang Dingshan." The second elder smiled and continued. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Mu Zhenggong, from Worshipping Moon Gate." Tylin said nothing and looked at him expressionlessly. Several elders were surprised and doubtful. Why is this person so calm when he hears the words Moon Worship Gate? The deputy director of Nanhai should know what the Moon Worship Gate means, right? This is an extraordinary force. Although it is not a first-rate extraordinary force, it is still a powerful organization that is rare in the Xia Kingdom. The second elder coughed twice. "You are a talented person, so I would like to invite you to join the Moon Worship sect." Tylin remained expressionless. The second elder said seriously, "Originally, I wanted to use money, beauty, or other means to get you to join the Moon Worship sect. But now I have changed my mind. As long as you join the Moon Worshipping sect, I will not pursue you after you join forces with Mo Yulin to kill 30 of my Moon Worshipping sect disciples. We will also help you kill Zhang Dingshan and make you the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, I will grant you the position of elder of the Moon Worship sect." All the worshipping elders from the Moon Gate were shocked when they heard this. Especially the 23rd and 24th elders, they looked at Tylin with jealous eyes. When they joined the Moon Worship sect as elders, they helped the Moon Worship sect solve many orders for free. Now the sea-level boy is on equal footing with them? The second elder waited confidently for Tylin's reply. Tylin smiled. "Mo Yulin? Never heard of it. Let's be honest, what do you need me to do?" The phrase "I've never heard of Mo Yulin" sounded to the ears of the second elder. From now on, we should draw a clear line between ourselves and Mo Yulin. The second elder smiled and said, "Smart people. There's not much that's asked of you right now. In a few days, fellow disciples will enter Nanhai, just let them in." Not many disciples entered Nanhai that day, because just now, 30 disciples had entered Nanhai from the old city, so this little thing is not troublesome for you. Tylin took a long puff of cigarette and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. "Hi, this is not easy to handle." The second elder's face suddenly darkened. Tylin looked directly at the second elder. "Also, just 10 minutes ago, the people you sent into the old city were dead." The second elder said in a low tone. "Tylin, what do you mean?" Tylin lit a cigarette again. "Literally, do you really regard Nanhai as your home? Come when you want and leave when you want? The South China Sea is not as simple as you think." The second elder took out the wooden plaque from his arms, which recorded the names of the disciples of the Moon Worshipping sect. As long as one disciple of the Moon Worshipping sect dies, the name on the wooden sign will disappear. However, the names of the Moon Worshipping sect disciples on the wooden sign are still there. Tylin blew out a puff of smoke. "If I guess correctly, the brand in your hand is something similar to transmitting information, right? Don't look at that thing. The old city is a devil's cave. If your people go there, not even the scum will be left." The second elder stared at Tylin for a long time and felt that he was not lying. The second elder said solemnly, "It turns out that I thought there was only one Mo Yulin in the old city. It seems that I want to keep it simple. Mo Yulin didn't kill old 13 in 2 seconds. Tylin, tell me what your attitude is? If you are your own person, tell me about the old town. The disciples of the Moon Worship sect cannot die in vain." Tylin put out the cigarette, his eyes full of murderous intent, staring at the second elder. "You extraordinary bastards, how dare you win over the deputy director of the sheriff's department after killing so many police officers? I have ordered that everyone who has recently entered or left the South China Sea will be strictly investigated. As long as there is one person who fails to register with the Public Security Bureau, he will be executed on the spot. This is my attitude." Presumptuous. The second elder couldn't bear it any longer, and the huge aura that erupted from his body caused the entire private room to become chaotic. The chandelier fell and the wine bottle fell to the ground. Broken glass and drinks were everywhere. It was a mess. You are seeking death. The seventh elder stood up with murderous intent. The air was hot and dry, and the water vapor condensed into a long sword in the seventh elder's hand. Tylin glanced at the phone, his ears twitched, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why do you think I can chat with you here? Several elders frowned. There was a burst of chaotic footsteps in the corridor. Tylin stood up and took out a facial mask from his arms. His eyes flashed coldly. Assaulting the police and killing people, if the secular power cannot punish you, then let the extraordinary power do the talking. Several elders were intimidated by Tylin's aura. They adjusted their breaths to spread their spirituality throughout their bodies, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, the door was kicked open suddenly. A sturdy man wearing a mink coat appeared at the door holding a machete. Behind him were a group of boys, each holding a gun, a machete, an axe, and a dagger. The man held a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, glanced at the mess in the room, and pointed at the moon-worshipping sect elders fiercely. What are you doing? Are you destroying the place? You don't even care whose territory this is. Tylin was stunned. He looked behind Zhu Dejin, with confusion on his face. Zhu Dejin? Why is it you? Are you here by yourself? A friendly smile appeared on Zhu Dejin's lips. Tylin, I saved you again. Don't be afraid in your own territory. On the road, you really may not have me, Zhu Dejin, to help you. Tylin secretly heard it wrong. Before coming to the club, Tylin had already used all his points to place a mission in the Hunter Guild. Encircle and suppress the awakened villains from outside Nanhai City. He used his powerful senses to hear many people going upstairs outside. That's why I stopped pretending and broke up with the elders of the moon worship sect. The masks were all taken out, but it was Zhu Dejin who showed up. Zhu Dejin even thought that the elders of the worshipping moon sect were criminals who were harmful to him, so he came with a group of younger brothers, which was a bit reckless. Tylin opened his mouth. Not me. No. Before Tylin finished speaking, he was interrupted by the sarcastic voice of the second elder. I thought some big shot was here, but it turned out to be such a bunch of people. Zhu Dejin was not happy anymore. He pointed the mountain knife at the second elder's head, raised his chin and asked, Old guy, do you know who I am? How much money Zhang Dingshan gave you? I will pay double. Making friends is not something you can do today. It turns out that Zhu Dejin thought that the moon worshippers were the killers invited by Zhang Dingshan to kill Tylin. Mad Wolf told Zhu Dejin that Zhang Dingshan had booked a private room in the club, and many people with bloody smells came. But Zhang Dingshan himself was not there, but Tylin came. Thinking that Zhang Dingshan and Tylin had not dealt with them, Zhu Dejin slapped his forehead and immediately thought that those people were killers sent by Zhang Dingshan. As for whether you have ever thought that those people are not killers, but people with extraordinary power, what good person can think about this? To be able to meet such an extraordinary force as the Hunter Guild once in this life is already outrageous. So Zhu Dejin thought about running to save Tylin and selling Tylin a favor. He knew how to take sides. He knew that Zhang Dingshan, the director, would be pulled down by Tylin sooner or later. The second elder sneered. I don't know who you are, but do you know who I am? Zhu Dejin was stunned for a moment. Why is this old boy so crazy? He cursed. I don't care who you are, I'm your father. Tylin stuffed the facial mask into his arms and instantly transformed into a bison. He grabbed Zhu Dejin and ran out. They are worshippers of the moon sect, and they are all B-level masters. At that time, Zhu Dejin just said I am stupid and he yelled at his younger brothers. Run! Call the police. Zhu Dejin's people came and left quickly, which confused the elders of the moon worship sect. The seventh elder felt a toothache. I thought Zhang Dingshan was abnormal. Why are the human brain circuits in Nanhai so magical? The second elder roared angrily. Kill! Leave no one behind. The 23rd elder and the 24th elder disappeared into the private room instantly like ghosts. The second elder hurriedly shouted. Catch Tylin first? Don't let him escape. I want to train him into a puppet. Zhu Dejin and Tylin moved very quickly, and were stopped by several younger brothers. They successfully reached the female staff locker room on the third floor. Zhu Dejin pulled off the uniforms and underwear hanging on the closet, pushed the closet open, and a secret door appeared in front of him. The two of them entered the secret door and hid inside. Where is this? Tylin asked, leaning against the wall. Zhu Dejin gasped for breath. Here, this is the secret room used to prevent police officers from checking the police. Tell me quickly, what's going on at the moon worship gate? How did you mess with them? Tylin pondered for a while and said, this is an extraordinary force, just like the Hunter Guild. Their purpose in coming to the South China Sea is not simple. I don't know exactly what happened, but they killed a lot of sheriffs. I have already posted a quest in the guild, and I expect the hunters will come here soon. Zhu Dejin cursed. Who the hell would take over your mission during the Chinese New Year? Besides, you don't even know what time it is. Zhu Dejin cursed and took out his mobile phone, clicked on the task list, and his eyes almost fell out. Holy shit, someone actually picked it up. Are everyone working so hard for points? No, is it really okay for these rookies to take over the mission? The opposite side is an extraordinary force? Shouldn't a high-level hunter accept the mission? Then again, what are you doing with those points? The high-level hunter is so poor that he earns these points from you? Tylin quickly made a silence gesture, and Zhu Dejin quickly covered his mouth. The dark red corridor of Bishui Shangcheng Club is filled with the sound of a girl's children's songs. Diamond suit. Little rabbit, be good and open the door. Wearing a bunny hood, wielding a long axe and wearing a JK, the girl walked on the carpet in the corridor with unsteady steps. Where are the awakened villains? Why is there no one? The girl scratched her head, looking like she was about to grow a brain. She selectively ignored Zhu Dejin's younger brother, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Suddenly, a man lying on the ground grabbed the girl's ankle. The girl's eyes turned cold. She swung the long axe in her hand and was about to smash it down, but stopped 2 centimeters in front of the tip of the man's nose. This white-haired young man is quite handsome. Mad Wolf covered his bleeding abdomen, gritted his teeth and pointed to the 4th floor. There on the 4th floor. The girl dropped a wild strawberry and skipped towards the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, the 23rd elder stood in the corridor with a look of disbelief on his face. He is a B-level combat talent awakener and has 6 levels of spirituality. However, there was nothing he could do against these 2 weirdos. These 2 weirdos are only at the 5th level, but their powers are very strange, and they don't look like normal combat awakeners at all. Who are you? The 23rd elder shouted angrily. The 2 weirdos ignored the 23rd elder and just discussed strategies on their own, not afraid that the 23rd elder would hear them. It was as if the 23rd elder was just air and a wild monster to be killed. The weirdo at the end of the corridor wears a clown mask and a straight suit. There's something wrong with his legs, like they have spring prosthetics. Clown Wang Su shook his neck, and his palms were like red-hot iron plates, steaming. He said in a deep voice, "This man is very powerful, and the 2 of us are no match for each other head-on. His spirituality will eventually run out, just slowly wear him out." Another weirdo was wearing a raincoat and a smurf mask, his whole body sticking to the ceiling as if there was no gravity. Hiss. Fortunately, he is a body-enhanced combat talent awakener and has no long-range attack methods. Otherwise, we would both be dead. This is Boxer Wang Yang. Boxer Wang Yang asked with some fear. Do you think he will have help? We can't stand it if such a monster comes again. Clown Wang Su lowered his body, ready to go. He shook his head. The guild never sends out missions that are guaranteed to die, and even the most difficult missions still have a glimmer of hope. Although the mission is Bull Demon release. But the guild set a 3-fold reward for this task. Since the guild came forward and prompted us to accept this task, it shows that we can indeed complete this task. The guild's assessment never goes wrong. If we die, it only means that we did not use 10% of our strength. Seeing that the 2 weirdos did not regard him as a human being, the 23rd elder burst out with strong murderous intent in his eyes. How dare you ignore me? The bones on the 23rd elder's body made a crackling sound, and his entire appearance changed dramatically. His height of 1.6 meters has doubled. The head of the 3-meter-tall little giant almost hit the ceiling. The red robe on the little giant's body was broken, revealing his strong muscles. If you look closely, you will see that those muscles are all made of hard granite. Level B, small phase of boulder. The little giant transformed by the 23rd elder first set his sights on Boxer Wang Yang and punched him, making the air explode. Boxer Wang Yang exclaimed, "What a fool! I'm famous." Wang Yang seemed to be punched far away by the 23rd elder. However, the 23rd elder's punch had no effect at all. Wang Yang's body was so light that he was floating out. just like a top boxer punching a plastic bag. All the strength was relieved. The 23rd elder became even more angry and rushed forward, his little giant-like body making the entire corridor tremble. Wang Yang immediately caught the 23rd elder's fist. His seemingly slow move actually made the 23rd elder stumble. Fortunately, I learned Tai Chi during this period to use my strength. Don't you know, brother, the Taoist priest of Wudang Mountain said that I am a unique martial arts wizard? Wang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed off to Joker. Being able to have a slightly back-and-forth fight with someone whose talent level and spiritual level are higher than yours is indeed worth showing off. You contain him. Clown. After Wang Su said this, he jumped up. A pair of hands like a soldering iron struck the 23rd elder in the eyes. Clown Wang Su teaches physical skills at Nanhai No. 1 Middle School. Even Meng Xing learned physical skills from him, so Wang Su's combat qualities are not a problem. The 23rd elder screamed in pain and raised his fist at Wang Su angrily. Wang Su almost teleported out of the way. The 23rd elder roared. You two rats? Can you only run away? Regardless of whether it was Wang Su or Wang Yang, they were not as destructive as the 23rd elder, but they had no problem kiting him. The 23rd elder endured Clown Wang Su's attack and rushed towards boxer Wang Yang like a wild beast. Wang Yang was forced into a corner and had no way to retreat. His face became solemn, and he stretched out his hand to catch the fist of the 23rd elder. 4 taels is 1,000 pounds. However, Wang Yang's face turned pale, and he was picked up by the violent 23rd elder and smashed against the wall. If you look carefully, one of Wang Yang's arms has been twisted. The 23rd elder bared his teeth and grabbed Wang Yang's head fiercely. 4 taels is worth 1,000 caddies? You have to have 4 taels, and I have to have just 1,000 jin. The 23rd elder raised his fist and was about to explode Wang Yang's head with the next punch. At this moment, a strange children's song came from the fire escape beside him. Before the 23rd elder could react, he saw the firefighters being kicked away. A girl wearing a rabbit head mask and wearing jeans was swinging an axe at him with excitement on her face. The 23rd elder narrowed his eyes. Another rat. The 23rd elder raised his big granite-covered foot and kicked towards the girl. With this kick, he was confident that he could kick this little body into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, after a crisp sound, the 23rd elder looked at the girl blankly. The girl was not kicked to death by him? This girl is so strong. Jade Rabbit Lu Mingmeng's talent is tons of fruits, level C. Although there are no special supernatural means, that ton of strange power is no joke. If it weren't for the fact that the ability of tons of fruits was too simple, it would definitely not be as simple as level C. That weapon was not an ordinary weapon, it was a spiritual weapon obtained from somewhere. She also ate Popeye's spinach, and with the spiritual weapon long axe in her hand, it was like the barbarian king came out with an endless green cross. Although the hands are short, the sword can hit hard. The excitement on the girl's face became more and more intense. The 23rd elder slowly lowered his head and looked at his legs. His legs covered with granite were actually cut into by the axe, and they seemed to be stuck there. Boxer Wang Yang, who was huddled in the corner, shouted, "I'm so stupid. I'm so fierce. Sister Rabbit is awesome." Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng held her breath and leaned back. "Help! The axe is stuck." Boxer Wang Yang took a closer look and realized that Sister Rabbit's axe was stuck in the leg of the 23rd elder. This axe is extraordinary. Ah! The 23rd elder finally let out a heartrending scream. He swung his legs wildly, trying to throw Jade Rabbit off his legs. Ah! Jade Rabbit screamed, flying around like a big pendulum following the struggle of the 23rd elder's legs. Bang! Jade Rabbit was thrown against the wall, with stars in his eyes. The axe stuck in the 23rd elder's leg was finally pulled out, and the stones fell to the ground with blood. The 23rd elder couldn't help but knelt down on one knee. He raised his head and his eyes were scarlet. "You all must die." Joker jumped on the 23rd elder's shoulder and strangled the 23rd elder's neck. His spirituality has been almost worn out. "Jade Rabbit, you are responsible for the main attack. Boxer, if you can't die, give up his good leg. Something's wrong? Don't leave." On the 8th floor of Bishui Shangcheng Club, the 7th elder suddenly stopped and shouted. The 11th elder who was walking with him stopped and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The 7th elder suddenly looked at the 11th elder. "What are we doing here?" Elder 11 said, "Of course. The second master ordered to kill everyone in the club and then take Tylin away. The seventh elder pointed to the empty corridor and spoke with difficulty. Is there anyone here? Elder 11's eyes gradually changed from blank to shocked, and he hesitated. What are we doing here? From the moment they rushed out of the private room, their brains were telling them to go upstairs. In fact, they don't even know when they separated from the others. They are all A-level, but they are wandering around the club like a demon. Could it be that they are haunted? The seventh elder's eyes were gloomy. It's broken, it's hit. His sharp triangular eyes glanced around the dimly styled 8th floor. There was the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I saw a big head passing by the stairs on the 8th floor and rolling downstairs. The two elders suddenly widened their eyes. This is actually the 24th elder. There were footsteps coming from the corner of the stairs, and the two elders immediately became alert. I saw a man wearing travel shoes and a white coat walking downstairs and slowly coming to the corridor on the 8th floor. The two elders looked at the man. This man wore a large blue mask that covered his mouth and nose, leaving only a pair of eyes that were indifferent to all life. The hand was wearing white gloves and holding a scalpel that was still bleeding. This is scalpel Du Yangming? Du Yangming said as if talking to himself. You two are much stronger than him, and you recovered so quickly. The two most powerful ones are not alone, which is difficult to handle. After hearing this, the two elders were frightened for a while. They wanted to separate just now. One planned to stay on the 8th floor and the other went to the 9th floor. They don't know why they have this idea, they just follow the devil. If they were separated just now, would they be defeated one by one? Killed like the 24 elders? The 7th elder asked in a deep voice. Your Excellency, it's a good idea. Du Yangming walked slowly towards the two elders. No need to flatter me. Elder 11 stared at Du Yangming, but could not tell the truth. He slowed down and said, Friends, we never thought that the water in the South China Sea could be so deep. Make friends and we'll leave now. Du Yangming shook his head. Now that you have come to the South China Sea to run wild, don't even think about living. Before Du Yangming finished speaking, he suddenly paused. A red line appeared on his neck, and his head dropped to the ground like a ball. If there is a powerful awakened person here, you can see a slight moisture on the broken part of Du Yangming's neck. The 11th elder's talent Water Emperor, a level. He can control all water elements, including moisture in the air. Just now, Elder 11 took advantage of Du Yangming's speech and used water vapor to cut off Du Yangming's neck. Elder 11 glanced at the head on the ground with disdain and sneered. Yang, you don't have any alertness at all. I really don't know how the 24th elder died in his hands. Let's go, 7th brother, it's important to find Tylin. The 7th elder's expression was still solemn, and he squinted his eyes to look at Du Yangming's still standing body. He felt that there was an extremely huge spirituality in Du Yangming. Are people with this kind of spirituality really so easy to die? Could it be some kind of deception? Isn't it because I and others were fooled by Du Yangming's hypnotic tricks that they were wandering aimlessly in the club? The next scene made the two elders open their mouths in horror. The headless body squatted down, picked up his head, and put it back on. Du Yangming looked at the two elders coldly. I don't think you need a death certificate. The scalpel in Du Yangming's hand burst out with blue light and instantly turned into a spiritual long knife. The 7th elder and the 11th elder suddenly felt horrified. The brain is always the key point of mankind. No matter how strong the awakened person is, he will die without his brain. How could this person? The two elders didn't care too much and fought Du Yangming bravely. The air on the entire 8th floor became dry, and all the moisture was turned into tiny assassination daggers by the 13 elders. The steel and aluminum wires buried in the cement on the 8th floor, under the control of the 7th elder, were all heading towards Du Yangming with intelligence. The more they fought, the more panicked they became. No matter what kind of fatal injury was given to Du Yangming would not die and not a drop of blood fell from his body. And Du Yangming's methods are endless. The mental knife that makes people hallucinate, the anesthesia knife that makes people feel insensitive, and the bone cutter that separates flesh and blood. The methods are weird and evil. The 13th elder was covered in blood, with horror in his eyes. Is he a human or a ghost? He can't be killed. He can't use up his spiritual power. The 7th elder was also in a bad state, with sweat on his face and breathing heavily. Something's wrong. This kid has no professional training, but he can predict our movements. I suspect that the entire club is covered by his spirituality. The 13 elders suddenly widened their eyes. Covering the whole building? How many levels of spirituality does this require? This, 9th level. Du Yangming said quietly. If you have some discernment, please guess what level my talent is. This trick was inspired by my experience in the operating room a few days ago. Please give it a try. The 2 elders stood back to back warily, knowing that Du Yangming was not joking. After Du Yangming said these words, the 2 old killers instinctively felt a huge crisis. Du Yangming grinned and smiled rather sinisterly. Are you Class A? If I kill you, I will have a chance to be promoted to a high-level hunter, right? Just at this moment, the heads of the 2 elders suddenly separated from their necks. Their bodies just stood upright. Du Yangming stretched out his hand, and the 2 old heads flew towards Du Yangming. The 2 elders are not dead yet, and the fear in their eyes almost overflows, but they couldn't say a word because their vocal cords were still in their headless bodies. If other people saw this kind of scene, they might vomit, and they would instinctively feel nauseated. But for Du Yangming, who had to undergo 2 surgeries a day, it was not worth mentioning. Du Yangming's eyes flashed with excitement. Obviously the success of this move just now brought Du Yangming a great surprise. He raised his 2 heads and laughed heartily to the sky, weird as a ghost. Du Yangming grabbed the hair of the 7th elder's head and slowly raised it to eye level with himself. He spoke solemnly. The devil fruit talent is truly the most perfect and terrifying talent, a talent that can grow infinitely and bring infinite possibilities. Are you envious of this talent that can continuously improve your strength through development? When Du Yangming mentioned these things, his eyes flashed with enthusiasm. If the president hadn't taken action, he would have died in that crazy operation, right? It depends on who knows his devil fruit best. In the Hunter Guild, only Du Yangming, who spends time in the operating room every day, is most familiar with his surgery fruit. Du Yangming's ability to develop devil fruit to this extent began with a surgery a few months ago. That day, he participated in the Demon Extermination Order mission on the Atoll Island and encountered a powerful monster giant turtle. If the 2 senior hunters hadn't taken action, they would all have died there. After returning home, Du Yangming took 3 days off. He was thinking about a question: why do those 2 high-level hunters have such huge spiritual powers? As we all know, after the age of 18, the spiritual sea is basically finalized, and it is difficult to improve the spiritual level. A medical master once said that through craniotomy, the sea of spirituality can be broadened. But that requires very sophisticated means, which cannot be accomplished with current technology. Du Yangming went crazy and actually performed a craniotomy on himself. Since the brain needs to be awake for the surgery to continue, you cannot give yourself a burst of anesthesia like you would during a normal surgery. Du Yangming used the power of the surgical fruit to anesthetize his pain nerves as much as possible. But the pain remains. The desire to become stronger and the desire to transcend the world allowed him to overcome the pain. But he didn't conquer his fear. Du Yangming was afraid when he saw his head blooming in the mirror. That in itself is a crazy operation. This is not an operating room, there are no precision instruments, and there are no assistants. He could very well play himself to death. But the dangerous operation has begun and must not stop. Under pressure and fear, he became unstable and the hand holding the scalpel began to tremble. Even children know what trembling hands mean to a doctor who is performing an operation. At this moment, a flame spirit appeared in my mind. The flame was very cool spiritually, soothing the anxiety in his heart like a sweet spring. The green lotus fire in the earth's heart clears the heart and calms the mind. The most important thing is that the appearance of the flame spirit allowed him to find the place to strike. The surgery was a success. After using his last strength to sew his head back together, he lay exhausted on the ground, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that the familiar flame spirituality came from the president. After waking up, Du Yangming became different, with a steady stream of spirituality flowing through his body. He made his spiritual sea reach the limit of human beings, 9 levels of spirituality. The accelerated thinking brought about by the 9th level of spirituality allowed him to see devil fruits more clearly. He originally thought that surgery fruit was just like its name, a strange talent that was good at human body cutting. It was only after he reached the 9th level of spirituality that he discovered that the fruit of this operation was actually the talent for cutting space. Why can he use the surgical fruits to separate the human body's outer skin, inner bones, internal organs, and 6 internal organs so precisely? Simply using the spiritual traction scalpel will never do this. Surgery fruit is actually a type of spatial talent. If spirituality were to cover the entire club would become his operating table. He can perform surgery on anyone within his spiritual reach. The worse the patient's combat ability, the easier his surgery will be. The 3 elders of the moon-worshipping sect who died under Du Yangming were not low in spirituality and talent. Therefore, Du Yangming could only perform a small operation remotely, causing them to become mentally slow for a short time and wander around in the club. Having almost exhausted the spiritual energy of the elders of the moon-worshipping sect, Du Yangming can completely treat them as a piece of meat on the chopping board. Du Yangming placed his 2 heads squarely on the messy carpet. He knew that the president liked this kind of vibrant corpse. A heavy fog came from nowhere on the 8th floor, and Du Yangming immediately became vigilant. This fog comes and goes quickly. When Du Yangming looked at the bodies of the 2 elders of the moon worship sect again, the 2 heads originally placed on the ground and the headless body not far away unexpectedly disappeared. Mengxing courtyard in the old city. Someone knocked on the wooden door of the small courtyard, and the old beggar beast king went to open the door. What was on the ground made his eyes widen. It was 3 corpses. 2 of the corpses were the 7th elder and the 11th elder of the moon worship sect. No, it's not a corpse. The eyes of the 7th elder and the 11th elder are still rolling and they are not dead yet. How could he not die if his head had been moved? The old beggar beast king couldn't understand. If the shock and resentment in the eyes of the 7th and 13th elders when they saw him were not fake, the old beggar beast king would have thought they were puppets or something like that. Why did so many people die tonight at the moon worship gate? Could it be that the moon worshipping sect and the Hunter Guild have already regarded the South China Sea as a battlefield? The old beggar beast king looked at the 2 old acquaintances with complicated eyes, sighed and moved all the corpses outside the door into the small courtyard. Mengxing picked up his hoe and said to the door, "Come in." There was heavy fog at the door, and Ye Yunyun walked in wearing a leather jacket and a dog head mask. Her eyes didn't dare to look around, she was very disciplined. There was joy written on her lowered pretty face. She knew that this was a forbidden area for the Hunter Guild, and only those who were 100% trusted by the guild leader were qualified to set foot here. Mengxing began to dig the soil and said as he did so, "It's not easy for Huang Ji to go home and spend time with his family, so I won't bother him to help me carry my things. The things we serve tonight are very important, so I'll trouble you to make more trips." Mengxing was worried when the body of the moon worshipper was handed over to the courier department. Mengxing glanced indifferently at the 2 elders of worshipping Moon Gate who were still alive, and threw them into the pit regardless of what they wanted to say. Mengxing murmured, "2 A's, I don't know what can be grown." The devil fruit tree emits a faint green light, and wrapped in the green light, 4 devil fruits slowly take shape. Mengxing squinted at the fruits. 1 A level and 3 B level. Mengxing was a little disappointed. He thought he could cultivate 2 A-level devil fruits. He pondered for a moment and said, "There is an A-level person there, go and bring him over." This A-level person refers to the 2nd elder of the worshipping moon sect. Ye Yunyun bowed slightly, and then her sexy body turned into a thick mist and disappeared into the yard. Mengxing sat back on the recliner and thought about the distribution of these fruits. The old beggar who had not spoken for a long time spoke. "Mr. President, has the moon-worshipping sect come to the South China Sea?" Mengxing lay on the chair, closed his eyes and nodded slightly. The old beggar was a little nervous and spent a long time organizing his words before saying, "I have been in the moon worship sect for decades, and I know the situation of the moon worship sect very well. Although the moon worship sect can no longer compare with those top extraordinary forces, I know that the strength of the Hunter Guild is far greater than that of the moon worshipping sect, but..." Mengxing said nothing, waiting for the old beggar's next words. The old beggar glanced at Mengxing's expression and continued, "Maybe he's too talkative. There are 2 strong men in the moon worship sect, so you might want to be careful. In addition to the 1st elder of Biosect whom I mentioned to you, there is also a 2nd elder of Biosect who is also very powerful. The 2nd elder is the 2nd master of the moon worship sect, and a genius who has awakened double A-level talents at the same time." Only then did Mengxing open his eyes. Have 2 A-level talents at the same time? Devil fruit users don't get this kind of treatment. What would it be like if I were rich enough and gave several A-level fruits to someone at the same time? Having two A-level talents at the same time is really a bit fierce. Meng Xing asked. The Security Bureau doesn't even have detailed information on the second son of the moon worshippers. How did you know about it? There are many names of powerful awakened people in the database of the Security Administration who are not controlled by the authorities. Among them are also the two elders of worshipping moon sect. But the database only writes, worship the second elder of the moon sect, Mu Zhenggong, Lord of the Wind, level A, serial level. It is not said that the second elder of the worshipping moon sect has an A-level talent. The old beggar was first shocked that the Hunter Guild had connections in the Security Administration, and then quickly lowered his head. The moon worship sect always keeps something secret from the Security Bureau. I am a life and death friend of the previous leader, and I still know this secret. I guess that if the moon worshipping sect wanted to turn the South China Sea into their own territory, they would be afraid of sending the second elder to come. Meng Xing sighed softly and murmured in a voice that could only be heard by himself. I almost made the same mistake as the moon worship gate, underestimating the enemy. Meng Xing chose to let Scalpel, Jade Rabbit, Boxer, and Clown form a team to destroy the elders of the moon worship sect as a test. The elders of the moon worship sect are not ordinary B-levels, they are all high-level killers. If hunters with C-level talents can kill several elders of the moon worshipping sect whose talents and spirituality far exceed theirs, that means these hunters can defeat more powerful enemies after eating higher-level devil fruits. He is invincible at level B and can even compete with level A. Although the Hunters Guild is not a killer organization, a branch president must have combat capabilities that surpass those of the local Security Bureau chief. Judging from their performance so far, they are still very good. Although Du Yangming exceeded Meng Xing's imagination, killing 2 A-level and 1 B-level in one go, the other hunters only killed 1 B-level. However, 3 C-levels can kill an experienced B-level killer, and the test has been passed. This mission to encircle and suppress the elders of the worshipping moon sect is just a test. Meng Xing couldn't let such a test kill some of his favorite subordinates. A guy with double A-level talent is already the best among Xia Kingdom's battle awakeners. Originally, he thought that with Du Yangming here and Ye Yunyun sneaking around, there wouldn't be any big problems. But now it seems that it would be better for Du Yangming and Ye Yunyun not to fall into the hands of the second elder. Meng Xing sighed. Li Yang, you should go take a look and bring the body of the second elder. The corpse of the awakener with double A-level talent might be able to produce an awesome plant. Li Yang, who was squatting on the wall, smiled slightly when he heard this. His body was filled with spiritual energy, and he quickly disappeared into the old city. Meng Xing looked at the moon in the sky with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The Hunter Guild has only developed for more than half a year, and it still lacks top-level combat power. If the demon-level hunter Devil Ape who was staring at the moon-worshipping gate in Bahai came back, the second elder would be easy to deal with. Meng Xing cannot take action so easily in the South China Sea. There have been too many changes in Nanhai recently, and he must reserve his strength to deal with all the changes. All the elite members of the moon-worshipping sect died in the South China Sea. Will the great elder of the moon-worshipping sect risk everything and come to the South China Sea? Will the powerful men from Dongying Kingdom appear in the waters near the South China Sea? The Security Administration is also secretly investigating the Hunter Guild. As long as it survives this period of time, the Hunter Guild will have a foothold in Xia country, and the action of establishing multiple branch presidents can begin. Bishui Shangsheng Clubhouse. Zhu Dejin and Tylin quietly walked out of the women's locker room, opened a small door in a fire escape, and quietly walked towards the third floor. This is also the secret route Zhu Dejin made to prevent Taizi. Tylin frowned and whispered, "Didn't Crazy Wolf say everything is okay outside?" "This is." Zhu Dejin looked vigilant. Maybe Crazy Wolf is already dead, and they used Crazy Wolf's cell phone to lure us out. Tylin frowned even deeper. "That's not your brother? Are you not sad at all when he died?" Zhu Dejin curled his lips. "What's the use of being sad? When my brother dies, I'll avenge him and that's it. What matters now is that I can't die too." Tylin was silent. His brothers were all killed by Bioman, and the culprits were Bioman and Zhang Dingshan. What Tylin hated most was Zhang Dingshan. If Zhang Dingshan hadn't betrayed his brothers in disguise, how could those sheriffs have died? Revenge. When Tylin looked at Zhu Dejin again, his eyes revealed envy. Zhu Dejin can avenge his brothers, but he dare not avenge his brothers? I, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, can't live as free and easy as a gangster? Finally, Zhu Dejin led Tylin out of the secret passage, and he peeked out to watch. I saw Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng supporting Crazy Wolf, looking like a woman licking a dog and asking for help, which made Crazy Wolf panic. There is no way, the Crazy Wolf is handsome and the Jade Rabbit is a nymphomaniac. Holy shit! Why is it this crazy bitch? Zhu Dejin trembled and touched the mask from his arms. Director Tai, how about we change masks? Zhu Dejin's hand touching the mask paused and looked at Tylin expectantly. Tylin cursed sick and put on his mask. It's better not to reveal your true appearance in front of hunters. This is the rule and the way to protect yourself. As soon as the two of them walked out of the small door of the secret passage, Jade Rabbit's movements suddenly stopped, and she slowly turned her head to look at the two of them. Slay the dragon. Jade Rabbit's pupils suddenly shrank. She eagerly picked up the long axe and hit Zhu Dejin on the head. Zhu Dejin said again, idiot. His right hand turned into a machete and collided with Jade Rabbit's long axe. His whole body was smashed away by Jade Rabbit's terrifying force. Zhu Dejin fell to the ground and looked at Jade Rabbit in horror. This crazy woman is even more powerful than last time? Jade Rabbit tried to hit him with an axe again. Stop. Joker and Boxer who were patrolling the corridor saw this scene just after they came back, and Joker immediately stopped them. But it was useless, Jade Rabbit really wanted to kill Zhu Dejin. At this moment, heavy fog filled the air. Jade Rabbit, who was about to strike the axe in midair, felt himself being grabbed by several pairs of invisible hands. She exclaimed and disappeared. Zhu Dejin opened his mouth wide and didn't know what happened. Soon, Zhu Dejin and the other hunters disappeared. On the fourth floor, the fog was thick and the visibility was very low. Even the private room door, tables, and chairs could not be seen clearly. Du Yangming stood up vigilantly, not letting go of the finger in his hand. He was trying his best to suppress the second elder with his spiritual sword. Because of this, the second elder has not come out of the private room yet. In the heavy fog, a figure slowly came out and walked towards this side. Du Yangming narrowed his eyes. It was a man wearing a white suit and a strange smiling face mask. Du Yangming remembered that this was the high-level hunter he saw on the Atoll Island. The starving ghost looked around, looked directly at Du Yangming and asked, "Where are the people?" Du Yangming suddenly felt proud in his heart. Did the senior hunter talk to himself? And in an equal tone. This is the excitement of being recognized by a strong person. It's like a hyena being invited by a lion to travel together, the feeling of a newbie being teamed up with a big boss to paint pictures. Du Yangming said, "I'm trapped on the second floor." The heavy fog disappeared suddenly, along with Du Yangming and Li Yang. A private room on the third floor. The second elder was sitting on the sofa, sipping a beer. He looked very leisurely, only looking out the door occasionally. The second elder murmured, "I always feel something is wrong. What is wrong?" The second elder glanced at the green water ghost watch on his wrist, and his eyes widened suddenly. Zhu Dejin's club is billed by the hour, so there is no clock installed. He finally knew what was wrong, it was time. The second elder's concept of time became blurry. 3 hours had passed, but he actually felt that only a few minutes had passed. The second elder stood up suddenly. "It's broken? It's hit." At this moment, he felt a severe sense of crisis. The killer's instinct made the second elder immediately lean back. An invisible dagger was pressed against the second elder's throat, cutting off a few strands of white hair. Although the second elder was not injured by this strange dagger, the cold air made his scalp numb. Invisible enemy. The second elder dodged and ran out of the private room. He needed a more open place to fight that weird thing. As soon as he walked out of the private room, the second elder paused, his expression becoming more and more solemn. "There's something wrong with this hallway. There is a strange spirituality, but I can see it even though it is right in front of me." The second elder's eyes were cold, and his red robe was shaking. The entire clubhouse began to shake. There were cracks in the ceiling, the chandelier fell and shattered all over the floor. The walls began to peel off, and the plasterboard and cement inside collapsed as if they were being squeezed. Boom! Bishui Shangcheng Clubhouse, this lavish place collapsed. It became a ruin with broken walls and rubble. Those broken bricks and tiles seemed to deliberately avoid the second elder when they collapsed. The red robe on the second elder's body was not dirty. He stood on top of the ruins, the expression on his face still not relaxing. "Because A hazy fog shrouded this area, and the second elder was in the center of the thick fog. Damn it! The second elder shouted angrily, and strong winds blew in from all directions. Those heavy fogs have not dissipated, and have even become more spiritual. The entire fog suddenly changed, and the transparent fog turned black. The second elder looked horrified. What kind of talent is this? He could feel that the fog changed more than just its color. Poison? This fog has become a highly toxic field. The edges of the second elder's red robe had been corroded a bit, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This poison is not simple. The second elder's whole body was already covered by spirituality, and a burst of spirituality burst out from his body again, which blocked the corrosion of the poisonous mist. Suddenly, two blurry figures appeared in the poisonous fog. One was wearing a white suit and a strange smiling face mask, like a legend from an urban legend. A doctor in a white coat and a large blue mask looked like the chief surgeon in an operating room. These two weirdos exuded strong spiritual fluctuations and attacked the second elder from left to right. The second elder's eyesight is very poisonous, both of them are A-level. The second elder was wary and clasped his fists at the two men. Who are these two people? Are there any misunderstandings? Do you know that the Security Administration is still in the South China Sea? If we start a big fight, it will attract the attention of the Security Administration? The two weirdos didn't speak, their pace began to quicken, and they showed their weapons. Scalpel, dagger. When the second elder saw that this matter was not going away, he said coldly, "It seems that I made the South China Sea too simple. In this case, just go for it." The second elder looked up to the sky and roared, and the surrounding buildings began to collapse. Fortunately, it was surrounded by an office circle. There were not many people in the office building in the early morning of New Year's Eve, so no additional killings were caused. Those buildings formed huge meteorite-like boulders, rising slowly into the sky and then falling quickly. A meteor shower started falling in this area. A burst of blue spirituality erupted from Du Yangming's body, and the area was wrapped in Du Yangming's huge spirituality. Du Yangming spread out a spider web in this area and could sense all the subtle changes. Du Yangming nimbly avoided the meteorite and appeared next to the second elder in an instant, muttering, "Bone-breaking knife." The scalpel was wrapped in a layer of blue spirituality and slashed towards the second elder's neck. However, the scalpel could not make an inch of progress on the second elder's neck. There was a whirlpool of wind at the collar of the second elder's neck, and he firmly grasped the scalpel. "Mom, the fireworks over there are so beautiful." A little girl in a residential building in Xingken district rubbed her sleepy eyes, pointed out the window and shouted, "It's already 5 o'clock in the morning. Some families with customs will set off fireworks again before dawn." The little girl's mother walked to the window with a look of horror in her eyes. "What kind of fireworks are here? This is obviously the sky full of falling flint. What happened? Could it be that monsters have attacked the city?" The battle between several A-class people in the business district caused panic among countless people. The Public Security Bureau was immediately alerted, and Lin Xiaoquan led a military attaché team to cordon off the relevant area. 1,000 meters away from the poisonous fog, isolation belts were pulled up. In front of the security car, Lin Xiaoquan's eyes flashed with complexity. Her talent is eagle vision, and she has excellent eyesight. On the roof of a building full of cracks, the second elder arbitrarily manipulated the surrounding masonry and tiles. Buildings, suet roads, and pavilions all became his weapons. This is the second A-level talent of the second elder, A-level, Wrath of the Earth. As long as there is earth element, it is the second elder's home field. A man wearing a white suit and a smiling mask jumped among the floating rocks, and kept attacking the second elder with the Huangquan cold dagger in his hand. Lin Xiaoquan, a man in a white suit, is very familiar with him. He is the ogre who saved him on New Year's Eve. He said that he and Tylin are old acquaintances. The old man in red robe was also wearing a red robe that was familiar to Lin Xiaoquan. It was the same as the clothes of the group of people who killed 3 groups of vigilantes. In Lin Xiaoquan's view, this is a devil from the South China Sea who is resisting the extraordinary forces that invaded Nanhai City. It was clear that both of them violated public security regulations and should be severely punished. But Lin Xiaoquan didn't know why, especially hoping that the man in the white suit could kill the second elder and escape unscathed. On the roof of a certain high-rise building, the veins on the second elder's forehead were exposed, and the blood vessels all over his body were protruding. This was a sign of spirituality operating to its extreme. He was very tired from this battle, mainly because the two people in front of him had two weird powers. That weirdo who looks like a surgeon can attack him anytime and anywhere in this area. Those attacks included decapitation, emotional manipulation, and anesthesia. It would be no problem if you simply faced him, and you could even block his offensive as long as you covered your whole body with spiritual and defensive abilities. However, the man in the white suit opposite had too strong a single attack method. The man in the white suit is the main attacker. A dagger with cold spirituality can even tear away spirituality and supernatural powers. In addition, the surroundings are surrounded by poisonous mist. In the poisonous mist, these two people can hide themselves at any time. The second elder is miserable when facing these two people. He couldn't let his guard down even a little bit. Otherwise, a dagger will appear out of nowhere, and a scalpel will appear out of nowhere. The second elder stared at the two of them and said, "You two are very talented. Would you like to join my moon-worshipping sect? Only a top assassin organization like me, the Worshipping Moon Sect, can bring out the best in the two of you. As long as you join the Moon Worship Sect, let's forget about the past." Starving Ghost and Scalpel will not pay attention to the invitation of the second elder. They just want to complete the task assigned by the president. They also knew that they were not invited because the second elder had a keen eye for recognizing heroes. "I just think that I and others are difficult to deal with. If I and others were weaker, they would have been killed." Their offensive continues unabated and even gets stronger. The second elder's eyes widened in anger, his white hair fluttering, and he roared, "You really think I'm afraid of you? If it weren't for the safety authority regulations, how could I be so passive? You ungrateful animal? Even if I kill you two here, what can the Security Bureau do to me?" The second elder's hands turned into claws, and white spirituality and yellow spirituality appeared in the claws. The sky changes. To the left of the tall building, the wind howled. The car was blown away by the strong wind, the trees were broken, and the clouds were blown away. On the right side of the tall building, yellow sand suddenly rises. The soil broke away from the steel and concrete of roads and buildings, the earth cracked and buildings shattered. Lin Xiaoquan, who was maintaining order, was shocked when he saw this, and shouted in the intercom, "Evacuate the people! Evacuate the people! Notify the hospital! Notify the ambulance!" Lin Xiaoquan looked at the sky. The yellow sand and the strong wind gathered together, and the sea of sand and stones gathered in the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The sudden typhoon centered there and began to wreak havoc in the South China Sea. Being so close to the wind outlet, Lin Xiaoquan could hardly stand still. She murmured in horror, "Is this the battle of A-level awakeners? What are those masked people? What is Master hiding from me? This world is very tolerant of high-level combat awakeners. The family members of ordinary combat awakened people have special privileges in the city, let alone such A-level combat awakened people. As long as they don't go too far, the Security Administration will not take coercive measures against those powerful combat awakeners." Now the second elder is launching large-scale catastrophic powers in Nanhai City, which is obviously against the regulations of the Security Administration. Even if he can leave the South China Sea alive, he will be blacklisted by the Security Administration. The Security Administration will no longer have any tolerance for the second elder, even if his brother is the great elder of the moon-worshipping sect and one of the 7 S-rank members of the Xia Kingdom. "You annoying ants!" The second elder let out an inhuman roar, and gradually brought his claws together. The visions on both sides of the tall building also merged into one at this moment. Dragon plays with sand. Lord of the Wind and Wrath of the Earth combine the power of 2 A-level talents. A tornado of yellow sand appeared in the downtown area. After the yellow sand tornado appeared, screams and screams rang out. Even if this tornado that penetrates the sky and the earth does not directly harm the people, the gravel and iron filings thrown out by the strong wind are enough to kill. With this special power, it was meaningless that a super typhoon suddenly broke out in the downtown area. The mask on Li Yang's face was hit by a piece of stone, causing cracks. A drop of blood dripped from his forehead. In the face of this power, Li Yang also felt helpless and helpless. The second elder laughed wildly. "I'll give you another chance to join the moon worship sect. Become the killer of my moon worshipping sect and be loyal to me forever. Be my slaves forever and ever, and I will spare your lives." Du Yangming narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Yang's spine. He put a lot of spirituality into the scalpel. The next second, the scalpel wrapped in blue spirituality pierced Li Yang's back. Li Yang groaned, his eyes flashed with confusion, and his pupils gradually disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Life-extending knife, adrenaline hormone. Li Yang felt a powerful force erupting from his body. At this moment Li Yang even thought he was invincible. It's up, just one move. Li Yang said this to himself as well as to others. The corners of his mouth grinned in a crazy arc, and his whole body was covered by the underworld's spirituality. Li Yang stimulated the underworld fruit to the extreme that he could use. The air was freezing and biting, as if an invisible freezing rain had fallen. This is the yin qi from the underworld? From Li Yang's perspective, the world has become strange, with countless trembling ghosts lurking around the city. Among them, Li Yang also saw those people who were eaten by him. Li Yang suddenly burst into flames, and the dagger in his hand lengthened into an underworld knife, slashing towards the second elder with the sound of ghosts crying and souls roaring. The second elder showed murderous intent. You are a born killer, what a pity. Li Yang was as small as an ant in front of the big tornado. Just when the second elder thought that Li Yang was seeking his own death, the poisonous mist thickened and turned into a poisonous swamp. The large tornado was affected by the sticky poison barrier, and its rotation speed slowed down. What? The second elder's eyes widened. He watched helplessly as Li Yang cut off the tornado and stabbed him. Pfft! The second elder looked at his abdomen in horror, where the long knife transformed from Huang Quan's spirituality pierced through. Li Yang somersaulted, quickly dodged, pulled out the Huang Quan knife, and appeared 200 meters behind the second elder. The Huang Quan knife turned into a dagger again, the storm stopped, and the battle ended. The icy cold air of the underworld was destroying the second elder's internal organs, and his spirituality kept suppressing the cold air, so that the second elder would not die on the spot. However, he also completely lost his fighting ability at this time. The second elder staggered back a few steps and touched his abdomen. How is this possible? This poisonous fog. Do you also have AA level talents? The poisonous mist gathered and turned into a graceful and sexy figure. Ye Yunyun, wearing a leather jacket and a dog head mask, stood gracefully in midair. The second elder finally understood that the poisonous mist was created by humans. He is not fighting two people, there is a third master here. This is impossible. If you have so many strong people, how come you are unknown? The second elder collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Xiaoquan's security hat was blown away by the strong wind just now and landed somewhere in the ruins. Her leather case had gone somewhere, and her hair was spread out and messy. Lin Xiaoquan looked at the tall building and his breathing became rapid. The common people didn't see it, but she saw clearly the moment of the battle just now. The man in the white suit broke through the tornado with a knife and stabbed into the abdomen of the old man in red robe. This catastrophic power was beyond her imagination. Also, she had seen the woman that the poisonous mist turned into in the end, at Jinmyo Cafe. At that time, she had a few words with the woman in the coffee shop. Why is Master so familiar with these people? How on earth did Master know these masked men? Are these people also people with extraordinary power? Lin Xiaoquan's thoughts are very delicate and complicated. The extraordinary forces and the Public Security Bureau regulations are on opposite sides. Of course, she's not that pedantic. She would not gnash her teeth and look like a resentful woman in the harem, hating the masked man for causing huge losses to Nanhai due to his battle. That group of men in red robes had killed so many vigilantes, and they were definitely a vicious organization. Even if the masked men are extraordinary forces, they have never done anything to harm Nanhai before. They risked their lives fighting the men in red robes today, and they also protected the South China Sea, didn't they? So what if there were civilian casualties? If those men in red robes are ignored, won't the future losses in the South China Sea be greater? The one who is truly pedantic is obviously his master. But why does the pedantic master have such a close relationship with those masked men? Could it be that he had already violated the law and order regulations that he was dedicated to guarding? Lin Xiaoquan looked worriedly at Li Yang on the tall building. He was in an unstable state, as if he had used abilities beyond his physical limits. He was swaying and unable to stand up. Lin Xiaoquan's eyes suddenly focused, and she saw a group of people flying over from the horizon. Those people ride on a blue whale? There are 4 figures on the blue whale, 3 men and 1 woman. They are the SA Administrators Team, the Blue Whale Team. The middle-aged man in charge was codenamed Whalebird, and the blue whale they rode was created by the phantom power of the green-haired little loli. Looking carefully at the mouth of the translucent blue whale, it turned out that there were two people, two members of the cult. One is wearing the robes of a religious priest, and the other is wearing the clothes of a nun. These two were Desmond and Zhang Qian, who were arrested by the Blue Whale Team. The Blue Whale Team was not in the South China Sea on New Year's Eve, just to arrest people. Whalebird, seeing that the once prosperous high-end office building area had turned into ruins, his whole old face became gloomy. The blue whale quickly descended and was a few meters above the roof of the building. Whalebird raised his eyebrows slightly and recognized the second elder at a glance. Mu Zhenggong, why are you here? The second elder breathed a sigh of relief when he saw someone from the security bureau. I can't die today. He slowly stood up, holding his bleeding abdomen, and coughed twice. Fortunately, you guys are here, otherwise I would have been killed by these idiots. The second elder is not afraid of the Blue Whale Team, who are the administrators of the Security Bureau, just like a real underground tycoon is not afraid of a certain captain of the Public Security Bureau. Did you do all this? Whalebird looked ugly. The second elder pointed at the three hunters. Blind? If it weren't for them, how could I violate your regulations? Whalebird's pupils suddenly contracted. It turns out that it was the hunters who beat the second elder of the worshipping moon sect into this state. The combat prowess of the second elder of the worshipping moon sect is considered to be the ceiling below the S level. There is no doubt about the prowess of these three hunters. Their talent information is also not registered with the Security Bureau. Whalebird, I don't know how many such hunters there are in the Hunter Guild. Xiang Minghao's guess was right. The Hunter Guild would definitely not have only one top awakener like Ghost King. The second elder coughed a few times, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out, which also brought the members of the Blue Whale Team back from their thoughts. The second elder looked at the hunters teasingly and said, Okay, I'll leave these masked weirdos to you. I'm going back to Bihai to recuperate. Whalebird has cold eyes. Do you think you can run away after doing such a big thing? After saying that, Whalebird also glanced at the hunters. You two, you all have to go back with me to be investigated. The hunters were silent. Except for Ye Yunyun, the other two hunters didn't know what the Blue Whale Team did. Starving Ghost and Scalpel looked at Ye Yunyun. She is the president of the South China Sea Hunters Guild. Whether he can be killed or not depends on her word. Ye Yunyun was also a little hesitant when facing the administrator. She was waiting for Meng Xing to speak. The second elder sneered. Catch me and let me out again? This is all you will do in these years. What's the point? The members of the Blue Whale Team looked unnatural after hearing this, but what Mu Zhenggong said was not false. Mu Zhenggong has indeed committed many crimes over the years, but the Security Bureau only gave him a slight punishment and then released him. There are two reasons. First, Mu Zhenggong is a powerful A-level person, and the Security Bureau has a high tolerance for A-level people. Just like Wei Na, wouldn't she just be imprisoned after killing the young master of the Liu family? The S-level ancestor of the Liu family all acquiesced in the Public Security Bureau's treatment of Wei Na. After all, human A-levels are too rare. Secondly, Mu Zhenggong's biological brother is the Great Elder of the Worshipping Moon Sect, one of the 7 S-level people in the Xia Kingdom. When Mu Zhenggong committed a crime, it was his S-level brother who caught him out. Fortunately, his S-level eldest brother was not as restless as Mu Zhenggong, and he had also contributed a lot in fighting monsters. The Security Administration is selling this S-class a face. Whalebird glanced at the dilapidated ruins, his eyes flashing cunningly. Mu Zhenggong, this time is different from usual. You have caused too much trouble. You must give an explanation to the administration. The Security Administration has always wanted the Moon Worship Sect to be disbanded, so that the two old brothers from the Moon Worship Sect can safely serve as the weapons of the Bureau. Today is an opportunity. The second elder was stunned for a moment and immediately understood the Security Bureau's plan. He glanced at Whalebird in shock and anger, and then looked at the hunters with hatred. If the hunters hadn't suddenly appeared, how could he have used dragon playing sand in the busy city? The second elder took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Okay, I understand. Whalebird jumped down from the blue whale, a pair of special handcuffs appeared in his hand, and he clasped the second elder's hand. He is in a good mood. Don't look so disobedient and angry. If I hadn't come here, you would have been dead. The second elder's eyes were gloomy. Then I have to thank you very much. Haha, the work of your Safety Management Bureau is getting worse and worse. There is such an extraordinary organization in the South China Sea, you all. Suddenly, the second elder's eyes suddenly widened. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his heart in disbelief. A dagger stabbed there, blood soaking the robe. Li Yang's gloomy voice sounded from behind the second elder. By the order of the gods, I will take away your body. Whalebird was frightened and angry. The second elder staggered 2 steps and pushed the stunned Whalebird away. His eyes were already bloodshot, which was a sign of his inability to suppress the coldness of the underworld. The second elder looked at the ruins caused by his long zisha. He couldn't believe that he would die in such a place. Haha, you, how dare you kill me? The Security Bureau doesn't even dare to kill me, how dare you? The second elder fell to his knees with a pop, and blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was for free. Trembling, he took out a mobile phone from his arms and dialed the number on top. The call was quickly connected. The second elder shed tears and shouted sternly, "Brother, I'm dead. Silence over there." After the second elder shouted these words, his head tilted and he fell silent. The Whalebird looked at Li Yang angrily. "You ruined my big deal." Li Yang tilted his head and looked at the Whalebird, sniffing. Obviously he is a high-ranking person, but he is a low-class person. Just now, the Hunters Guild sent a message. The second elder of the worshipping moon sect must be killed. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be killed without mercy. Meng Xing, who is far away in the old city, knows everything about what is happening here. If the second elder is allowed to leave, and even has to cooperate with the Security Bureau's investigation, does that mean the Hunter Guild is giving in to the Security Bureau? Isn't the Hunter's mission lower than the regulations of the Safety Administration? If this precedent is set, Meng Xing is afraid that his Hunters Guild will be manipulated by the Security Bureau in the future. The Whalebird said angrily. "What did you say?" A musty and rotten smell began to fill the air. Although Whalebird is afraid of the Hunter Guild, he is not afraid of everyone in the Hunter Guild. Xiang Minghao is still a member of the Hunter Guild, but he is just a little bitch. This little Paike has never even met the senior leaders of the Hunter Guild. According to the Blue Whale team's speculation about the Hunter Guild, the Hunters Guild is not an organization like the Moon Worshipping Sect or the Hehuan Sect, which has strong faith and hierarchy. This is more like a bounty hunter guild. Everything is focused on the mission, and there is no other humanity. Li Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously. "So you know about the Hunter Guild?" Li Yang glanced at Du Yangming and signaled Du Yangming to give him another injection. Du Yangming shook his head slightly, saying that he had not yet reached the ultimate level of development of the surgery fruit, and the second injection would not work at all. Li Yang was silent. Killing the second elder almost drained him of all his strength. He didn't have the strength to fight the Whalebird again. He is not afraid of death, but the task given to him by the guild is to take the body of the second elder back to the old city. If he died, there would be no way to complete the mission. A strange heavy fog suddenly appeared, covering this area. The figures of the 3 hunters gradually disappeared. Ye Yunyun, who had never made many moves, used her talent. Their mission was first to take away the body of the second elder, not to kill the Blue Whale team. Whalebird frowned. He did not choose to fight the 3 hunters. Things have happened, Mu Zhenggong is dead, and there is no way to recruit him. There is no need to have a bloody conflict with the mysterious Hunter Guild at this time. Besides, the 3 hunters from the Hunter Guild could kill Mu Zhenggong, so he had no confidence in defeating them. After all, he was no match for Mu Zhenggong. Just when the 3 hunters disappeared, Li Yang's gloomy voice sounded. "Even if you taste bad, I still want to have a taste. See you next time." The Whalebird looked gloomy. "Notify the Bureau immediately and let the Bureau make a decision." Whalebird very much hopes that the director can personally come forward to shock the Hunter Guild, even if the Hunter Guild is slightly afraid of the Security Bureau. Otherwise, if we encounter unscrupulous hunters in the future, how can we carry out safety tasks? After the green-haired little loli passed the news to the Bureau, there was a reply quickly. Only a little was said in the reply. From now on, if you encounter a disciple who worships the moon, let him enter the South China Sea. Meng Xing courtyard in the old city. The second elder's body was lying there steadily, with 2 holes in his chest and abdomen. Next to the second elder, there were dozens of bodies of moon-worshipping disciples. One of them is A level, one is B level, and 57 are C level. This is a great harvest. Meng Xing looked like an old farmer waiting for the autumn harvest, with a smile on his face. The old beggar beast king on the side looked shocked. The second elder died like this? Even the president didn't take action personally? Is this done by advanced hunters? The old beggar beast king pondered for a moment and said, President, the second son of the worshipping moon sect is dead, and the great elder can come to Nanhai. The elder of the worshipping moon sect is very close to the second child, so I'm afraid it might cause some trouble. Meng Xing didn't even raise his eyelids. It's better to come. If an S-class person is buried in the ground, what will happen? Will a new plant appear? The old beggar beast king organized his speech, lowered his head and said respectfully, I'm not afraid that the great elder of worshipping moon sect will hurt the president. President Tianwei, where are the enemies in this world? However, I am afraid that the fight between two S-class people in Nanhai City will destroy Nanhai City. The battle between several A levels almost destroyed an area, let alone two S levels letting go. Nanhai City is Meng Xing's base, and Meng Xing will naturally not let Nanhai be destroyed. Not only would they lose their base camp, they would also become the target of public criticism. Nanhai, a big economic city, has been ruined by himself, and the security administration will definitely fight against him. Fortunately, Li Yang is reliable and never sloppy. When Li Yang killed the second elder, he also chopped up the energy in the second elder's soul card. Even if the great elder of worshipping Moon Gate came to Nanhai City, he would not find the hunter immediately. In this way, Meng Xing can find a way to bring the elder of the moon worship sect to the suburbs to fight. Meng Xing narrowed his eyes and curved the corners of his mouth. The South China Sea will become the stage for his first performance in this world. After he kills the great elder of worshipping moon sect, the Hunter Guild will become famous all over the world. Afraid of exposing the guild among extraordinary forces? Afraid of being attacked by a group? Are you kidding me? A great elder of the worshipping moon sect can make the security bureau fearful and respectful. If you can kill the great elder, you are a soft persimmon? The Hunter Guild, which far surpasses the moon worshipping sect in terms of background, is a weak persimmon? Who dares to need it? We must win this battle, and win beautifully. Meng Xing rolled his eyes leisurely. If this battle is lost, the Hunter Guild, which has a large number of extraordinary plants, will become a piece of fat meat that everyone can take a bite of. The Hunter Guild will disappear from this world. If this battle is won, the Hunter Guild will become the next top extraordinary force. All forces will recognize it, even the security administration. If you fight beautifully and make the world fear you, then hunters in the Hunter Guild will have the shadow of children of other extraordinary forces. The strongest supernatural force in Xia Kingdom, even the other supernatural forces have to accept the mission of the Hunter Guild. This battle is no longer about the ownership of the South China Sea and the North China Sea. This battle has risen to the level of whether the Hunter Guild can gain a firm foothold in this world. Bahai, a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, is full of antique buildings. In the dark basement, rows of candles reflected the blood moon totem on the wall. The great elder sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a mobile phone in his hand as if to answer the call. He has maintained this posture for half an hour, and he is neither happy nor sad. I don't know why there was wind in the basement, which blew out the candles, and finally there was no light left. The old murmur came later. Last night, he said he had an appointment with the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of Nanhai. How come his soul was beaten out? Have the candles gone out? Well, Thailand. Silence fell back into the basement. Suddenly, the basement shook, and the terrifying spirit rushed into the sky from the basement, blowing away the white clouds. Large tracts of buildings were reduced to rubble. A rickety figure rushed out of the ruins and shot towards the South China Sea. Nanhai City, West District, Shanshui Yunjian Community. This is a high-end community, and the security guards at the door are all E-level battle awakeners. In the room decorated by Xiaoshe, the bodies of 4 women were laid out on the sofa and carpet. Zhang Dingshan woke up leisurely among beauties. He rubbed his dizzy head, remembering the madness last night, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is called power. The woman he slept with was a noble lady from the South China Sea, a Lolita, and a young lady. The huge age difference and huge status made him feel happy. Zhang Dingshan slowly sat up and wanted to pour himself a glass of honey water. However, the moment he got up, His eyes widened in horror. Zhang Dingshan saw that there was a man in the living room. The man had a broken arm and was wearing a police coat. He drooped his eyelids and sat on the coffee table with his legs crossed, smoking. He looked dusty and embarrassed, which was incompatible with the luxurious living room. Zhang Dingshan exclaimed. Tylin? You're not dead. Tylin Yu looked at Zhang Dingshan, threw away the cheap cigarettes in his hand, opened the cigarette case on the table, and took out a flower. While smelling the scent of Huazi's fruit bark, he asked, "Should I be dead?" Zhang Dingshan's mind was racing. He quickly picked up a blanket from the ground and wrapped it around his lower body. He pointed at Tylin and roared, "Tylin, do you have any rules? How dare you break into my house?" Zhang Dingshan's noise woke up the 4 women in the living room. They all let out ear-piercing screams at the sight before them. Tylin took a puff of cigarette and waved his hand behind him casually. "It's none of your business, get out." Women know how to listen to words and emotions. They immediately picked up their clothes and ran towards the door. An arrogant man who dares to come to the home of the director of the Public Security Bureau is either more awesome or crazy than the director. Zhang Dingshan sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, calmed his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Tylin, did you encounter any difficulties? Speak up and let's solve it together. The Public Security Bureau will always be your backing?" Tylin sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with sarcasm. He flicked the ash on the expensive carpet casually. "Report to the director." Zhang Dingshan was startled. Tylin Yu said, 23:57 last night. The extraordinary force biomen sneaked into the old city. The third group of vigilantes of the Public Security Bureau who were patrolling the old city fought heroically. All sacrifice. Tylin felt a little choked by the cigarette in his mouth, threw Huazi away, picked up his own inferior cigarette and lit it. He continued. 2:15 this morning. The Baiyu men lured me to death at the Bishui Shangcheng Club in the North District. 12 Bishui Shangcheng staff members were killed. The 4 murderers died on the spot. These words made Zhang Dingshan tremble all over. No matter how much he drinks, he will never forget that he helped Bioman ask Tylin to go to the Bishui Shangcheng Club last night. "Tylin, you." Zhang Dingshan wanted to explain, but Tylin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. 4 o'clock this morning. The suspect Mu Zhenggong used large-scale catastrophic powers in the North District. The buildings in the North District office and business district were severely damaged. The suspect Mu Zhenggong has died. The number of civilian casualties is being counted. Zhang Dingshan opened his mouth and secretly pinched his legs with his hands. "It hurts. Not a dream. If not for a dream. Are all the elders of the worshipping moon sect dead?" Zhang Dingshan looked at Tylin suddenly. No matter how stupid he is, he will still figure out that the deaths of the elders of the moon worship sect are related to Tylin. Could it be? Is there really someone behind Tylin, as Wei Na guessed? When Wei Na was still the director, she often said in private that there might be someone behind Tylin. Zhang Dingshan knew that Tylin was here to investigate. He sighed deeply. "Brother, I understand everything. What do you want? Just say it. Don't bring this matter to the Safety Management Bureau. Let's get rid of it." Tylin lowered his eyebrows and didn't say a word. Zhang Dingshan said, "No, 30 million, this is all my current wealth, I will give it to you." Tylin couldn't help but snort from his nose. Seeing this, Zhang Dingshan's lips trembled and he collapsed on the sofa. He looked at the ceiling and said feebly, "It seems that you want more? I almost killed you, so you should want more. I will apply for early retirement tomorrow. I recommend you to be the director of the Public Security Bureau." Tylin suddenly raised his head and stared straight at Zhang Dingshan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Dingshan seemed to have finally discovered Ty Li's little secret and caught his little bit. He changed his decadence and showed a meaningful smile. "Has it reached your heart? Sure enough, you want to be the director. You overthrew Wei Na, but you let me take this position first. You must be very unconvinced, right? In fact, with your personality, it's difficult to stay in the security system for a long time." Tylin stood up silently, took out a resignation report from his arms and handed it to Zhang Dingshan. "Director Zhang, sign it." Zhang Dingshan burst out laughing immediately, laughing so hard that he was out of breath. "Ha ha ha ha, Tylin, ha ha ha. Who says you don't love power? How could anyone in this world not love a position of power? You worked so hard for the South China Sea and became disabled. You deserve to be the director. Zhang Dingshan wiped away his tears from laughter and took the ball pen on the table. Do you think you are impatient? You still need to study hard as an official. Zhang Dingshan shook his head like an old man. When he saw the document clearly, he couldn't laugh anymore. Why is this your resignation report? Isn't it my application for early departure? Zhang Dingshan looked at Tylin doubtfully, wondering what Tylin meant. Tylin twisted his neck, and black cow hair grew out from everywhere on his body. He turned into a minotaur with a broken arm, stood up slowly and said, "You don't know how much I envy Zhu Dejin." He said he would avenge his brother. And I, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, am not as free and easy as an old gangster. You just said so much, but you just said one word, even one sentence. If you use your 30 million as pensions for 3 groups of dead brothers, I won't hand over this report. A meter-long bone sword quickly grew out of Zhang Dingshan's arm, and he asked warily, "What do you mean?" Tylin continued, "I also want to avenge my brothers. However, in my capacity as a peace officer, I cannot do anything that violates the peace code. Now I'm no longer the sheriff." Zhang Dingshan finally understood. His eyes turned cold and the bone sword was thrust out instantly. Tylin grabbed the bone sword easily, and the beast's hand exerted force, and the bone sword shattered. Zhang Dingshan looked at Tylin in horror and shouted in horror, "Tylin, you are crazy? If you don't sit here with the Chief of Public Security Bureau, do you want to be a criminal?" Tylin's eyes widened. The air was very quiet, the calm before the storm. Soon, the stormy waves came. Tylin's veins on his neck were exposed and he asked hysterically, "What do you think the sheriff's department is? What do you think the sheriff is? Is it a bargaining chip or a tool?" Tylin's crazy look frightened Zhang Dingshan couldn't even figure out why Tylin was so excited. Isn't the chief of the sheriff's bureau just a bargaining chip and a tool? What else could it be? Only Tylin would regard the Public Security Bureau as a sacred place for upholding justice. Only Tylin regarded this title of director as the patron saint of maintaining public order regulations. The so-called public security does not even bother the common people who long to be protected. What Tylin wanted to protect was something that those in high positions despised, and something that even the common people were unwilling to believe. To put it into detail, Tylin is the outlier. Zhang Dingshan was afraid. He looked at Tylin who was getting closer and begged, "Tylin, spare my life. Everything I have will be given to you. It's all yours." Tylin's eyes were red, he strangled Zhang Dingshan's neck with his big hands, and roared loudly, "How can you beg for mercy? Director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau, how can you beg for mercy from me, the perpetrator?" Zhang Dingshan died. His bones penetrated his internal organs and he bled to death. All the bones in his body were broken, leaving only a complete head. According to the suspect Tylin, a head was left behind to facilitate family members to identify the body. There was one more reason he didn't say. He hoped that Zhang Dingshan would not be too embarrassed at the memorial service held by the Public Security Bureau. After all, this is the director, and the dignity of the Public Security Bureau is at stake. When the family members arrived at the crime scene, Tylin had already used chairs to form an isolation zone to protect the crime scene. He stood outside smoking by himself. No one expected that the killer was Tylin, who was loyal to the Public Security Bureau. The family members didn't make any fuss, and were even excited. The demon pressing on the mother and daughter's heads is dead, and they can also receive a large inheritance. Only Lin Xiaoquan burst into tears. If Tylin hadn't admitted on the spot that he was the murderer and there would be no possibility of overturning the case, Lin Xiaoquan would have used all his connections to help Tylin leave the South China Sea. Lin Xiaoquan also hinted to Tylin that it was too late to leave now. Tylin only had 2 words, tired. The prison where these high-level officials of the Public Security Bureau are imprisoned is an underground prison made of steel walls behind the Public Security Bureau. Not only are the top brass of the Public Security Bureau imprisoned here, but there are also many extremely vicious awakened thugs. Li Yang was also fortunate enough to live here. Since the people here are very talented in fighting, spiritually suppressing anesthetics will be sprayed out from the separated cells at any time. After several prison officers brought Tylin into the cell, they saluted respectfully. It was more like a farewell to an era of order. Tylin suddenly asked, "I remember Wei Na was locked in this cell before. Where is she?" The prison officers looked at each other, hesitated for a moment and said, Wei-na is special and has been moved to the lowest level. Tylin nodded and signaled the two prison officers to leave. Detention at the lowest level is the most stringent. There are copper walls and iron walls everywhere, and mysterious runes have been painted on them by the director of the Security Bureau using superpowers. The lowest level originally had nothing to do with criminals. The lowest level is used to contain monsters that are difficult to kill. When he became the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Tylin learned that before he came to the Public Security Bureau, all the monsters below had been cleared out and secretly taken to Bahai. A terrifying monster lived there. Tylin didn't think so much and looked at his residence. The walls all around are white and the incandescent lights are bright. Both the door and the masonry are specially made and have high toughness, specifically designed to deal with combat awakeners. There is only one bed. Since everyone in the Public Security Bureau respected Tylin, a special set of tables and chairs was placed here. Tylin lay on the bed, turned to one side and looked at the pale wall, feeling unprecedentedly peaceful inside. Every day he has to juggle the pathetic balance between collapse and order. He, a sheriff who shouldn't exist in this era, is really tired. Resigning as the sheriff is completely letting go of oneself. Tylin suddenly remembered Lin Xiaoquan. He didn't know what would happen after Lin Xiaoquan joined the Hunter Guild. Will she become a hunter through and through, or will she be a poor vigilante like herself? I don't want you to inherit my will. Tylin said this for no reason. Suddenly feeling irritable, he turned over and his pupils suddenly shrank. Tylin saw a person sitting on the chair. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, and black cow hair instantly covered his body. Who are you? How did you get in? The man was a rickety old man with few hairs on his head. He had a gloomy face and exuded a depressing aura. Sitting on the chair, he looked like a gloomy old cat, not like a human being at all. Who are you? Tylin spoke again. The old man lowered his eyebrows. You don't seem to be able to kill Zhenggong. You are too weak. Tylin frowned. The aura exuded by the old man made him dare not act rashly. This old man can enter this prison at will and is not an ordinary awakened person. The old man sighed, and appeared in front of Tylin in the next moment. He slightly raised his head and looked at Tylin. How did Zhenggong die? Say it and I'll make your death easier. That look was like a vicious evil ghost. Tylin stared at the old man's black robe and finally remembered. The elders of the moon-worshipping sect have full moon symbols on their robes, just like the old people. Tylin narrowed his eyes. People who worship the moon gate. After saying that, Tylin punched out. The Great Elder resisted Tylin's punch without even moving at all. The Great Elder's eyes instantly turned into a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. Tylin's expression immediately froze. The brother who can kill me must be something hidden in Nanhai. Let me see, what is your deepest secret? When the Great Elder's spirituality invaded Tylin's sea of consciousness, he saw a cafe. The plaque on the cafe reads Jinmu Cafe. Then, he saw a picture. A young man wearing a mask of the crying ghost king sat opposite Tylin, tapping his finger on the table and saying something. Sitting in the corner of the coffee shop was a female police officer with worried eyes. This scene is exactly the scene where Lin Xiaoquan went to Jinmu Cafe to seek shelter after the monsters attacked the city. His brother's death is inseparable from the masked man. Just when he wanted to continue looking, he saw a green fire lotus. The green fire lotus actually eliminated all the Great Elder's negative spirituality, just like frost and snow meeting fierce flames. Tylin's eyes returned to clarity, and he fell on the bed with sweat on his head, breathing heavily. What did you do to me? The Great Elder murmured. Good means. The Great Elder suddenly looked at Tylin and opened his mouth to reveal 2 rows of yellow teeth. I see a girl in your head. Is Lin Xiaoquan right? I won't kill you, I'll kill her. After saying that, the Great Elder turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared, leaving only Tylin's angry shouts. The Great Elder did not leave the prison directly, but followed a powerful spiritual force into the lowest prison. He entered the restricted door easily. Inside were black steel wall cages, and a spiritual force was guiding him to explore deeper. Just as he was walking towards the innermost part, a cold female voice sounded. Go any further and you'll die. The Great Elder suddenly felt his mind clearing up, and he looked fearfully at the end of the darkness. An extremely unwilling roar came from there. The Great Elder turned his head and looked at the wall cage beside him. A woman in white clothes with silver hair sat in a steel cage of only about 3 square meters with her eyes closed. The Great Elder asked, Do you want to go out? I can take you out of Xia Kingdom. The woman in white raised her dead eyes and uttered one word coldly. Roll. The great elder was not upset. He recognized this woman. You will be locked up here. Thailand alone is not enough. I guess it has something to do with the masked man with the grimace. Don't you want revenge? After hearing what the great elder said, the woman's expression became crazy. She bared her teeth and smashed the iron door with both hands. Go away, go away, go away. The great elder had mixed feelings in his heart. Wei Na turned out to be crazy. Suddenly Wei Na seemed to see something, and her eyes softened. With a smile as bright as a flower, she said to the great elder, Ming Ming, is it you? Ming Ming? Come here, sister, give me a hug. Brat, why are you angry with your sister? It's been so long that I don't know how to entrust a dream to me. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already dark and cold. After the great elder came out of Nanhai prison, he turned into a black rainbow and headed straight to Jinmyo Cafe. The cafe was closed, and the words closed were hung outside the door. But the door was open, as if he knew an uninvited guest was coming. Is there an ambush? Will he be afraid? Although he is the weakest S-level in Xia Kingdom, it is also one of the ceilings for awakened warriors in Xia Kingdom. Even the other S-levels didn't dare to fight him to the death. The great elder stepped into the threshold with an expressionless expression. It turns out that the lights were not turned on inside. There was a dim and stylish glass chandelier at the bar. There was a man standing at the bar, his back straight, playing with the coffee machine. The great elder's eyes gradually turned cold. The man's face was wearing a mask of the crying ghost king. Meng Xing said softly, find a place to sit for a while. I'll be ready soon. The great elder walked silently to the seat closest to the bar and sat down. He wanted to see what tricks the masked man was going to play. Soon, Meng Xing brought 2 cups of coffee and sat in front of the great elder. The two of them were speechless. After a while, the great elder said, Who killed my brother? Meng Xing's fingers habitually tapped the table. I killed him. The great elder burst out with a strong spiritual energy. He stared at Meng Xing. Just you? Xinggong is AA level, 7 levels of spirituality. Only an S-level person can kill him in a single fight. Meng Xing did not answer, but said softly, Did you know? Because of your moon worship sect, I lost an arm that controls the South China Sea. Although this hand can grow again, it will definitely not be as smooth as the previous one. Meng Xing's tone was neither happy nor sad, he just described an incident in an understatement. Thailand went in, and it was a bit silly to continue to work in the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. The great elder sneered again and again. I underestimated the South China Sea. I thought that only Mo Yulin, a remnant of the moon-worshipping sect, was making trouble in the South China Sea. I didn't expect that he was just a small character. You guys also underestimated the moon worship gate. The moon worship sect is what it is today, not because of the killer disciples. The great elder paused, his eyes fierce. It relies on my invincibility. You bowed to me in Baha'i, and I will lead you to new heights. But now, it's too late to say anything. All of you will be buried with my brother? The cold wind howled in the coffee shop, and Meng Xing's white hair was fluttering. It can be seen that the great elder is an old cat suppressing his anger and cruelty. Meng Xing was not afraid and sneered. Do you know why I invited you to drink coffee? The great elder frowned. Meng Xing's mouth curled up in a cold arc, revealing his white teeth. I like coffee, and I like the S-level coffee better. The great elder's eyes gradually turned into a pair of dark golden vertical pupils, and a pair of fangs also slowly grew out. The chandelier in the cafe kept bursting due to the restless spirituality. Meng Xing tilted his head. If you fight outside, there will be too much trouble if you fight inside the city. After saying that, the two of them turned into 2 streams of light, one green and one black, and disappeared into the coffee shop. The outskirts of Nanhai. The lights are dim and the surroundings are lonely. The wild wind and weeds are wary of each other, and the moon ends hastily. 2 figures stood on the desolate frozen soil. One was wearing a black windbreaker and a mask of the crying ghost king on his face. One was wearing a black robe with a full moon totem embroidered on his chest. The chilling air spreads here. A night bird in the sky screamed in fear, forgot how to flap its wings, and fell from the sky. Tonight, the moon-worshipping sect and the Hunter Guild will finally come to an end. In the darkness, several drones are monitoring the situation here. This is a drone from the Security Administration. All the battle scenes between Meng Xing and the Great Elder will be saved and uploaded to the Security Bureau database. The green-haired little loli from the Blue Whale team, who was far away from the Public Security Bureau, asked Whalebird in confusion. Captain, what is the meaning of this order from the director? Are you watching two top awakeners fight? What if something big happens and causes unnecessary trouble? After all, these are special times. The Whalebird stared at the monitor unblinkingly. This is a test for the Hunter Guild. If the Hunter Guild is not as strong as imagined, then the next task of the Security Administration is to clear out the Hunter Guild. If the Hunter Guild can withstand the anger of the Great Elder of the Moon Worship Sect, that means there is at least one S-level person in the Hunter Guild, or someone who can resist S-level people. Then Xiang Minghao will be blessed. The Security Administration will do its best to help him become a demon-level hunter. He will be the bridge between the Security Administration and the Hunter Guild. The green-haired little loli curled her lips and cursed. Too obscene. If you can beat him, grab it. If you can't beat him, give up. Is this the director? Why do you look like a villain? Whalebird was stunned for a moment and glanced at the green-haired loli. Who said the director is a good person? His old man is very greedy for the extraordinary plants of the Hunter Guild. The green-haired little loli showed contempt. Is the only one who comes out of the Hunter Guild is the Ghost King? Why don't there be a few more? I really hope that the Hunter Guild can win and severely disappoint that old man. Both Meng Xing and the Great Elder could see these two drones, but no one shot them down. One man was trying to show his power over the SA. One person is afraid of offending the Safety Administration. The Great Elder's body began to change, and the blood all over his body faded, like a zombie. The few remaining hairs of his hair fluttered in the air, and a ghostly howl resounded through the countryside. There were dense cracks in the ground, as if countless voles were trying to get out. Finally, pairs of corrupt hands pried open the ground, and zombie skeletons crawled out of the ground. Zombie King, S-level talent. The dead sleeping in this land, whether monsters or humans, all responded to the Supreme Leader's orders and woke up one after another. There is a gloomy air, and ghost fires billowing out. The undead that filled the mountains and plains made my heart tremble. The Security Management Bureau administrators monitoring this place finally saw the horror of S-level. Any S-level has the power to plunder a city. The undead awakened by the Great Elder retain half of their original strength. There are dozens of B-level undead here. Roar. The undead roared and swarmed towards Meng Xing. They are very fast. In just a few breaths, a dense sea of undead swamped Meng Xing, vying for a bite of living flesh and blood. Looking at the submerged Meng Xing, the Great Elder showed a hint of contempt in his eyes. Just one quick move and the masked man is finished? I thought it was so strong. The Elder glanced at the direction of the drone and prepared to return to the South China Sea to continue looking for his brother's murderer. It was impossible to kill Mu Xinggong based on Meng Xing's performance. Not to mention the Great Elder, even the green-haired little loli from the Security Administration found it incredible and asked in great disappointment. Is the Ghost King too weak or Mu Boan too strong? Just as the Great Elder was about to leave, he suddenly paused. He felt a hot and violent spiritual wave behind him. He turned back in confusion, his eyes gradually narrowed. Good. With Meng Xing as the center, King Lian's inner fire burned within a radius of 1 kilometer. The power of the sun seems to break through the darkness of dawn, and the undead are dispersed upon touching it. The flames gradually surged, and the waves of intense fire were hundreds of meters high. The beautiful cyan color is full of danger. Meng Xing walked slowly towards the Great Elder. With every step he took, the green flames changed shapes around Meng Xing. Gradually, Meng Xing changed from walking to flying low. The huge flame giant slowly took shape and ran towards the Great Elder in the air. Countless undead souls flew towards the flame giant, like raindrops hitting a red stove, turning into black smoke. The Security Management Bureau administrators who were watching the battle looked horrified. They bring themselves into battle with the Great Elder. No matter how he simulated it in his mind, the final result was death by the Great Elder's move in the sea of undead. However, the Ghost King cracked this trick effortlessly. Could it be? The Ghost King is also S-level? Yes, Team Crow was right to be suspicious. The Ghost King is S-level? The Ghost King fought fiercely with the arrogant dragon for a long time, but it was still not clear that he was S-level. Because in the Security Bureau information, there are conditions for the arrogant dragon to kill people. The arrogant dragon may not have gone all out at that time. The Ghost King may be a top awakener with multiple A-level talents. But now the Ghost King easily breaks through the moon-worshipping gate's Great Elder's all-out blow, and there is no doubt that he will be ranked S. The Great Elder finally regained his energy and stretched out a hand, filled with yin energy. The undead all over the sky turned into flying ashes, converging towards the Great Elder's right hand, and gradually turned into a spear hundreds of meters long. The Great Elder held a spear and stabbed towards the heart of the green flame giant. Boy, I believe you are capable of killing my brother. He could sense that Meng Xing was at his heart. The flame giant grabbed the spear with both hands and started to compete with the Great Elder. Sick and haunted. The Great Elder muttered in a low voice, followed by a series of spells. The green fire giant's fire is fading. Just because Meng Xing, who is hiding in the heart of the green fire giant, is suffering from a terrible curse. That weird spiritual technique doesn't make people die immediately, but it reduces people's luck and causes evil diseases. Meng Xing was using the power of King Lian's Earth Core Fire to resist the Great Elder's move. Therefore, the spiritual consciousness gathering technique has been greatly reduced, and the size of the Green Fire Giant has shrunk a bit. In the struggle between the Great Elder and the Green Fire Giant, the Great Elder actually seemed to have the upper hand. The administrators of the Blue Whale team, who were watching the battle from a distance at the Public Security Bureau, had increasingly serious expressions. Sick and haunted? You can feel the evil and unsolvable nature of this move through the screen. This is not some kind of sword, gun, stick, or thunder and flame. This is the purest and most extreme curse power. There is no way to avoid it. Whalebird knew some rumors about the Great Elder of Worshipping Moon Sect, the world's top assassin. As long as you know the person's name, birthday, and appearance, the Great Elder of Worshipping Moon Sect can kill anyone through the power of curse, and he has never failed. Only now did Whalebird know that the Great Elder of Worshipping Moon Gate could also use his spiritual power to cast curses. When the bone gun touches the green fire giant, he can activate the curse instantly. Let me ask you, when fighting a powerful opponent, he can make you terminally ill during the battle and turn you into a critically ill person. How can you fight? Whalebird said expressionlessly. There are also differences between S levels. Just like there is someone as strong as Wei Na in rank A. The Ghost King has been tricked, and he is no match for the Great Elder of the Moon Worship Sect. Besides, the old monster still has the strongest 100 Demons Night Parade that he hasn't used yet. Meng Xing looked at the bone gun that was close at hand, isolated by the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, and murmured, S level is indeed extraordinary, stronger than any opponent I have encountered before. Then Meng Xing showed a disdainful sneer. But you are not the only one who is S level. The green fire giant began to shrink in size, and Meng Xing was distracted by controlling Qinglian to resist the curse. The fire in Qinglian's heart that isolates the bone gun is getting thinner and thinner. The bone spear gradually penetrated into the green fire giant's heart. Every time it penetrated deeply, a wave of corpse poison and evil energy erupted from the green fire giant's heart. The Great Elder could already see through the flame film that Meng Xing had his eyes closed. Come die. The Great Elder roared and tried his best to kill Meng Xing in one breath. Meng Xing inside the green fire giant suddenly opened his eyes. A stream of scarlet lava emerged from the green fire giant's chest, covering it from all directions. It turned into the armor of an ancient general. The Great Elder could no longer see Meng Xing's true body, and the bone gun in his hand could not move forward. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When he was about to take back the bone gun, General King Huo's arm covered with magma gauntlets firmly grasped the bone gun. No matter how much the elder pulled back, he couldn't pull it back even half an inch. General King Huo's strength surged. He grabbed the bone spear and smashed it to the ground with the Great Elder. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the Great Elder's body was in the pit. This is not over yet. A burst of black mist burst out from General King Huo's body. This black mist is the volcanic ash that plagues the Dongying Kingdom and makes them risk the world's outrage and offend other countries. Under the guidance of General King Huo, the volcanic ash crashed into the deep pit like a black dragon. High temperature, highly toxic. The Great Elder couldn't help but let out a shrill roar. Even the body of a corpse demon cannot stop the power of the volcano from ash to sun to poison. General King Huo took advantage of the fact that the elder had not recovered, jumped up high, clasped his hands and smashed towards the elder in the pit. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The great elder's eyes widened and he immediately used his strongest power. The temperature in the air dropped instantly, and a thick layer of frost formed in some places. It makes people feel the oppressive cold erupting in the pit. Roar! Whoa! As if crying and laughing, the voices of countless fierce ghosts sounded in the deep pit, and scarlet eyes looked at the green fire general in midair. Countless transparent ghosts emerged from the deep pit and rushed towards General King Huo. A ray of white light flashed out from Meng Xing's body, and the white python's shadow appeared instantly. Bah! The white python's dark flame roared and met the group of fierce ghosts emerging from the deep pit. The most sinister and evil white python's shadow seems to come from the same source as the ghosts. After intersecting with the group of fierce ghosts, the terrifying air waves transformed into yin qi completely killed the vegetation for dozens of miles around. The great elder took a breath, turned into a line of smoke and reappeared in the air, looking at the green fire giant coldly. One after another, fierce ghosts appeared around the great elder, their blood-red eyes shining brightly, like countless scarlet stars. The night parade of 100 ghosts is the great elder's most powerful ability. Every human and monster killed will eventually have their soul imprisoned by the great elder. These souls of those who died in vain possess some superpowers during their lifetimes, and have gained considerable combat power under the great elder's constant feeding of yin energy and blood. Although the power of these ghosts is weaker than before in life, they are much weirder. Passing through walls and ignoring physical defenses, each one is an excellent killer. It was precisely with this move that the great elder established the moon worship sex status as the top extraordinary force. The administrators at the Public Security Bureau who were watching the battle looked horrified, and the little girl even fell off her chair. The little loli pointed at the ghosts in the picture and shivered without making a sound. Whale Bird frowned deeply. Baron Freeze Wind, Thunder King, Water Moon Witch, Dark Demon. One by one, the names of strong men came out of the Whale Bird's mouth. Whether these powerful men are wanted or something, they have been missing for a long time. It turns out that they were all killed by the great elder of worshipping moon sect and trained as ghost slaves. The little loli pursed her nervous lips. Can the Ghost King survive it? You know, the Ghost King is still in a state of being sick and haunted by ghosts. Meng Xing looked at the great elder who looked like he was in control of the overall situation, and then at the ghosts all over the sky. His eyes were full of greed, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Soul, life. The great elder pointed at Meng Xing and roared. Today, I will let you taste the punishment of being devoured by thousands of ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil ghosts all over the sky let out shrill screams and flew towards Meng Xing with howls and howls. The sea of the dead composed of ordinary zombie skeletons could not hurt Meng Xing, who was surrounded by the green fire giant. He was confident that Meng Xing would die from this move, which was composed of a group of C-level, B-level, and even A-level Begui Yexing. The great elder showed his fangs and his eyes were full of hatred. I will extract your soul and refine you into the most powerful ghost, and you will be driven by me forever. The evil spirits roared and approached Meng Xing. The great elder seemed to have seen Meng Xing's fear and saw him crying in panic. Raised. The cold wind stops and the ghosts cry. All the evil spirits in the countryside stopped. The great elder was stunned for a moment, then continued to activate his spirituality and shouted angrily. Kill, kill, skin him and beat his tendons. A strange scene came. No matter how the great elder used his spiritual power to drive the evil ghosts, those evil ghosts just stood in the sky, unmoved. The great elder is confused. What is going on? The pupils of the green fire giant general turned purple, as if burning with faint purple fire. Those evil spirits also began to change. The purple flames also burned on those evil spirits. This is. The great elder stared in disbelief. The soul power contained in that purple flame is far higher than his ghost control technique. The green fire giant general opened his mouth like a black hole. Those evil spirits turned into black light and flew towards the green fire giant general's mouth. Like meatballs put into a lion's mouth. The great elder was completely panicked. 100 Ghosts Night Parade is his biggest capital and trump card, and every ghost has poured his heart and soul into it. Was he eaten by others like this? Come back to me. The great elder roared, manipulating spirituality crazily, trying to regain control of the evil ghost. The black robes on his body were all in tatters due to the violent spirituality. But no matter how much he shouted, it was of no use. All those evil spirits were devoured by the green fire giant general. The black spirituality gathered at the heart like blood vessels, where Meng Xing was located. Roar! The green fire giant general looked up to the sky and roared, letting out an exciting roar. Meng Xing's energy and spirit were greatly improved at this moment. 5,000 years of life. These evil spirits gave him 5,000 years of life? If Meng Xing killed so many powerful men and devoured their souls, he would definitely not be able to achieve the effect of gaining a lifespan of 5,000 years. Because Meng Xing's method of seizing souls was too rough, just like boiling delicacies indiscriminately. In comparison, the Great Elder is a cook who is good at cooking. He can maximize the nourishment of these souls. Meng Xing is the only gourmet. Meng Xing, who was at the heart of the green fire giant general, was glowing with a faint purple light. After 50 years of life, the negative effects of sickness and ghosts were eliminated. The Great Elder's sickness and ghosts are somewhat similar to the soul fruit. They all make a fuss about lifespan. To put it bluntly, sickness and ghost is a power that consumes a person's lifespan. If an ordinary person falls victim to this trick and their lifespan diminishes in 50 years, it is basically a death sentence. But now Meng Xing has a lifespan of thousands of years and doesn't care about this consumption at all. The effect of sickness and ghost has been eliminated, and the green fire giant general has returned to his peak state. The flames burned, and his body size nearly doubled. The Great Elder opened his mouth wide, feeling like he was dreaming. Sickness and ghosts has been eliminated. 100 Ghost Night Parade has also been resolved. Without 100 Ghosts Night Parade, the S-level strength of the Great Elder is greatly reduced, and I am afraid it will be difficult to face Wei Na. Because 100 demons is not just as simple as controlling evil ghosts to fight. There is spirituality in those evil spirits. The Great Elder can access those spirits at any time through his innate abilities. The most important thing for top experts is spirituality. Everyone will find ways to make their spirituality nearly unlimited. Begui is the Great Elder's way of storing spirituality. Without the strongest means of attack and his spirituality limited, the Great Elder knew he had lost. The administrators watching the battle at the Public Security Bureau almost had their eyes popped out. No one expected that the Great Elder's trump card would be easily destroyed by the Ghost King. Everyone knew that the Great Elder was in danger. Administrators' evaluation of Meng Xing has risen to a new level. This is not only an entry-level S-level, but also a senior S-level. The Great Elder of Worshipping Moon Sect is no match for him. Meng Xing's refreshing voice came from the Green Fire Giant General. I'm a little reluctant to kill you, but I can't keep you. The Great Elder was silent, his eyes full of desolation. But he didn't want to die. Which S-class is willing to give up the life of a fairy? Isn't S-level just a god to the world? The Great Elder wriggled his lips and finally spoke. I left the South China Sea. No, I left China and never came back. You spare my life and let my brother's matter be forgotten. And, I owe you a favor. I'm always here to help you whenever you need it. This is not a casual comment, this is the true thought in the Great Elder's heart. I have come to take revenge and paid such a high price, I am worthy of my brother. The opponent killed Mu Zhenggong and spared himself, which was considered a life worth a life. But Meng Xing didn't believe this. The Green Fire Giant General continued to make Meng Xing's voice. If you were an A ranker, I would let you go, but you are an S ranker. I can't sleep until you die. The Great Elder swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, does it have to be so absolute? I can surrender to you and become your killer. The Green Fire Giant General sneered. I do have the means to control your soul, but you seem to be well versed in the ways of the soul. S-level is too powerful and weird, so you'd better go on your way. A machete tens of meters long condensed in the hands of the Green Fire Giant General and slashed towards the Great Elder's body. Of course the Great Elder will not sit still and wait for death. He will find a way to get out of here. There was a foul and unpleasant smell all over his body. Anyone who knew anything would know what it smelled like. This is corpse odor. The Great Elder's spirituality has been used to the extreme at this moment. Meng Xing sneered. Useless resistance. Without the negative effect of sickness and ghosts, Meng Xing can easily control the Great Elder. The broadsword in the hand of the Green Fire Giant General instantly emitted thick black smoke. The soft and pure green lotus earth core fire is combined with the most positive and poisonous volcanic ash. If the Elder dares to take this move, Meng Xing dares to tear him apart. The Great Elder's eyes bulged outwards, and he suddenly shouted. The corpse demon disintegrates. The body of the Great Elder's corpse demon was instantly covered with cracks. Boom! With a loud noise, the Great Elder's zombie body exploded, and a black smoke exceeded the speed of sound and flew into the distance. Meng Xing was stunned for a moment. Did he run away? This seemingly powerful move is actually used to escape. Meng Xing's lips curled up with sarcasm, and he said sadly, "Where can you go?" Thick volcanic ash and black mist poured out from the green fire giant general. A purple beam of light hit the volcanic ash. The power of the soul fruit is injected into the volcanic ash along with the purple light beam. The volcanic ash changed, sometimes condensing into a black python, and sometimes dispersing into a black mist. This was the inspiration Meng Xing got from the white python union, and he used the soul fruit to turn the volcanic ash into hamits. Like the white python union, the black mist python also has no body, and its main body is volcanic ash. And this volcanic ash already has intelligence. This consumed Meng Xing's lifespan for thousands of years. Meng Xing doesn't feel sorry for these lifespans. Souls are common, but there are not many ways to improve your combat power. The black mist python entrenched in the sky is much larger than the white python's shadow, winding thousands of meters long. Meng Xing released the green fire giant general state and stood on the huge body of the black mist python. The black mist python chased the Great Elder in the direction he left. He didn't feel cold either. Meng Xing, who was standing on the black mist python, was surrounded by black mist. The black mist had temperature, just like soaking in a hot spring. The black mist python is very fast. Meng Xing estimated that it only took more than 10 minutes for the black mist python to fly from Nanhai City to Bihai City. The speed that the Great Elder burst out just now was obviously temporary and would always slow down. Chase slowly and you can always catch up. Meng Xing sensed the aura of the Great Elder and followed the remaining spirituality of the Great Elder in the sky to chase him in the direction of the Great Elder. Not far away, in the clouds, a young man stood there. It seems that he is waiting for Meng Xing. The young man was wearing casual clothes, had short hair, and had an ordinary face. The only unusual thing is that on his left hand, which is full of rings, there is a golden gear-shaped rune that looks like a tattoo. With a smile on his face, the young man walked towards Meng Xing in the void and extended his left hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Meng Xing uttered one word coldly. "Roll." The young man was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "No, I won't let you pass. Mu Boan cannot die, let's discuss it." Meng Xing didn't talk nonsense. Since he was helping the Elder of the Moon Gate, he was an enemy. The white python's dark flames burst out from Meng Xing's body, roaring towards the young man. The ring in the young man's hand glowed brightly, and a huge black sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The giant sword withstood the attack of the white python's yin-yan. The young man was at ease and said, "If you have to be merciful, be merciful. You killed Mu Boan's brother and maimed Mu Boan, that's pretty much it." Mu Boan's 100 Ghosts Night Walk was eaten by Meng Xing, and he used corpse demon disintegration to overdraw his body. It would be impossible for Mu Boan to return to his peak form within a dozen years. This is almost as good as being disabled. Meng Xing crossed his arms and watched the young man fighting with the white python with cold eyes. "Are you from the Security Bureau?" The young man nodded, then shook his head. "I have already left the Security Bureau system, and Director Zhang has no right to order me. I came here spontaneously, with the purpose of protecting you or Mboan. Your battle with Mboan was exciting. If you can beat Mu Boan like this, your name will be resounding in the world's top awakened circles. Since you won, I should stop you from killing Mu Boan. Vice versa, if Mu Boan wins, I will also save you." Meng Xing looked at the young man with somewhat doubtful eyes. He could tell that this young man was also an S-ranker. Meng Xing suddenly showed a playful smile. "Are you here to be a peacemaker? You are not afraid of being beaten to death by me." When he said the last half of the sentence, Meng Xing's eyes gradually became fierce. Kinglian's heart fire rose from Meng Xing's body, and the giant cyan flame grabbed the young man. The ring in the young man's hand shone brightly again, and a simple green brick appeared. The green brick emits a golden light, wrapping the young man inside, blocking the attack of Kinglian's inner fire. The young man looked at the cracks appearing on the gold bricks and exclaimed, "What a high-quality flame! He is worthy of being an S-level fire element awakener." The temperature of the green fire giant's hand suddenly increased, burning fiercely, and there were more cracks on the green bricks. The young man patiently explained. Don't bother, I won't die. And I just have to stop you for 10 minutes. 10 minutes at most, not even needed. The other guys are on the way and will be here soon. None of us will die, because they are all here to start a fight. If you think you can kill me in 10 minutes, then you underestimate me. Meng Xing sensitively caught the words the rest of the guys. A few other guys. Could it be the other S-level members of Xia Kingdom? Raised. 2 streaks of light came from a distance, very bright, like 2 meteors speeding towards each other. The young man grinned and said, Look, it won't take half an hour. The young man pulled back and kept a safe distance from Meng Xing. 2 figures stopped in one direction and one in the west. The 4 figures in the sky form a square, each standing at a corner of the square. The figure in the east is an old man with gray hair and a sickly face, wearing a hospital gown. There was still a needle buried in the old man's arm. When the hospital gown was blown up by the strong wind in the air, you could see the tube inserted in the old man's stomach. It's like coming out of the intensive care unit. The figure to the west is a woman with big breasts and fat buttocks, and a mature charm. She was wearing a small black suit with a low neckline, revealing half of her purple bra. The lower body is wearing a very short narrow skirt and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. This woman's appearance and figure don't look like a good person. She looks like a mommy somewhere. The young man holding the giant sword said with a smile. This old man's name is Lu Ping'an, the ancestor of the Lu family, S rank. This sister here is named Qingyun, the leader of the Hehuan sect, S rank. Then the young man cupped his fists and said seriously, I am the president of Qingbei University, Li Yao. Now it's time for you to listen to me more honestly. Are you the newly promoted S ranker from Nanhai? Lu Ping'an's eyes were unkind. How could Wei Na kill Lu Xian before it was too late to curry favor with the Lu family? He probably speculated that the death of his descendant Lu Xian was closely related to the Ghost King. Yang Qingyun held her red nails in her mouth, her eyes were drawn, and she lightly opened her red lips. You have so much energy, you are a young man. My sister likes him. Yang Qingyun suddenly turned red, her eyes became distracted, and her whole body trembled. Meng Xing glanced at Yang Qingyun with disgust. Then he turned his attention to Lu Ping'an and the young man. Dissuade a fight? What if I don't listen? If you don't listen, will you get into a fight? I reached S level based on my ability. Why did you let me go just because I said so? It is difficult to pursue the great elder of Yuemen now, as we have to run too far. Meng Xing sighed and said softly, Inform Huang Ji and bring the demon ape here. Meng Xing had black headphones hanging on his ears. Some battle awakeners are dressed in all kinds of weird ways, and no one cares about a headset. Soon, a simple gate appeared in the sky. A demon-level hunter wearing a black robe and an ape mask, the demon ape, appeared. The demon ape bowed slightly to Meng Xing. Master President. Unlike the Ghost King, the demon ape suppresses spiritual fluctuations. The evil aura of blue-silver grass was revealed unabashedly. The 3 S-level figures in the sky trembled, all showing incredible expressions. Lu Ping'an's eyes trembled and his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. S-level? There is still an S-level in the Hunter Guild. Yang Qingyun lost her coquettish attitude and covered her mouth in shock. 2 S-class? No, are there really only 2 S-tiers? Will it? Anyone else come? Meng Xing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Block my way and let my prey go. You can either give me an explanation today or stay here. The demon ape takes action whenever he disagrees. No, not exactly. Before the 3 S-level people said anything, a blue-silver overlord gun appeared in the demon ape's hand. The demon ape stabbed Yang Qingyun with the blue-silver overlord spear. The reason for choosing to kill this slut first was for no other reason than because Meng Xing showed his disgust towards her, so she deserved to die. Yang Qingyun exclaimed. Red flames appeared in her hands, blocking the demon ape's spear. Yang Qingyun is also an S-level fire element combat talent. Desire for pleasure, S-level. When using flames, charm magic is also applied to the flames. The reason why Hehuan sect calls itself a sect is because it has special spiritual skills like ancient martial arts. This kind of spiritual magic is specifically targeted at human males, and those who fall under the charm magic will be stimulated to have inner lust. It's like in a battle, if the woman on the other side wants to kill you, but you want to have sex with her, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and you will be merciless. But it's also said above. Charming magic is useful for human men, but it has no effect on monster males. Yang Qingyun suffered this loss and was hit in the abdomen by the butt of the blue-silver overlord gun. She frowned. Brother Qing, you really don't care about her. Yang Qingyun still looked dissolute on the surface, but in fact, there was a turmoil in her heart. How can this be? My spiritual skills are the most profound among the Hehuan sect? How could a man fall under my spiritual spell and still have no effect at all? What kind of monsters are in the Hunter Guild? The white python roared and pounced on Li Yao, the president of Qingbei University. Li Yao felt dizzy. Although this white python's yin flame does not reach the level of S level, it is between A level and S level. Although the white python union is not his opponent, it is enough to hold him back for a long time. Who knows what will happen on the battlefield for so long? Things began to go beyond his expectations. He is here to break up the fight, not to fight the Ghost King with 2 S ranks. Li Yao knew that the main reason was that he underestimated the Hunter Guild. He thought he could suppress the Ghost King by bringing 2 S levels. Li Yao secretly said, "If I had known earlier, Chairman Feng would have come too." There are a total of 7 S-level people in Xia Kingdom, and there are 3 of them present. In addition to the elder of the worshipping moon sect who was crippled by being fucked, there are 3 S-level elders who have not yet arrived. One is the chairman of Wanhe Group, one is the director of the Safety Management Bureau, and the other is the sword master of the Fairy Mountain. It is impossible for the director of the Security Bureau to come to Kyoto. The old sword master from the Immortal Mountain who is guarding the sword formation that seals the true form of Long Live My Emperor will not come either. Only Feng Zhenghao, chairman of Wanhe Group, was left idle in the S-class. But that big Buddha is really hard to find. The black mist python turned into a ball of black mist, wrapped Meng Xing and appeared in front of Lu Ping'an, the ancestor of the Lu family. Meng Xing stared at Lu Ping'an indifferently, his face full of murderous intent. "Old guy, is this the one you bared at me just now?" Lu Ping'an's breathing became rapid. He is the oldest S-ranker in Xia Kingdom and is now over 300 years old. He relies on a large amount of physical therapy equipment to survive, which is why he is called the Ancestor. With so many years of combat experience, Lu Ping'an could see that Meng Xing was unusual at close range. This S-level man wearing the mask of the Ghost King has a variety of powerful talents. Especially the green flame on his body was so mysterious and ancient that even Lu Ping'an felt that it was not a product of this world. This world should not have such divine flames. However, Lu Ping'an has lived for such a long time, how can he still have fear? Lu Ping'an had a gloomy old face. "Should I call you the Ghost King or the President?" "Never mind. Let me learn the methods of the Hunter Guild President." Lu Ping'an's eyes burst out with tyrannical spirituality, lightning flashed, and even the whites of his eyes and pupils could not be seen. Thunder and lightning field, S-level? The sky was obscured by dark clouds, and thick thunder and lightning surged like dragons and snakes. Suddenly, this place had become a sea of thunder. A thick thunderbolt struck Meng Xing from a higher place. The dark red magma formed a ferocious armor on Meng Xing's body, revealing only his short white hair and the mask of the crying Ghost King. The lightning struck Meng Xing, and dense cracks appeared in the magma armor instantly. But soon, new magma appeared from Meng Xing's body surface, quickly repairing the magma armor. Meng Xing raised his fist and punched Lu Ping'an in the face. "S-level? You are not as strong as that old ghost from the Moon Worship Gate." Lu Ping'an was stunned by the punch and flew backwards for 100 meters. Meng Xing stepped on the black mist to pursue. A pair of giant blue fire hands emerged from behind and struck Lu Ping'an. "This is really a deadly move. If we don't defeat these S-levels today, won't anyone dare to point fingers at the Hunter Guild in the future?" Lu Ping'an summoned thunder and lightning to block it. Thunderbolts turned the sky into pure white, and only blue flames could be seen flickering in it. Lu Ping'an's momentum was terrifying, but he was pressed and rubbed by Meng Xing. This Lu family ancestor is too old after all. The two people's talents cancelled each other out, and Meng Xing completely crushed the old man with his superb physical skills. Li Yao couldn't help roaring. "Enough." He turned his palm and a red bead appeared in the sky. "Time? Forbidden." The bead shattered and turned into red light that filled the sky. In the space covered by the red light, time was taken away and everything stopped. Not only the few S-class people present, but also the wind, clouds, and thunder and lightning that were about to fall were frozen. Soon, the ability to stop time dissipated. The black mist python led Meng Xing back 1,000 meters, and Meng Xing looked at Li Yao warily. The president of Qingbei University is indeed tyrannical. There is a way to stop time? Although it only lasts a few breaths, Li Yao can do whatever he wants in these few breaths. Li Yao cupped his fist at Meng Xing again. Ghost King is the code name given to you by the Security Administration. Let me call you president for the time being. Please stop, Mr. Liu is almost beaten to death by you. There is no benefit in continuing to take action. Bureau Zhang of the Security Administration will always stop it. The White Python Union returned to Meng Xing and spit out the snake letter at Li Yao. Meng Xing's face was expressionless, the green flame surged, and the green fire giant general appeared instantly. He didn't think about what Li Yao was talking about. His only thought was that Li Yao was stronger than he thought, and he would use the strongest fire-clearing giant general to fight against him. Li Yao was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene and couldn't help but curse. Idiot! Why can't this person listen? I'm just someone who breaks up fights. Do you need it? Why are you crazier than Long Live My Emperor? Meng Xing spoke, his momentum gradually rising to its peak. When the demon ape saw this, he would not embarrass his master, and his body transformed into a giant like the Dharma in heaven and earth. The seventh soul skill, blue-silver true body. The two people in the sky are like two gods at this time. A reporter in the city who liked astronomy saw this scene with an astronomical telescope and opened his mouth in horror. It turns out there really is a god in heaven. He quickly took a photo so that he would know what to write in the news report tomorrow. Li Yao was speechless and waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 don't do anything, let's talk. Wasn't it just that he let an S rank go? His current state is no different from dead. What's the point of catching him? You don't need the corpse of a high-level awakened person to practice, right? After Li Yao finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. Look at Meng Xing's murderous look. Li Yao spoke with difficulty. You don't really need the corpse of a high-level expert to increase your strength, do you? As soon as this sentence came out, Yang Qingyun covered her chest and took a few steps back, fear appearing in her eyes. Everyone is a carnivorous hunter, but you regard other carnivorous hunters as your prey? It was as if this Ghost King guild leader was higher in the food chain than them. Li Yao pondered for a moment. If my guess is accurate, then there is indeed a feud between us. An S-level strongman is enough to greatly increase your strength. But I can make it up to you, okay? Li Yao looked at Meng Xing seriously. Let's talk about compensation. Meng Xing finally calmed down his murderous intent a little, and he waited for Li Yao's next words. Li Yao, how about I give you a spiritual weapon? Li Yao added, combat type. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. Combat type spiritual weapons are very rare. Generally speaking, combat type spiritual weapons are weapons of ancient famous generals. Those weapons that still exist and remain in museums. These weapons were worshipped, and with the accumulation of history, they acquired spirituality and became spiritual weapons that could be used in battle. For example, Zhang Fei's Zhang Ba Shi spear and Huo Qubing's single hook spear. These weapons are also strong or weak, mainly depending on the reputation of the original owner of the weapon and the era in which they were born. The greater the fame of the original owner and the more distant the era of its existence, the stronger the spiritual weapon will be. For example, the original owner of Lu Mingmeng's long axe in Jade Rabbit was Hu Dahai. General Hu Dahai was under Zhu Yuanzhang. This general is not Zhang Fei or Lu Buletin, famous generals in history. Therefore, the spiritual strength of that long axe is not as good as the Zhangbaji spear and Fang Tian Huaji. Li Yao continued to speak, with a bit of pride on his face. Feng Zhengao of Wanhe Group is the richest person in Xia Kingdom, but he is definitely not the richest person. The richest person in this world is only me, Li Yao, because my talent is amplifier. Any spiritual weapon in my hands, I can make it into a top-notch spiritual weapon. Meng Xing looked at the giant's sword in Li Yao's hand. Recall that Li Yao once used a bead to stop time. It turns out that these are all spiritual weapons. Meng Xing looked at the ring on Li Yao's left hand. All spiritual weapons emerged from that ring. This should be a space-type spiritual weapon. Time and space, these two most powerful and mysterious spiritual weapons, Li Yao, actually exist. Meng Xing believed what Li Yao said. Meng Xing's voice came out from the green fire giant general. So you want to build a spiritual weapon for me? Li Yao nodded. I will definitely create a top-notch spiritual weapon to compensate you. But the price of that kind of spiritual weapon is too high, and it may take a long time. Meng Xing sneered. Why should I trust you? Li Yao became serious. This is my commitment. If I break my promise, you can go to Qingbei University to find me. But you must also promise me that you will never hunt down Mu Bowen again. After a long time, Meng Xing finally spoke. Is it worth it for the old ghost who worships the moon gate? Li Yao smiled helplessly. Who makes it difficult to create an S-class? If the Xia Kingdom loses an S-class member, it will lose a voice in the world and a less powerful force to fight against monsters. Therefore, no matter how many unreliable things Mu Bowen did over the years, the Safety Administration tolerated them to the maximum extent possible. Meng Xing understood. Wei Na was just imprisoned, not to mention Mu Bowen? Meng Xing thought for a moment and asked again. If you really have the ability to create top-level spiritual weapons, why don't these two S-class people have them? They hold top-level spiritual weapons in their hands. Will the level of Xia Kingdom's awakeners be higher? Li Yao smiled helplessly. Do you think it's easy to make a spiritual weapon suitable for S-level use? The price required is too great, and it can almost kill me. Moreover, Li Yao looked at Lu Pinggan and Yang Qingyun. Mr. Liu's body can no longer withstand the power brought by the top spiritual weapon. As for Yang Qingyun, she got the top spiritual weapon today and dared to defect to Xia Kingdom tomorrow. This woman was too unstable, and the Security Bureau put a lot of pressure on her. Meng Xing plays with taste. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your spiritual weapon and rebel? Li Yao smiled and said seriously. You will not. I can see that you have feelings for Xiaguo. You are from the lawful side, and you are different from those beasts in Dongying country. Because the public security in the South China Sea is comparable to that of the prosperous times, and I guess it is inseparable from your contribution. There was another reason that Li Yao didn't say. Since Yang Minghao joined the Hunter Guild, Li Yao knew many of the rules of the Hunter Guild. For example, hunting monsters and protecting China. President Ghost King may be a villain, but he is protecting this land. Li Yao said loudly. I told you about the compensation for you. What do you think of this plan? As long as you agree, I will retreat tomorrow and make you a weapon that is not weaker than the magic sword in my hand. Meng Xing looked at the direction Mu Bowen left and said. Good. Xiaguo was determined to protect Mu Bowen. Meng Xing was really not confident that he could bury Mu Bowen with all S-level attacks from Xia Kingdom. Besides, Xiaguo only said not to kill Mu Bowen, but he didn't say that he couldn't do anything else to him. A passing toad can scrape out 2 ounces of oil, let alone an S-ranker? Meng Xing said this and lifted the green fire giant general's state. Today's goal was achieved. I had a fight with 4 S-class people one night. One was crippled, and the other 3 were also subdued. After today, the Hunter Guild will completely enter the world stage, and there will be no worries. The superpower of the Moon Worship sect was also finished, and they also got a top-notch spiritual weapon. Although there were some hiccups, everything went smoothly. A simple door opened in the void, and Huang Ji, wearing a ghost mask, came out of the door and bowed respectfully to Meng Xing. Meng Xing and Demon Ape entered the gate. Huang Ji glanced at the 3 S-levels and disappeared inside the gate. I didn't pay attention when we were fighting earlier. Was that someone with awakened spatial talent just now? Yang Qingyun's beautiful eyes were slightly dull. The Hunter Guild is very strong. Lu Pinggan covered his abdomen. He had been beaten so badly by Meng Xing just now. Even so, he had to praise the Hunter Guild's heritage. Li Yao looked complicated. Where did the Hunter Guild get so many powerful people? What we saw today is probably just the tip of the iceberg of the Hunter Guild. Li Yao looked at Lu Pinggan. Old man, please stop thinking about revenge for Lu Xian. I don't want to work hard to build a spiritual weapon for you. This president acted out of disbelief. Lu Pinggan snorted coldly. You have given up being the teacher of Xienar, what else can I say? Li Yao said with a smile. That's right. You're going strong and you can have a few more. Yang Qingyun smiled foolishly and said. Senior Lu, if you are willing, I can give birth to a child for you. Lu Pinggan and Li Yao both looked at Yang Qingyun with disgust. Kimchi Country, Dole City. 2 38-story office buildings are connected on the top floor, like a huge character. The people of Kimchi Country call this building Tianmen. In a conference room in Tianmen, several people were sitting at the conference table. Wearing suits and leather shoes, he looks like a social elite. They were listening to the PPT lecture on the podium. This is a demonstration of the transformation of agriculture in Kimchi Country. If what is said on the PPT is true, then farming in kimchi country will undergo earth-shaking changes. As I said, Shennong seeds have extremely strong vitality, can survive anywhere, grow food, and produce herbs. President Kim Chi-in was listening to the speech of the uniformed woman on the stage, his brows furrowed. If Shennong seeds are real, then the land of kimchi country will no longer be barren. In a society where monsters are turbulent, this president knows what this means. Only, will there be a greater cost? Ian was turning his head to look at a middle-aged man next to him with a complicated expression. This middle-aged man has half-white hair, glasses, and an expensive suit. He looks polite. This middle-aged man comes from the Xia Kingdom and his name is Feng Zhenggao. He came to kimchi country 10 years ago with the hacking technology Red and Black project, and unconditionally supports kimchi country's use of red and black technology. Everything is free. Red and Black is too skilled, so powerful that it makes Ian jealous. Anyone who knows nothing about computers can become a top hacker engineer with training. Feng Zhenggao's attitude is very good. He is simply the licking dog of kimchi country, investing in factories, building business circles, and even setting up the headquarters of Wanhee Group in kimchi country. A large amount of money has been invested in kimchi country. Feng Zhenggao said that Xia State was running against him, so he chose to bring funds to kimchi country for development. Ian Zhang thought he had met a shepherd dog and gave Feng Zhenggao's Wanhee Group the greatest support. About 5 years passed. Ian just knew that he was too naive. Damn, Feng Zhenggao took out second generation Red and Black again and started charging. The fees are high, huge. Second generation Red and Black is no different from the first generation. The only difference is that second generation Red and Black contains the key data to crack first generation Red and Black. In other words, whoever gets the second generation Red and Black can hack into the kimchi country's firewall. Kimchi country, which has already used Red and Black technology on a large scale, has no choice but to spend a high price to purchase second generation Red and Black. Because, if they don't buy it, second generation Red and Black will be sold to other countries in the form of auction. Then, just a year later, Feng Zhenggao came up with 3 generations of Red and Black. This time 3 generations Red and Black not only have to buy software equipment, but also pay rental fees. Rental fees are calculated on a daily basis and are not subject to credit. Only then did Ian Zhang realize that he had been fooled by Feng Zhenggao. But there is no way. The network engineering of kimchi country has fully applied Red and Black technology, which is equivalent to the network engineering of kimchi country being kidnapped by Feng Zhenggao. They can only swallow the broken teeth from chewing yellow lotus. Bitter and hard. Now, Feng Zhenggao's Wanhee Group has become the largest chaebol in kimchi country. When Wanhee Group's factories were established in kimchi country one after another, Ian Zhang finally understood why Wanhee Group wanted to set up its headquarters in kimchi country. Because all the factories of Wanhee Group are illegal. This bastard from Xia country does not emit pollution in his hometown, but brings pollution to kimchi country. Ian was organizing a boycott of Wanhee Group so that kimchi country would not suffer greater losses. However, the top management of kimchi nation has been completely corrupted by Wanhee Group's money. The plutocrats of kimchi country respect Wanhee Group, which can best help them make money. The major prosecutors are headed by Feng Zhenggao, who controls the major chaebols. Now, kimchi country is Feng Zhenggao's back garden. He, the president, was emptied out by a profiteer. Ian was listening to the woman's demonstration on the stage and said with a forced smile, "Mr. Feng, Shennong plan is indeed good, but it will take some time to investigate." Based on his understanding of Feng Zhenggao, this hungry wolf who eats people without spitting out bones would never let such a good project as the Shennong plan fall into the kimchi country so easily. There is definitely a conspiracy? Feng Zhenggao had no expression on his face. "Mr. President, I'm afraid this is not your decision. Ian is looking ugly." "Feng Zhenggao, I am the president of kimchi country. Who has the final say whether I say it or not? Do you have the final say?" Feng Zhenggao smiled and said, "Of course the people have the final say. I will announce today's demonstration to the whole country. Whether to continue to endure the poverty of materials, or to easily have a large amount of food and herbs. It all depends on the people's decision." Ian was sneering. "Your seeds should be expensive, right? Do you think ordinary people will buy it? Or do you want the authorities to foot the bill?" Let me explain in advance that the authorities will not spend a penny on your Shennong plan. Feng Zhenghao looked at Ian Zhang with a half-smile. There was sarcasm, pity, and contempt in his eyes. He slowly said, "You underestimate a pious businessman. I will sell the seeds from the Shenning project to major chaebols at half the price of ordinary rice seeds. The major chaebols will distribute it themselves, and I think the price will not be more expensive than ordinary rice seeds." Ian was stunned for a moment. The seeds of Shenning project can grow food and herbs in the wilderness. The value is much higher than ordinary rice seeds. If you calculate it this way, Wanhee Group is a loss-making business and cannot even get back 1/10 of its capital? Ian was frowning and asked, "You would be so kind." Before he finished speaking, Ian was trembling all over and looking at Feng Zhenghao in horror. Can the food produced by the Shenning project be cultivated into seeds? Common sense, rice can be recultivated into rice seeds. What if the food produced by this Shennong seed cannot be cultivated into seeds? Within 3 years, there will be no ordinary grain seeds in the agricultural stores of Kimchi country, and they will all be products of the Shenning plan. Wanhee Group will monopolize the food supply of Kimchi country? Feng Zhenghao spread his hands and said with a smile, "Shenning project seeds can certainly be cultivated a second time. But you have to know that this is high technology. Ordinary farmers may need to learn agricultural knowledge for a while. The course is also free, and we have recorded online class videos. If they don't have time to learn, or can't learn it, then buy our seeds. I guarantee that the price will always be the selling price of ordinary seeds." Ian stood up with a roar, pointed at Feng Zhenghao's nose and cursed, "Shut up, you liar! I won't let your plot succeed." Having said that, Ian was leaving the Tianhe Group office building with several bodyguards. At this time, a tall woman with short hair walked into the conference room. Feng Zhenghao moved his sore shoulders and asked, "What do those people think of Shennong seeds?" "Those people refer to large and small chaebols." The woman's eyes were filled with contempt. "Them? As long as they can make money." Of course they all agreed. In 3 days Shennong seed will be able to start the press conference. They dare not offend the god of wealth. Feng Zhenghao looked like, "It's just as I expected." The woman hesitated for a moment and asked, "Dad, Shennong seeds are still in the experimental stage. Although there is nothing unusual at the moment, what about the future? Is it really impossible to kill people by eating them?" Feng Zhenghao closed his eyes and fell asleep. If Shennong seeds are successful, whether Kimchi country can make a living depends on my mood. At that time, the security administration will revoke the ruling against me. We can then return home openly. If it fails, then it's a failure. It's in Kimchi country anyway. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If I behave like this in Xia country, the security bureau will investigate and kill me tomorrow. By then we will be like the moon worshippers, huddled on a small island, pitiful. It's better here, there's no run on the security bureau. Feng Zhenghao asked, "By the way, isn't Mu Bowen going to destroy the Hunter Guild? How about it? Did the Hunter Guild suffer heavy losses? I want to win over the Hunter Guild." Help at this time can be said to be a good opportunity to win people's hearts. If you can't stay in the Xia Kingdom any longer, you should come to the Kimchi Kingdom. Here they can do whatever they want. Wanhee Group lacks some high-level awakened people. The woman raised her eyebrows and said slowly, "Maybe the Hunter Guild doesn't need our help anymore." Feng Zhenghao opened his eyes, sighed, and said regretfully, "Being able to kill Mu Zhenggong, the Hunter Guild's power has been recognized by me. It's a pity, that old ghost is really powerful. Counting Mu Zhenggong, Xia Kingdom has lost too many top awakeners in the past 2 days." He thought that the Hunter Guild had been wiped out by the group. The woman shook her head. "No Dad, you misunderstood." Feng Zhenghao looked confused. The woman continued, "Mu Bowen was seriously injured and lost. Already disabled, I don't know where to escape." Feng Zhenghao's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at his daughter in disbelief. "You mean, Mu Bowen lost? Does that mean the Hunter Guild has S level? How is this possible?" The woman continued, "Yes. It's not just Mbaoen. Li Yao, president of Qingbei University, Lu Ping'an of the Lu family, and Yang Qingyun of the Hehuan sect. In order to prevent the president of the Hunter Guild from hunting down Mu Bowen, these 3 people clashed with the president. Turn out, these 3 people did not taste the sweetness. There is more than one S-level member in the Hunter Guild." Feng Zhenghao suddenly sat up from his chair and grabbed his daughter's shoulders. You mean, there are two S-class members in the Hunter Guild? The woman didn't know why her father reacted so violently. She walked to the demonstration stage and put a photo of Meng Xing wearing a mask on the big screen. There is only the image of the president, and the other S-level person whose face I don't know is also wearing a mask. Feng Zhenghao suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked at the big screen blankly. South China Sea. South China Sea. Is it a coincidence? Feng Zhenghao pondered for a moment and said seriously to the woman, Xian, I have decided that Wanhe Group will set up a branch in Nanhai. You can go and do it. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Jinmu Cafe, early morning. The morning paper plays in the cafe. A thunderstorm occurred over the South China Sea yesterday, but fortunately no damage was caused. The Emperor of Eastern Sakura Kingdom announced that the volcanic ash will be guided in 3 days. Higashi Sakura claims that volcanic ash has the effect of killing viruses and improving land quality. This time the volcanic ash is introduced for the consideration of neighboring countries. It's the second day of the Lunar New Year, and office workers have already started working. There are not many tasks at the beginning of the year, usually half-day shifts. Jinmu Cafe was also full of customers at this time. It's so shameless. If the volcanic ash is so good, you should keep it for yourself. Kill the virus? Did you say it can also kill me? Emperor Dongying has always been so shameless, don't you know? I heard that our government has sent people to prevent the volcanic ash from spreading into the country. Do you really think that the Xia Kingdom was in the past? Didn't you know that the Qing dynasty died? It's just a pity. The sea is probably going to be polluted to a certain extent. The guests were angrily criticizing Dong Yingfeng's shamelessness and congratulating themselves on the strength of the authorities. Just like Kimchi Country. Kimchi Country does not have as many top-level awakened people as Xia Country. The volcanic ash incident will surely bring disaster to Kimchi Country. Meng Xing was not very interested in these things. There were 3 names written in his notebook. Tylin, Lin Xiaoquan, Zhang Qian. It is impossible for Tylin to return to the Public Security Bureau system, and he does not plan to go back. This man is extremely disappointed with the Public Security Bureau. Meng Xing had promised Tylin that if something happened to him one day in the future, the Hunters Guild would drag Lin Xiaoquan into it. Tylin believes that only the Hunters Guild can allow Lin Xiaoquan to survive in this collapsed world. I can make Lin Xiaoquan my puppet in the Public Security Bureau, and become the next director of the Public Security Bureau. But they are just puppets. Meng Xing would not pamper her like he did Tylin. Meng Xing actually planned to ask Tylin to be the president of a Hunters Guild branch in a certain city. If he were to control a city's Hunters Guild, none of the city's evil awakeners would be able to escape. Or, the awakened villains in surrounding cities will also suffer. All the corpses were brought to Meng Xing courtyard. Because Tylin will definitely create a peaceful world like Nanhai. As for Tylin, his combat effectiveness is a bit lacking, but his ability is sufficient. However, high-level combat talents are not valuable in Meng Xing's eyes. Of course A-level and S-level do not count. Meng Xing still didn't know how to deal with Tylin. If Tylin becomes the branch president of the Hunters Guild, it will be quite disturbing to have such a strong personality. Meng Xing looked at the last name with some irritation. Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian accepted the mission of the Hunter Guild and has been monitoring Desmond. She has always done a good job. Zhang Qian can even watch Desmond, an A-level foreign awakener. What if she takes care of Tylin? Meng Xing remembered what Zhang Qian's mission reward was. A devil fruit. Desmond and Zhang Qian are now being held in the Public Security Bureau prison, and the mission is considered over. After the task is completed, the next step is the reward distribution. Meng Xing said softly. Huangji. He had headphones hanging on his ears, and with Suman Man as a transfer station, he could contact anyone in the Hunter Guild at any time. Not only the Hunter Guild, but other people can also receive calls from Meng Xing at any time. Not long after, Huangji walked down from the 2nd floor. He was not in the cafe just now. He used the ability of the space door to go to the 2nd floor of Jinmu Cafe. Huangji walked to Meng Xing and bowed respectfully. Meng Xing pointed to Zhang Qian's name. She was originally your subordinate, it's up to you to bring her out. At night, a street somewhere in Nanhai, Zhang Qian widened her beautiful eyes. Old boss, I'm coming out of prison now. Huangji actually has the ability to travel through space? Never seen it before. This must be a reward from the Hunter Guild? Otherwise, When facing Desmond, Huang Ji could have run away with him. His determination to work hard for the Hunter Guild became even more unshakable. Huang Ji nodded. Zhang Qian pondered for a while. But, does this count as a prison break? Does it really matter? Huang Ji glanced in the direction of the Public Security Bureau and sneered disdainfully. The Hunters Guild is doing business. Does the Security Bureau dare to ask one more question? Besides, they just took away a woman who was of no use to them. Huang Ji took out a devil fruit from his bag and handed it to Zhang Qian. This is your mission reward. You have been away from home for half a year, you can choose to go home now. Zhang Qian only heard the first half of Huang Ji's words. Mission rewards? Devil fruit? The following words have been automatically filtered. Zhang Qian's eyes turned into crescent moons and she said sweetly, "Thank you, boss." Huang Ji shook his head, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Zhang Qian opened her mouth and bit on the devil fruit. Causal fruit, sea level. Consume spirituality and store the damage received. Consume spirituality again to release the stored damage. Zhang Qian took a breath. This devil fruit is a bit skinny. What harm can my small body withstand? Still saving? The devil fruit she had longed for was far more useless than she imagined. Zhang Qian was alone on the road in a daze. Desmond was used to being monitored during this period, and she felt a little empty when she suddenly had nothing to do. Since she ran away from home, she worked as a dancer in a bar in Nanhai. She doesn't seem to go anywhere except the bar. Isn't Rasputin's bar a hunter's bar? I'll go over there and take a look. Zhang Qian said something to herself and walked towards Rasputin bar. Rasputin bar. Rasputin's bar often holds mask dances, and guests who come here to play will be given a free mask. Over time, many guests have become accustomed to wearing masks here and feel that it has a different flavor. Zhang Qian secretly thought that she had come to the right place. This is indeed the Hunter Bar. For beauties like Zhang Qian, most bars will give her the greatest preferential treatment. Only when there are beauties can there be old women, and only when there are old men can they make money. If you are satisfied with the beautiful women, the bar will not worry about making money. Especially for a girl with flowery arms like Zhang Qian, you can tell at a glance that she is a little girl who dominates the romantic world. Therefore, Zhang Qian did not follow the formal procedure of ordering drinks and paying first. There's even a marketing manager who hangs around her from time to time. 1 is to take more care of them and increase their favorability. 2 is, she hasn't paid yet and can't run away. Zhang Qian felt quite excited when she first entered the bar, but after playing with the DJ for a while, she felt tired. She was still in jail yesterday, but she is the only one who can come out to dance today. While the marketing manager was waiting for Zhang Qian to check out with the payment code, Zhang Qian was stunned. Where does she have money? During this period of time, I have been eating and drinking from Desmond, and I have almost forgotten what money looks like. Zhang Qian suddenly thought of something and looked directly at the marketing manager. Hit me. The marketing manager was also confused. What is this requirement? Zhang Qian said excitedly. I don't have money to buy wine, so just give me a beating. The marketing manager didn't expect such a good-looking girl to act rogue. After confirming that Zhang Qian was not joking, the marketing manager whispered, "Actually, you can sign bills at the bar. As long as you come here often, I can help you with credit." Zhang Qian was unhappy. "No? When can I pay on credit when I'm away from home? You hit me? Why don't you beat me twice? Whips, candles, whatever, are all fine." She just wanted to try the power of the karma fruit. It would be fine to be beaten by an ordinary person. The marketing manager finally got it. This is either a female pervert or a psychopath. The marketing manager suddenly felt a toothache. Rasputin was quite profitable, and he wouldn't beat up a beautiful woman in public just for a few $100s. Is the sale still done? If he was deliberately looking for trouble, he would definitely let a few hungry men take good care of him. But this woman is obviously not normal. Zhang Qian, who was kicked out, was still unconvinced and muttered, "How can your boss make money if you let people drink bawang wine like this? This is a group of heartless people who have a hard time starting a business without a boss." "Good. What a wicked little girl. I like her." An old voice came from the corner. Zhang Qian followed the sound and looked at the old man. The old man wore a tattered red robe and covered his face with rags, leaving only a pair of eyes. At this time, the old man was looking at her with admiration. The old man continued, I saw everything you did inside. Okay. It is good to benefit others at the expense of oneself, and it is evil to benefit oneself at the expense of others. And you, harming others and not benefiting yourself, and even harming yourself, are doing evil? Good? Zhang Qian frowned. Isn't it mean to harm others without benefiting oneself? Where did this weirdo come from? Wait a minute, he's covering his face. Could it be a hunter from the Hunter Guild? Zhang Qian wanted to identify the organization, but was afraid that this person was not a hunter and that her rash identification would expose the guild. It would be nice if there was a secret code. Zhang Qian's mind twitched and she said, "The king of heaven overshadows the tigers of the earth." The old man didn't understand what Zhang Qian was saying. He said seriously, "Be my disciple, and I will teach you all my spiritual skills." Zhang Qian shook her head in disappointment. This is definitely not a hunter, this is probably a psychopath. Otherwise, why can't you answer such a simple question? Zhang Qian prepared to leave without looking back. She had not found a place to stay tonight. The old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Qian and stared at her viciously. "I said I would accept you as my disciple, how dare you leave?" No matter how smart Zhang Qian was, she still noticed that this old man was unusual. This is a combat awakener. She instinctively used the solar staircase and instantly transformed into a zombie. Gray pupils, pale skin, and a sense of death coming from his body. Looking at the zombie girl, the old man's eyes burst into light. The love in his eyes became more and more intense. It turns out to be an undead awakener. There are undead awakened people with such evil nature. This is God's eyes open. The old man clutched Zhang Qian's shoulders. "You must be my apprentice, otherwise I will." Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. "Otherwise you'll beat me up? Please be gentle. I have to test whether your hands are heavy first." The old man wanted to threaten him, but when he thought of the evil nature of this girl, he felt powerless. The old man sighed. "How can you be my apprentice?" Zhang Qian asked. "What can you teach me?" The old man said proudly. "I am the most proficient in curse spiritual arts. After learning my spiritual skills, as long as you know the name, birthday, and face of the person you want to kill, you can kill someone from thousands of miles away." Zhang Qian felt that this old man was very pitiful. He is obviously an awakened person, but he is a psychopath. It is obvious that he is at an age where he can enjoy his old age, but he is still in the second grade outside. She was thinking, forget it, it's better not to embarrass him and find a reason to send him away. Zhang Qian took out her cell phone, fiddled with it for a while, and handed it to the old man. "This is this person. I have photoshopped his birthday and age on the photo. If you kill him, I will be your apprentice." The old man took the phone, frowned and asked, "Who is he?" Zhang Qian said, "My uncle." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Is your uncle from Dongying?" Zhang Qian nodded seriously. "Right." The old man smiled again. "He can kill his closest relatives, so he is worthy of being his favorite disciple?" The old man said solemnly. "Okay, your uncle will definitely die tomorrow. Let's wait for the news." After that, the old man disappeared into the street. At noon the next day, Zhang Qian woke up in a simple room in a small hotel and picked up her mobile phone in a daze. Headlines appear on mobile feeds. Last night, the emperor of Dongying royal family suddenly fell ill and passed away in Dongdu. Zhang Qian was silent for a long time, and then said, "I'm stupid." Zhang Qian sat on the bed and thought about life. Emperor Dongying just let that old weirdo get killed? Just a coincidence. How can there be anything so outrageous? I must be overthinking it. Zhang Qian shook her head mockingly and turned around to see a familiar figure. That old weirdo was sitting on the chair? When did he come in? The old weirdo had a serious hunchback, lying on the table like an old cat. Zhang Qian suddenly became furious, turned into a zombie instantly, and looked at the old weirdo warily. The old weirdo turned his head, his expression uglier than yesterday. "Who is your uncle? Why is it so hard to kill?" Zhang Qian jumped out of bed with a pop and knelt down without any hesitation. "Master, please bow to me. This old man is very powerful. If you don't accept him as your master, you may die." The old weirdo looked at Zhang Qian with a half smile. "Do you believe I'm powerful? Has someone already announced your funeral?" Zhang Qian nodded quite seriously. The old weirdo immediately said poof and rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian. "Xiaonazai, do you really think I'm an old man and don't go online?" Zhang Qian laughed awkwardly. The old weirdo snorted coldly. That's all. Taking on a disciple like you is worth the effort. The old weirdo stood up, and a huge momentum surged out of him. In Zhang Qian's eyes, this old weirdo was like a big mountain. His weight is far greater than this room, this hotel, this street. He is obviously a bad old man, but he has a sense of dignity. This is the potential of an S-level combat awakener. The old weirdo said loudly. My master's name is Mu Boan, and both humans and demons respect me as the great ghost official. He once created the first killer organization in Southeast Asia. Everyone in Southeast Asia will be frightened when they see my totem, the blood moon. Zhang Qian said respectfully. Awesome. Mu Boan continued. From today on, you are my personal disciple. What is your name? Zhang Qian said proudly. Zhang Qian, the Taoist priest calls me Nun. Nun is the nickname of her hunter guild. She felt that she couldn't do errands since Mu Bo was in the 2nd grade of Chinese secondary school. Mu Boan frowned and said dissatisfied. What the hell is a nun called? Learn less from Western things that do not respect education. If you become my disciple, you will become the king of killers in the future, and you will have a decent title. From today on, you will be called Yanpo. Zhang Qian was disgusted by the unpleasantness of these two words. She stuck out her tongue secretly and said, Yes, master. Mu Boan was obviously very happy. He stretched out his hand and touched Zhang Qian's head and said, Although the talent level is a bit low, it's still pretty good. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Mu Boan's face. No, you're weird? There is a strong force in you. As long as you are motivated, your achievements will be higher than I imagined. Looks like I have to train you a lot? Zhang Qian thought, is it the fruit of cause and effect? Mu Boan laughed and said, Okay, pack up and come with me. Nanhai City is not safe, we must return to Bahai quickly. Zhang Qian blinked. Nanhai City is not safe, isn't it? The security of Nanhai City is no worse than that of the imperial capital. Mu Boan snorted coldly. That's all in the eyes of you mortals. There is a very scary sect in Nanhai City. I won't tell you what that sect is called. It's not good for you to know too much. Mu Boan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You just need to know that the people in that sect all wear masks, and my master has a blood feud with them. Mu Boan sighed deeply again. Those people are too scary. If you encounter a masked person, you must run as far as you can. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment. This cheap master is not talking about the Hunter Guild, right? Zhang Qian wanted to take out the mask from her arms and said sadly, Is this the mask you're talking about? Fortunately, she didn't do this. Mu Boan stood up and said, Let's go back to Bahai with our master. I have to take the disciples to other cities before the Hunter Guild takes revenge. Zhang Qian hesitated. She is still waiting for the Hunter Guild to send out a mission. After leaving the South China Sea, can I still receive missions from the Hunter Guild? At this moment, Zhang Qian's cell phone rang. The mandatory mission has been assigned. Task name, Monitoring Boan. Follow Mu Boan and monitor his every move. Mission reward, Devil Fruit, optional. Mission failed, obliterate. Zhang Qian showed her little tiger teeth and smiled sweetly. Okay, master. Old Town, Mengxing Chinese-style loft. Mengxing sat on the sofa and read the newspaper. The little monster rang the bell and sat at the dining table eating cream cake. Ye Yunyan was wearing home clothes and brought a cup of coffee. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, female CEOs do not need to go to work. Mengxing said thank you. When he saw a piece of news, he frowned. Emperor Dongying is dead. Rattle glanced at Mengxing. Isn't Dongying an enemy of Xia Kingdom? It's not a good idea to die. Why are you looking so upset? Mengxing took a sip of coffee and slowly said, Emperor Dongying? If killing him would be good for Xiaoguo, he would have died long ago. Rattle asked. Why? Mengxing didn't answer, didn't bother ringing the bell, and continued fighting with the cake. Mengxing tapped his fingers on the table and fell into deep thought. The most powerful person in Dongying Kingdom is General Doyi. This is a descendant of a mysterious monster. What General Doyi does is naturally towards monsters. While Emperor Dongying was still there, the Dongying authorities could still restrain General Doyi. General Doyi was under pressure and did not dare to do anything too outrageous. Now that the emperor has died of illness, the new emperor's foundation is unstable and cannot suppress General Doyi at all. Dongying country will be completely reduced to a country of monsters. Monsters do things without considering the consequences, and they can do all kinds of crazy things. It is not a good thing that the South China Sea is so close to the country of monsters. Meng Xing suddenly sneered. Nanhai City is really dangerous. There is a country of monsters far away, and there are 7 evil disciples nearby. The lazy goat, one of the 7 evil disciples, is near Nanhai City. These 7 evil disciples are not as easy to deal with as Yuna. Yuna looked so weak because she was restrained by King Lian's earth core fire. But what about the rest of the 7 sins? Meng Xing didn't believe that the 7 evil disciples were so simple, nor did he believe that the monsters were so simple. If the 7 evil disciples were only S-level monsters, the 7 S-level monsters from the Xia Kingdom would have put an end to the monster chaos long ago, right? Take Krishna, the arrogant dragon. In the battle with Krishna that day, it seemed that he had the upper hand. In fact, he was spiritually exhausted, and Krishna had nothing to do. The black dragon stopped fighting with him and was completely frightened by Meng Xing. Yuna's talent was lust, but Krishna's talent was definitely not fire. It must have something to do with arrogance or something. The scary thing is that I have never seen Black Sky use his talent. At this moment, Meng Xing's cell phone rang. It is the backend of the Hunter Guild app. Bakey Ghost requests to use the Advanced Hunter Summoning Order. Advanced Hunter Calling Order, used in the Hunter Guild app. After using it, you will get a chance to summon several advanced hunters. The advanced hunters will arrive at their destination the next day. Dongying, Dongdo, the main office of the Miyamoto family. The meeting had lasted 3 hours, and by noon no one was hungry. Today's meeting is very important, related to the life and death of the Miyamoto family. The senior officials of the Miyamoto family sat on the left and right sides of the meeting hall, representing 2 positions respectively. Miyamoto Minami is the current head of the Miyamoto family and sits in the main seat. There were 2 other people kneeling in the corner, tied up. One of these 2 people is Miyamoto Minami's stepmother, and the other is Miyamoto Minami's half-brother. I don't know why Miyamoto Minami didn't kill them. A bald old man frowned and said, General Dai's power is too terrifying. We, the Miyamoto family, are just trying to fight against it with an egg against a stone? A lean middle-aged man glared. When did the Miyamoto family become so cowardly? General Dai is going to destroy Dongying. Are we standing by and watching? This lean man is the leader of the Miyamoto family, Miyamoto Jiro. Miyamoto Minami wanted to call him third uncle. The bald old man also puffed his beard and stared. What's wrong with becoming a monster? Look at the current public opinion. The entire Dongying people worship monsters as gods. The people of Dongying now all believe that monsters help Dongying rule the world. Do you want to become an enemy of Quan Dongying at this time? General Dai was originally a journalist. She was the first human being to become a familiar of a monster, and her psychic skills were taught by General Dai's master. After General Dai became a dependent of the monster, the first thing he did was to take charge of most of Dongying's well-known newspapers. Then use the power of news to convince the people of Dongying that powerful monsters are gods. The gods favor Dongying, are willing to protect Dongying people, and are willing to give Dongying people strength. Really, after the monster invasion, Dongying suffered very little monster chaos. All villages, towns, and cities where monsters are worshipped are safe and peaceful. In fact, this is just a powerful monster marking a certain area as its territory, like a wild beast. If monsters dominate the world, does that mean that the Eastern Sakura divine attendant from the monster camp rules the human race? Speaking of which, there is another very coincidental thing. The Dongying royal family had just made up their minds to fight against the monsters yesterday, and suddenly died of a vicious illness at night. The deification of monsters is unprecedented. Miyamoto Jiro slammed the table, pointed at the bald old man's forehead and cursed. Becoming a monster? Old man, don't cry when the monster you worship wants to eat the flesh of your wife. If the monster wants to eat people, the bald old man snorted coldly. When the monsters rule other countries, many people will sacrifice to the monsters. At that time, we can raise a group of people in captivity, and they can eat meat at all ages. Miyamoto Jiro picked up the teacup and threw it at the bald old man. Old man, where did you put the Miyamoto family's ancestral teachings? Helping evil spirits, you deserve the Miyamoto surname? The bald old man couldn't lose face, and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body. How dare you, a side branch, talk to me like that? The scene suddenly became tense. A low roar came. Everyone looked at Miyamoto Minami, who was sitting in the main seat, and everyone fell silent. Miyamoto Nan stroked the Aguman in his arms and said softly, "We are all one family, not to mention any branches. There are 2 B-rank members in the Miyamoto family, the bald old man and Miyamoto Minami's third uncle. However, neither of these 2 people could beat Minami Miyamoto, who could summon several B-level monsters." The bald old man's tone softened and he said earnestly, "Master, you are still young and don't understand the situation. General Daoyai's power was so strong that all the A-rankers from Dongying Kingdom surrendered to her. The combat power of the monster behind General Daoyai is even more unfathomable. We really can't beat him. Also, all public opinion is guided by General Daoyai. The people all regard monsters as gods. If we are against General Daoyai now, we are our enemy against Quan Dongying." Miyamoto Nan lowered his eyebrows and said, "People's belief in monsters is just deceiving themselves and others. They are afraid of monsters, so they regard monsters as gods and have sweet dreams of being protected by monsters. I don't believe that the monster will not harm the people of Dongying after it completely takes over. As for how to wake up the people, I have my own way." The meeting hall was very quiet. Everyone was listening carefully to Miyamoto Minami's speech. The young head of the house had a very calm voice, giving everyone a strong sense of security. Miyamoto Minami stood up slowly. "Now that we know General Daoyai's conspiracy, we must stop her. We can't resurrect that monster." Just a few days ago, some big families in Dongying learned that the sacred Daifu mountain was actually a sleeping monster. The resurrection of this monster will bring huge disaster to all mankind. Daifushan did not erupt for no reason. Everything was operated by General Daoyai. She has been providing spirituality to Daifushan for many years. When Mount Daifu erupted, that was the day the monster was resurrected. It was precisely because the Dongying royal family discovered General Daoyai's conspiracy that they decided to become enemies with General Daoyai. Because of the eruption of Mount Daidamai, Tozakura must be the first to suffer? Miyamoto Nan said in a deep voice. For the sake of righteousness, so what if the entire Miyamoto family is wiped out? Rather stick to your guns? Don't forget the teachings of our ancestors, and don't forget the glory of the Miyamoto family. Miyamoto Minami enunciated every word very clearly. Coupled with his two-thorned ape-like appearance and powerful fighting prowess, everyone present felt their blood boiling. The bald old man looked bitter. Actually, I also want to stop General Daoyai. My surname is also Miyamoto, and I also follow the spirit of Bushido. However, General Daoyai's power was so huge that almost all the generals and gods surrendered to General Daoyai. Master, we are alone. These words are equivalent to pouring cold water on everyone. Although the Miyamoto family is a famous family, as the bald old man said, they are isolated and helpless. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is that death has no value at all. A confident smile appeared on Miyamoto Nan's lips. Who said we don't have reinforcements? Our reinforcements are far more powerful than General Daoyai's power. Everyone looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Is there still strong support at this time? The bald old man asked hurriedly. Master, I am not afraid of death, but I must die clearly. Do we really have strong support? Is there anyone in Dongying willing to fight against General Daoyai? Please don't lie to me, Master. Miyamoto Nan glanced at the bald old man, who said our reinforcements come from Dongying. Everyone was even more elated when they heard this. Does the head of the family have strong allies in other countries? They started to figure it out. Although Miyamoto Minami keeps a low profile at home, he has been actively building good relationships with powerful people from other countries in secret to prepare for big things. Such a city, such patience. Everyone's eyes showed admiration. He deserves to be the first genius of the Miyamoto family, and he deserves to be the first heir to the Miyamoto family. Miyamoto Nan raised his head and said loudly, Tomorrow in the Battle of Daifushan, there will be no more General Daoyai, and our Miyamoto family will become the first family in Dongying. Even the royal family wants to see how we look. Night, Miyamoto's house. Kirara Kurosawa was wearing a sexy black silk pajamas, exquisite makeup, and red-soled high-heeled shoes, lying on the bed enchantingly. She looked lovingly at Miyamoto Minami, who looked like the male protagonist two-spined monkey. If a normal man saw such a charming woman, he would have eaten her up and wiped her clean. However, Kirara Kurosawa's sweetheart is obviously not a normal man, because he was playing a Pokemon minigame. He was very focused and had no time to talk to Kirara Kurosawa. Kurosawa Hanakira had no choice but to lie on the bed and check her phone. There is a lot of criticism against the Miyamoto family on the internet. How dare you go against the will of God, you stupid pig from the Miyamoto family. The Miyamoto family is delaying Toyo Sakura. Long live Tozakura, dominate the world? Sacrifice the Miyamoto family? With monster pictures. Kirara Kurosawa is worried about tomorrow's decisive battle. In fact, tomorrow cannot be regarded as a decisive battle between the Miyamoto family and General Doi, because the two parties did not agree on anything like a letter of war. General Doi will complete the last step of awakening Daifu Mountain tomorrow, and the Miyamoto family is unilaterally obstructing it. General Doi did not take the Miyamoto family seriously, nor did he take Miyamoto Minami's invitation to fight seriously. Just trample the ants that are blocking you to death, and nothing will be wasted. Miyamoto Minami used his influence to announce that he would have a decisive battle with General Doi tomorrow. This was the intention of the Hunter Guild. And everyone regarded the Miyamoto family as clowns, and many people even wanted to watch the battle to see how these fools in the Miyamoto family were destroyed. Kurosawa Hanakira became uneasy, lay on Miyamoto Minami's back, and whispered softly in his ear, "How about not going tomorrow? With your strength, we will have a good time in any country we go to after leaving Dongying." Miyamoto Minami paused while operating Pikachu. He opened his mouth and said, "Every destiny sent from heaven must have its responsibilities. And, I had a reason why I had to go. The reason why I had to go was of course the mission of the Hunter Guild." Kurosawa Hanakira looked at Miyamoto Minami infatuatedly. This man is handsome, ambitious, and responsible. Kirara Kurosawa thought for a while and did not bother Miyamoto Minami to play the game. She hid under the computer desk and in front of Miyamoto Minami's chair, burying her head. At the foot of Daifu Mountain, a group of Miyamoto tribesmen wearing samurai uniforms and tied with cloth strips with the word Miyamoto printed on their heads stood there solemnly. The wind was strong, blowing the corners of their clothes, as if comforting a group of dying soldiers. Miyamoto Minami had a cold face and stared coldly ahead. The dust ahead rose, and monsters and humans all over the mountain slowly appeared from the perspective of the Miyamoto family. A strong sense of oppression came over my face. These are the minions of General Doi. Not only are there strong humans, but there are also monsters. The only person in the human world who can lead so many humans and monsters at the same time is General Doi. After Emperor Dongying exposed General Doi's conspiracy in the media, General Doi stopped pretending. She just said in front of the media that the oldest god of the Totomi volcano. He even publicly stated that he would enter the Daitami Mountains from Toto today to completely resurrect the volcano god. These remarks instantly attracted a large number of people to follow him. Several drones broadcast live. There were many people a few kilometers outside Daitanjiyama holding up their mobile phones to record this moment. There are also some people wearing special ethnic costumes and performing special dances to welcome the arrival of the mountain god of the Daitami volcano. They want to be witnesses to the birth of the great god. As for the Miyamoto family's clowning, it just adds some fun to the occasion. The door of the modified heavy truck slowly opened, and a woman wearing wooden clogs and cherry blossom clothes got out of the door. She is in her 30s, average looking, not pretty, but somewhat attractive. This is General Doi. General Doi looked at the Miyamoto tribesmen in front of him indifferently. The monsters all over the mountains and plains bared their teeth at the Miyamoto clan members. General Dongying looked sarcastic, and the people watching from a distance were greeting the ancestors of the Miyamoto clan. The time, place, and people were favorable, and General Doi had the upper hand. General Doi said indifferently, "Who are you?" The Miyamoto clan members all showed shame and annoyance when they heard this. They were determined to fight against Doi, but General Doi didn't even know who they were. Miyamoto Nan had no expression on his face and waved behind him. A woman and a young man were tied up and brought to the front of the two armies. "This is Miyamoto Minami's stepmother and half-brother." The woman cried to General Doi, "General, I followed your instructions and killed Miyamoto Muramasa, and almost got the Miyamoto family. However, the scoundrels of the Miyamoto family did not care about your majesty, General, and treated our mother and son like this. General, I was almost able to get the Miyamoto family to support you unconditionally. I am loyal to you, General. Please help me, General." Only then did the Miyamoto clan members realize that the death of the previous head of the family was actually caused by this poisonous woman. They all showed sullen anger and wished they could kill this ruthless husband killer on the spot. General Dai said lightly, "It turns out to be you." The woman looked at General Dai expectantly. "General, help? When I take charge of the Miyamoto family again, everyone in the Miyamoto family will obey your orders." General Dai shook his head. "No need. I have too many so-called family heads. There are not too many members of the Miyamoto family, and there are not many members of the Miyamoto family. From today on, no one in Dongying will be named Miyamoto." The woman looked at General Dai in horror. She doesn't need the Miyamoto family anymore, so how can she need herself? General Dai looked at Miyamoto Minami with a look of surprise in his eyes. "If you are the head of the Miyamoto family, I can forgive your rudeness. From now on, you can be my male slave, and I will treat you better than other male slaves." Miyamoto Nan's eyes were cold, and he was not afraid of General Dai's power at all. Miyamoto Nan pointed at his stepmother and younger brother and said to General Dai, "You still don't understand my position. Do you know why I brought your two lackeys here? They will sacrifice the flag for this battle of the Miyamoto family." General Dai looked at Gong Beniz with interest. This boy is much more fun than those who only know how to flatter themselves. When she is powerless, she will hate those who oppose her. When the power is overwhelming, this kind of resistance is still cute, like being cute. General Dai became more and more interested in Miyamoto Minami. She smiled and said, "How are you going to fight me? Dongying's generals and family heads are all from my side. And you? He is nothing more than a traitor to God who is despised by the people." Miyamoto Nan couldn't help but sneered, pointing at the monsters all over the mountains and plains with disdain. "You call these disgusting-looking things gods? You are just cowards who were oppressed by monsters and turned their backs on the true God." People watching the live broadcast heard Miyamoto Minami's words clearly. They responded with angry insults. General Dai sneered. "So what?" Miyamoto Minami took out two cards from his arms. "So, I want to use real gods to awaken the ignorance of the world." When two figures accompanied by light appeared, the monsters all over the mountains and plains roared. The generals and family heads looked solemn, and the expressions of the people were frozen. What did they see? Two angels? These two angels, a boy and a girl, were extremely handsome. It is full of sacred aura, in sharp contrast to the image of a ferocious and disgusting monster. General Dai narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I don't like your deception. What does it mean when two angels suddenly appear here? This means that the idea of monsters becoming deified is self-defeating. This will greatly affect the public's view of General Dai." General Dai was the one who created the image of the god. She was the first person to propose the theory of monsters and gods. General Dai will never believe that there are gods in the world. If there really are gods, then why does the world of monster cholera take so long without gods appearing? Therefore, General Dai believed that these two angels were Gong Beniz's deception. It's just an illusory bubble and has no use at all. The dozens of monster minions surrounding General Dai roared and rushed towards the Miyamoto clan members. Miyamoto Nan waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Celestial beast, use the sacred bow and arrow." Angelman, fist of heaven. The sacred and touching body of the goddess beast is held in virtual hands. A bow and arrow composed entirely of divine power appeared in his hand. With the bow and arrow drawn, a pink brilliance arrow formed, and the divine power burst out after being guided. Angelman holds an exorcism stick in one hand and a fist in the other to gather divine power. A beam of light filled with bright power was aimed at the monsters. Boom! This is not a trick, this is a real angel. These two angels are of B level and C level. Two skills with divine power bombarded the dozens of monsters. The monsters howled and were purified by the two angels. People watching the live broadcast or taking pictures from a distance using the telephoto function of their mobile phones had complicated expressions. Previously, they accused Miyamoto's family of being blasphemers. Now that two living angels appeared in his field of vision, no one would think about whether he was a servant of the gods or a follower of the devil. Are those vicious-looking, even disgusting monsters really gods? When angels and gods in mythology are legends, they can worship monsters as gods. But now the angel is standing in front of me? Belief in monsters has been shaken, and people have begun to retain a trace of doubt in their hearts. There is a worry in everyone's heart. God saves the world, But will the devil really save the world? Will the devil really help Dongying? Will the demons destroy humans after taking over them? At this moment, Miyamoto Minami took out another card from his hand. He made a drawing gesture and said coldly, "My turn, draw a card. At the cost of 2 sacrifices, summon the blue-eyed white dragon." The blue-eyed white dragon that Miyamoto Minami summoned last time drained him dry after 2 or 3 attacks. Now he thought of a new way to summon the blue eyes white dragon, which could make the blue eyes white dragon exist longer. That is the sacrifice. Miyamoto Minami's stepmother and brother finally understood why they are still alive. They let out a wail of pain, their souls torn apart and their spirituality drawn out. 2 rays of light converged in the sky, and combined with the white light in Miyamoto Minami's hand, formed the image of a giant dragon. The blue-eyed white dragon floated in the air and roared angrily at the monsters all over the mountains and plains. Miyamoto Nan looked up to the sky and laughed. "General Doi, the angels and dragons are on my side. What are you going to fight with me for?" The internet completely exploded. What is that? An angel? Is it really an angel? This doesn't look like a monster. This is definitely not a monster. Angels are real. Angels actually exist. Could Miyamoto Minami be the son of God? If Miyamoto Minami is the son of God, then what is General Dai? This looks very much like a brave man who was forced into a desperate situation by the devil. Blue Eyes White Dragon, Angelman, Celestial Beast. They come from different Tozakura anime, and they come from the anime world before the monster invasion. Except for a few archaeology houses, no one has seen the images of these 3 people. Illusion shines into reality. Even those archaeologists may not be able to recognize these 3 characters as characters from the 2-dimensional world. So no one discovered the origins of Shenlong and Angel. I will only subconsciously think that this is the real god summoned by Miyamoto Minami. The momentum created by General Doi for the monsters and the godly image he established for the monsters became Miyamoto Minami's wedding dress. Coupled with the appearance of Miyamoto Minami's anime protagonist, they directly chose to believe that Miyamoto Minami was a son of God. Public opinion began to shift towards Miyamoto Minami. General Doi looked gloomy. "Your talent is more interesting than yours. I can't keep you anymore." General Doi gave an order, and an army of monsters and humans rushed toward the Miyamoto family. The bald old man of the Miyamoto family shouted excitedly, "Kill! For the glory of our ancestors and the spirit of Bushido." Miyamoto Minami said he would change the direction of public opinion, and he did it. Miyamoto Minami said there would be strong support, so there must be. As long as this battle is won, the Miyamoto family will replace General Doi's authority in Dongying Kingdom. Even by virtue of their status as the son of God, the Miyamoto family can become the family of God. In this battle, the Miyamoto family fought extremely hard. Each and every one of them looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. This is also Miyamoto Minami's plan. The Hunter Guild has 2 tasks for itself. The first is to defeat General Doi. The second is to let the Hunter Guild take charge of Dongying. As long as these 2 tasks are completed, Miyamoto Minami will become the president of the Hunter Guild's branch in Dongying. As long as the plan goes well, Dongying will usher in the era of divine power of kings. And Miyamoto Minami has the sole right to interpret the gods. Unfortunately, as the bald old man said, General Doi's power is too huge. There are 7 B-level people under General Doi, and hundreds of C-level people. After a hard fight, the Miyamoto family was about to end in defeat. The bald old man looked at Miyamoto Nan expectantly. "Master, where is the strong support you mentioned?" Miyamoto Nan looked at the sky, feeling a little panicked in his heart. He knew very little about the Hunter Guild and had only met a hunter, Huangji, once. Surrounded by monsters, the Miyamoto clan members are at the end of their rope. They were dead, injured, and their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. The people watching the game were a little disappointed. Has the Miyamoto family, favored by angels and dragons, been defeated? Are the descendants of gods so weak? Slowly, the monsters moved out of the way. General Doi walked up to Miyamoto Minami under the escort of several B-level guards. She is smiling. "Angel? Dragon? What a weak false god, vulnerable to the real god? Fortunately, your angels and dragons are selling well. If you make them surrender to me, I will let your Miyamoto family live." At this moment, under the surprised gaze of everyone, a dark door appeared in the sky. Several people wearing strange costumes and strange masks walked out of the door. The corner of Miyamoto Minami's mouth showed a hint of fanaticism. False god? That's right. But here comes the real god? Everyone looked to the sky. Those were 3 figures. One was wearing a ghost mask and his whole body was covered tightly in black clothes. A doctor wearing a white coat and a blue mask looked like he had just come out of the operating room. The last one steps on a cloud of fog, wearing a sexy leather jacket, a hot body, and a dog head mask. Reinforcements are coming. The bald old man of the Miyamoto family shouted loudly, pointing at the 3 hunters in the sky. The Miyamoto family members became energetic and looked at Miyamoto Minami with admiration. The 3 figures in the sky look very strong, and they are indeed the reinforcements of the family leader. General Doi frowned. There are still people who want to use a mantis as a chariot. She pointed at the 3 figures in the sky and said angrily, "Tear them apart." The flying monsters received the order and swarmed towards the 3 hunters in the sky. The corners of the dog girl's mouth formed an elegant curve. A thick fog emitted from the dog girl's body, and the thick fog instantly turned into pitch black, becoming a poisonous barrier. Those flying monsters screamed and fell from the sky. This ghost-like method shocked everyone, and the people exclaimed. The people heard Miyamoto Minami say with their own ears, "They are the true gods." Are these 3 really gods? It's no wonder that the people of Dongying are rare and strange. The main reason is that Dongying hasn't even had a decent A-level person born until now. In their eyes, the dog girl's methods are like ghosts and gods. General Dai looked solemn, pointed in the air and roared, "Fuck them all!" A large number of flying monsters flew toward the sky in a black mass, howling like ghosts and wolves dancing like a group of demons. The dog girl said in a commanding voice, "You go and kill General Dai. Scalpel and Ghost Eagle obey the dog woman's orders." Dog girl's status in the Hunter Guild is second only to the President Meng Xing. After Scalpel landed, the monsters and awakened ones surrounded and killed Scalpel. Scalpel's eyes were cold and he immediately expanded his territory. 9 levels of spirituality erupted, covering a 2-kilometer radius. Broken bones, head-cutting technique. Scalpel murmured, and a strange scene happened. A red line appeared on the necks of a large number of awakened people and monsters, and their heads fell to the ground as they ran, and warm blood sprayed on the ground. For a moment, all monsters and human combat awakeners took 2 steps back. They looked at the man in horror. Didn't do anything and everyone's heads fell off? What kind of weird ability is this? The mask of Scalpel covered his ferocious smile, but it could not hide the murderous intent in the corners of his eyes. He has been suppressed for too long. In life, he is a miracle doctor who is obedient to his superiors and gentle and considerate to his patients. In fact, he is also a poor person who is oppressed by life. The hunter's mask allows him to reveal his long-suppressed dark side. Scalpel stretched out his hand, and a deep voice spread throughout Datong Mountain. Anesthetic knife, throat slitting. A large group of people felt no discomfort at all, but blood continued to spurt from their throats. When they felt out of breath, they already heard the footsteps of death. Everyone backed away in horror, and no one dared to get close to the edge of the Scalpel. General Doi's face was gloomy and terrifying, and she stared at these hunters. She doesn't understand why there are people who are beyond control. General Doi suddenly knelt down on the ground, clasping his hands together, looking pious. "I ask for your coming at the cost of 3,000 human virgins. I will serve you for the rest of my life, longing for your rescue of innocent believers. Invite the Earth Spirit, the Insect King, to appear." The earth begins to collapse, and monsters responding to General Doi are coming. Boom! Roar! The ground shattered, and a terrifying roar came. I saw a 300-meter-long terrifying worm emerging from the earth. The worm's body was pitch black, and its scales had a metallic sheen. The mouth is filled with several layers of densely packed teeth. This monster is Dongying's strongest combat power, and it is a powerful monster that lures General Doi to become the monster's ally. Level A, the Insect King kills the bones. Although the Insect King Boneslayer and the Skeleton King are both A-level, the Insect King Boneslayer's power far exceeds that of the Skeleton King. This monster is also an overlord-like existence among the Demon Clan. Just below S-level, it is only 1 step away from becoming an S-level monster. It is a loyal subordinate of the Gluttonous Eater, and it came to Dongying just to resurrect the Gluttonous Eater as soon as possible. The bones are not intelligent enough to be able to speak, so they can only rely on humans to resurrect the gluttonous villains. But by mistake, Dongying turned into the largest monster territory. Ho! Anyone who prevents our Lord's resurrection will be buried thousands of miles underground forever. Bone Slaughter roared and moved quickly towards the Scalpel. Scalpel looked solemn. The bone-killing aura of this insect king was unmatched by the two elders of the worshipping moon sect. He condenses spirituality. Anesthetic knife. A scalpel was shot towards the bone. The development of surgery fruit is still incomplete. The spiritual blade he condensed was unable to penetrate the bone-slaying defense, and was completely blocked by the jet-black insect armor. Killing bones is invincible in the face of Scalpel? Bone Slaughter roared and rushed towards the Scalpel, unstoppable along the way. Even monsters and humans in the same camp were killed and killed in the charge. A dark gate suddenly appeared on the path of Bone Killing's sprint. The alarm bells blared in Sugu's head, and he quickly stopped moving. However, its hard horn still touched the dark door. The dark door closed instantly, and the defense that even a scalpel could not destroy was actually broken by that door. Boneslayer's horn disappeared and was cut off by the door. Sugu became furious. Dense cracks appeared on the earth, and more tyrannical spiritual beings headed towards the scalpel. Earthy yellow poisonous gas spurted out. At this time, another open dark door appeared in front of Scalpel. All of the terrifying bone-killing toxins entered the door. Now, Scalpel is also invincible. In this way, Huang Ji assisted and Du Yangming took the main attack. The two cooperated very well, and they fought back and forth with Bone Killer. General Dai lost his mind. Lord Skeleton, who is invincible, was actually suppressed by two humans? Where did Miyamoto Minami find reinforcements? I heard them talking just now. They were not from Dongying, but their tone was similar to that of Xia people. Could it be that these weirdos are the strong men of Xia Kingdom? Why is there such a terrifying awakened person in the Xia Kingdom, who can actually go head-to-head with the Insect King? Killing Bones roared at General Dai. Slave, why don't you quickly resurrect Lord Gluttony? General Dai woke up from a dream and shouted to the people around him. Go quickly! Throw everything into the volcano. The monsters and combat awakeners no longer struggled with the hunters. They covered several monsters and ran towards the crater. Those monsters had a lot of things in their mouths. If there are historians from Dongying, they will definitely recognize what those are. There are several well-known local national treasures and antiques such as Yao Sword Muramasa and Han Japanese King's Golden Seal. These things have powerful spirituality and are definitely top-grade spiritual weapons. They want to use the spiritual power of these things to speed up the resurrection of gluttonous evildoers. Several monsters, protected by dozens of monsters, rushed towards the crater crazily. Finally, he jumped into the crater with himself. Weird tremors occurred at Daifu volcano. There are earthquakes even in the eastern capital. Something remarkable is awakening. The 18 eyes on the head of the Insect King Bone Killer are full of excitement and fanaticism. My Supreme Lord returns to the world today. The people of General Dai looked at the Daifu volcano with great expectation. They wanted to see what the legendary volcano god looked like. After being brainwashed and poisoned by gluttonous villains for so many years, they all dreamed that the gluttonous dragon turtle would help them unify the world. The earth was still vibrating, and the stones were shaking like popping candy. The faces of the Miyamoto clan were ashen. The Datamai volcano is about to be resurrected, and all our efforts have been in vain. Only Miyamoto Minami looked surprised. He looked at the three hunters with complicated eyes. These three hunters obviously have the ability to prevent the monsters from resurrecting the Daifu volcano, so why don't they stop it? It was as if the resurrection of the Datamai volcano was part of their plan. Could it be that they also want to resurrect Daifu volcano? Just then, the sky darkened, and the sky flashed with thunder. The people present, whether they were General Dai's people, Sheogong's own people, or melon-eating people and hunters, they couldn't help but look at the sky. The dark clouds and thunder in the sky are not natural phenomena, but are transformed by spirituality. In the sky, two figures stood there, like the male and female of thunder and lightning. One was wearing a hospital gown, with messy white hair and a needle buried in his hand. One of them was wearing a nightclub mamasang costume, and she was very hot at the sight of her. The ancestor of the Liu family, Liu Pingan. The leader of Hehuan sect, Yang Qingyun. Liu Pingan frowned and looked at the crater where spirituality condensed, and said in a deep voice, "It's too late, the gluttonous evildoers are already recovering." Yang Qingyun's eyes were looking at the foot of the mountain, and she suddenly saw something. and her beautiful eyes showed surprise. Huh? Is that a hunter? Lu Ping'an followed Yang Qingyun's line of sight. It was indeed a hunter wearing a mask. Lu Ping'an snorted coldly. Humph. It seems that the president of the Hunter Guild has long known about the gluttonous evildoers. The intelligence network is really strong. He knew that the gluttonous villain was about to be resurrected, but he didn't take action to stop it. Doesn't he know the dangers of the 7 evil disciples? Yang Qingyun licked her red nails and whispered. The Hunter Guild is different from us, they don't have division control. All actions are based on the subjective wishes of the members. Possible. This is a certain task for members. The president of the Hunter Guild may not know about the gluttonous evildoers. Lu Ping'an obviously had a bad impression of Meng Xing, and began to speak ill of Meng Xing again. Humph. Can't you take care of your own people? His own people are in Daifu Mountain, but he doesn't know the news about the 7 evil disciples? It is quite sad for a president to behave like this. In Lu Ping'an's view, if Meng Xing knew that the gluttonous evil was about to be resurrected, he would definitely try his best to stop it. Because the resurrection of gluttonous evildoers will bring great disaster to mankind. Any one of the 7 evil disciples is an existence beyond S level. Lu Ping'an felt agitated and glanced at the hunters below who were fighting the insect king's bones. Lu Ping'an's eyes flashed with lightning. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck directly on the insect king's bones. Roar! Insect King Sugu roared and looked at the sky in fear. S-class humans appear? Lu Ping'an became angry because he was late, and the Insect King's slaughter became his venting bag. One after another, thunder struck the Insect King's body. Numerous cracks appeared on the Insect King's body. Scalpel. The eyes are filled with joy. Anesthesia knife? Bone-crushing knife? Neuro knife. The 3 scalpels formed by the blue spirit pierced into the broken insect armor of the Insect King. Roar! The Insect King killed Bones let out a blood-piercing scream, and Huang Ji fell to the ground. Huang Ji's face was filled with joy, and a dark door appeared. The corpse of the Insect King was dragged into the door by a suction force. Monsters of this level are still alive and can be exchanged for a lot of points. This is considered a special reward for this mission. Yang Qingyun's beautiful eyes are brilliant. I'm really amazed every time I see space powers. Lu Ping'an instead focused on the scalpel. Space powers are special, but that kid is even more special. From the spiritual fluctuations on Scalpel's body, he deduced that Scalpel was spiritually terrifying. 8 levels of spirituality? No, the 8th level of spirituality is not as overbearing as Scalpel. Yang Qingyun suddenly looked solemn. 9 levels of spirituality. When did such a monster appear in Xia Kingdom? Slay. Lord Slaying Bones has been defeated. S level. What is the difference between S-level power and gods? General Dai looked at this scene in disbelief. Master Boneslayer lost, was defeated. She couldn't imagine that without Lord Skeleton as a backer, what would she be in Dongying? Will those generals and family heads who have just conquered them immediately rebel against themselves? She had just seen that several generals and family heads looked at her in a strange way, a bit cruel and lewd. Although she is not that beautiful, she is General Dai. Dongying is the most powerful person. Even an ugly monster can arouse the desire to conquer in many men. Now she has no bones and strength. She is in danger. After the death of the Insect King, the situation began to change after the hunters and S-class joined the melee. The bald old man of the Miyamoto family looked at General Dai excitedly. General Dai, you are finished this time. General Dai pulled the driver out of the modified heavy truck. He drove the car towards the crater. She wants to use necromancy to make a contract with the gluttonous evildoers. This is her only chance to make a comeback. However, before her heavy truck reached the top of the mountain, a huge force struck her. The entire heavy truck was blown away by the huge force. General Dai exclaimed, his vision blurred. When she climbed out of the heavy truck, her face was bleeding and her clothes were damaged to varying degrees. 2 foreigners appeared in General Dai's field of vision. One had dark skin and could smell the smell of curry from a distance. He is from Yakugawa country. One is white-skinned and has a muscular back. He is from Goose and Bear country. General Dai coughed twice and stood up with difficulty. Who are you? The 2 foreigners had malicious smiles on their faces. They came to kill General Dai. If you remain the boss in Dongying, we will have no intention of interfering with Dongying's national affairs. But if you try to resurrect the 7 evil disciples, you will not be able to survive. Two foreigners said this in their own language. General Dai didn't understand and just kept retreating. She looked towards the foot of the mountain. When the generals and family heads saw the S-level awakened beings appearing, they all stopped and stood like quails. Only the Miyamoto family were still laughing. General Dai felt sad. The situation is over? She didn't understand why she ended up like this after doing so much for Dongying. Although he took refuge in the monsters, Dongying country was not harmed by the monsters, right? The death of the human beings sacrificed is nothing more than nothing, right? Stupid demon servant. The man from Yakugawa country said this in broken Dongying dialect. General Dai wanted to say something more, but a fist wind came towards him. Well. General Dai let out a muffled groan and fell limply to the ground. The two foreigners shook their heads and flew towards the crater. When a devil-loved man like General Dai appeared in Dongying Kingdom, no one in the S-class took him seriously. In their opinion, these are just ants and cannot make any trouble. Now that the 7 evil disciples are about to be resurrected, they know that something serious is going on, and they hate General Dai. After arriving at the crater, the two foreigners looked solemn when they saw the flames with rapidly increasing spirituality. It can't be suppressed at all. The glutton has been resurrected. Now it is adapting to body functions. Damn it, the 7 evils can't be killed at all. This time it was another bloody disaster. The 7 evils cannot die. Just like the gluttonous dragon turtle, if it enters a dying state, it will find a volcano to hibernate. During the dormant period, it will absorb the energy from the Earth's core, and will come back when the energy is sufficient. The eyes of the two foreigners looked to the sky. In the sky, Lu Pinggan and Yang Qingyun were flying in and landed next to the two foreigners. The King of Destruction, Sky Bear, and you guys are here too. Lu Pinggan looked sideways at the two of them and spoke in Xiaguo dialect. The two foreigners also greeted Lu Pinggan eagerly in Xia dialect. Mr. Lu, long time no see. Mr. Lu is still in good condition. The countries with the most S levels are the Beautiful Country and the Xia Country. These two countries have a very strong position in the international arena. The S-classes in other Asian countries respect the Xia Kingdom's S-classes very much. So Xia can speak some Chinese. The awakened person of Goose and Bear Kingdom, Tianxiong looked around and asked. Principal Li and Mr. Giguan are not here. Principal Li is talking about Li Yao, the president of Qingbei University, and Giguan is talking about the great elder of Bioman. Lu Pinggan and Yang Qingyun were speechless for a while. They can't say that these two people are unstable because of one person, right? The old ghost of the moon-worshipping sect was crippled and was taking the remaining disciples of the moon-worshipping sect to escape from the Hunters Guild. In order to make up for the president of the Hunter Guild, Li Yao, the president of Qingbei University, is in seclusion to build a powerful spiritual weapon for him. Yang Qingyun said with a smile. Brother Xiang, why do you look for those two rough men when we meet? Don't you miss your sister? During the storm a few years ago, my sister missed her brother more closely. Tian Xiang from the Goose Bear Kingdom and the Destruction King from the Yakugawa Kingdom trembled after hearing this. This bitch is not easy to mess with. I almost drained them last time. At this moment, a roar like a mountain falling apart resounded through the sky. A huge head reaches into the sky. There was even a forest of trees on top of that head. The entire Deifu mountain began to tremble and slowly rose into the sky. This is the real giant? The huge volcano connecting several cities is just the shell of the dragon turtle. The 4 huge claws are like Optimus Prime. The people looked at the giant creature with their mouths wide open and could not close them for a long time. The previous insect king Bone Slayer thought he was already a big guy, but compared to this dragon turtle, the insect king Bone Slayer is nothing more than a maggot. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Miyamoto Minami organized his family to leave here. The moment the gluttonous dragon turtle appeared, he felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart. A dark and simple black door appeared out of thin air in front of Miyamoto Nan. Miyamoto Minami was stunned for a moment, and saw a strange man wearing a ghost mask walking out of the door. They have all seen this person. This is an absolute strong man. He teamed up with another masked man and fought back and forth with the insect king. The Dongying people worshipped the strong, and looked at Huang Ji with excitement in his eyes. I am also proud that my head knows such a strong person. Huang Ji opened the door and said coldly, use the hunter call order, and the senior hunter will protect you unconditionally during this time. Now you and your tribe get out of here. The other side of the door is connected to your home. Miyamoto Minami didn't have time to say anything and quickly told the Miyamoto clan members to leave the scene. As long as they leave alive, the Miyamoto family will be the most powerful family in Dongying. Of course, if Tozakura can still exist after being resurrected in Daetong Mountain. Seeing all the Miyamoto clan members leaving, Miyamoto Minami solemnly bowed. A Rigado dog smashes a yard. Huang Ji frowned and slapped his big sinuses. Speak in Xiaoguo dialect from now on. Huang Ji has always wanted to take revenge on Miyamoto Nan, and finally got the chance. Miyamoto South Africa was not annoyed, but said seriously, "I'm sorry, I was abrupt." "Thank you." After that, Miyamoto Minami got into the door. Huang Ji cursed a fool and said to Scalpel and Dog Girl in the earphone, "The rest is beyond our control, let's go." Roar. The gluttonous dragon turtle's huge star-like eyes looked around. It's hungry and it needs to eat. There are spiritual humans everywhere and it's excited. Rich volcanic ash and volcanic lava erupted. A dark fog lingers over Dongdu, like the end of the world. Dongying, who once threatened to lead volcanic ash to other countries, broke his promise. Dongying's high-level awakeners simply don't have the guts to hang out in front of this super giant dragon turtle. Because, for this hungry dragon turtle, the first thing to do after waking up is to eat. The higher the spirituality, the faster the awakened person dies. There were already several layers of densely packed corpses at the feet of the gluttonous dragon turtle. Those corpses were swallowed up by the volcanic magma, disappeared, and turned into nutrients for the gluttonous dragon turtle. Today is the end of Dongdu, and it will also be the end of Dongying. As long as he is killed by the gluttonous dragon turtle, that person will become the snack of the gluttonous dragon turtle, and all his spirituality will be absorbed. This is also the talent of the gluttonous dragon turtle. Although Lu Pingan was not happy with the Dongying people, but the more people the gluttonous dragon turtle kills, the more powerful it becomes. He could not allow the gluttonous dragon turtle to continue to grow in power. Thunder Sea. Lu Pingan's eyes were filled with sparks of lightning, and a whole thundercloud was pulled down from the sky by Lu Pingan, hitting the gluttonous dragon turtle directly. The back of the gluttonous dragon turtle was suddenly filled with electric sparks. The King of Destruction from Yakagawa Kingdom gave a thumbs up. Mr. Liu's majesty is still the same as before. I can't be underestimated by you. The King of Destruction regenerated his arms under his ribs, and a vertical pupil opened on his forehead. His forearms and 3 eyes are condensed with colorful light. Although this colorful light looks dazzling, it is actually quite dangerous. Destroy Brahma color, S level. All objects touched by the colorful light will be decomposed. It cannot be restored by any means of healing. Even water, thunder, electricity, and fire can be turned into nothingness by this colorful light. Tianxiang roared angrily, and a green-white light flashed on his body. His size instantly increased 10 times, and a 200-meter-tall white giant bear appeared. The giant white bear has green clover runes on its chest. Troori Divine Bear, S level. This is the most powerful awakened beast in the world. Good at using wind, plants, and other natural forces. Tiang Xiang's thunderous voice came from midair. There are just a few of us here, it's not easy. The King of Destruction has colorful eyes and a fierce tone. Last time we defeated the gluttonous evildoers, a total of 8 S-class people participated in the battle. Fortunately, the big turtle is now hungry and lacks fighting strength. It is possible for the 4 of us to defeat him again. The colorful rays of light were like a rainbow penetrating the sun, striking hard on the gluttonous villain. The gluttonous dragon turtle finally turned his attention to these 4 S levels. A pair of spark-like scarlet turtle eyes shone with greed and malice. The gluttons are no longer interested in ordinary humans. Even if there were corpses everywhere at the foot of the mountain, it still wouldn't make the gluttonous dragon turtle feel too full. With the 4 humans in front of it, even if it eats just one, it feels like it can fill its stomach. Roar. The gluttonous dragon turtle roared, and the clouds were shaken away. The Datamai volcano on its back bursts out with hot lava. The magma rushed towards the 4 S-tiers like waves. The 7-colored light in the King of Destruction's 4 hands and 3 eyes combined to form a huge shield, consuming and decomposing magma. The sky bear roared loudly, and giant trees grew from the ground. If you look closely, those giant trees turn out to be in the shape of human hands. The human hands transformed from the giant tree tied the limbs of the gluttonous dragon turtle. For the time being, the gluttonous dragon turtle's actions were restrained. Mr. Liu, Sect Master Yang, it's your turn. the King of Destruction said loudly. Lu Pingan took out a needle from his arms and stuck it into his arm. His breath became stronger. Ho ha! Lu Pingan let out a long roar, and his voice almost broke. The arms with bulging veins flashed with electricity. He grabbed the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning was rushing. Thunderclouds gathered, as if a storm was coming. Then, he swung his arm downwards very slowly, as if he had spent a lot of effort. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly fell. Volcanic ash and ejected volcanic lava melt when they hit thunderclouds, releasing large amounts of steam. Finally, the huge thundercloud was pulled down and hit the gluttonous dragon turtle heavily, completely covering the gluttonous dragon turtle. Roar! The gluttonous dragon turtle roared in pain. The King of Destruction shouted in surprise. Success! Roar! The gluttonous dragon turtle was furious because of the pain, and struggled to break free from the giant tree chain of Kaishan Bear. Its eyes widened. The gluttonous dragon turtle has low intelligence and cannot speak, but its ferocious eyes express its overwhelming rage. The whole world became hotter. Large areas of land are dry and cracked. This glutton is sucking the nutrients from the earth. 100 miles in radius turned directly into a desert. Even some buildings on the edge of Dongdo were weathered at this moment. Roar! The gluttonous dragon turtle is like a sun. With a roar, the heat wave is overwhelming. Rolling flames erupted from the body of the gluttonous dragon turtle. Tian Xiong, the King of Destruction, and Lu Pingan, retreated for several miles under the attack of the gluttonous dragon turtle. Everyone has different burns, especially the largest celestial bear. His originally snow-white fur turned black and looked miserable. Yang Qingyun held the pink desire of joy in her hand and hit the King of Destruction, Tian Xiong, and Lu Pingan one after another. A halo of pink flames appeared on the three of them. The condition of the three people immediately improved a lot, and their wounds were gradually healing. Yang Qingyun's desire for joy can be used as an auxiliary ability. Tian Xiong and Yang Qingyun, the leader of the Dynasty of Destruction, bowed their hands in accordance with Xia Kingdom etiquette. Thank you, Sect Master Yang. Yang Qingyun waved her hand, her face no longer frivolous as before, only countless solemnity. It was the previous sect leader who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the gluttonous dragon turtle. This was the first time she faced this monster. This monster was much scarier than she imagined. Yang Qingyun sighed. No, let's withdraw. Only the four of us can't cause fatal damage to the gluttonous dragon turtle. The power of the gluttonous dragon turtle can come from the earth, rivers, and flesh and blood. Its power is endless. We are different. Over time, we will all be consumed by this beast. Lu Pingan stared at the huge gluttonous dragon turtle, his eyes about to burst. Are we going to watch the gluttonous dragon turtle eat up the entire Dongying? Bai Xiong glanced at Lu Pingan in surprise and said in broken Xiaoguo dialect. Mr. Lu actually cares so much about the ants in Dongying country? What does the life and death of these people have to do with us? Lu Pingan said angrily. What does the life and death of these people in the magic circle have to do with me? However, once the gluttonous dragon turtle eats all Dongying, who will be its opponent? When the time comes, you, the Goose and Bear country, and the Henghe country will all suffer. The Destruction King and Tian Xiong both had ugly expressions on their faces. The gluttonous dragon turtle is still hungry. When it is completely full, no one is 100% sure of subduing it. Lu Pingan clenched his fist tightly and let it go. The Hunter Guild has discovered the gluttonous dragon turtle a long time ago. Why didn't the president show up earlier to prevent the gluttonous dragon turtle from resurrecting? Yang Qingyun rolled her eyes at Lu Pingan. What's the function? The resurrection of the gluttonous dragon turtle is only a matter of time. What if the president of the Hunter Guild comes? Is he capable of removing Datong Mountain? You must know that when the gluttonous dragon turtle is in the volcanic state, all spiritual attacks are to provide it with nutrients. Lu Pingan took a deep breath. Well, it would be great if he could help. Now with the four of us, we are no match at all. The words President of the Hunter Guild were clearly heard by the Destruction King and Tian Xiong. Their eyes were shocked. President of the Hunter Guild? The name sounds like another S-ranker. Could it be that Xia Kingdom has produced another S-level person? Another extraordinary force emerged? Lu Pingan noticed the surprise of the two people, and a proud look appeared on his face. Although Lu Pingan didn't get along with the president of the Hunter Guild, but Xia Kingdom has another S-class member, which can only show that Xia Kingdom's national strength is strong. But soon, Lu Ping'an found that the King of Destruction and Tian Xiong were hesitating and seemed to want to say something. Lu Ping'an frowned and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate." Tian Xiong pondered for a moment, clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Congratulations to Xia Kingdom for the appearance of another S-class. I would like to ask your country to send another S-class to assist us. After a while, the gluttonous dragon turtle will be even more difficult to suppress. As long as the gluttonous dragon turtle is suppressed, I, Tian Xiong, are willing to agree to Xiaoguo's 3 demands unconditionally." The King of Destruction said quickly. "Me too." They knew in their hearts that the gluttonous dragon turtle had eaten up Dongying. As Lu Ping'an said, the next target is likely to be their country. Chapter 248 Update: The first mission of the Security Administration against the Hunter Guild. Lu Ping'an was dumbfounded. Only herself and Yang Qingyun were left in the idle S level. He is not familiar with the Hunter Guild, and he can't even contact the president of the Hunter Guild. But the 3 unconditional requirements for the 2 S orders are really attractive. Seeing Lu Ping'an's expression of embarrassment, Tian Xiong asked softly, "Does Mr. Lu have something to hide? Or do you think the portion below is not enough? How about this? As long as Xiaoguo is willing to use all his strength to suppress the gluttonous dragon turtle. In addition to me, Tian Xiong, Goose Bear Country can also agree to Xia Country's 3 requests within its capabilities." The King of Destruction glanced at Tian Xiong in surprise. "So hard?" After thinking for a moment, the King of Destruction gritted his teeth and said, "So does I, Yakugawa Country. If the gluttonous dragon turtle is not suppressed when it is at its weakest, it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Although the gluttonous dragon turtle moves slowly and does not have the ability to kill S-class, but it has the power to destroy a country. If the gluttonous dragon turtle eats all Dongying, it will always be their turn. Everyone present understands the principle of dying lips and cold teeth." Lu Ping'an's fingers trembled slightly. "This condition is so attractive. Let's not talk about Yakugawa Country and Goose Bear Country. Just say that you can make 3 requests to the 2 S ranks, the King of Destruction and Tian Xiong, at will. This is a great wealth. Aren't theistic religions awesome? The divine religion is known as the world's most extraordinary force, but does the divine religion have so many S levels? In today's world, isn't it that whoever has more S levels is the boss? Only." Lu Ping'an looked embarrassed. He and Yang Qingyun are the only S-level people currently idle in Xiaoguo. He really can't contact the Hunter Guild? Suddenly, Yang Qingyun quickly took out her phone as if she thought of something. She remembered the attributes of the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild releases tasks, and after completing the tasks, the Hunter Guild will release rewards. Similarly, hunters can also publish bounty tasks in the guild. Which hunter completes the task, the hunter will pay the reward. So why not issue a mission to the Hunter Guild to deal with gluttonous villains? Although she is not a hunter, she cannot issue tasks in the Hunter Guild. But someone can? Only. Is there enough time? Imperial Capital, Security Bureau. Xiang Minghao sat in the director's office anxiously. He looked around nervously. Golden gauze and yellow tent, the statue of the god is in the blue smoke. This is clearly a Taoist dojo. The Taoist priest who finished praying to Sanking stroked his beard and sat in front of Xiang Minghao with a smile. "How have you been since joining the Hunter Guild?" Xiang Minghao looked at the old Taoist priest in front of him. His heart was pounding, and he was even a little sick and retching with excitement. This person is the ceiling of Xia Kingdom's Awakeners, the true number 1 in combat power. What Security Bureau administrator doesn't admire this old man? Xiang Minghao thought nervously about the old Taoist priest's words and stammered. "I am a member of the Security Administration, and I will never betray the Hunter Guild." "No. Me? I will never betray the Security Administration for the Hunter Guild?" He wanted to show his loyalty in front of the old Taoist priest, but it was difficult to say anything excited. Suddenly Xiang Minghao remembered something and quickly covered his mouth, looking around in horror. Last time he rashly exposed the guild, he was almost burned to death by green flames. The old Taoist priest waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, this room has my restrictions. No talents or abilities can be used. Even my own talents." Hearing this, Xiang Minghao touched his head. "It doesn't hurt." He looked at the old Taoist priest with even more admiration. The old Taoist priest said, "The Security Administration is not worth your betrayal, and neither is the Hunter Guild. All those who work for Xiaoguo will always be higher than any organization. You are the bridge between the Security Administration and the Hunter Guild. You are very important. The old Taoist priest's rhetoric seems to praise Xiang Minghao very highly, so isn't it a kind of kidnapping? However, young people like Xiang Minghao still do this. Xiang Minghao became even more excited. Director, if there is anything you need me to do, just say it. The old Taoist priest said. Use your mobile phone to issue a mission to the Hunter Guild. Xiang Minghao was stunned for a moment. What mission? The old Taoist priest said. 10 high-level spiritual weapons and 10 living A-level monsters are the bounty. Ask the Hunter Guild to take action and cooperate with Lu Ping'an and Yang Qingyun to suppress the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evil disciples. After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Minghao and asked, Minghao, is this bounty not stingy? Xiang Minghao shook his head quickly. 10 high-level spiritual weapons plus 10 A-level monsters that are still alive are definitely not stingy. The Hunter Guild likes living high-level monsters even more? Xiang Minghao thought for a while and whispered. Unless the Hunter Guild is incapable of completing this task. But I think the Hunter Guild has this ability. The old Taoist priest was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed. Minghao, do you know what the 7 evil disciples mean? Lu Qingyun and the others did not dare to say they escaped unscathed when they encountered the 7 evils. Do you think the president of the Hunter Guild really has the guts to take on this mission? Xiang Minghao nodded solemnly. He is the administrator of the Security Administration. How could he not know what the 7 evils mean? Those are the 7 strongest monsters besides my long-live emperor. Each one has the ability to slaughter a city and destroy a country. The old Taoist priest was silent. After a long time, the old Taoist priest grinned. Then play bigger? Minghao, you have one more task? Xiang Minghao blinked, turned on his phone, and waited for what the old Taoist priest would say. The old Taoist priest said word by word. Completely kill the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evil disciples? Reward, an S-level battle-awakened corpse. Why is the president of the Hunter Guild obsessed with killing Mu Boan of the moon-worshipping gate? Why is Li Yao, the president of Qingbei University, trying so hard to build a top-notch spiritual weapon for the president? Isn't it because the president of the Hunter Guild wants an S-level awakened corpse to increase his strength? Li Yao compensated the president for Mu Boan, so now he is working hard to create a spiritual weapon for the president? The Security Bureau happens to have one of the corpses of S-class awakened people. Xiang Minghao opened his mouth for a long time without closing it. After a long while, Xiang Minghao announced the mission after being reminded by the old Taoist priest. Xiang Minghao asked, Director, do you really think that the Hunter Guild is capable of killing the 7 evils? Even Xiang Minghao, who believed in the Hunter Guild so much, felt that the old Taoist priest's words were a bit too much. Completely kill the 7 evils? It is a fact that the disciples of the 7 evils are immortal. It is very difficult to defeat or put the 7 evil disciples into sleep. But how to kill the 7 evil disciples completely? This is equivalent to asking someone to invent the antidote for paraquat. A fantasy? The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and smiled. This is just to test the details of the Hunter Guild. They didn't complete the mission, so we didn't suffer any loss. Old Taoist, this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he has always wanted to see the true strength of the Hunter Guild. The test paper Mu Boan obviously underestimated the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild not only answered with full marks, but also wrote the additional questions correctly. Gluttony is an international competition paper worth 150 points in advanced mathematics. It's impossible to get a perfect score, but you can see what the upper limit of the Hunter Guild is. Second, the old Taoist priest felt that the Hunter Guild was too arrogant. It's good to be able to use an impossible task to suppress the arrogance of the Hunter Guild. If the first task issued by the authorities cannot be completed, shouldn't it mean that the head should be lowered? The old Taoist priest smiled and said, Of course, it's best if they can complete their mission. The corpse of an S-class awakened person is of no use in the Security Bureau. At this time, the old Taoist priest's cell phone rang, and it was Yang Qingyun's call. The old Taoist priest answered the call and hung up after a while. He muttered dissatisfiedly, You need to ask the Hunter Guild to participate in the war by issuing tasks. Eastern Sakura. How about it? When will your country's S-level arrive? Tian Xiang's eyes were red, and he kept summoning giant tree chains to bind the gluttonous dragon turtle. He was very tired and almost at his limit. Yang Qingyun looked embarrassed and whispered, "The director hung up the phone on me." Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, with a hint of decadence in his eyes. Does the old director not want to take care of this gluttonous dragon turtle anymore? Come to think of it, the old director is in charge of Xia Kingdom, and the disasters caused by the 7 evils will never be over. The 3 eyes of the King of Destruction flash with colorful light. Is Xiaoguo planning to sit back and watch? Then we have to fight hard. The Xia Kingdom is not afraid of the 7 evils, but other countries are. Yakugawa country, is afraid. The King of Destruction is different from Tianxiong. The King of Destruction is the prince of the Takeuchi clan of Yakugawa Kingdom. He is not only an awakener but also a politician. He can't watch Yakugawa Kingdom being swallowed up by the gluttonous dragon turtle in the future. Lu Pingan pondered for a while and then said, "Everyone, please be patient. You all know the director's temper. He just hung up the phone with Sect Master Yang. Maybe the director already has a countermeasure, so we can wait and be patient. Perhaps reinforcements will arrive soon." Suddenly, a golden light cut through the intersection of dark clouds and volcanic ash in the sky like a giant sword, illuminating the world. A powerful spiritual pressure descended from the sky. A golden wave fell from the sky, suppressing the gluttonous dragon turtle. This power makes Lu Pingan feel afraid. Is the director here? Lu Pingan raised his head in surprise, and the smile on his face solidified at that moment. In the sky, there were several figures wearing white robes. They were both men and women, barefooted and wearing wreaths of flowers on their heads, like devout believers. The appearance of the old man at the head was as if he had passed away, and any woman would look ashamed compared to him. This old man is very handsome, like the god on TV. His whole body is full of otherworldly smell, not like a human being, but like a god. Lu Pingan looked solemn and murmured, "The theocratic Pope, Simon. What is he doing here?" The men and women around the Pope are not ordinary people either. All are A-level. There is a group of A-level servants and maids, and there is only one divine Pope on the blue star. The Pope of the religion has a compassionate smile like the Virgin. "Guys, you're welcome and safe." Sky Bear and the King of Destruction bowed solemnly to the Pope of the cult. Yang Qingyun reluctantly raised her hand. Lu Pingan snorted coldly and pretended that he had not seen the Pope of the religion. The Pope of the religion didn't care about anything and said with a smile, "It looks like you guys need help." Tianxiong and the King of Destruction looked at each other and said respectfully to the Pope, "Please also ask the Pope to take action and kill the 7 evils." The Pope shook his head. "The 7 evils are immortal, even I can't kill them." There was a hint of disappointment in the lowered eyebrows of Tianxiong and the King of Destruction, and their expressions were gloomy. The Pope pointed at the gluttonous dragon turtle and continued, "However, there is no problem in returning this dragon turtle to its volcanic state. I don't know when the next resurrection will be." Hearing this, Tianxiong and the King of Destruction looked excited, raised their heads and said in unison, "Please help me, the Pope." The Pope of the religion showed a spring breeze smile. "I can help you, but you have to agree to one condition." Tianxiong and the King of Destruction were stunned for a moment. The King of Destruction took the lead and asked tentatively, "Your Majesty the Pope, your conditions are..." The Unitarian Pope responded, "Open the country and respect God's religion as the state religion." The sound is vast, like the sound of a bell, like the sound of a fairy. But these words were so harsh in the ears of the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction looked at the Pope of the cult in horror, with murderous intent in his eyes. Agreeing to the Pope's condition is tantamount to making Yakugawa a vassal state of the beautiful flag state. Tianxiong fell into deep thought. He is not a politician, he is just a warrior. What he wants to do is protect the goose and bear country. Once the gluttonous dragon turtle is left unattended, sooner or later the goose and bear country will be in danger. When the gluttonous dragon turtle feasts on the goose and bear country and turns a large area of territory into a desert, it will be too late to ask the Pope of the divine religion. Lu Pingan and Yang Qingyun both looked unhappy. If these 2 countries are also captured by the divine religion, the balance between the West and the East will be broken, and the Xia Kingdom will no longer be able to compete with the divine religion. The Pope continued to speak. "You guys don't have much time, and my patience is limited." The King of Destruction suppressed his anger. "Your Majesty the Pope, do you have to take advantage of the situation?" The theocratic Pope shook his head. I'm here to save you. At this moment, a dark door appeared in the sky. The Pope looked surprised. Huh? This is the door to space. The dark door was opened. A strange man wearing a ghost mask and wings on his back walked out of the door. He held the door handle, bowed, and asked the dignitary inside to come out. Soon, a man wearing a mask of the crying ghost king and a black windbreaker appeared from the door, standing in the air. Although Lu Ping'an was extremely annoyed with Meng Xing, when he saw Meng Xing at this moment, he still couldn't suppress the curvature of his mouth. Lu Ping'an glanced at the Pope, and nodded slightly like Meng Xing was an old friend for many years. Coming. Meng Xing looked at Lu Ping'an indifferently. There was some confusion in his eyes. Since when have we become so familiar? But he will not refute his family's face in front of foreigners. Meng Xing would also nod politely. Lu Ping'an looked calm on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. Take a look. Haven't you seen the new S-tier of our Daxia country, have you guys? Our country, Yanjiangxia, is filled with talented people. The Holy Pope kept a gentlemanly smile, with a cold glint in his eyes. This person is from Xia country. When did Xia kingdom gain another S-class? There was a trace of expectation on the faces of the Destruction King and Tianxiang. They hope that Xiaoguo can join forces with them to suppress this gluttonous dragon turtle. The King of Destruction cupped his fists at Meng Xing in the sky and said seriously, "Please, Your Excellency, join hands with us to suppress the gluttonous evildoers? Regardless of success or failure, I owe you a favor." Tianxiang also imitated the King of Destruction and cupped his fists at Meng Xing. Me too. The theocratic Pope shook his head. If I hadn't taken action personally, it would have taken at least 6 S-class people to suppress it. There are only 5 of you, which is a bit less. Lu Ping'an was no longer used to the Pope, and said coldly, "If you're willing to help, just move around. If you're not willing to help, don't make sarcastic remarks here." The Pope of the theocratic religion was not annoyed, he just smiled calmly. "In that case, I'll see how you can eliminate the demons." The Holy Pope waved his hand, and the layer of golden brilliance covering the body of the gluttonous dragon turtle disappeared. Losing the golden brilliance suppression, the gluttonous dragon turtle regained its ability to move. It roared angrily at the theocratic Pope, but it dared not launch an attack. Although the gluttonous dragon turtle is not very intelligent, it is not a fool. The gluttonous dragon turtle can feel the terror of the Pope. The theocratic Pope smiled softly. "Everyone, please. The warriors of Goose and Bear country, and the nobles of Yakagawa country. The conditions I just mentioned are still valid. Of course, that's only if the gluttonous dragon turtle hasn't eaten you yet. If you eat S-level and your spirituality returns to its peak state, it won't be at this price." After pouring cold water on them, the Pope of the Divine Cult did not forget to put pressure on the King of Destruction and Sky Bear. Tianxiang and the King of Destruction looked ugly. The King of Destruction surrendered to Lu Ping'an, looking embarrassed. "Xiaoguo, can you send another S-level person?" To deal with the gluttonous dragon turtle, 6 S-class people were needed, but now there were only 5. Lu Ping'an wanted to ask why another S-level member of the Hunter Guild didn't come, Demon Ape, the owner of the blue-silver grass martial spirit. But he was embarrassed. After all, he didn't really know the president of the Hunter Guild that well. Yang Qingyun was not as coy as Lu Ping'an, and showed a charming smile openly. "Keek, brother president. Why didn't your brother who likes bondage come with you? People miss him so much?" Meng Xing's eyes had the word disgust written in capital letters. He really doesn't like people like Yang Qingyun and Yuna. Meng Xing's tone was slightly cold. "It's just a monster, why go to war?" There was a hint of amusement in the eyes of the Holy Pope. "This S-level awakened person sounds so young. Do you really have 2 brushes or are you young and frivolous? This is unknown." Roar. When the gluttonous dragon turtle saw that the Pope of the cult was not taking action against him, he immediately roared at the remaining S-levels. The gluttonous dragon turtle swallowed so much earth energy and ate so many humans and spiritual weapons. Its body structure is completely fine, it just lacks something to enhance the feeling of satiety. This is defined by the talent of the gluttonous dragon turtle. As long as it eats one of the humans, it can gain peak abilities. At that time, the inexhaustible spirituality and the indestructible body will be terrible. The gluttonous dragon turtle opened its huge mouth and bit into the largest sky bear. Tianxiang had no choice but to transform into a divine bear again and use his spirituality to summon a large dense forest. The dense forest quickly rose and turned into groups of giant tree men. The giant tree men all ran to grab the limbs of the gluttonous dragon turtle and the neck of the gluttonous dragon turtle. The gluttonous dragon turtle's movements were really slowed down by Tianxiang alone. The King of Destruction used his colorful light to block the flaming lava of the gluttonous dragon turtle. Lu Pingyuan summoned Lei Yun to take charge of the main attack. Yang Qingyun used Desire for Joy to continuously provide spiritual recovery and physical healing to the 3S levels. However, the four people could barely stop the gluttonous dragon turtle's actions, but could not do anything substantial. The King of Destruction became anxious, looked at Meng Xing in the sky, and shouted anxiously, "Please help me, Your Excellency." It's not that Meng Xing doesn't want to take action. He brought the lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The mysterious information in his brain told Meng Xing that the gluttonous evildoer's body was suitable for growing the seeds of Qinglian's inner fire. The physical body can be used as soil, and the spirit can be used as fertilizer. But Meng Xing never figured out exactly how to do it. Do you just throw the seeds away? Is that what happened? Meng Xing thought for a while, and a ball of Qinglian Earth Core Fire appeared in his hand. The green lotus earth core fire enveloped the green lotus seeds and flew towards the gluttonous dragon turtle under the control of Meng Xing. The leader of the cult spoke at this time. I advise you not to use fire powers to irritate the gluttonous dragon turtle. The gluttonous dragon turtle is best at swallowing fire. Your fire power may become a satisfying meal for a gluttonous dragon turtle. When the King of Destruction saw Meng Xing throw down a ball of fire, his eyes widened. Your Majesty, you can't. Listen to the Pope. But it was too late. The green flame had already entered the belly of the gluttonous dragon turtle. The King of Destruction glanced at Lu Pingyuan with some complaints. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the so-called leader of the Hunter Guild was an awakened person with the main attack talent of the fire system? But it was too late. The gluttonous dragon turtle looked very excited, roaring to the sky, and the waves of sound shook the ears of everyone present. Everyone retreated. The Holy Pope shook his head and said with regret, "This president's flame level is not low, and the gluttonous dragon turtle's combat power has risen to another level. If you want me to take action to suppress the gluttonous dragon turtle, I can't just make the Yakugawa Kingdom and the Goose Bear Kingdom the state religion. You too must also join the divine religion and become the holy knights of our divine religion. The King of Destruction is now fed up with the Pope of the religion. We are all human beings, why bother forcing each other? Let a proud Kaucha become your knight? Why? Of course, his sense of Meng Xing was minimized. This guy is a disservice? No, there's something wrong with the gluttonous villain. Yang Qingyun suddenly shouted. Yang Qingyun is also an extraordinary fire awakener, and she has a strong sense of fire spirituality. Everyone looked at the gluttonous dragon turtle, even the Pope of the divine religion showed doubts. The gluttonous dragon turtle clearly reflects its powerful spirituality, but it gives people a very weak feeling. The aura is obviously still so overbearing, but the condition is getting worse and worse. Chapter 251 Completely destroy the gluttonous dragon turtle, spirituality beyond human limits? The gluttonous dragon turtle went from excitement to confusion, and then to depression. It lay on the ground, a little weak, and opened its mouth but was too weak to scream. It's hungry, very hungry. Why do I still feel hungry after eating a very high-grade flame? The gluttonous dragon turtle cannot figure this out with its IQ. It can't see what's going on in its belly. The gluttonous dragon turtle couldn't see a lotus seed lying there in his stomach pouch, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from it. It didn't even think that the cyan fire ball it just ate was the culprit of its harm. It even feels like it should eat more. The gluttonous dragon turtle stood up. It was so hungry that it finally gathered some strength and roared at Meng Xing desperately. Meaning, ask Meng Xing for flame spirituality. Meng Xing is naturally not stingy. 4 lotus seeds appeared again in his hand, wrapped in 4 green lotus earth core fires, and flew towards the mouth of the gluttonous dragon turtle. The gluttonous dragon turtle swallowed 4 lotus seeds in one gulp, and then completely collapsed on the ground. The 5 green lotus earth heart fire lotus seeds are frantically absorbing the spirituality in the gluttonous dragon turtle. The magma and volcanic ash flowed back into the gluttonous dragon turtle's shell and turned into fertilizer for the green lotus earth core fire lotus seeds. The 5 green lotus earth fire lotus seeds are getting fuller and more lustrous, with green flames burning on their bodies. Now, the 5 lotus seeds are about to be fed by the gluttonous dragon turtle. The size of the gluttonous dragon turtle is also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The giant creature, whose head could detect clouds and whose feet were like pillars of heaven, had shrunk several times into a 500-meter tall monster. Then from a 500-meter monster to a 100-meter turtle. Then from a 100-meter large turtle to the size of an ordinary turtle. The gluttonous dragon turtle looked like he was dead, and his eyes were so hungry that he couldn't even open them. Several S-level people present were stunned. This, the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evil disciples, was taken care of by the president of the Hunter Guild alone? I didn't even see him take action? Lu Pingan was secretly shocked. Did the president hold back on that battle a few days ago? The Holy Pope stared at Meng Xing with squinted eyes. Defeating the 7 evils so easily, this will be a formidable enemy in the future? Meng Xing did not expect to deal with the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evil disciples, so quickly. Meng Xing waved his hand at the gluttonous dragon turtle without any hesitation. Huang Ji immediately flew to the ground to pick up the tortoise. This thing may be useless to others, but Brother Xing can definitely use this thing to make a lot of amazing things. Even if it is useful, no one would dare to snatch it. This is Meng Xing's trophy. He knocked down the 7 evil disciples with one move. Can you, the Pope of the Divine Religion, come and snatch one? Meng Xing looked at the gluttonous dragon turtle in Huang Ji's hand and was filled with joy. He glanced indifferently at the few people present, especially the Pope. He gave the godlike old man a meaningful look. It seems to be dissatisfaction, it seems to be contempt, and more. Warn. The Pope of the cult smiled slightly and nodded in return. Huang Ji opened the dark door of time and space for Meng Xing, and Meng Xing walked in. The King of Destruction and Tianxiang clasped their fists respectfully at Lu Pingan. I have said what I said before, thank you Xiaoguo for your help. Lu Pingan clearly felt that these 2 foreign S-class people no longer respected him in a face-to-face manner. But off from the heart? This is the reverence for Xiaoguo. Lu Pingan naturally knew who all this was because of. His face was so happy that he completely forgot how he complained about Meng Xing and how he annoyed Meng Xing. Meng Xing was not interested in what happened next. He only knew that he had obtained 5 plump green lotus earth core fire seeds. Obtained the true form of the gluttonous evildoer. You will also receive mission rewards from Xia Kingdom. 10 high-level spiritual items, 10 A-level monsters, and an S-level awakened body. He is not afraid that the Security Bureau will default on his account. The Security Administration doesn't have the guts. Meng Xing, who was sitting in the small courtyard, was in trouble again. This gluttonous dragon turtle's mouth is tightly closed. How should he take out the lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire? Tried violently bombarding him with fire. Although the gluttonous dragon turtle has fallen into dormancy, there is still a terrifying power in its body that protects it. Qinglian's inner fire cannot destroy it. Meng Xing sighed, threw the gluttonous dragon turtle onto the vegetable garden, and put his chin on his hand in thought. At this moment, the gluttonous dragon turtle opened its mouth on its own initiative, and 5 lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire floated out of its mouth. It felt like the submarine's waterproof door had blocked a lot of seawater. At this time, a key opened the door, and the seawater poured in completely. This vegetable garden is the key to opening the water avoidance door. 5 green lotus earth heart fire lotus seeds floated into Meng Xing's hand. Meng Xing did not swallow them in a hurry, but did the big thing first. Meng Xing picked up the shovel, dug up the soil in the vegetable garden, and then threw the gluttonous dragon turtle in. This small vegetable garden was indeed not as powerful as Meng Xing expected. The gluttonous dragon turtle's immortal body is nothing but a joke in Xiaokepu's eyes. The original succubus Yuna was also frightened when she saw this vegetable garden. After doing all this, Meng Xing began to study the lotus seeds of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Take out a lotus seed and swallow it. A powerful spiritual wave erupted from Meng Xing. Meng Xing felt that his sea of consciousness was exploding. An unprecedented feeling swept through Meng Xing's brain, making him couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's like the legendary enlightenment feeling. 8 levels of spirituality. Just one lotus seed made Meng Xing directly promoted to the 8th level of spirituality. It has even touched the threshold of 9 levels of spirituality. Meng Xing once again swallowed a Qinglian Earth Core Fire seed. This time it was completely different. Meng Xing's sea of consciousness turned into a sea of blue fire. In the sea of his consciousness, there are countless stars. Those stars are all hunters who have eaten devil fruits. As long as Meng Xing is willing, he can know what those hunters are thinking through the Qinglian earth core fire in the devil fruit. This is the power of 9 levels of spirituality. Human limit? No, Meng Xing's situation may exceed human limits, because in Meng Xing's sea of consciousness, a green lotus seed emerged, occupying the center of the sea of consciousness. The green lotus seed contained spirituality that Meng Xing had not yet digested, and it was just placed there like a spare battery. When the 9 levels of spirituality in Meng Xing's sea of consciousness are about to be used up, this green lotus seed will take effect and provide Meng Xing with spirituality. This is a mutually dependent existence. Likewise, that lotus seed will swallow up the spirituality in Meng Xing's sea of consciousness. Meng Xing had to feed the lotus seed first before he could continue to replenish spirituality into his sea of consciousness. His spirituality will be the first among human beings, and his spiritual recovery speed will also be much slower. Meng Xing still had 3 lotus seeds in his hand. Meng Xing could no longer swallow these 3 lotus seeds. He collected the 3 lotus seeds for later use. Meng Xing Courtyard. The devil fruit tree full of fruits in the vegetable garden emits a burst of hot red light. Gradually, the red light turned into a weird-looking devil fruit. Meng Xing looked at this devil fruit in surprise. This devil fruit is different from ordinary devil fruits. It actually produces strange phenomena. Before Meng Xing had time to look at the devil fruit, something strange appeared in the devil fruit tree again. It was as if a small black hole appeared in the devil fruit tree. The small black hole continued to swallow the surrounding spiritual beings, and even the 2 sea-level devil fruits on the devil fruit tree were swallowed by the small black hole. Immediately afterwards, another devil fruit formed. Meng Xing was shocked. A devil fruit that produces visions? 2 appeared at once? Hasn't the spirituality of the 7 sins gluttonous dragon turtle been absorbed by the lotus seeds of Qinglian's earth heart fire? How come there is still such powerful energy? Information about the 2 devil fruits flooded into Meng Xing's mind at this moment. Lava fruit, level A. Consuming spirituality, the body of a rockberry fruit user can turn into magma. You can create magma through your body. The temperature is so high that it can instantly evaporate an iceberg and even burn flames. It can render physical attacks and most energy attacks ineffective on the body of its user. It can freely control magma and burn everything. It can cause devastating damage to the enemy's body and has the impact of a volcanic eruption. Tuntun fruit, level A. Consumption of spirituality. You can eat anything and become part of your body. Anything including animals, humans, buildings, weapons. Meng Xing frowned. These 2 devil fruits are so powerful, and they also produce strange phenomena. How can they be considered A-level? Meng Xing looked up at the devil fruit tree. Is it because the devil fruit tree is S-level? Can't an S-level devil fruit tree grow an S-level devil fruit? Think about it, even the underworld fruit is A-level. How high can the other fruits be? Fortunately, devil fruits can continue to grow through development. Just like Scalpel, the fruit of Du Yangming's operation. When it was picked from the devil fruit tree, it was clearly only C-level. But through development, he now has no problem at all with being an A-level talent. Just like Mingji in the One Piece anime, he made fun of the weak thread fruit. The levels of devil fruits are the lower limit, not the upper limit. Meng Xing walked to the devil fruit tree and counted the fruits. The smile of an old farmer with a good harvest showed on his face. These are the foundation for one's foothold in this world. Although his power is considered to be among the top in Blue Star, who can say what else is weird in this world? After all, it has only been 18 years since he traveled back in time. Oh no, it has been 19 years. In this year, he frequently interacted with the outside world. The remaining 18 years were spent in the bustling city of Nanhai. In fact, many people in Nanhai are unaware of the current situation outside. They only knew that it was dangerous outside Nanhai city, but they couldn't imagine how dangerous it was. It is unimaginable that the residents of Baishan City have tried their best to survive, struggling in the mouth of monsters every day. Just like many people in cities in previous generations could not imagine how poor they were in impoverished mountainous areas. At this moment, another strange movement occurred on the devil fruit tree. A devil fruit took shape. That devil fruit has always been there, it just never grew. This is a stone transformed from the clone of Long Live My Emperor. It was planted by Meng Xing and turned into a green fruit. The fruit just now absorbed the last bit of energy from the gluttonous dragon turtle and finally took shape. A mysterious message entered Mang Xing's mind. Shadow fruit, A level. Consume spirituality to control your own shadow, which can be used to attack or block. Consume spirituality to control other people's shadows. People who lose their shadows will turn into ashes when exposed to sunlight. Consuming spirituality, you can rely on fusion of shadows to obtain powerful power, which will also produce repulsion. The stronger the spirituality, the lower the repulsion. When the repulsion reaches the limit, the shadow will leave the human body. Mang Xing's face showed a solemn look. He was not shocked that he had another A-level devil fruit, but he was shocked by the strength of Long Live the Emperor. It's just a clone, but it has such powerful energy to cultivate an A-level devil fruit? How terrifying is the true strength of our Emperor Long Live? A sense of crisis rushed into Mang Xing's head, giving him a chill. Mang Xing murmured to himself, I will become stronger, and the Hunter Guild will become stronger. The Hunter Guild branch plan will be implemented immediately. Mang Xing needs more nutrients and more energy to grow more powerful plants. Imperial Capital, Security Bureau. The old Taoist priest sat cross-legged on the futon and remained silent for a long time. There was no emotion, anger, or joy on his face. I just received news that the president of the Hunter Guild actually completely eliminated the gluttonous dragon turtle, one of the 7 evil disciples. The old Taoist priest was a little flustered. Next to the old Taoist priest sat a young Taoist priest. The little Taoist priest wore a wide pure blue Taoist robe, cloth shoes on his feet, and his trouser legs were rolled up casually. He had long hair, combed in a ponytail, with a few disobedient strands of hair randomly scattered around his temples, as lazy as he was. The little Taoist priest was half lying on the futon, clasping his ears and muttering, Master, didn't you just kill the 7 evil disciples? What's there to make you feel miserable like this? Maybe the gluttonous villain has become weaker? Maybe the gluttonous evildoer hasn't recovered yet and was picked up by the president? The old Taoist priest opened his cloudy eyes and sighed. Even if the gluttonous dragon turtle is in its peak state, the old Taoist can suppress it and seal it. However, no matter how bad the gluttonous dragon turtle's condition is, the old master cannot kill it. The little Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Is that bastard so difficult to kill? The old Taoist priest stood up and lit 3 incense sticks in front of the statue of Sanking. Then he picked up 3 copper coins and put them into the turtle shell on the incense table. He closed his eyes and shook his hexagram while saying, The 7 evils are different from ordinary monsters. They are immortal and protected by the laws of the Great Dao. The little Taoist priest laughed out loud. Master, we don't want to be superstitious, but can we still be protected by the laws of the Great Dao? Besides, even if there really are great laws, shouldn't we protect saints and heroes? Then why does the Great Law protect a man-eating monster? The old Taoist priest glanced at the young Taoist priest. Have you ever played online games? Do you know what invincibility is? It's that the boss in the game is obviously dead, but you can't touch it. This is what the 7 sins are like. When they exhaust their spiritual energy, they will enter an invincible state, and no one can harm them. You said, this is not the protection of the Great Law, what is it? The old Taoist and the Pope worked together to kill the furious 1,000 legs who had exhausted their spirituality. But it had no effect and was even accelerating the resurrection of the furious 1,000 feet. The little Taoist priest was shocked. You mean, the president of the Hunter Guild can accomplish something that you and the Pope couldn't accomplish together? The old Taoist priest nodded slowly and exhaled heavily. So I'm worried. As he spoke, the tortoise shell in his hand was still shaking. The little Taoist priest pondered for a moment. If you put it that way, the president of the Hunter Guild is indeed much better than you. So you are worried that he will endanger your top position in Xia Kingdom? The little Taoist laughed evilly for a while. Tisk tisk tisk, maybe the government will rely on the Hunter Guild. You and your administrator are moving back to the Taoist temple, and the Hunter Guild is moving into the security building. It doesn't matter, I have money, I will support you, master. The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes at the young Taoist priest and his eyes widened. How can I be so petty? The old Taoist priest stopped what he was doing, lined up 3 copper coins in a row, and said while studying the hexagrams, if the Hunter Guild can save the Xia Kingdom from the fire and water, I will personally help the Hunter Guild clear the obstacles. But who can say whether the Hunter Guild is an enemy or a friend? They have been able to hide in the dark for so many years and develop into such a huge force. Who knows what their intentions are? Once the veteran was confident that he could suppress them, but now with the strength shown by the president, can the veteran really be able to suppress them? Even. Do you dare to say that the president is human? After saying this, the little Taoist shivered all over. He raised his arms and looked at his goosebumps. Master, the hair on my hair is standing on end. What do you mean by saying that the president may not be human? The old Taoist priest did not answer the young Taoist priest's words. The hexagram in front of him made him frown. He whispered, "The hexagram of heaven and earth. It is unspeakable that the dragon enters the foreshore. It is easy to advance but difficult to retreat. When people's plans fail to fulfill their wishes, they are deeply entangled in misfortune." The old Taoist priest's frown deepened. Obviously one of the 7 evils has died, but why is the fate of the country even looser? The old Taoist priest was silent for a moment, and his cloudy old eyes suddenly burst into light. The president needs the body of a strong man to practice, and now the body of the gluttonous dragon turtle is in his hands. Is it because the president has become stronger that the national destiny will become looser? The old Taoist priest shook his head again. No, I have to do the math again. The old Taoist priest went crazy and refused to answer any questions asked by the young Taoist priest. The little Taoist curled his lips, stood up and saluted the old Taoist respectfully. Master, you are busy first, I will go back to Zihai first. The old Taoist priest was playing with turtle shells and copper coins like crazy and had no time to talk to the young Taoist priest. The little Taoist priest shrugged and exited the room. After thinking for a while, he walked back, refilled the old Taoist priest's teapot, and then left with peace of mind. The young Taoist priest's name is Zhang Xiaoi, and he is the eldest son of the Zhang family in Zihai. Zihai City is a prosperous city, even more prosperous than Nanhai City, because, due to its geographical location, Zihai City is a city that has almost never been invaded by monsters. Zihai City is sandwiched between Nanhai City and Bahai City, with Donghai City in the back and Daxihai connecting Dongying and Kimchi Kingdom in front. The monsters sandwiched in the middle of Zihai City are nothing to be afraid of. As long as the other 3 cities are not destroyed, there will be no security problems in Zihai City. Unless the monster comes from the Great Western Sea. The Zhang family in Zihai is proficient in businessmanship and is considered a rich man in Zihai. The only shortcoming is that there is not much official background, and there is no powerful awakened person to support it. Now, the eldest son of the Zhang family has become the disciple of the director of the Security Bureau. There is no second-generation martial artist in the world who is more awesome than Zhang Xiaoi. Of course, the fact that the eldest son of the Zhang family joined the director of the Security Bureau is a top secret, and even the head of the Zhang family and the mistress don't know about it. However, the Security Bureau must have taken care of the Zhang family, so the Zhang family has changed from a local rich man to a local snake. The head of the Zhang family is quite satisfied with everything and is very proud of his achievements. The only thing he is dissatisfied with is his 2 children. The eldest son became a Taoist priest at a young age, and the younger daughter ran away from home and became a little girl. By the way, the daughter of the Zhang family is named Zhang Qian. It was the little spy who first monitored Desmond, the cultist, and was then taken away by Mbaoan. Trains are not allowed at night because it is dangerous to go out of the city at night. Even if the train is protected by combat awakeners, even if the train is equipped with heavy firepower, it will only pass during the day. So there are not many people at the train station at night. If Zhang Xiaoi's train hadn't been delayed, there wouldn't be anyone at the train station right now. Zhang Xiaoi squeezed out from the crowd of people taking relatives and friends home. He looked back at the people at the entrance of the train station who were staring at the exit platform, and shrugged. No one picked him up because it was an emergency and he didn't have time to tell his parents that he would be back today. The president of the Hunter Guild is in the South China Sea, which is very close to the West Sea. Zhang Xiaoi is worried. If an extraordinary force wants to develop in the ordinary world, it will definitely find someone who can provide funds. The Zhang family is rich. If the Hunter Guild sets its sights on the West Sea, he feels that his wealthy father is in danger. Although Zhang Xiaoi is only 19 years old this year, he is also an administrator with a security sequence of 6. He was originally an A-level talent and had the spiritual inheritance of the old Taoist priest, so he was very strong. Stinky Taoist? Get away. came a vulgar voice. Zhang Xiaoai's ears twitched and he dodged to avoid the charging man. The man had a hideous scar on his face and was carrying a large suitcase on his shoulder. The scarred man glared at Zhang Xiaoai, spit at his feet, and then hurriedly disappeared into the night. Zhang Xiaoai looked at the man's back calmly and murmured, "Why are sea-level combat talent awakeners so incompetent? Stinky Taoist, stay away." Another one-eyed dragon passed by Zhang Xiaoai and chased the scarred man. It seemed that the two were working together. Zhang Xiaoai recited the heart-cleaning mantra twice and walked home. Halfway through, Zhang Xiaoai suddenly stopped and cursed. "How do you look down on Taoist priests because they eat your food? No, the Taoist mind is going to be unstable." Zhang Xiaoai pinched his fingers, the breeze flowed under his feet, and his whole body turned into afterimages and chased after the two men. In the alley, the two men who met put down their suitcases. The one-eyed dragon gasped for air and looked nervously in the darkness. "You weren't caught up, were you? Damn it, that crazy bitch chased us all the way. Check to see if the goods are okay." The scarred man quickly opened the suitcase, and there was a pretty girl lying inside. The man with the scar tried the girl's breath, checked her face again, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, he's still alive." Today's employers are very picky about height, appearance, and type. Their requirements are getting higher and higher. If a girl bumps into someone on the way and looks different from the photo, the employers will use this to discount the traffickers. The scarred man looked around alertly. "We'll hide here for a while, and then we'll leave after those crazy bitches are gone." At this moment, a girl's nursery rhymes came from the dark end of the alley. "Little rabbit, be good, open the door if you don't want to open it. Don't open it, mommy is coming back." The two men looked towards the end of the alley in horror. In the ears of these two men, this beautiful nursery rhyme sounded like a life-threatening talisman. In the dim alley, apart from the heartbeats of the two big men, the only sound left was the crisp sound of nursery rhymes. It was so infiltrating and weird that the two men were so frightened that they broke into cold sweat. Seeing the girl wearing a mask and wearing a JK slowly approaching, the one-eyed dragon's one eye twitched with fear, and its eyeballs almost popped out. Scarface knelt down directly. "Auntie, please spare us. You are already chasing me. They don't know how they offended this evil star. I have pursued him all the way from the South China Sea to the West Sea, and he still won't let go. The most important thing is that the two sea levels didn't even have any room to fight back. This girl is definitely a B level, and her spirituality is not low." Jade Rabbit dragged the spiritual weapon long axe, and the sound of footsteps and the sound of iron tools scraping the ground went through the hearts of the two men, making them tremble. The one-eyed dragon finally broke out under the tremendous pressure, and he roared angrily. "Damn, smelly bitch, it's none of your business if I catch a little girl? You want to catch me, right? You, please die." The one-eyed dragon's palms are full of spirituality, and his hands become full of metallic luster. He jumped up and punched Yato on the head. Jade Rabbit seemed not to notice, staring straight at Scar's face, not knowing what he was thinking. The one-eyed dragon looked overjoyed when he saw that Jade Rabbit's attention was on his companion. Get a chance to kill this bitch? However, just as the Cyclops attack was approaching, Jade Rabbit swung a long axe with one hand. Bang! The one-eyed dragon was hit by the blade of the long axe in the air, and it was knocked to the ground like a fly swatter. Boom! The one-eyed dragon fell to the ground, his face turned the color of pig liver, and his mouth opened wide in pain, like a fish dying of thirst. His waist was broken. Scarface was so horrified that he broke into a cold sweat. Jade Rabbit held his left index finger in his mouth and looked at Scarface in confusion. "You, what did you call me? Auntie? Are we related?" Scarface didn't care whether Jade Rabbit was pretending or not. Scarface kowtowed fiercely. "Auntie, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old baby. If I die, my house will collapse. Spare my life, and me." Jade Rabbit's eyes became empty and he held his fingers in his mouth. "Do you have a father who is seriously ill and bedridden, and a younger brother who has to go to school and has no money to pay the tuition? Then your mother also remarried?" "No, you said you have an 80-year-old mother, but your mother has not remarried." Scarface was even more confused. "Is this bitch crazy? Where did you hear all this?" Jade Rabbit became sad. "How pitiful, you are all so pitiful." As he talked, Jade Rabbit was about to cry. Scarface was finally convinced that the strangely powerful rabbit-headed girl in front of him was really abnormal. He quickly started to lie. Sister, I am indeed very pitiful, but I have a good heart. Scarface pointed at the goods in the suitcase and said to Jade Rabbit, Sister, this girl is disobedient and ran away from home. Her mother cried her eyes out at home. We two brothers thought about going to Nanhai to find this girl home, and then we met you, eldest sister. Sister, we are all honest people, poor people, villagers, we don't know how to lie, we are really not human traffickers. The scarred face is crying, that is a sincere expression. But otherwise, if Yatu was not fooled, the lives of his two brothers would have to be decided here. Jade Rabbit put down his long axe, and started smashing his mouth. How pitiful, you are all so pitiful. You call me aunt and eldest sister. We are really close. I believe you are not a trafficker. After Yatu finished speaking, he fell into a downtime state without blinking an eyelid. After Scarface confirmed again and again that Jade Rabbit had no murderous intent, he boldly went to help the Cyclops. The one-eyed dragon felt aggrieved. If I had known it was so simple, why would I have to suffer this? At this moment, a lazy voice came from the eaves. Hey, put that girl down and turn yourself in at the sheriff's bureau. This is the end of the matter. Scarface and One-Eyed Dragon raised their heads and saw a little Taoist priest lying on his side on the eaves, under the clear moon. They had met this little Taoist priest before, at the train station. Could it be that there are still masters? Scarface swallowed. Who are you? Zhang Xiaoai sat up on the eaves, picked a piece of dead grass, held it in his mouth, and began to preach to the Jade Rabbit. Girl, are you being too naive? Can such a clumsy lie fool you? Zhang Xiaoai frowned slightly when he saw that Yatu was still in a daze, unlike a normal person. I secretly thought that this girl might have something wrong with her brain. Fortunately, he is a righteous man who can chase the traffickers all the way from the South China Sea to the West Sea. Although he is a little too naive, he still has a pure nature. With a little training, you can work as an administrator in the security bureau. Zhang Xiaoai looked at the two big men again, narrowed his eyes and said, By the way, you two were talking about a Taoist priest. Did the Taoist offend you? One-Eyed Dragon and Scarface begged Zhang Xiaoai with bitter faces. Master Tao, it's because we are blind and can't see Mount Tai. Can you give us a way to survive? Zhang Xiaoai said. To turn yourself in is the way for both of you to survive. The words were spoken calmly, yet full of coldness. One-Eyed Dragon and Scarface accepted their fate, showed ugly smiles, and cupped their hands at Zhang Xiaoai. Okay, thank you Master Dao for your advice. After that, the two put down the girl's suitcase and walked out of the alley. Suddenly, the eyes of Yatu, who had been down, regained their vitality, and she murmured at a volume that everyone could hear. I'm from the Hunter Guild, and it was the guild that asked me to kill you. Jade Rabbit raised his eyes, where were they still half dull? Some are full of murderous intent and excitement. Jade Rabbit raised his axe and laughed. Since you know that I am from the Hunter Guild, you must die. Because, if you are still alive, if I break the rules, then I will die. Although Jade Rabbit is easy to get nervous, as Meng Xing said, this girl is timid. When Jade Rabbit is indecisive and doesn't know whether to make a move, he will use this method to force himself. This Scarface is so pitiful, but he must die if he knows his identity as a hunter? Just like the woman who was killed a few days ago and claimed that her father was ill in bed and her younger brother had to pay for school fees. Jade Rabbit was very fast, and the axe blade shimmering with cold light grew larger in Scarface's eyes. Then Scarface's head split into two halves, and red and white stuff sprayed everywhere. Then he punched the One-Eyed Dragon in the chest. The One-Eyed Dragon was knocked away by the punch and hit the wall. The bones were shattered, the flesh and blood were all bruised, and the whole thing was stuck to the wall. Zhang Xiaoai's eyes suddenly widened. This girl is so decisive in killing. Yatu tilted his head and looked at the unconscious girl in the suitcase. Are you pretending to sleep? Jade Rabbit didn't care whether the girl was faking it or not. To be on the safe side, she had to kill her. She swung her long axe and struck it at the girl. Woko, this woman is a bit arrogant. Zhang Xiaoai cursed and made a seal with his hands. Jing Fang. A whirlwind of wind lifted up the girl with the suitcase. After Zhang Xiaoai held her in his arms, he stared at the nervous Jade Rabbit. Jade Rabbit raised his head in surprise. It turns out there is another one. After saying that, the Jade Rabbit moved. She swung the long axe and smashed it against the alley wall. Boom, boom, boom. The building collapsed and was filled with smoke. Zhang Xiaoai jumped on the eaves with the girl in his arms and quickly fled the scene. He wanted to slap himself twice. What kind of nature? What's too naive? This is obviously a female devil with abnormal brain. Zhang Xiaoai placed the girl in the yard of a house and then returned to the alley. We can't let that psychopath run wild. Otherwise, many innocent people will suffer. In the alley, Yato anxiously looked for Zhang Xiaoai and the girl. She kept swinging her long axe in all directions, demolishing wall after wall. The good thing is that there are so many ramen restaurants and fried skewers restaurants here. The bosses are all off work now, otherwise many people would die here. Jade Rabbit was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Where have you been? Come out! Come out! If you don't die, I will be killed. Girl, who did you say you were just now? On the tall chimney, Zhang Xiaoai stood proudly, with a cold light in the corners of his eyes. Jade Rabbit grinned and replied, Hunter's Guild? Hunter's Guild. Jade Rabbit jumped up suddenly, swung the long axe and hit Zhang Xiaoai on the head. If you find out, go to hell. Zhang Xiaokang's hair was calm and he stretched out his hand. Jing Fang. Jade Rabbit exclaimed and was blown against a wall by a strong wind. Zhang Xiaoai changed his decision. Earth Cage Arm. The wall actually stretched out two thick arms of earth and hugged the Jade Rabbit tightly. Zhang Xiaoai rode the breeze and came to the Jade Rabbit. I originally thought that the Hunters Guild was not a good thing. Now it seems that is indeed the case. Zhang Xiaoai flicked his finger, and a flaming talisman appeared in the palm of his hand. Fire Spirit Seal. This spell can seal the spirituality of the awakened person. Zhang Xiaoai wants to take Yato to the Security Bureau for punishment. Look at the damage caused by this woman going crazy here, it's almost a security incident? The Jade Rabbit bared its teeth and smiled. I'll just split it open. Jade Rabbit's arms, thighs, belly, and head separated instantly. Fruit in pieces, B-level. Consumption of spirituality allows one to divide one's body freely. During the split, the clothes, shoes, and other items on the person with the ability will also be torn apart at the same time, and they can also be restored to their original state. This is one of the two devil fruits given by Meng Xing when he completed the mission. Meng Xing felt that Yato was too simple-minded. Although he was loyal and capable, he was not qualified to be the branch president of a certain city, but it would be a pity not to put such a great hunter to good use. Therefore, Meng Xing chose to let Yato go to Zihai City to serve as the president of the Hunters Guild. Because Zihai City is peaceful enough, there are no monsters or awakened villains. The Jade Rabbit cannot die badly and will not get into trouble. She is not required to use her brain, as long as her force can shake the place. Jade Rabbit wears headphones in his ears, and all actions are directed by dedicated hunter customer service, which is also double insurance. She came to Zihai to familiarize herself with Zihai in advance, and to catch two villains on the Hunter Guild's bounty list as a mission. Zhang Xiaoai's fire spirit seal was in vain, and Jade Rabbit successfully escaped from the control of the wall, and its torn body reassembled. Zhang Xiaoai's scalp felt numb. Are all the hunters in this Hunter Guild like this? What kind of weird abilities are these? Jade Rabbit opened his eyes excitedly. You are so difficult to chop, even harder than that old man last time, but I still hacked him to death. Jade Rabbit held the long axe and was eager to try it, but the annoying voice of customer service came from the earphones. Dear Jade Rabbit Hunter, please pay attention. Leave the battle immediately. Jade Rabbit immediately stood up straight and saluted. Yes, I listen to the organization. After saying that, Jade Rabbit dragged the long axe and ran out of the alley without looking back. Zhang Xiaoai didn't close her mouth for a long time, so she ran away. No, stop. Zhang Xiaoai pinched his fingers, the wind blew under his feet, and he chased the Jade Rabbit. We cannot allow such a dangerous person to cause trouble in the West Sea. Just when Jade Rabbit ran to the end of the alley, Zhang Xiaoai's eyes flashed with purple lightning. Thunder Cone. A thick thunderbolt hit the Jade Rabbit directly. Yeta's position at that time was obviously a flaw, and the lightning would naturally hit her. However, Jade Rabbit's body was torn apart again, and the thunder and lightning struck him lonely. I saw the head, legs, arms, and belly, all torn apart, and disappeared at the end of the alley as if they were running away. Zhang Xiaoai chased him out of the alley and looked around. Is there anyone else there? Zhang Xiaoai frowned and shot into the sky. After a while, Several piles of straw in the corner of the alley slowly stood up and slowly formed a scarecrow. The scarecrow smiled a humane smile and ran into the alley. Straw fruit, level B. Consume spirituality to turn yourself into a scarecrow, with a huge increase in strength, speed, and defense. Consume spiritual energy to create a substitute scarecrow. The substitute scarecrow possesses the person who is willing to be possessed and can bear the damage on behalf of the person with the ability. This is the third devil fruit that Yetu got from Meng Xing. Jinmu Cafe, early morning. Meng Xing sat by the window and sipped his coffee. His notebook contains the names of several hunters and some place names. These hunters will be united with these cities in the future. Hunters will be the presidents of the hunter chapters in these cities. Meng Xing carefully considered which city he assigned the hunters to. Of course, it has not been implemented yet, it is just a preliminary plan. Dragon-slaying Zhu Dejin is in Donghai City. Nanhai Zhu Dejin is already an underground overlord, and his ambitions don't stop there. If he were allowed to go to Donghai City to become the branch president of the Hunters Guild, he would happily take down the underground forces in Donghai. It is Zhu Dejin's dream to control the underground forces in two big cities. In this way, Zhu Dejin's identity as a hunter can be hidden. Jade Rabbit Lu Mingmang is in Zihai City. Zihai City is very safe. All it takes is a branch president who is loyal, strong, and cruel enough. Lu Mingmang is absolutely fine. The remaining cities are headed by Zihai City and tailed by Beishan City. This line just connects. In other words, the territory connected by this line is the hunting ground for hunting by the Hunter Guild. Among them are Shachan, Binchange, Liancheng and Lechen. Liancheng is in the middle of this line, and Meng Xing plans to let Scalpel Du Yangming be the president. He is strong enough to support other cities in emergencies. Secondly, he is a doctor, and he can be transferred to Liancheng Central Hospital for any reason. Only, Lechen, between Liancheng and Beishan City, doesn't know which hunter to choose as branch president. The Hunters Guild really couldn't find anyone who was capable and could reassure Meng Xing. The ball pen in Meng Xing's hand drew a few crosses on the name Thailand, then shook his head and drew a few circles. Sheriff's Department, Jail. A girl in a security uniform walked outside Thailand's cell carrying a box of lunch. The wall on the back of the cell is made of high-density metal, and the bulletproof glass on the front is transparent. She looked at the dazed man in the cell, her eyes a little red. Thailand is in good spirits. He has shaved his beard and washed his hair. He looks better than when he was the deputy director. Lin Xiaoquan shouted crisply. Master. She forced a smile. Thailand turned around and smiled, a little honest. Lin Xiaoquan was slightly startled. She hadn't seen her master smile like this for a long time. Smiling so genuinely. Master has never been so happy since he came to the Public Security Bureau and became the captain of the military attaché group. Thinking about it, Master is too tired. During his time in prison, he could finally relax. Lin Xiaoquan secretly wiped away his tears and placed the lunchbox and his hand in front of the small window. The prisoners held here are all serious criminals and special criminals. Even the captain of the military attaché is not qualified to enter the room rashly. Being able to open a small window and give him master's favorite delicacies is already the maximum limit within my authority. Thailand took a sip of the rice, and the smile on his face became a little brighter. Dongparo, master's love for you is indeed not in vain. Lin Xiaoquan watched Thailand eating meat, and the sadness on her pretty face could no longer be hidden. She asked with a crying voice. Master, why didn't you leave when the accident first happened? Thailand didn't answer. His mouth was full of oil after eating. Lin Xiaoquan's thin arm hit the glass out of control. Master? Why? I can't save you. The girl's sobs turned into wails, and the girl's blame turned into questions. In the end, the girl's behavior turned into helpless sobbing while leaning against the glass. Thailand was slightly startled. Yesterday, the higher authorities sent the result of his trial, which was the death penalty. Just tomorrow. Meat is a bigger mouthful to eat. He had expected this outcome when he became the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Lin Xiaoquan leaned against the glass, hugged his legs, buried his face in his legs, and whispered. It says you have committed a heinous crime. Haha, how can a police officer who punishes evil and promotes good be guilty of a heinous crime? I know why you are so sinful. Because you broke through the dirty profit activities above. Zheng Dingshan, the awakened criminal organization, and those people are all connected to it. In the past year, You have offended too many people and delayed too many people from getting rich. You use your life to protect the dignity of the Public Security Bureau, but the Public Security Bureau wants to kill you without dignity. What's the point of such a Public Security Bureau? The lights in the prison flickered on and off, probably because they were broken, especially because the prison was so big that it couldn't bear the girl's resentment. Even people like Wei Na can still be alive. Why are the higher UPS so anxious to kill the master? When Tylin was full, he put down his chopsticks and looked at the girl's thin back with long eyes. He recalled what Meng Xing had discussed with him about the times, and said, Xiaoquan, I was born in the wrong era, and I should be executed by this era. Lin Xiaoquan stood up suddenly and looked at Tylin with a calm face in disbelief. Tylin continued, Koizumi, how do you respond to this era? I hope you don't imitate me. Her face was full of astonishment, and she finally ran away as if running away. The empty prison made Tylin a little disappointed. There is no one he cares about in this world, and if there is, it is only Lin Xiaoquan. He hoped that Lin Xiaoquan would be a greedy and evil person, so that he would not have his own ending. Fortunately, the president agreed to let Lin Xiaoquan become a hunter. Meng Xing promised that night that he would not force her to arrange dangerous tasks and would try his best to take care of Lin Xiaoquan. Lin Xiaoquan's future path has been paved by himself. As long as Lin Xiaoquan doesn't learn from himself, nothing will happen to him. Soon, he sighed in relief and cursed with a smile. Damn girl, you don't even know how to collect the lunch box for master. Should I say it or not, this girl is good at cooking. Tylin picked up his lunch box and chopsticks and prepared to go to the bathroom in the cell to wash himself. Although the conditions of the cell are very good and even have faucets, they are airtight. If the lunchbox is left undisposed of for a long time, the whole cell will have a lingering smell of rice. Tisk, 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 you really have a good apprentice. Do you really not like her? She is better than master and apprentice. A voice reached Tylin's ears. Tylin turned around instantly and stared at the young man sitting on the bed. The young man was wearing a white suit and a white smiley mask on his face. He has been arresting this young man for a long time. This young man did many creepy things in the city. For example, forcing people to eat people. Tylin frowned. It's you? Soon Tylin relaxed his tense muscles. He is no longer the sheriff. Tylin sat on the chair calmly and said calmly, I'm no longer the sheriff. There's nothing I can do to help you. Li Yang shook his head and said, although you are no longer a peace officer, you are still a hunter, and you still have tasks to complete. Tylin shook his head. I'm tired and don't want to get involved in anything about the sheriff's department and the extraordinary organization. I'm going to die soon, so that's good. Please also tell the president that Tylin will ride for him again in his next life. Tylin is like an old man who has retired and doesn't want to go to work. Since I do not belong to this era, leaving this era is the best destination. The moment the sheriff's faith was shattered, his heart died. Regarding the Hunter Guild, he feels that he has done a good job as a hunter. He covered up the hunter's traces for the Hunter Guild and provided resources for the Hunter Guild. He asked himself that he did not owe the Hunter Guild anything. This is why he dared to make conditions with Meng Xing for Lin Xiaoquan. Therefore, he believes that he is eligible to retire. Li Yang laughed strangely. Actually, your apprentice's skills are not very good. Tylin became alert. Li Yang crossed his legs, tugged his fingers and said, that girl bought 10 pounds of meat at the farmer's market yesterday evening. She was not very good at using a kitchen knife and cut her hands 3 times at home. I was busy until midnight, and the kitchen exploded. The dongpo meat was all made into black charcoal. This morning she went to the snack bar and ordered a piece of meat like this. The boss should know you and ask why you didn't come. That's enough? What do you mean? Li Yang was interrupted by Tylin before he finished speaking. Li Yang waved his hand quickly. Don't get me wrong, I meant it literally. I stayed at your apprentice's house for one night and she didn't notice me. If it must mean something else, that is. Li Yang's tone became serious. I can kill your apprentice anytime, anywhere, you know my methods. Tylin was furious, and black cow hair instantly covered his body. He lost his temper and shouted, no, no, Koizumi is a hunter. How can you, as a hunter, kill a hunter? Li Yang couldn't help holding his belly and laughing. He looked at Tylin playfully and pointed at himself. I'm a hunter too? Are you hunting me? The tone was full of sarcasm. Li Yang placed a devil fruit in his arms on the bed and said coldly, "Remember, you are just a dog that can be used by adults. If there wasn't a suitable candidate, you wouldn't even be qualified to be this dog. If the president doesn't kill you, you don't have the right to die. Don't try to control your own life. Fate. Haha, ridiculous." Innocent City is a very large temple that occupies an entire hilltop. There are many legends about this temple, most of which are about how it works. It was past 3 o'clock in the morning, the moon was sparse, the wind was whistling in the woods on the mountains, and the unmelted snow was forming ice crystals. Lin Xiaoquan parked the car under the mountain gate and walked piously towards the temple on the mountain. "I heard that worshipping gods in the afternoon is disrespectful, and Tylan's execution time is 8 o'clock in the morning. Therefore, she braved the cold wind to go to the temple in the early morning to pray for Master. There was really no other way out. She seemed to have no choice but to pray to the gods to save her master. The distance from the mountain gate to the temple is very long. She is just a sensory awakener, and her physical strength is not that strong. I was exhausted when I climbed to the temple gate. Some monks have started reading early in the morning." The old monk who was sweeping the yard said nothing when he saw Lin Xiaoquan, who was dusty and with red eyes. He took Lin Xiaoquan to the circulation office to get incense, and then led him to the main temple. Looking at Lin Xiaoquan's thin back, the old monk sighed, recited the Buddha's name, and continued to clean the temple. Lin Xiaoquan put 3 sticks of incense in the incense burner and looked up at the golden bodies of gods and Buddhas. She wiped her tears and knelt down, clasping her hands together with extra strength, and murmuring, "Bless Master to survive the disaster. As long as Master can survive, I will do anything." Suddenly, a teasing voice came. "If praying to God and worshipping Buddha is helpful, believe it or not, you won't even be qualified to enter the temple gate." "Who?" Lin Xiaoquan opened his eyes and said angrily to the corner. As far as she could tell, there was no living thing within 100 meters except for the old monk sweeping the floor at the door. "This is a master." In the shadow under the Buddha statue, a figure slowly stood up. Lin Xiaoquan had shock in his eyes. This man came out of the shadows? It was as if the shadow were a lake and a diver slowly surfaced. "This is the second devil fruit that Li Yang got from Meng Xing, shadow fruit." Lin Xiaoquan looked at the man's appearance. Wearing a white suit and a strange smiley mask on his face, he has a tall figure. Lin Xiaoquan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yang raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Xiaoquan shook his head. If this man wanted to kill her, she would be dead. If this person had ill intentions towards her, she would have no chance to resist. Li Yang praised. As expected of Tylan's disciple, he is brave. Lin Xiaoquan was surprised and said, "Do you know my master?" "Wait, mask?" Lin Xiaoquan thought of Jinmiu Cafe. She has always suspected that Jinmiu Cafe is a stronghold of extraordinary forces. Li Yang sat cross-legged on the futon next to Lin Xiaoquan and sighed. "Yes, your master is my good friend, what a good person he is." Lin Xiaoquan suddenly felt aggrieved. No one has ever bothered to question the master and apprentice, and few people say that Tylan is a good person. Li Yang said softly, "Are you willing to hear about me and your master?" Lin Xiaoquan nodded vigorously. She wanted to know everything about her master. She had an intuition that the secret that her master had been unwilling to tell her was finally going to be known. Li Yang's eyes widened as he recalled. "Your master and I come from the same organization, the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild is an extraordinary organization that is more powerful than you can imagine. Together we fight side by side on dangerous missions. The main tasks are to maintain the peace of Xia Kingdom and hunt down monsters and villains. Although our methods were a little cruel and sometimes a little over the top, the results were very good." Li Yang looked at Lin Xiaoquan and said seriously, "This world is incomplete, and our hunter's mission is to repair it." When Lin Xiaoquan heard this, he felt a storm in his heart. It turns out that the master is from the Hunter Guild, and he is a member of the extraordinary organization, the Hunter Guild that repairs the world. Lin Xiaoquan began to make up his mind. A group of people wearing masks punish evil and promote good like superheroes in movies. They have their own beliefs and act as guardians of the world in their own way. Selfless, fearless, and lawless. Lin Xiaoquan suddenly grabbed Li Yang's arm. "The Hunter Guild is so powerful, so it must be able to save my master, right?" Li Yang looked at Lin Xiaoquan's expectant eyes, took Lin Xiaoquan's hand away with slight disgust, and said with a smile, "No one can protect the people the Hunter Guild wants to kill. The people the Hunter Guild wants to protect will not die. Only." Lin Xiaoquan asked quickly. "Just what?" Li Yang sighed. "The Hunter Guild has the rules of the Hunter Guild. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. If you want to protect your master, you have to pay a price." Lin Xiaoquan chewed on Li Yang's words and asked nervously, "What price? Can I afford it?" Li Yang said seriously, "If you have to pay the price, that's okay." Lin Xiaoquan looked happy. Li Yang continued, "Because your master is the deputy director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. Therefore, many of his tasks can only be completed by senior officials of the Public Security Bureau. He made his own decisions and killed Zheng Dingshan, losing his position as deputy director, which made the guild very dissatisfied. If there is someone who is willing to replace your master and continue to complete the guild's mission, and I go and beg for mercy, it won't be a big problem to save your master." Lin Xiaoquan nodded nervously. No problem, I can do it. As long as my master can survive, I can do anything." Lin Xiaoquan said this without any hesitation. "As long as the master can survive, even if she blows up the Public Security Bureau?" Li Yang laughed. "Okay, your master's love for you was not in vain." Li Yang took out a devil fruit from his arms and handed it to Lin Xiaoquan. "After eating this, we are our own people. If your master cannot die, he will live tomorrow." Lin Xiaoquan looked at the fruit. "Is this a way for the Hunter Guild to control hunters?" Without caring so much, Lin Xiaoquan opened his mouth and ate the fruit. A mysterious message appeared in Lin Xiaoquan's mind. Thorn fruit, level C. Consumes spiritual energy, and extremely hard thorns can stick out from the whole body. Lin Xiaoquan opened his mouth in horror. "Awakening? Awakened a combat talent?" Li Yang smiled and said, "This is a gift from the Hunter Guild to every hunter. The Hunter Guild is so strong that no mortal can fathom it. Don't betray the guild, otherwise it's not just you who will be punished. When you encounter difficulties, think more of your master." After Li Yang said this, his body slowly descended, hiding in the shadows like a puddle of water. At the same time, Lin Xiaoquan's cell phone rang. "Hunter Guild has been downloaded, please register." A basement in Nanhai, with colorful lights, feels like a cyberpunk gangster's den. A group of drunken men and women swayed to the loud music. Li Yang appeared on the sofa and looked at the pets he had raised with a smile. He is in a good mood because he can always complete the president's tasks well. He does a good job as a personnel manager. Tylin's work transfer was completed. Li Yang believes that Tylin will work harder for Lin Xiaoquan. He also completed Lin Xiaoquan's recruitment, and it was completed perfectly. Lin Xiaoquan will be a very loyal hunter. He will not tangle with the common people or the Public Security Bureau like Tylin. Oscillating between order and task, Li Yang took a sip of the wine on the table and said to himself, "It's much easier to use human nature to control humans than using devil fruits." Li Yang is Meng Xing's most trusted hunter. As the human resources manager, he naturally knows the secret of devil fruit's ability to control a hunter's life and death. Li Yang reminisced about the taste of the drink. Let the bond between master and apprentice greatly benefit the guild. Li Yang has other tasks next. An outstanding migrant worker should think about what his boss wants and find a job for himself. Night, Jinmu Cafe. Jinmu Cafe closed early today, and the entire cafe was dark with only a little power light. Calm, peaceful. However, if there is a powerful awakened person nearby, you will find that there are powerful auras around Jinmu Cafe. Those mysterious people disguised themselves as vendors, passers-by, beggars, and even a family of 3 taking a walk to eat. These people are all soul hunters, dead soldiers jointly led by Li Yang and Ye Yunyun. They have only one purpose here, to ensure the smooth progress of this Hunter Guild meeting. On the second floor of Jinmu Cafe, several people in strange clothes sat solemnly in their seats. They wear different masks. Face mask, clown, surgical mask, bunny hood, Smurf mask, Zorro eye patch. On the projection screen in front of them was a blue fire lotus pattern. They were waiting for their leader, the leader of the Hunter Guild, to appear. At this time, a man wearing a white suit and a strange smiling face mask appeared at the door and greeted several people with a smile. Many people were horrified. Before coming here, the hunter nicknamed Starving Ghost had met every one of them. Therefore, most of these hunters have seen the methods of this Starving Ghost. This is the president's sharpest claws. Even Du Yangming, the most powerful scalpel here, felt palpitations when he saw the starving ghost. The starving ghost has become stronger, much stronger than when they fought side by side before. Once the starving ghost needed to join forces with him to kill the second elder of the moon worship sect. Now this starving ghost can crush the second elder with his own fighting power. Scalpel Du Yangming gritted his teeth, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Sure enough, he is the president's favorite hunter. Has he gained more power? The starving ghost pulled up a chair and sat down in the deputy seat of the conference room, looking casual. The door opened, and a man wearing a mask of the crying ghost king, with white hair and a black windbreaker came in. The dog girl wearing a dog head mask followed behind him. Everyone's faces instantly became serious, and the starving ghost immediately straightened his back, like a primary school student who saw his class teacher. Meng Xing sat on his seat, stared at the hunters, and spoke slowly. Everyone, long time no see. The hoarse voice reached every hunter's ears. An indescribable sense of oppression squeezed their bodies and minds. Only then did everyone remember that they had not seen the president for a long time. Except for the first hunter meeting, all other hunter meetings are hosted by Dog Girl. This meeting was different from usual, because there were only a few people attending the meeting this time, only a few of them. Several hunters were a little flustered. Although they are already high-level hunters, they are definitely not the only high-level hunters in the Hunter Guild. So this meeting is not a senior hunter meeting. Could it be that he made a mistake recently and needs to be liquidated? Especially Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmang. Her whole body was trembling, and the fear in her eyes was about to overflow. Meng Xing nodded to Ye Yunyun. Ye Yunyun twisted her sexy body and walked to the projection computer and opened the PPT. The names of several cities appear in front of the PPT together with their landmark buildings, and there is a mask icon of the hunter's name near the name of each city. Donghai City Dragon Slaying, Zihai City Jade Rabbit, Sand City Clown, Binchinj Boxer, Liancheng Scalpel, Lechen Bull Demon. Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmang breathed a long sigh of relief, and Jiyu lay down on the chair with his whole body relaxed. Is that all? You thought something was wrong with me? Except for Jade Rabbit, who had already received the news, the others were completely unaware of this. Meng Xing tapped his finger on the table and said, as you have become senior hunters, you should know that the Hunter Guild is not just in the South China Sea. Other cities also have corresponding hunter guilds. For many reasons, there are vacancies for Hunter Guild branch presidents in these cities. After Meng Xing said this, several hunters were confused and didn't know what this matter had to do with them. On the other hand, Zhu Dejin's expression changed from doubt to shock, and then from shock to complete ecstasy. He probably understands what the president is going to do. He stared at the city next to his mask and nickname, Donghai. Meng Xing paused with his fingers. You are different from other hunters, you were personally selected by me. When there is a vacancy for the president of the Hunter Guild branch, if you pass my test, you will be the next president of the Hunter Guild branch. When several hunters heard this, their eyes showed disbelief. Likewise, a feeling of destiny as the protagonist floated from my heart to Tianlingai. Meng Xing continued. Starting tomorrow, your Hunter Guild app will have several more functions. Issue mandatory tasks and issue hunter team tasks. You are qualified to distribute Stairway to the Sun and Devil Fruit. If necessary, you can submit an application to the Human Resources Department. Stairway to the Sun is okay, but Devil Fruit is the foundation of the Hunter Guild. Therefore, it cannot be used by branch presidents as they wish. Not only are the places limited, but applications must be submitted to the Human Resources Department and subject to restrictions by the Human Resources Department. But this is enough to make the branch presidents excited. Devil Fruit is a limited item of the Hunter Guild, it can only be found but not sought. Now all you need to do is apply. Who doesn't want to make his subordinates stronger? The stronger your subordinates are, the stronger the security of your city will be, and the stronger your voice will be in the Hunter Guild. The hunter suppressed his excitement and listened to the president's next speech. Meng Xing continued. You also have the authority to recruit hunters. If you need talents in a certain field, you can edit it into a task and issue it to the Human Resources Department. Of course, mission rewards must be prepared. Li Yang stood up and greeted several hunters with a smile. It will be a pleasure to work with you in the future. Several hunters smiled and nodded to Li Yang. Meng Xing took a breath slowly. The Hunter Guild has a tradition. Every time a branch president resigns, all his plans will be recycled. Therefore, everything about the Hunter Guild in the city you are going to serve in is blank. What I'm talking about is a complete blank. There is no trace of the Hunters Guild in the city, and no one will remember the Hunters Guild. After saying this, several hunters with quick reactions looked horrified. If the president of the Hunter Guild in a certain city resigns, will everything about the Hunter Guild be erased from the city? Cities have memories? It is difficult to completely erase something. If it were to completely wipe out a behemoth, that would be a fantasy. Several hunters swallowed hard. They did not doubt the truth of this statement. Almost at the same time, they thought of the South China Sea Hunters Guild. The South China Sea Hunters Guild appeared suddenly, very suddenly. Before they became hunters, they had never heard of the Hunter Guild. They are not ordinary people. Doctors, teachers, rich second generation, police officers, underground bosses. If there is such a supernatural force in the South China Sea, they should have heard about it more or less. Could it be that there was once a president of the South China Sea Hunters Guild who resigned and then erased all traces of the Hunters Guild's existence in the South China Sea? It's scary to think about it. When a supernatural organization develops in a city, how come there is no news about it between the black and white factions? However, the Hunter Guild suddenly appeared like this? Based on what Meng Xing said, they had an idea. The Hunters Guild doesn't appear suddenly, it's always there. But, do they have indescribable terrorist means to wipe out everything the previous Hunter Guild did in the South China Sea? It wasn't until the Crying Ghost King came to the South China Sea that everything started again. Everyone felt their hair standing on end. Zhu Dejin is an underground boss in Nanhai. Tylin knew that the former Hunter Guild was the director of the Nanhai East District Public Security Station. They are the two people who know the most about the troubles in the South China Sea. They didn't even notice that the Hunters Guild had existed in the South China Sea for a long time. Even when the previous president of the Hunter Guild resigned and someone was modifying the city's memory, they were also unaware of it. When the current Hunter Guild found them, they learned that there was such an extraordinary organization in the world. Several hunters suddenly widened their eyes. They are thinking about a question. The Hunter Guild has such terrifying energy, but what power did it have to force the previous Hunter Guild president to resign? The word resignation in the Hunter Guild is definitely not as simple as simply leaving the workplace. Death may be the true meaning of the word resignation. So, what kind of power can kill the president of the Hunter Guild? They will also be the presidents of different city Hunter Guilds in the future. Will they also encounter this kind of resignation? A strong sense of crisis surged into the hearts of several people. The world turns out to be far from being as simple as it appears. Indeed, just think of the Hunter Guild. If they hadn't become hunters, would they know about the existence of the Hunter Guild? A trace of joy flashed through everyone's hearts. Fortunately, I joined the Hunter Guild. Otherwise, how will they cope when the world becomes dangerous in the future? Where does the danger come from? Is it a monster or something else? Their palms were filled with sweat. They already have a plan. They must work hard to develop the Hunter Guilds in their respective cities in order to strengthen themselves and protect themselves. Meng Xing's face remained as usual and his tone was calm. Rebuilding the Hunter Guild, you don't have to worry about money. If you are short of money, you can submit an application to the South China Sea Hunters Guild, and the Dog Girl will review and approve it. Several hunters set their sights on the voluptuous Dog Girl. They had always guessed that the Dog Girl was the vice president of the Hunters Guild, but it turned out that was not the case. Lady Inu is the president of the Hunter Guild in the South China Sea? Several people suddenly thought of a question. What role does Meng Xing play in the Hunter Guild? He must be the founder, the true leader of the Hunter Guild, right? Otherwise, the meeting of the Hunter Guild branch president will not be opened by him. The founder of the Hunter Guild personally came to the South China Sea to rebuild the Hunter Guild. What does it mean? It means that the crisis they speculated is approaching, and the president has no choice but to come forward in person. Zhu Dejin clearly remembers the day he first met Meng Xing. Meng Xing personally invited him to join the guild. How could someone like him deserve to be invited personally by the president? Does this mean that the world is already in danger, and the president has to take charge personally? He suddenly felt like a max-level boss had no choice but to lead a group of newbies to fight dungeons. Zhu Dejin also felt heavy. He was going to Donghai City, but the previous president of the Hunter Guild of Donghai City resigned. So it's dangerous there. Does he have the ability not to make the same mistakes again? Zhu Dejin looked at the other hunters. He needed allies. However, can the rest of the people, like him, infer that the world's crisis is coming through the president's words? He no longer thought too much about what Meng Xing said later. It is nothing more than a matter of the authority of the Hunter Guild branch president. These permissions can be seen in the Hunter Guild app. After the meeting, Zhu Dejin was not in a hurry to leave. His land patrol stopped near Jinmu Cafe, and he was waiting for the other Hunter branch presidents. This is a very dangerous thing, and it might make the president dissatisfied. However, he came from an underground gang and relied on his life-threatening recklessness. When he believes that his benefits outweigh the risks, he will take action without hesitation. Finally, several cars came from a distance. Several people got out of the car. Jade Rabbit, Clown, Boxer. Zhu Dejin frowned. Why are these three people? That's okay. Soon, Zhu Dejin got out of the car with a smile on his face. Haha, long time no see, everyone. Boxer Wang Yang frowned and said, Slaying Dragon, what do you want to say? Let me explain in advance that if it is detrimental to the guild, don't say anything. I didn't know you summoned us privately. At the end of the meeting, Zhu Dejin sent a private message to each hunter and agreed to meet near Jinmu Cafe. The clown and Zhu Dejin have the best relationship in private, and Zhu Dejin's invitation will never fail to come. Jade Rabbit and Boxer were curious about what Zhu Dejin was talking about life and death, so they came to the appointment. The other two hunters didn't care about Zhu Dejin at all. Zhu Dejin cupped his fists and said with a smile, Thank you, Boxer, for being willing to listen to my nonsense. But this is not the place to talk. How about we go to Rasputin's bar and have a chat? Rasputin bar is Zhu Dejin's territory. It is also a hunter's bar. It complies with the rules and is very safe. Boxer Wang Yang's face turned pretty when he heard this, and he softened his tone and said, Okay, but still the same sentence. If there is anything detrimental to the guild, forget it if I didn't hear it. If I hear you, don't blame me for being heartless. Rasputin bar. Men and women on the dance floor who were eager to vent their stress in life swayed wildly to the explosive music under the guidance of the DJ. It's Rasputin's Venice night, and the bar is giving out free masks to guests. The sense of mystery quickly detonated the atmosphere in the bar. A tall, short-haired woman wearing a navel-bearing outfit was obviously here for the first time. She wore the feather mask given by the bar and shook her body slightly. Her name is Feng Xian, and she is the daughter of Wan He Group. It was just a pretense that her father asked her to come to Nanhai to establish a branch of Wan He Group. She has other tasks. Feng Zhenghao asked her to secretly investigate two people, two recent graduates. One is named Suman Man and the other is named Meng Xing. Having just arrived in the city, she decided to relax. While sipping a dry martini, I recalled my father's words. She murmured, I've read all the information. Aren't they just two poor students who just graduated? Is there anything worthy of our attention? Why does my father still look so taboo? There seems to be something taboo about these two people. My father also told me that if there was anything wrong with the investigation, I would leave the South China Sea immediately. What danger could there be? She will never forget the complexity in her father's eyes when he mentioned these two people. Beauty, are you alone? Don't drink too much, let's have some fun together. A lewd voice disrupted Feng Xian's thoughts. She raised her head and looked at the non-mainstream man with colorfully dyed hair in front of her. There was a group of gangsters at another table, and the bald man sitting in the middle looked at him lustfully. Non-mainstream people are in the same group as them. Feng Xian found it funny. Why are there such blind people everywhere? She didn't come here by herself. She came here with some masters from Southeast Asia from Wan He Group. This kind of power is enough to be the overlord in Nanhai City. Colorful non-mainstream smiled and said, Don't be shy, Beauty. My eldest brother is one of the bosses watching the show here. After you become friends with my big brother, you can play here for free. Feng Xian sneered. Get lost, or we'll ruin this whole situation. Hey, my sister is pretty fierce. Kake non-mainstream smiled evilly and touched Feng Xian's hair. Feng Xian's beautiful eyes turned cold. Before he could see clearly how Feng Xian punched, colorful non-mainstream had already fallen straight down. Then, the non-mainstream person who fell to the ground shook his head and screamed heartbreakingly at his companions. Brother? She ruined the place. Feng Xian crossed her arms and looked at the bald man walking in the distance with interest. The bald man looked Feng Xian up and down. If it looks good, it really looks good, and if it can fight, it can really fight. He twisted his neck and raised his chin. You're a new face, how come you beat my brother like this? The other gangsters followed behind the bald man, all looking extremely arrogant. The bald man's eyes glanced at Feng Xian's sensitive parts unscrupulously. His eyes were full of lust and he said with a wicked smile, "This is my favorite brother. It's not shameful for me, a big brother, to beat him up. Or, you choose to spend the night with him. But then again, as my eldest brother, I don't like to favor one over the other. I have many younger brothers. If you choose to accompany my brother, you must accompany my other brothers. You have another choice, you can choose to follow me, then you will be their sister-in-law. No one dares to care about the elder sister-in-law beating the younger brother." The bald man even licked his lips like a pervert, as if he was determined to sleep with you tonight. Feng Xian sneered. What if I don't choose either? Feng Xian has never suffered this grievance. The bald man seemed to have heard something very funny and laughed out loud. Sister, there's nothing wrong with following me. You can ask me, my identity as Black Snake, and what weight I have in Nanhai City? Arrogant, and arrogant like an underground boss. Feng Xian thought for a while, then raised her eyebrows and said, I remember the boss of Nanhai City is named Zhu Dejin. Are you hanging out with Zhu Dejin? Black Snake was stunned for a moment. Hey, you know a lot, are you also on the Tao? Then he showed a proud smile. Master June is my boss's boss, and everyone on my old road respects him as Brother Wolf. Feng Xian picked her ears ungracefully. Brother Wolf, I haven't heard of it. The Black Snake looked angry. Damn you, you really ruined my good mood. I'll take your turn today, and then be locked up in the place and become a young lady? Black Snake used his hands with full intelligence and punched Feng Xian in the face. How could he show any sympathy for her? Feng Xian's speed was even faster, leaving behind a shadow of a fist in an instant. God knows how a weak, boneless fist can be so powerful. Black Snake covered his eyes and squatted down, eyes flashing with stars. Black Snake's younger brother was furious, and then got angry. They were all beaten to the ground by Feng Xian. Fortunately, Rasputin's bar was huge, so a small fight in the corner didn't cause much fuss. Feng Xian felt bored and was about to leave. The Black Snake closed its eyes and shouted at the top of its voice. You bitch! Don't leave! Call someone! Call someone! You don't have a father or a mother, don't leave! Black Snake's little brother trembled and shook people with his cell phone. Feng Xian's face turned ugly, and she said coldly, Then I'll call someone too. Black Snake got up, pinched his waist, pointed at Feng Xian and shouted. You call? You call? Let's see who you can call in this Nanhai City. They are very similar to the villains A, the troublemaker B, and the henchmen C who serve as foils for the protagonist in the novel. In about 10 minutes, a group of men full of evil spirits surrounded Feng Xian. Black Snake casually picked up the beer on Feng Xian's table and poured a bottle into his mouth. All of his arrogance and aloofness faded away. Where is that pervert look? He wiped his mouth and said gloomily, Girl, I've noticed you for a long time. Guess why Brother Lang asked me to watch the show here? Do you really think I'm attracted to your beauty? Haha, you are a C-level person who is not from the Public Security Bureau. Who are you? Everything Black Snake did just now, including the insults, was to test Feng Xian. Facts have proved that Feng Xian is indeed a master that has never been seen before. The group of men standing behind Black Snake included 7 or 8 D-level men and 2 or 3 C-level men. These people gave Black Snake great courage. Rasputin Bar, 3rd floor. Crazy Wolf, the vice president of Emgrand Entertainment Group, led a group of impressive thugs to act as guards outside the door. He wants to ensure that the meeting inside can proceed normally. No matter who disturbs the activities inside, the Mad Wolf will fight with his life. Zhu Dejin, wearing a Zorro eye patch mask, sat on the boss's chair and lit a cigar. He handed the cigar box to the other hunters and said with a smile, Try it? Moxico brought it, good stuff. Only the curious jade rabbit Lu Mengmang took the cigar and fiddled with it in his hand. Boxer Wang Yang crossed his legs on the sofa and looked at the surrounding environment. I didn't expect Brother Dragon Slayer to be so strong in reality. You seem to be at home in the general manager's office. Is this Nanhai Zhu Dejin yours? Boxer Wang Yang is also a rich second generation. His family is rich and powerful. From the night when I bought the devil fruit, mobilizing 50 million in 10 minutes, we can see some of the family background. Wang Yang has heard of Rasputin Bar, which is owned by Zhu Dejin, the underground king of the South China Sea. Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng sniffed the cigar and said, "Why not say that the dragon slayer in front of you is Zhu Dejin himself?" Boxer Wang Yang sneered when he heard this, and Clown Wang Su also smiled and shook his head. Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. "What are you laughing at?" Boxer Wang Yang looked at Jade Rabbit like a fool. Hunters don't dare to reveal their true identity. If he were Zhu Dejin, he would hide his relationship with Rasputin. Why do you bring us to this office so arrogantly? It can only mean that this dragon-slaying brother is the person behind Zhu Dejin. Boxer Wang Yang hugged Zhu Dejin and said, "Brother Dragon Slayer, I had long thought that there must be a hunter behind Rasputin, but I didn't expect it to be you. Disrespect, disrespect. Running the Hunter Guild's bar must earn you a lot of points." Zhu Dejin replied with a smile. "Where there?" Zhu Dejin is also afraid that other hunters will follow Rasputin to find out his true identity, especially the most threatening Hunter Guild branch presidents in front of them. I brought them to my office today, just to use reverse thinking, and let them first deny that they are Zhu Dejin. People are like this, their own guesses are always more convincing than evidence. Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng curled her lips. "I don't believe it, unless you say Zhu Dejin is a fool." Zhu Dejin's mouth twitched, he raised his head and said loudly, "Zhu Dejin is a big idiot. Zhu Dejin, I will fuck your mother." The crazy wolf outside the door has an expressionless face. This is a normal script, and it just feels right. Zhu Dejin put his hands on the table and said with a smile, "Thank you so much for giving me this face and listening to what I have to say." Zhu Dejin's face became solemn and his words became clearer. "You guys are smart people, you should have heard the meaning of the president's words, right? The world is a dangerous place, and so is the city in which we serve as branch presidents. So, I want to ask you what you think." Boxer Wang Yang frowned and asked, "Danger? What danger?" Zhu Dejin was just about to think of something to say, wondering how he could tell the matter without causing dissatisfaction among the guild. Clown Wang Su suddenly spoke. "Danger refers to our danger. Have you ever wondered why the previous branch presidents in these cities suddenly resigned? I guess the meaning of resignation is not simply leaving the guild, because there is only one way to leave the Hunter Guild, and that is death. The previous branch president will die, so shouldn't we? When we first arrived in our respective cities, our foundations were not as good as those of our previous one. Our situation is more dangerous than theirs." Zhu Dejin looked at Clown Wang Su in surprise. Isn't this kid afraid of making the Hunter Guild dissatisfied when he says such words blatantly? Clown Wang Su said lightly, "Don't look at me like that. Do you think the guild doesn't know that you organized this private meeting? Why don't we talk openly?" Clown Wang Su glanced at Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng pointedly. Only then did Zhu Dejin realize that Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng had been playing with her phone. Zhu Dejin craned his neck and glanced at Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng's mobile phone and found that she was opening the customer service chat to send a message to the customer service. The content is the content of their conversation. "Jade Rabbit, too long said we know how to do it." Jade Rabbit, guild loyalty? Degree, Little Rabbit salutes. Jade Rabbit, the clown also said that we might die. Jade Rabbit, guild loyalty? Degree, Little Rabbit salutes. Jade Rabbit, I'm here to eavesdrop on their plot. Customer service lady Mingjian? Zhu Dejin suddenly felt a toothache. What the hell? Only then did Lu Mengmeng realize that Zhu Dejin was looking at his mobile phone. He quickly hid his phone and looked at Zhu Dejin warily. Then sent a message quietly. "Jade Rabbit, they found out that I am a spy, and I may be sacrificed at any time." Jade Rabbit, guild loyalty? Oh sad. Zhu Dejin covered his forehead, his blood vessels bulging. Wang Su laughed and said, "You see, the guild acquiesces to the content of our conversation, so you can say whatever you want." Zhu Dejin became serious and said, "Okay, I'll continue. For us to survive." Then Zhu Dejin glanced at Jade Rabbit, who was secretly sending a message, and added, "It is also to better develop the Hunter Guild." Zhu Dejin said in a deep voice, "Let's form an alliance." Wang Su and Wang Yang looked at each other. "Alliance? What's the meaning?" Zhu Dejin's eyes gleamed. Donghai City is geographically side by side with Jade Rabbit West Sea City, in line with Joker S Sand City and Boxer S Bincheng. We form an alliance. If one party is in trouble, the other parties will support it unconditionally. Resource sharing, intelligence sharing. Also, our main task in the future is probably to hunt the awakened ones and hunt monsters. We can hunt monsters together. If the awakened ones who are hunting escape to Donghai City will assist you in hunting, and the points will be yours. After Zhu Dejin finished speaking, the hunters began to think about it. Even the big-minded Jade Rabbit began to think about it. There are many benefits to this. The branch of the Hunter Guild will always completely control a city. If they form an alliance according to Zhu Dejin's idea, wouldn't it mean that they will control the 4 cities as quickly as possible? Their cities are connected, and if one party needs help, the remaining cities will send reinforcements as quickly as possible. This forms a very large territory. Wang Yang murmured. This is a really great idea, there's nothing wrong with it. If only some of the others were willing to ally with us. Zhu Dejin glanced at Wang Yang strangely. Wang Su looked at Wang Yang coldly and reminded. Then what? Do you want to isolate the South China Sea? Or do you want to replace that person as the president of the Hunter Guild? Wang Yang's eyes widened in horror, and his mouth opened for a long time before he dared to close it. That was not what I meant. Wang Yang suddenly looked at Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng and saw that she was sending a message and begged. Sister, can you not say this? Lu Mengmeng snorted proudly. No, I am the most loyal. Clown Wang Su said. Okay, stop making trouble, I agree with the alliance. Boxer Wang Yang also said, I have no objection. Zhu Dejin finally looked at Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng. Lu Mengmeng said solemnly. I agree. Then send a message to customer service on the Hunter Guild app. I have successfully penetrated into the rebels. Everyone noticed her behavior and didn't say anything. Jade Rabbit, by joining the alliance, the guild will be more assured and will not cause misunderstandings, which is a good thing. Zhu Dejin smiled and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. Okay, let's have a drink for our alliance. Routine inspection? Turn on all the lights. Turn on the lights. Turn off the music. One after another, armed police officers wearing security uniforms poured in from the door. The leader is a female peace officer, Lin Xiaoquan. The Black Snake's eyes are about to pop out. What the hell, are you calling the police? Lin Xiaoquan walked over quickly, frowned at Black Snake, and then said to Feng Xian. Miss Feng, you are frightened. It was mentioned above that Feng Xian must be taken good care of. When something happened, Lin Xiaoquan, the military attaché captain, arrived immediately. If it weren't for the fact that the Nanhai Public Security Bureau didn't have a chief or deputy director, it wouldn't have been Lin Xiaoquan's turn to help out. Because this is a red-letter order issued directly by the General Administration. Black Snake looked at Lin Xiaoquan solemnly, and the military attaché captain personally stepped forward to support the occasion. This matter is obviously beyond my ability. However, Brother Lang has confessed that he has important things to do and must keep an eye on the situation. There must be no danger in the place, and there must be no danger. Black gritted his teeth and hugged his fists. Feng, is this Miss? I was reckless today, this was all a misunderstanding. Feng Xian crossed her arms and sneered. Didn't you ask me to accompany your brother? Why is this a misunderstanding? Captain Lin, before I came here, I heard that security in Nanhai was very good. Now it seems that it is a bit unrealistic. Lin Xiaoquan looked ugly and said nothing. Public security in the South China Sea is Master's hard work, how can it be said like this? She gave Black Snake a hard look. Do you think they can do whatever they want now that Master has fallen? Black Snake laughed twice. Captain Lin, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I can compensate for any losses caused by Miss Feng. Can Rasputin be made to function properly? Feng Xian glanced at Lin Xiaoquan. I suspect that Rasputin's bar is not clean. Doesn't Captain Lin plan to search it? Since we are going to smash this place, we should smash it to the end. My father once said, if you don't take action, someone will die if you do. Lin Xiaoquan frowned deeply, forget it if it was another bar. But, this is Rasputin. After becoming a hunter, how could Lin Xiaoquan not know that Rasputin Bar was a stronghold of the Hunter Guild? Searching the Hunter Guild? Tired of living? But Feng Xian is the person who needs to be taken care of above. She has a strong background and is very troublesome. Lin Xiaoquan was in a dilemma. She had to quickly find a way to help Rasputin Bar survive this crisis. Seeing Lin Xiaoquan in such a difficult situation, Feng Xian's eyes flashed with doubt. Apart from the interesting mask feature, this bar is not a big place in terms of decoration and style. Why is Lin Xiaoquan, the military attaché captain, so hesitant about such a small bar? Feng Xian narrowed her eyes. A sense of crisis came from my heart. There is more to this bar than meets the eye. Feng Xian suddenly said. Forget it, I'm here to help Nanhai develop its economy, so don't disturb other people's business. Feng Xian's words made Black Snake and Lin Xiaoquan sigh in relief. Feng Xian changed the topic and said, but this gentleman should be arrested for picking quarrels and provoking trouble, right? Lin Xiaoquan skillfully took out the shackles and cuffed the Black Snake. Yes, Miss Feng. Black Snake didn't resist. He wanted these evil stars to leave here quickly. When he was handcuffed, he even showed a relaxed smile. Okay, take me away, hey, thank the authorities, thank the organization. Feng Xian stared at the Black Snake, her beautiful face smiling but not smiling. Let your leader pick you up and call you Brother Lang? Right. On the third floor of Rasputin, several hunters were facing the computer, and the same surveillance video was played in a loop. It was the scene of Feng Xian subduing Black Snake and Black Snake's men in half a minute. Zhu Dejin held a cigarette in his mouth and rubbed his chin. What do you think? Clown Wang Su replied. A master is not like sea level, but like B level. His spirituality cannot be seen. Boxer Wang Yang whispered. Brothers, the suspected danger may have arrived. Just now we were talking about the resignation of the previous branch presidents of the Hunter Guild, and now a B-level awakened person appeared in the Hunter Bar. Once the invisible imaginary enemy is established, whether it's grass or trees or something else, it's hard for them not to think that way. Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng grinned, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth. It doesn't matter what he does, let's kill him first. This sister doesn't look like a good person. Several people looked at Zhu Dejin, wanting to hear what this man had to say. He was the first to propose an alliance. Although he was not the boss of these people, they were all willing to listen to his suggestion. Zhu Dejin pondered, watching the video over and over again, paying attention to Feng Xian's expression. Judging from Feng Xian's last expression, the woman clearly showed a hint of indescribable nervousness. She must be suspicious of the Rasputin bar. As for what she suspected, Zhu Dejin didn't know. It's very possible that I'm worrying too much. Whether he is worrying too much or something else, Zhu Dejin has always believed in throwing a stone first and seeing the reaction on the lake surface to know if there are any fish. Zhu Dejin put out the cigarette. Okay, let's kill her first. But I can't take action, and the Hunter Bar can't be left unattended. Besides, we don't know her background, so there needs to be someone with a dark side to control the situation. Therefore, I can only rely on you. Several hunters nodded, with a hint of coldness in their eyes, and quickly disappeared into the general manager's office. Sheriff's Department, Detention Unit. Miss Feng, are you really not going to pursue the case? Lin Xiaoquan crossed his legs and looked solemn. The appearance is a bit like Tilingavina. She is no longer the little girl who only cries when something happens. Black Snake was still being cuffed next door, Crazy Wolf was smiling apologetically, and Hefen Xian was apologizing. Feng Xian glanced at this handsome white-haired young man. Then I won't pursue it. But this wolf brother has to leave me his contact information, right? If his people take revenge on me, I, a weak woman, must at least find the rightful owner? Crazy Wolf quickly handed over his business card. No, it's all a misunderstanding. I guarantee that my employees will not be bored. Lin Xiaoquan looked at Crazy Wolf. Okay, Mr. Feng Lang, you can take your person away after paying the deposit. Mad Wolf clasped his hands and kept smiling at Lin Xiaoquan and Feng Xian. After paying the deposit, Mad Wolf squatted at the door and smoked. The Black Snake came over with his head hanging down. Brother Wolf, I'm causing trouble for you. Crazy Wolf waved his hands indifferently. Black Snake left with his younger brothers. Borrow a fire. A soft girl voice came to my ears. Crazy Wolf turned around and saw Feng Xian looking at him with a smile. She held a lady's cigarette between her slender fingers. Crazy Wolf took out his Zio lighter. A set of slightly pretentious but not too deliberate firefighting techniques, coupled with a handsome face and a good social status, should attract the attention of many girls. Crazy Wolf secretly thought in his heart, little boy, this won't kill you? I'm used to pretending to pick up girls. Feng Xian's face remained as usual, and she took a puff of smoke. Let's go. Crazy Wolf was stunned for a moment. Where are you going? Feng Xian walked towards the lonely white supercar at the door of the Public Security Bureau. Your car? Take me home. Crazy Wolf didn't know what this girl was planning in her heart. If it were an ordinary woman, Crazy Wolf would think that this woman was interested in his car and wanted to use her body to fish. But this woman named Feng is obviously not an ordinary woman. If you can order the captain of the military attaché group around, how much money can you make? Feng Xian crossed her arms and tapped one foot, revealing the perfect proportions of her two long legs, and said provocatively, What? You don't dare? Don't you dare to send a woman home? Crazy Wolf was not happy at that time. He threw down the cigarette and said viciously, Brother is afraid that the speed of the car will scare you. On the road, a white supercar was speeding rapidly. Mad Wolf looked at Feng Xian, the co-pilot, with some confusion. Some of the girls who sat in the passenger seat used to scream excitedly, some were afraid to close their eyes, and some pursed their lips nervously. This time, the Feng Xian sitting next to her was completely different from them. Because Feng Xian was pointing a gun at his head as if nothing had happened. Crazy Wolf was silent. Why are women so crazy nowadays? The space in the car is too small for him to display his superpowers, and now he is completely at the mercy of others. Feng Xian said expressionlessly, Drive the car to a secluded place and let's talk, Brother Wolf. Crazy Wolf nodded. Okay sister, don't be impulsive. Crazy Wolf drove the car to the outskirts, turned off the engine and parked. Tell me, who are you and what do you want to do? Get off. Feng Xian withdrew the pistol, took out the lighter from Crazy Wolf's arms, lit a cigarette, and then got out of the car. Feng Xian blew out a puff of smoke. Are you hanging out with Zhu Dejin? Crazy Wolf stood still and nodded. Feng Xian said, Call Zhu Dejin. There was a hint of threat in his tone. It seems that as long as the Crazy Wolf dares to say anything wrong, he will be punished here today. Crazy Wolf pondered for a while and asked, What do you want from Brother Jun? Feng Xian glanced at Crazy Wolf. Give him wealth. Crazy Wolf clutched his stomach and trembled all over. He couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, how dare you say that you will make Brother Jun rich? Do you really think that being able to go to the Public Security Bureau is a big deal? How dare you be so crazy in this wilderness? Xiaonizai, do you know what is the worst decision you have ever made? Feng Xian looked at Crazy Wolf in confusion. The Mad Wolf's white hair was fluttering, a pair of wind blades appeared in his hands, and he said with a ferocious smile, Your biggest mistake was letting me touch the wind? You don't have to be dissatisfied or angry, I will beat you until you are convinced. Then tell me who is behind you? After saying that, Mad Wolf burst out with tyrannical speed and arrived in front of Feng Xian in an instant. Feng Xian smiled sarcastically and moved her shoulders. 10 minutes later. I'm done with it, eldest sister, can I take you to Brother Jun? Crazy Wolf was pinned to the ground in an indecent posture. Feng Xian resisted Mad Wolf's hand with force, a cigarette hanging from her mouth. Isn't this kid still honest? I said you called Zhu Dejin here, not to ask you to take me to your ambush circle. Do you think I am a fool? A burst of nursery rhymes appeared in the vast countryside. Little rabbit, be good, open the door. If you don't want to open it, then. Feng Xian frowned and looked into the distance. I saw a girl wearing a bunny hood and JK costume jumping over. It would be cute if she wasn't carrying a big long axe in her hand. Feng Xian moved her ears and looked at the sky. In the sky, a man wearing a raincoat and a smurf mask held a black umbrella and slowly descended from the sky. Bang! There was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and a man wearing a black suit and a clown mask suddenly appeared behind Feng Xian. Feng Xian stood up with her slender body, not afraid at all. Why are there so many weirdos in the South China Sea? Is he yours, little wolf? She also stepped on the Crazy Wolf. Crazy Wolf remembered these three hunters. They were having a meeting with his elder brother at Rasputin Bar just now. Mad Wolf showed weakness and said, I don't know them, but they must be looking for trouble for you. Can you let me go? I have to concentrate on fighting, and I will definitely not run away. Feng Xian no longer paid attention to Crazy Wolf, took out a pair of finger tiger sleeves from her arms, and waved to several people provocatively. It doesn't matter which circus you are from, just like the little wolf cub said, I'll convince you first. Boxer Wang Yang became more competitive when he saw that Feng Xian was also a close combat fighter. He quickly rushed towards Feng Xian, and at that moment his fist was filled with 1,000 pounds of power. Feng Xian didn't retreat but moved forward, throwing out a straight fist. Boom! The fist fight between the two actually caused a burst of explosions. Boxer Wang Yang looked surprised. This woman is so strong. The finger tiger in his hand is not a mortal thing, it should be a spiritual weapon. Wang Yang is stronger than Feng Xian, but his speed is not as fast as Feng Xian. Feng Xian punched over. Wang Yang opened the black umbrella continuously. Feng Xian took a few steps back as if she had punched the mountain wall with a punch. Her wrists trembled, and she frowned at the ordinary black umbrella. Is this a spiritual weapon? Why is it so strange? Wang Yang proudly put away the black umbrella, which was the new power he got from the Hunter Guild. Flying fruit, B level. Consumption of spirituality can change the softness and hardness of any touched object. It can be as light and fluffy as silk, or it can be as tough as steel, but the properties of the object remain unchanged. Wang Yang changed the hardness of the black umbrella to that of steel, and coupled with the ability of kilograms of fruit, it is not an exaggeration to say that the black umbrella was an iron wall at that moment. Wang Yang held an umbrella in his right hand, stretched out his right hand, and instantly turned into a long fence. Threshold fruit, level C. Consume spiritual energy to create a fence from anywhere on the body to imprison the enemy. The fence is harder than steel. Boom! The black fence is like a monster's arm, bombarding Feng Xian. Like Spider-Man, Feng Xian kept rolling to avoid the black fence. The fence on Wang Yang's arm suddenly became extremely soft, and he chased Feng Xian like a poisonous snake. This is the combined effect of sil fruit and flying fruit. As long as the black fence touches the Feng Xian will be imprisoned. When the mad wolf saw this, he shouted loudly, got into the white supercar, and drove away. Feng Xian looked solemn. She had met her opponent today. She is a rare awakened person with 3 talents. Insect sensing, level C. Consume spirituality to activate the insect sensing state, and be able to predict the movements of surrounding things. Aerodynamic, C level. Consuming spirituality, it can drain the surrounding air and turn it into power, and punch fiercely without any resistance. Wormhole, level B. Consumption of spirituality can briefly open a micro wormhole, and fists and feet can appear anywhere within sight. Coupled with his own 8 levels of spirituality, this is definitely a genius. Combining 2 C-level talents may achieve the effect of B-level talents. Combining 2 B-level talents may achieve A-level effects. It is really rare to have 3 awakened talents. Feng Xian considers herself to be a master, and she may not be at a disadvantage even if she encounters an A-level player. But the man in the smith mask in front of him doesn't seem to be an ordinary A-level person. First of all, she has determined that the power displayed by the smith-masked man in front of her is definitely an A-level awakener. Hey, sister, look over here. Feng Xian dodged Boxer Wang Yang's attack, and the sound of shouting sounded in her ears, and her alarm bell rang loudly. She jumped away from her original position in a weird and tricky way. The girl wearing a rabbit hood was seen swinging an axe and hitting Feng Xian's previous position. After a loud noise and dust and fog, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Feng Xian's eyes twitched. This girl is so strong. At this moment, Feng Xian's insect sense issued a warning again, and she turned her head in the air. I saw Clown Wang Su appearing in midair. His feet seemed to have turned into springs, and his hands were glowing red, and he smashed towards her. Feng Xian was stuck in the air and could not avoid it, so the punch hit her chest. Puff! Feng Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She stood up holding her chest, frowning again and again. If it's 1v1, relying on physical skills and 3 natural abilities, she won't lose even if she can't beat him. However, there are 3 people on the opposite side, and each of these 3 people is very strong. Feng Xian said loudly, "Can you 3 beat me, a woman, to save your face?" Jade Rabbit Lu Mengmeng chuckled and said, "Then why don't I divide you into 3 parts?" The girl's voice is very pleasant, and her words are very charming. Feng Xian swallowed her saliva and took a few steps back. "We don't mess with the river. Is there no room for relaxation on this matter?" The roar of a sports car could be heard in the distance. Everyone looked around and saw a white supercar approaching quickly. Crazy Wolf rolled down the window and shouted anxiously at Feng Xian. "Boarding." Feng Xian didn't think much, it was urgent to escape, and she quickly got into the car. Boxer Wang Yang sneered, and the black fence surged. At this time, Zhu Dejin's voice came from their headphones. If the situation changes, let them go. Just now, the crazy wolf who escaped was still laughing at Feng Xian's overestimation of his abilities. But he was soon attracted by a card on the passenger seat. It's a business card. Feng Xian, manager of Overseas Marketing Department of Wanhe Group. Crazy Wolf was shocked at that time. She turned out to be the daughter of Feng Zhenghao of Wanhe Group. This can be said to be the most powerful rich second generation in the world. No wonder Lin Xiaoquan was respectful to that woman and had everything figured out. Crazy Wolf has followed Zhu Dejin for so long and knows the boss's temperament well. Those 3 hunters were definitely ordered by the boss to kill Feng Xian. The boss is trying to test who is behind Feng Xian. But Wanhe Group cannot be tempted. Maybe the boss will cause big trouble and cause trouble for the Hunter Guild. He quickly sent a text message to Zhu Dejin and rushed here. Fortunately, it was not too late and Feng Xian was saved. The 3 hunters didn't come after her either, which meant that the boss agreed to save Feng Xian by himself. This is a meritorious service. Feng Xian looked at Crazy Wolf in confusion. Why save me? Crazy Wolf parked the car in a safe place. There is no one around, only the wild wind and the lonely moonlight. Crazy Wolf said with lingering fear. If you die, I'm afraid that the blame will be placed on my boss. Miss Feng, your private visit incognito is really interesting. Why don't you bring 2 bodyguards with you? Feng Xian knew that her identity had been exposed, but it didn't matter, it was not a secret. What she cared about were those 3 scary weirdos. Feng Xian raised her eyebrows and said suspiciously, you don't know those people. Those people were referring to 3 hunters, and Feng Xian still thought that those 3 hunters were Crazy Wolf's people. Crazy Wolf smiled bitterly. Sister, those 3 people are all B-level, right? If our Emgrand Entertainment had these people, would we only develop in the South China Sea? This is true, the hunter is indeed not from Dehao Entertainment. Feng Xian chuckled lightly. B-level? How could those people be only B-level? Are all of them A-level talents? Thinking about it, this Crazy Wolf is just an underground brother. How can he have such great knowledge? It's normal not to recognize that this is level A. After all, the chiefs of public security bureaus in many cities are only at level B. Feng Xian secretly said. It seems that those 3 weirdos are indeed not members of Mad Wolf. But who are those people? Why kill yourself? Feng Xian turned sideways. You are really loyal to brother you. Are you not afraid of dying in the hands of those 3 weirdos if you rush to save me? Crazy Wolf said without hesitation, that's my eldest brother. Feng Xian was stunned for a moment. Crazy Wolf's expression of willingness to be loyal to his boss through life and death could not be faked. A flash of admiration flashed in her eyes. The hearts of the people she has met over the years have been bought with money. Where is the loyalty and courage of this gangster like Crazy Wolf? She likes loyal people, but this is the first time she meets a loyal person. Because Kimchi country does not understand the word loyalty and only cares about money. Feng Xian stared straight at Mad Wolf. How much does your elder brother give you per year? Crazy Wolf just treated it as small talk. 100,000 a month. Feng Xian said disdainfully. It's only 100,000, why are you trying so hard? Zhu Dejin is really stingy. Follow me. Both you and your elder brother can follow me. Wanhe Group is very poor, and the poor only have money left. I will help you become the most powerful underground force in Xia Kingdom. Feng Xian really wants to recruit these brothers. From Mad Wolf, Feng Xian felt that she had seen Zhu Dejin's character. Even the younger brothers are like this, what about the elder brother? These brothers can do their own secret chess in Xia Kingdom, which will come in handy one day. Crazy Wolf said seriously. Miss Feng, my eldest brother and I will not succumb to anyone. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If you must do something to my eldest brother, Dehao Entertainment will definitely accompany you to the end. Compared with Wanhe Group, Dehao Entertainment is just an ant. But we will eat a piece of your flesh even if we die. Feng Xian fell silent. This was the first time she saw someone who wanted face but not money. How could a bunch of little gangsters have such backbone? Feng Xian opened the car door. I will find your brother, and I believe you will make the right choice in the end. By the way, thank you today, I will return this favor. Feng Xian got out of the car and took a deep look at Mad Wolf. This was the first time she had seen the word friendship. It was much better than those dog chables in Kimchi country. It was already early morning at Jinmu Cafe, and the lights were dim. The moonlight shined through the window lattice and hit the side of Meng Xing's face. His fingers moved gently on the coffee table full of moonlight. Feng Xian, Feng Xian. Meng Xing whispered the name. Ye Yunyun, who hadn't had time to change out of her uniform and skirt, sat opposite Meng Xing with a few pages of information. Don't forget to hand over a cup of hot coffee, Ye Yunyun said softly. The eldest lady of Wanhe Group, a real chable. The name Meng Xing of Wanhe Group is not unfamiliar at all. Nowadays, domestic agriculture, animal husbandry, foreign trade, and electronic products all have the shadow of Wanhe Group. Ye Yunyun reminded. Wanhe Group is just a company on the surface. In fact, the energy within it is so great that it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even, they have risen to the international strategic level. Ye Yunyun took out a report and described in detail the omnipotence of Wanhe Group in a certain country. Misbehaving. By the way, sir, there is something I have to tell you. Ye Yunyun paused and continued. The Strategic Material Awakening platform is also a product of Wanhe Group. The authorities just bought the copyright of Awakening Station. The actual research and development technology is still in the hands of Wanhe Group. Not only the Xia state authorities, but also other countries. Meng Xing frowned when he heard this. This sentence contained too much information. If the Awakening platform is something created by the Wanhe Group, it means that the Wanhe Group has almost all the information on the awakened people in the world. Meng Xing asked seriously. Why did you tell me this news? Ye Yunyun lowered her head and her voice was much lower. Didn't you ask me to build an awakening platform a few months ago? I've exhausted my connections and can't get one. At that time, I was wondering if this thing was not for sale at all. After learning about Feng Xian's arrival, I connected Wanhe Group with the authorities. Then I found out through some tricks that the Awakening platform was a product of Wanhe Group. All scrapped Awakening platforms were recycled by Wanhe Group. So I just learned about this news not long ago. Meng Xing's face darkened. All his information was erased by himself, and Li Ying went to do it. As for what to do, Meng Xing didn't ask. Anyway, he must be relieved. At the Xia state level, the information in the Public Security Bureau's database was also erased by himself, and there was no information about him in the Security Bureau at all. If there is any information about myself, then maybe only the Awakening Station of Wanhe Group has relevant records. He had just done a few big things. The Hunters Guild had just stepped onto the stage, and Feng Xian came to the South China Sea in person. Meng Xing really didn't believe that there was nothing to say about it. Ye Yunyun sighed. The more I learn about Wanhe Group, the more frightened I feel. It always feels like they are playing a big game. Fortunately, those reckless men of Zhu Dejin did not kill Feng Xian. Otherwise, Wanhe Group's revenge will be very troublesome. Meng Xing chuckled and shook his head. He is not a reckless man, but it is true that Wanhe Group's revenge will be troublesome. Meng Xing is not afraid of any battle. But what about the Hunter Guild? When a person's strength reaches its peak, he will always pursue something else. Some people like to pretend to be ordinary people and wander around in the world, while some people like to start a sect. What Meng Xing loves is the Hunters Guild. Meng Xing is confident that Wanhe Group has nothing to do with him. But he believes that Wanhe Group has the ability to flip the table. No one can continue to play this game. Meng Xing looked at the full moon outside the window and murmured. Challenges are fun, and it's time to cultivate some new plants. You can't always rely on the devil fruit tree, otherwise you will always feel unsure. Meng Xing clicked on his earphones. Tell Huang Ji to go to the Security Bureau to collect the bill. The Security Administration owes him 10 A-level monsters, 10 high-quality spiritual weapons, and an S-level awakened body. Li Yao from Qingbei University also owed him a debt, but it was just not the day to collect the debt. Meng Xing slept in the coffee shop all night. The next day, I was woken up by the waiter Linlin. The two girls were cleaning and preparing to open the door to welcome guests. Meng Xing rubbed his eyes and asked casually, "Have Xiaoshuang and Xiaodong gone to school?" Linlin responded crisply, "They've already gone to class." Linlin returned to the bar, brought a cup of coffee and said, "Sister Ye stayed with you until early in the morning. I had something urgent to go out at around 4 o'clock. Let me wake you up at 6 o'clock. Meng Xing nodded and signaled Linlin to get busy. He looked at his phone and saw 2 unread messages. One belongs to Huangji. He completed the pickup mission. 10 spiritual weapons and the corpses of S-level awakened people were placed at the entrance of the small courtyard. One belongs to Ye Yunyun. She said that 10 A-level monsters had been sent to Tiankai Biotechnology Company, and she needed to go and deal with them personally. Meng Xing stood up and walked out of the door of Jinmyo Cafe. The sunshine outside is just right and warm, which is perfect for going to Krypton Gold to do some metaphysics or something. In the Meng Xing courtyard, the old beggar was waiting at the door early. Ever since Huang Ji placed a red coffin at the door, the old beggar didn't dare to blink an eye. He was afraid something would go wrong, because he felt a very terrifying aura in the coffin. The old beggar opened the door and bowed to welcome Meng Xing into the yard. Ye Chen lifted the coffin. It was so heavy that he could hardly stand still. After placing the coffin next to the vegetable garden, he stood quietly. Meng Xing opened the coffin and found no body inside, only broken utensils. Gongs, wooden swords, mourning sticks, wine glasses, etc. These utensils are rusty, have heavy traces of history, and are full of spirituality. This should be a burial object dug out from some ancient tomb. Meng Xing counted and found that there were only 9 spiritual weapons in total. Why was one missing? Meng Xing finally looked like that coffin. Could this coffin be considered a spiritual weapon? After feeling it carefully, the coffin indeed exuded a strong spirituality. Meng Xing took out all the spiritual weapons inside, fumbled around, and found the mechanism of the coffin. This is a heaven and earth mother coffin, with a mezzanine in the middle, and the body of a child can be placed under the mezzanine. Meng Xing opened the mezzanine, and a terrifying aura came face to face, and strong pressure swept across the entire courtyard in an instant. Even the seductive servants working in the Chinese garden looked here warily. This is the skeleton of a child, about 5 or 6 years old, with the word tattooed on his chest. When the old beggar saw the child, he was so horrified that he retreated to the corner, his eyes almost popping out. Spiritual boy. Meng Xing looked at the old beggar in surprise. No, tell me about this person's origins. This B-level old boy actually knows an S-level awakener? The old beggar respectfully raised his fists and hands to Meng Xing and said, "Don't look at the soul boy as just a child. The way he looks now is just because he was born with a disability. In fact, he is the oldest S-class. It is said that he had awakened his S-level talent when he was a child. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 genius in the world." When he was traveling around the world, Li Yao, the president of Qingbei University, was not yet born. Mu Boan, the great elder of the worshipping moon sect, is considered half a disciple of the soul boy. When I was young, I met the soul boy once at the moon worship gate. The old beggar began to talk about a past event in Xia Kingdom. The talent of the soul boy is spiritual black hole. It can absorb the spirituality of any spiritual weapon and humans and monsters infinitely. However, people and monsters whose spirituality is taken away will die, and spiritual weapons will become useless. He soon became the awakened one at the top of the pyramid. Once a person obtains top power and has the highest status in this world, he will always have other pursuits. The soul boy's pursuit is the pinnacle of martial arts. His record was terrifying, and he singled out Succubus Yuna, one of the 7 evils in their heyday. He won. He kidnapped Yuna and used it as a cauldron, causing Yuna's combat power to be permanently reduced. The soul boy then challenged the lazy goat. There is news that the lazy goat of the 7 sins was beaten to a deep sleep and has not yet revived. The soul boy found it boring and set his sights on the king of monsters. Long live my emperor. Although the ending was that I was seriously injured, it also really hurt my emperor, which paved the way for the future sealing of my emperor's long live. In order to challenge our long-live emperor again, the soul boy began to massacre the awakened people from all over the world indiscriminately and seize their spirituality. Finally, it caused international dissatisfaction. Director Zhang of the Safety Management Bureau, the previous chairman of the Wanhe Group, the head of the Hehuan sect, the sword master of the Immortal Mountain, and the ancestor of the Lu family worked together to defeat the soul boy. After all, he is Xiaoguo's own awakened person. Director Zhang intends to suppress him without harming his life. Unfortunately, the divine cult intervened at a critical moment and killed the soul boy, whose murderous reputation spread to every corner of the world. After the old beggar finished speaking, he sighed. It's a pity, The soul boy is too crazy. He has no sense of propriety, justice, or sense of belonging to the Xia kingdom. His only thought is to become stronger. Otherwise, Xia kingdom would now be the overlord of Blue Star. If this man were still alive, the Pope would walk around him when he saw him. Meng Xing was shocked inside. It turns out that this S-level man was such a fierce man during his lifetime. Long live my emperor in a one-on-one challenge? He can't do it. Now he only dares to say that he can fight against the 7 evils, but he may not be able to win a complete victory. I can only say undefeated. Of course, Yuna doesn't count. The current Yuna will be buried whenever she comes. King Lian's inner fire is Yuna's nemesis. Meng Xing fell into deep thought and was struggling. Do you want to resurrect this fierce man? It is not a big problem to use the soul fruit to spend thousands of years of life to resurrect the soul boy, but here comes the problem. Is it worth it? If this level S level is used to cultivate plants, either the devil fruit tree can be filled with a level devil fruits, or a very powerful extraordinary plant can be grown. Meng Xing's imaginary enemy is not the Pope or the director of the Security Bureau, but the real danger in the world. For example, Long live my emperor. It is said that Long live my emperor was sealed in the immortal mountain by the sword master with a sword formation. But as his strength increased, Meng Xing understood it more thoroughly, and he considered a question. Can that thing really be trapped? Even if Long live my emperor is really trapped now, how many years can he be trapped? Will there be a time when my emperor is 100,000 years old or my emperor is 1 million years old? Also, if the soul boy was so powerful during his lifetime, will he really be firmly controlled by him after his resurrection? If the soul boy breaks away from the shackles of the soul fruit and devil fruit, the first person to be killed will definitely be himself. Because he is the only thing that threatens him. The odds were very low, but Meng Xing didn't dare to bet. Meng Xing finally picked up the shovel and dug the soil in the vegetable garden. There is obviously the safest way. There is obviously a golden finger that is super suitable for dealing with soul boys, so why take a risky approach? 7 or 8 saplings and various plant seeds were placed in the vegetable garden. He hopes to breed new powerful supernatural plants. The moment the soul boy's little body was buried, the skeleton king, who was buried deep in the ground and was dazed by the devil fruit tree, suddenly woke up. It is shrouded in fear. What big boss did that devil bury? Meng Xing put down his hoe and waited quietly for changes in the vegetable garden. The sky over the South China Sea slowly changed color, and dark clouds pressed over the city. Thick thunder and lightning surged in the clouds, and the people in the city looked at the sky in horror. Even ordinary people felt their scalps numb. It was completely dark, and occasionally it was as bright as day. The news reporters were busy. This kind of extreme weather is really rare. Even if a typhoon comes, there will be no such strange sight. But after taking their electronic equipment outside, all of them malfunctioned and short-circuit. Suddenly, a devastating explosion sounded. The dark cloud was blown into pieces, and the lightning was going to devour everything. Thunderfalls suddenly fell from the sky and hit Meng Xing Xiaoyuan directly. The old beggar was horrified, grabbed Ye Chen's hand and ran out of the courtyard gate. Once this thunder waterfall falls, the master and apprentice will instantly turn into ashes. Fortunately, the target of thunder falls was only the small courtyard, and no one was injured outside the small courtyard. The old beggar and Ye Chen stopped at the entrance of the small courtyard, not daring to go too far and break the rules of the courtyard guards. Meng Xing cannot leave. If he leaves the courtyard during the planting period, it is likely that the planting will fail. Green flames surged from his body, and dark red magma emerged. The green fire giant general took shape instantly. The white python's shadow flames and the black mist python entangled the green fire giant general to resist the damage of the thunder waterfall. Boom! After a bombardment, almost all the saplings and seeds were dead, and only one poplar sapling was blooming. A smile appeared on Meng Xing's lips. It's done, extraordinary plants appear. The sky became thicker with dark clouds. Boom! God roared angrily, and when the thunder waterfall descended, big holes opened in the clouds, as if the sky was leaking. The poplar sapling is absorbing the power of thunder, turning it into spirituality and nutrients. The poplar saplings are growing green branches. The sky was angry and the dark clouds shook. This world does not allow such things to exist. However, the thunder falling from the sky can only become nourishment for the poplar saplings. In the end it seemed helpless, it seemed like the last struggle. The entire dark cloud condensed into one point, and a lightning that was extremely white fell from the sky after brewing. The daylight suddenly became clear in Nanhai City, but there was no color in the Mengxing courtyard, leaving only white light. In the white light with zero visibility, green cuts through everything. Poplar saplings grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vision in the sky dispersed, and Nanhai City had a dream. In the small courtyard of Mengxing, a huge poplar tree 10 meters high and surrounded by 3 people stands proudly. The huge tree has a huge crown, like a giant green umbrella. The poplar tree is very domineering and is frantically robbing the devil fruit tree and sun ladder vine of nutrients. The devil fruit and the sun staircase shrank, and a wave of fearful emotions came from the 2S level plants. Mengxing frowned and shouted outside the door, "Get all the bodies out! Quick! We can't let this tree hurt the devil fruit tree and sun staircase vine." The old beggar and Yichen woke up from a dream. During this period, many of the corpses of the awakened villains submitted by the hunters were not buried and were placed in the small courtyard warehouse. The warehouses and buildings were all destroyed, but they were still intact. There were only about 20 corpses left. The old beggar and Yichen quickly moved the body and placed it in front of the vegetable garden. Before Mengxing had time to bury the corpses in the ground, the tree was already full. No more bullying of devil fruit trees and sun staircase vines. Dozens of vines stretched out from the canopy of the big tree, tied up the corpses of dozens of awakened villains, entangled them like cocoons, and then brought them back to the trunk. Mengxing looked at the human cocoon hanging on the tree trunk and muttered in his heart, "What is this? Could it be a ginseng fruit tree?" Some Journey to the West conspiracy theories have said that the ginseng fruits of the ginseng tree are actually children. A mysterious message poured into Mengxing's mind. This is not a ginseng fruit tree. Sacred tree seedling, S level. The seedlings of the sacred tree can grow into a sacred tree after continuously absorbing spirituality. The sacred tree inserts its roots into the earth and spreads to every corner of the world until it plunders all the spirituality of the world, and then it can bear the fruit of the sacred tree. The fruit of the divine tree, it is both the origin and the end. Mengxing's eyes twitched. Why didn't he understand what the giant tree in front of him was? This is the ultimate item in the world of Naruto. The second part is not burning, the heart of the earth is burning without Qinglian. Mengxing didn't look at it much, just took a general look. But Mengxing, who was talked about in the first part, declined in one episode. Based on Mengxing's understanding of the sacred tree, the origin of the power of Naruto's world also comes from the sacred tree. Kaguya ate the fruit of the sacred tree and became the ancestor of Chakra. Although I don't know what the second part is about. But Mengxing also knew that the sacred tree could plunder the power of the entire world, and finally gave birth to the fruit of the sacred tree. Anyway, that is to say, this sacred tree is very interesting. By the way, where is the 10 tails? Isn't the 10 tails also a sacred tree? The setting of sacred tree coming into this world is definitely as different as devil fruit and the original work. But it should be roughly the same. Mengxing murmured. No wonder there was such a big fuss when this thing was born. Obviously God didn't want this plant to be born? Is it possible that there really is a world will? This sacred tree is here to rob the world of its magic. No one knows what will happen to this world when all its spirituality is taken away. Mengxing even felt that his talent was like a weapon for invaders. Sun Ladder Vine can easily trigger a zombie apocalypse. Sacred tree, give it time and it can drain the magical power of this world. Mengxing had some doubts as to whether he, the time traveler, was a virus released by his mother planet into this world. The old beggar looked at this sacred tree and marveled. This smell is so terrifying. At the same time, the old beggar also knew one thing. From today on, he could not even get out of the small courtyard door, because he knows too many secrets. Mengxing also stared at the 10-meter-high sacred tree, which was too tall and too big. The sudden addition of such a big guy in the old city will always attract some people's attention. Maybe your secret will be exposed. The guards need to be strengthened. The small courtyard is the foundation for one's survival and livelihood, so one cannot be careless about it. Perhaps we can let Yayunyun use her mist fruit and invisibility fruit abilities to hide the small courtyard. In this way, the sacred tree will also be covered. Mengxing made up his mind and set his sights on the human cocoon on the sacred tree. The sacred tree consumed the body of an S-level strongman, so it can't be without any abilities, right? Although the fruit of the sacred tree in the end must be very powerful, what about before? If he didn't have any special ability, Meng Xing would feel disadvantaged. But now it seems that except for the huge spirituality of the sacred tree and those human cocoons, there is nothing left. Suddenly, Meng Xing had a thought, and the vines of the sacred tree loosened their grip on the person. More than a dozen figures fell from the trees and fell softly to the ground. The old beggar seemed to have been stepped on. He jumped up and fell to the ground, his eyes full of fear. This is a soul boy. It was impossible to tell whether the dozen figures were dead or alive. The appearance has changed a lot from the previous appearance of the corpse. They all look like 4 or 5-year-old children. They are simply lifelike spiritual children. Even, the word is tattooed all over his chest. Their skin color was pale, so white that it penetrated people. 2 words appeared in Meng Xing's mind. White Ju, the product of the divine tree, the pseudo-human Bai Zetsu. At the same time, a mysterious message appeared in Meng Xing's mind. Spirit Boy Bai Ju, the power of the S-level awakened soul boy changed some of the properties of the sacred tree, and a more powerful Baiju was born. The Spirit Boy Baiju has the fighting skills of an S-level awakened Spirit Boy and the talent of the Divine Tree Baiju. Talent, Mayfly Art. The art of Mayfly, Level C. Consume spirituality and merge with the earth and trees. Then by intervening in the organic matter network existing in the roots of underground plants and underground water flows, the effect of high-speed movement can be achieved, and information can be transmitted. Talent, the art of disguise. The art of disguise, sea level. Consuming spirituality, you can absorb the spirituality of other humans and transform into the same spirituality as it is, and you can copy the other person's appearance and some abilities. Talent, spore art. Spore art, level C. Consume spirituality to create plant spores that can attach to the human body and are undetectable. After sporulation is activated, an expanding object similar to white Zetsu will appear to wrap around the possessed person. It can absorb the spirituality of the possessed person and transfer the spirituality to others or the sacred tree. Talent, fusion technique. The art of fusion, sea level. Consuming spirituality, Baiju can merge with others to enhance strength and defense. Spirit is consumed, multiple white Ju can be fused with each other, and the combat power will be greatly improved. Meng Xing said he was too familiar with these 4 talents. This is exactly the same as Bai Zetsu in Naruto. There is no difference between the Soul Boy Bai Zetsu and the Bai Zetsu in Hokage except that they look different and are better at fighting. Now Baiju was lying on the ground like a dead body. Meng Xing didn't know how to wake Baiju up. After thinking for a moment, the power of the soul fruit spurted out. Hundreds of years of life were injected into Baiju's body. The Baiju came alive and stood up one after another, with strange smiles on their faces. Meng Xing whispered, "Why is my white Zetsu different from the white Zetsu in the Naruto world? These white Zetsu are like machines that are shutting down. After the power of the soul fruit is injected, it is equivalent to turning on the machine." The soul fruit did not successfully give the white Ju souls, but only gave them motivation. A mysterious message poured into Meng Xing's mind. Meng Xing understood them more thoroughly. These Baiju have strong spiritual fluctuations, and each of them has 7 levels of spirituality. They come from the same source as the sacred tree. It can be said that all their spirituality comes from the sacred tree. It is difficult for them to die, even if they are seriously injured, as long as they return to the sacred tree and transform into a human cocoon. The injuries will be restored, and the lost spirituality will be restored, just like the relationship between batteries and chargers. Moreover, as long as the sacred tree leaves the seedling state and grows into a complete sacred tree, Baiju's spiritual rank can be improved. By that time, Baiju will gain 9 levels of spirituality as the sacred tree grows. This Baiju is like a part of the sacred tree, and everything in the sacred tree is linked to Baiju. Meng Xing could feel that these white men were 100% loyal to him. Even if Baiju were asked to die immediately, they wouldn't even blink. It's a pity that Baiju, like human monsters, can only have 4 talents. The art of Mayfly, the art of fusion, the art of spores and the art of disguise have occupied 4 awakening slots. There are only 4 sea-level talents. Although they can be of great use in terms of intelligence, however, if they have more powerful talents, they can combine their 4 talents with the combat skills of a spiritual boy. Aren't they all top-level awakeners? Meng Xing felt a little regretful. These Baiju are not that amazing. The phone rang. It was Ye Yunyun's call. On the other end of the phone, Ye Yunyun's voice was a little excited. Sir, Professor Sha Jingqin's research is completed. Meng Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. He thought of a very feasible way. Monster grafting technology not only allows humans to gain a lot of spirituality, but also allows humans to gain part of the power of monsters. The Security Administration sent 10 A-level monsters. What if these 10 A-level monsters were grafted onto Baiju? Baiju's power will be greatly improved. Meng Xing looked at the 10 sacrificial weapons again. If Baiju gained the power of A-level monsters and equipped them with these high-grade spiritual weapons, wouldn't these be 10 high-level hunters? Moreover, he is absolutely loyal, difficult to die, has a strange talent, and can use fusion technique at critical moments to become a more powerful Baizetsu, Apocalypse Biotech. Ye Yunyun twisted her small waist and led Meng Xing into the underground laboratory. Sha Jingcheng lost a lot of weight, and his face was filled with a lifeless look. But he is in good spirits and looks very uplifted. Seeing Meng Xing wearing the mask of the Ghost King walking into the laboratory, the legendary professor in the textbook bowed respectfully to Meng Xing. President. Meng Xing nodded and asked calmly. Success. Sha Jingcheng looked slightly satisfied, but still did not dare to raise his head. The data is all normal and we have entered the experimental steps. Please move forward and review this historic moment. Meng Xing glanced at Sha Jingcheng with approval. Professor, you did a great job. Sha Jingcheng led Ye Yunyun and Meng Xing to the next floor. All kinds of monsters are imprisoned in the vessels and cages here. They were all tortured to death by Sha Jingcheng. 2 hunters wearing masks were lying on the experimental bed, their bodies covered with tubes. The other end of the tube is connected to 2 transparent holding boxes filled with potion. The holding box contains 2 sea-level monsters. Meng Xing looked at Ye Yunyun with slight confusion. Experiments are dangerous, and if they fail, people will die. If successful, these 2 hunters are the tongues of trouble. Whether the experiment succeeds or not, both hunters must die. Where did this dead soldier come from? Ye Yunyun introduces. These 2 hunters are zombie hunters and voluntarily served as experimental subjects. Ye Yunyun paused. He's from Liyang. Meng Xing nodded. Liyang was not surprised. The people under Liyang have been played by Liyang so much that they can no longer be called human beings. Sha Jingcheng greeted the 2 hunter assistants and asked them to start the machine. Roar. A monster in a transparent container felt threatened and scratched at the container frantically. Soon, the monster looked sluggish, its movements gradually became smaller, and it even began to twitch. Meng Xing kept a close eye on the monster. He saw something that no one else could. A transparent body floated out from the monster, and the beast's face was filled with dullness. This is the soul of that monster? The monster followed the tube and burrowed into the hunter who connected it. When the monster completely entered the hunter's body, the hunter's eyes suddenly widened, he began to twitch violently, and foamed at the mouth. Sha Jingcheng calmly picked up a metallic laser seal and stamped it on the hunter's abdomen. A complex pattern appeared on the hunter's belly like a rune. The hunter stopped struggling. Sha Jingcheng explained. This thing can prevent the spirituality of monsters from leaking. The monster's spirituality does not spread outward, so the experimenter's body will not shake significantly. Ye Yunyun whispered. Success. Sha Jingcheng's eyes showed excitement. Yes, that's it. The spiritual grafting of the monster was successful. The first human in history to control the spirituality of monsters is about to appear. Meng Xing frowned deeply. From his perspective, the monster's soul wanted to escape from the hunter's body, so the hunter was twitching constantly. After Sha Jingcheng put the seal on the hunter's body, the monster's soul could not leave the hunter's body, so it competed with the hunter's soul for control of the body. The hunter who was lying on the bed suddenly sat up, his eyes were dull and his mouth was drooling. Sha Jingcheng waved the pen in front of the hunter's eyes and asked nervously, "How do you feel now?" The hunter slowly looked at Sha Jingcheng, and his eyes began to regain their vitality. Sha Jingcheng's face was filled with joy, and soon he stopped laughing. The hunter suddenly let out an inhuman roar. His eyes no longer possessed human emotion. The hunter was much stronger than before. He broke free from the tubes all over his body and attacked Sha Jingcheng like crazy. Just when the hunter's attack was only a few centimeters away from Sha Jingcheng's face, a black poisonous mist enveloped the hunter. The hunter screamed and turned into a puddle of thick water. Sha Jingcheng frowned, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and murmured, "Failed? How could it fail? How could this be possible?" Ye Yunyan glanced at another hunter and said, "It's okay, Professor, you can try again." Hey, good. Sha Jingcheng wiped his forehead and started the machine again. Sha Jingcheng said, "Maybe the hunter just now couldn't bear the spirituality of the sea-level monster. The monster being tested is E-level, so it shouldn't be a big problem." After Sha Jingcheng finished speaking, he took out the seal and stamped it on the twitching hunter. The hunter stopped twitching. His condition was different from the previous one. One of the hunter's eyes turned blood red and flashed with the ultimate malice that only a monster can have. His other eye was normal, but full of anxiety and uneasiness. The hunter breathed heavily. "Professor, I feel something is wrong." Sha Jingcheng quickly came over and asked, "What's wrong? How do you feel now?" The hunter swallowed. I seem to be very hungry." The hunter's breathing became rapid. He stared at Sha Jingcheng's neck and suddenly screamed sharply, "I'm hungry, eat, eat." The hunter broke free from the tubes all over his body and anxiously grabbed Sha Jingcheng with his fingers. Suddenly, the hunter was enveloped in poisonous mist, quickly corroded, and disappeared. Ye Yunyan sighed. Did it fail? Sha Jingcheng leaned on the machine dejectedly. "It shouldn't be, how could it fail? There is absolutely nothing wrong with my algorithm and data. Human beings are absolutely suitable as carriers of monster spirituality. But why is rejection so serious? I just saw it in the experiment. The spirituality of monsters has indeed been grafted onto humans. But human reason was infected by the monster and turned into a humanoid monster." Meng Xing shook his head and said, "I'm not sure what the rejection reaction you're talking about is, but your experiment definitely did not fail." Sha Jingcheng looked at Meng Xing in surprise. Meng Xing said, "These two people couldn't bear the monster's violent spirituality, so they lost control." Sha Jingcheng chewed over what Meng Xing meant and began to think. Even D-level hunters can't bear the spirituality of E-level monsters. Are we going to experiment with B-level awakened people or even A-level awakened people? This passage is a little crazy. Do you want to use B-level or even A-level for experiments? It's okay if it succeeds, but if it fails, wouldn't it mean that we lose a powerful awakened person? You know, Class B also has a high status in the authorities. Meng Xing shook his head. This is not a question of hierarchy, this is a question of spirituality and will. Sha Jingcheng looked at Meng Xing doubtfully. Will. Others can't see it clearly, but Meng Xing, who has the soul fruit, can see it clearly. If you want to tame the monster soul in your body, you must have a strong spiritual power to suppress the monster soul. Either you have a strong willpower and can withstand the violent spiritual violence of monsters, and use your humanity to defeat the devil. Meng Xing nodded slightly and said, "Yes. Your experiment was considered a success. The time exceeded my expectations. I will reward you with 1 year of life." Sha Jingcheng smiled bitterly and said, "I don't care about the reward or anything, I just feel like this experiment didn't succeed." Some scientists always believe what they see. The technology of spiritual grafting of monsters is Sha Jingcheng's hard work, and he is reluctant to let go of his long-cherished wish. Meng Xing pondered for a while and said to Ye Yunyan, "Take out one of the A-class monsters given to me by the Security Administration." Ye Yunyan bowed slightly and went to do it immediately. Soon Ye Yunyan came over with 2 soul hunters carrying an oversized storage box. Inside the transparent container is a giant toad. It soaked quietly in the potion, its bulging eyes staring at Meng Xing unblinkingly. "In the eyes of wisdom lies evil," Meng Xing said. "Just try it." Sha Jingcheng's eyes widened and he looked at Meng Xing in disbelief. This doesn't need to last long. Even the D-level awakened ones cannot bear the spiritual power of the E-level monster. Who can withstand this A-level monster? Could it be that the president wants to personally experience the technology of monster grafting? What if it fails? Meng Xing glanced at Sha Jingcheng, and his body moved slightly. His clothes were stained with white zetsa spores that were too small to be seen. With a movement of spirit, the white spores began to expand, and Baiju emerged half of Meng Xing's body. To outsiders, something suddenly happened to Meng Xing, and a strange white child emerged from Meng Xing's body. Baiju completely got out of Meng Xing's body and knelt on the ground. Meng Xing had an idea and gave the order to Baiju. Baiju lay on the test bed obediently, with a strange smile on his face. It's not that Sha Jingcheng has never seen Mengxing's methods, but I was shocked every time I saw it. It can grant life to people and allow a child to emerge from the body. Are these really abilities that humans should have? Sha Jingcheng calmed down and looked at the soul boy Baiju expectantly. What the president comes up with will never be wrong. Sha Jingcheng skillfully inserted the tube into Baiju's body and connected it to the container containing the toad monster. Sha Jingcheng moved his fingers, which were sore from nervousness, and pressed the button. The toad monster was very intelligent and narrowed its eyes dangerously, seemingly seeing through what Sha Jingcheng was going to do. There was a hint of conspiracy in its eyes. This toad monster did not resist and allowed the machine to leave its body in the container forever. It wants to resurrect with the help of Baizetsu's body. The toad monster could feel that Baiju's body was no worse than his own demon body. Soon, the soul of the toad monster entered Baiju's body. Baiju didn't twitch or move strangely, he just smiled strangely. Sha Jingcheng was a little uncomfortable. If he hadn't seen the dial on the holding box showing that the toad monster was dead, Sha Jingcheng would have thought that the machine had malfunctioned and the grafting had failed. Sha Jingcheng took out his seal and stamped it on Baiju's belly. After Sha Jingcheng finished stamping the seal, the soul of the toad monster could not escape from Baiju's body and began to run rampant, trying to compete with Baiju for control of the body. However, the toad monster was horrified to discover that the human being it possessed had no soul or consciousness at all. It's like a dead person? The toad monster's soul then becomes ecstatic. This shows that he has taken over this good body without any effort. It quickly adapted to Baiju's body and was about to sit up, but found that it couldn't move at all. The toad monster's soul became frightened. This body is not a human body at all, it is clearly a prison, imprisoning my own body. Baiju's body has no soul to begin with. If we insist on talking about soul, we can only say that Baiju's soul comes from the sacred tree. Even the soul fruit failed to give Baiju a soul. How could a mere monster control Baiju? In this way, the toad monster that was still conscious was imprisoned in Baiju's body. Mengxing said, "Show your strength." Baiju kept a weird smile, sat up from the experimental bed, and got out of bed. The toad monster's soul was shocked beyond measure. Why can we move freely without a soul? The most terrifying thing is that the toad monster still has consciousness and thoughts, but it cannot move. It's trapped inside Baizetsu's body. The soul of the toad monster couldn't even let out a miserable scream. It watches the changes in the scene in front of it just like watching a monitor. It could only watch as its power was being mobilized by Baiju, but it couldn't resist at all. This is simply the most terrible punishment. Baiju opened his mouth, grinning from the corner of his mouth to his ears, and a strong aura of monsters spread out. The non-human black tongue flew out like a weapon. Green deadly venom covered Baizetsu's body. Baiju inherited the spirituality of the toad monster, inherited the toad monster's talent for poison and the demonization of its tongue. Baiju licked his nose and lips with his big black tongue. Just like Marvel's venom. Sha Jingcheng became excited. He took out his tablet and quickly recorded. Being able to transform into demons and use monster talents is a perfect marriage. Sha Jingcheng clicked his tongue. It would be nice if you could let me do it a few more times. I think I have the ability to graft S-class monsters onto humans. 9 more spores emerged from Mengxing's body, and 9 Baiju emerged from Mengxing's body and knelt on the ground. If 10 Baiju gain the power of A-level monsters, plus the 10 sacrificial spiritual weapons that the Security Bureau took out from the cemetery, combat strength and spirituality are greatly improved. It is neither alive nor dead, and can be integrated into the earth, rivers, and seas. If 10 white Zetsus fuse with each other, they may be able to explode with a power that is 2 moves higher than that of an S-level 1. These 10 soul boys will be Mengxing's weapons. Mengxing turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. They'll be out of here in 3 days. Sha Jingcheng nodded repeatedly, looking at Baiju with eyes full of admiration. The shock in Ye Yunyun's eyes finally subsided. She served Mengxing almost every day, but she didn't know that Mengxing had so many tricks. The afterglow of the setting sun faded the last touch of red from the sky. The undulating distant mountains are rolling like waves. The dilapidated old city gradually fell asleep at dusk. Mengxing stood on the balcony with a cup of coffee and looked at the small courtyard in the distance. The tall and thick sacred tree in the small courtyard is very conspicuous. The dark courtyard was soon covered with a layer of thick fog, and then the courtyard disappeared together with the sacred tree. Meng Xing said softly, "Li Yang." Several human shadows appeared on the ground. The shadows gathered into a group, and Li Yang's body emerged from the shadow world on the ground. Li Yang bowed gracefully. "Please give me your orders." Meng Xing's eyes were clear. "There are too few guards, please find more. Tell the Beast King that you can teach them the spiritual consciousness gathering technique. It can be regarded as making his unique skills last forever." Li Yang leaned forward again and disappeared into the shadows. There was a spiritual fluctuation in the sky. Ye Yunyun pushed aside the fog and landed next to Meng Xing, secretly glancing at Meng Xing's face. He stood upright, holding a cup of coffee, his deep and dark eyes piercing the horizon. Even though she was standing next to her, Ye Yunyun felt so far away from her that she couldn't get close. "Did Feng Xian come to see you today?" Meng Xing said suddenly. Yes, what are you talking about, sir?" After this plump and mature lady was disrupted from her thoughts, her pretty face was slightly panicked, and her subconscious reaction was like that of a girl in early childhood. Meng Xing frowned slightly and glanced at Ye Yunyun from the corner of his eye. The Feng Xian came to the South China Sea not in a low-key manner, perhaps because it wanted to take root in the South China Sea. If she wants to develop in the South China Sea, she should look for you and Zhu Dajin. Tiankai Biotechnology Company is the largest enterprise in Nanhai. Ye Yunyun's external identity is also that of a high-class lady in South China Sea. Foreign companies that want to operate in the South China Sea, even if they are dragons crossing the river, must first pay homage to the mountain. Maybe come here. I'll ask my secretary later. Ye Yunyun spent the whole day in the underground laboratory and never went out. The greatest value of Tiankai Biotechnology Company is to help Shajing Cheng complete research on monster grafting technology. Ye Yunyun didn't dare to be careless about this matter, because she knew that Meng Xing was interested in the mysterious monster in the South China Sea. Meng Xing most likely wants to control that magical beast. Knowing that it was about Meng Xing, Ye Yunyun would not treat it as a trivial matter. Even if he wants to drink water or eat bread, Ye Yunyun will complete it as a hunter's mission. What's more, the monster grafting technology will eventually be used on Meng Xing. This is the top priority. Meng Xing lowered his eyes, the white Jew spores on his body began to grow in size, and 2 white Jew spores emerged from Meng Xing's body. With weird smiles on their faces, they stood stupidly in front of Ye Yunyun. Ye Yunyun was very curious about what Baiju was and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Meng Xing said, "They are called Baiju, and they can quickly travel through the land, rivers, seas, and trees. As long as the 2 white Jew are separated by rivers, seas, and land, they can transmit information freely. Moreover, after they have devoured human spirituality, they can highly imitate the devoured human beings. You can even use some of the devoured's abilities." Ye Yunyun's beautiful eyes lit up. She was definitely an excellent intelligence agent. "Sir, he always comes up with something magical." Meng Xing continued. "I plan to place the white Zetsus around some important people. For example, Feng Zhenggao, Li Yao, Director Zhang of the Work Safety Administration." A glint flashed across Meng Xing's eyes. "I want to know every move these people make." Meng Xing would not shy away from Ye Yunyun, and there was no need to hide some secrets from her. This woman has become his right-hand man. Ye Yunyun pondered for a while. It might take time. Several small white spores appeared in Meng Xing's hand, and they flew to Ye Yunyun under Meng Xing's control. "Li Yang will assist you. You only need to be responsible for collecting information on a few extraordinary forces. Let Li Yang handle the fight." After saying this, Meng Xing put the coffee on the table and quietly looked at the moonlight hanging high in the sky. With Baiju, Meng Xing's intelligence network will spread throughout the Xia Kingdom, and even internationally. Those places that are surrounded by monsters and have no signal will no longer hinder Meng Xing from obtaining information. Tiankai Biotechnology Company, outside the General Manager's office. I made an appointment with Mr. Ye yesterday. Is she here?" The woman is wearing a serious black suit and looks ordinary. Her face was painted with delicate makeup and her hair was meticulously styled. She looks very capable, dressed like a strong woman. "Wait a moment, may I ask your last name?" The little secretary at the secretarial desk has a professional smile. "Wanhe Group, I am Wu Wei." There was some natural arrogance in the woman's tone, but also some dissatisfaction. Wu Wei is from Feng Xian. She majored in finance in college and was Feng Xian's right-hand man. At the same time, he is also a B-level talent awakener. The little secretary checked the list of pre-interviews and picked up the landline phone. Hello, good morning, Mr. Ye. Ms. Wu from Wanhee Group is visiting you. The little secretary hung up the phone, walked out of the secretary desk, and opened the door. Please come in. Wu Wei frowned slightly. Why didn't Ye Yunyun come in person to open the door and greet her? She was used to having CEOs of major companies come out to greet her in person after announcing the name of Wanhee Group. It's not like coming out of the office to greet you, but walking out of the office building and opening the door in person with a smiling face. She suppressed her displeasure and pushed the door open. Yes sir, I will pay attention. I have a guest sir. I will get back to you later. Ye Yunyun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and made a phone call. He did not greet Wu Wei immediately, leaving only Wu Wei's back. Wu Wei was completely angry this time. How could she, a vice president of overseas marketing and such a big shot, suffer such neglect? Wu Wei looked at the back of the most glamorous woman in Nanhai City. What a nasty figure. Wu Wei secretly pursed her lips. She analyzed the contents of Ye Yunyun's phone call meticulously. Sir, this Mr. Ye is indeed not the actual head of Tiankai Biotechnology. After Ye Yunyun made the call, she turned around with a smile, walked towards Wu Wei, and extended her hand generously. Hello, I am Ye Yunyun. There was a hint of amazement in Wu Wei's eyes, but she also concealed some disdain. She had investigated Ye Yunyun and found out that she was a rich girl whose family was in decline. After living in a coffee shop for several years, she suddenly rose to prominence this year. A beautiful woman with a great figure and enchanting appearance became the richest woman in the South China Sea in just half a year. There was no way she could believe it. Deep down in her heart, she has determined that Ye Yunyun is someone's puppet pushed in front of Tian Kaiming. On the surface, she is the general manager, but in fact she is just a pretty mistress. Wu Wei saw too many people like this. Deputy General Manager of the Overseas Marketing Department of Wanhee Group, Wu Wei. Ye Yunyun led Wu Wei to sit down and said straight to the point. What's the purpose of Mr. Wu's visit today? Wu Wei smiled and said. I'm back here to help Tiankai get through this difficult time. Ye Yunyun was stunned for a moment. She was a little confused. Where did apocalypse come from? Wu Wei saw Ye Yunyun's doubts and took out a piece of information and placed it in front of Ye Yunyun. Although it's a little offensive, but this is your company's revenue data for this period. It can be seen from these data that your company has been in a state of loss since the beginning of its operation. Ye Yunyun looked through the information. Loss? Isn't this normal? Tiankai Biotechnology Company's largest investment is monster grafting technology. Although I will take some other orders. But that was all a cover to protect the smooth progress of the monster grafting plan. Secondly, those orders can subsidize Tiankai Biotechnology's income. Speaking of which, those orders were just enough to pay the employees, but they didn't make any money from electricity or water. Wu Wei watched Ye Yunyun flipping through the information with contempt in her eyes. I thought to myself, can you understand this information? Generally speaking, it is very rude to point out the other person's pain points so simply and clearly. But Wu Wei didn't care. She has some status in Wanhee Group, and in her opinion, only the man behind Ye Yunyun is qualified to talk to her on an equal footing. Wu Wei is not afraid of offending Ye Yunyun, as long as Ye Yunyun conveys what she said today to the sir behind her. Wu Wei was afraid that Ye Yunyun, the vase, did not understand the meaning of the information. So he started to explain to Ye Yunyun, and at the same time expressed his own thoughts. Ye Yunyun looked at Wu Wei funny. I don't know where she got this information. Maybe someone in the company was bribed by Wu Wei. Wu Wei said in front of her that her company did not make money and was losing money. He also said in a savior's tone that he would give Tiankai a bite of food and help Tiankai company overcome the so-called difficulties. Isn't this a slap in the face? They say they want to help tide them over, but they actually want shares in Tiankai. Ye Yunyun even suspected that Wu Wei had already prepared an acquisition case in her briefcase. Wu Wei saw Ye Yunyun looking at her with a smile but not a smile, frowned and asked. Does Mr. Ye understand what I said? Ye Yunyun pushed the information to Wu Wei. I'm sorry, Tiankai Biotechnology has no plans to set up a joint venture factory with other companies. Wu Wei frowned and organized her words slightly. Mr. Ye, this matter is not a trivial matter. Do you want to hold a board of directors in case the other shareholders are interested? Wu Wei hinted that the owner behind you might be interested in her proposal. Becoming a subsidiary company of Wanhee Group is definitely standing on the shoulders of giants. Judging from the size and design of this company, a lot of thought must have been put into it. The owner behind Ye Yunyun must not want this company to continue to lose money like this, right? Ye Yunyun stretched out her hand to stop Wu Wei from continuing, and smiled slightly. If Mr. Wu is here because of this matter, there is no need to continue talking. Apocalypse does not require any investment or anyone's intervention. Wu Wei's face suddenly turned cold, and she stood up angrily, smiling. I hope you won't regret it. Maybe you have to pay the price for your arrogance. Wu Wei walked out of the office without saying hello. I cursed in my heart, how dare a little mistress, a person who relies on her skin to get to the top, speak like this ignorantly and fearlessly? After Wu Wei walked out of the office, the front desk secretary bowed slightly to Wu Wei. Guest, move slowly. Wu Wei had a cold face and was about to leave when she suddenly saw someone. The man, wearing a white protective suit and a mask, hurried past the general manager's office. This kind of outfit is very common in biological companies, and it looks like they just came out of the laboratory. But Wu Wei frowned imperceptibly. Generally speaking, spiritually sensitive people can detect the caste and spirituality of those who are weaker than themselves. The man wearing protective clothing is a high-level awakened person. Talent and spirituality are both high. At least B-level talent, 6th level spirituality? How come Tiankai Biotechnology has such a master? Wu Wei muttered to herself. Wu Wei's perception was correct. The man in protective clothing was a seduction hunter guarding Apocalypse. Does Tiankai have any other secrets? What fun! I'm really becoming more and more interested in Apocalypse. Finding the secret of Apocalypse can be regarded as adding another piece of firewood to the acquisition of Apocalypse. Wu Wei smiled slightly and quietly followed the man in protective clothing. Wu Wei followed the seductive hunter all the way to the elevator. The seductive hunter looked around, but he didn't see Wu Wei. But Wu Wei was beside him, playing with her phone as if nothing had happened. He took out the special elevator card and pressed the second floor button. The elevator began to descend. Someone called for the elevator, but the elevator did not stop. Because after the elevator swipes a specific elevator card, it will enter another process. Ordinary employees of Tiankai cannot block the ladder. On the second underground floor, the elevator door opened. Wu Wei left the elevator casually and wandered around on the second underground floor. This is one of Wu Wei's talents. Weakened senses, level C. After using this talent, everyone around her will pay less attention to her, as if they cannot see this person. Even if someone is watching the surveillance, even if Wu Wei is standing within the surveillance range, it will be difficult to detect. This is not stealth. If you block other people's sight or actively attract other people's attention, you will be discovered. There are a lot of powerful atmospheres here. Apocalypse biotechnology is a bit extraordinary. Wu Wei came to this conclusion after wandering around here for a few times. She found a bright light in front of her, a transparent laboratory. Wu Wei walked over quickly, her eyes widening in horror. There are many living bodies of C-level and B-level monsters in this laboratory, and there are also many monsters with their broken limbs and internal organs soaked in petri dishes. Forget about the C-level monster, what's going on with this B-level monster? Wu Wei subconsciously took a few steps back. This, Tiankai Biotechnology Company is definitely not as simple as an ordinary enterprise. This could be an extraordinary organization. The biggest difference between the extraordinary organization and the awakened criminal gang is that there is a huge gap in strength. A few E-level miscellaneous fish group together and are called a criminal gang. A combination of several A-level top players can be called an extraordinary force. Wu Wei recalled Ye Yunyun's attitude towards herself. No wonder she is so arrogant. It turns out she is a person with extraordinary power. Even if she is a mistress, she is the mistress of a certain leader of extraordinary forces. No, I have to tell Miss Feng about this quickly. Nanhai City is very dangerous, but we are completely unprepared. Wu Wei raised her legs and walked quickly towards the elevator. She didn't have an elevator card and couldn't open the elevator, so she waited outside the door and tried to use the same method she used when she came down. The elevator's display suddenly showed that the elevator went to the first floor upstairs, and then began to descend toward the second underground floor. Wu Wei waited patiently. The elevator arrived in front of Wu Wei and opened the elevator door. The elevator door opened, and Wu Wei was startled by the people inside. The young man wore a strange smiley mask and a white suit. The young man paused at the elevator door and looked around in surprise. Wu Wei's heart was in her throat. Did this young man discover her? She didn't feel any spiritual fluctuations in the young man in front of her. Could it be that his strength far exceeds his own, so he feels his own existence? The young man finally left the elevator without noticing Wu Wei. Wu Wei quickly got out and entered the elevator, caressed her tall breasts, and cursed in her heart. What a weirdo, dressed like this. By chance, someone called for the ladder upstairs. Wu Wei relaxed. Suddenly, the elevator door was violently opened, and a face wearing a smiling mask poked in. Wu Wei looked at Li Yang in horror. Li Yang's eerie laughter reached Wu Wei's ears. You forgot to hide the shadow. Wu Wei looked down at her own shadow, her eyes suddenly straightened, full of fear. She saw 7 or 8 figures in the elevator, surrounding her own shadow. The 7 or 8 figures were tearing at his own shadow. Wu Wei backed away in horror, but her own shadow stood stupidly like a wooden figure, being eaten by the 7 or 8 figures in turn. Wu Wei suddenly felt weak and fell to the ground. The innate ability of weakened senses also disappeared. You, who are you? Wu Wei asked weakly. Li Yang didn't answer. The pale white mask in front of Wu Wei seemed to be smiling sinisterly. Li Yang tilted his neck in discomfort. A white spore is rapidly expanding and growing in size. Bai Ju's head stuck out and struggled to crawl out of Li Yang's body. This scene is worthy of a horror movie. She watched Bai Ju crawl towards her, wrapping her body around her, and the smoothness touched her nerves. Wu Wei finally couldn't help it and let out a miserable cry. Nanhai City, North District, a certain villa. This place was bought by Fengsha Yanggong and used as his future home in Nanhai City. A dozen B-level talent awakeners who followed her were responsible for security. Who? The man in black at the entrance of the courtyard shouted loudly. Wu Wei withdrew weakened senses and stood expressionlessly in front of the man in black. The man in black nodded. It turns out to be Mr. Wu. The lady is waiting for you in the study. There is a spiritual monitoring gate at the main entrance of the villa. The identity of this person in the Wanhe group database can be seen through spiritual testing. This is to prevent awakened people who are good at disguise from sneaking into the villa. The spiritual monitoring was all normal, and Wu Wei's file information was displayed on the computer. Wu Wei walked straight to the study, knocked on the door, and said with a smile, "Miss, I'm back." Feng Xian sat at the desk and looked through the information, frowning and murmuring, "No, no, no." Wu Wei walked over and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, miss?" Wu Wei saw the information on Feng Xian's table, and a few words appeared in her perspective. Nanhai No. 1 Middle School, Lokang Agricultural Wholesale. Feng Xian raised her eyes, something strange flashed inside. The 2 people my father asked me to check seem to be missing. Wu Wei asked calmly, "What happened?" "You can leave it to your subordinates." Feng Xian looked through the information. Based on the information provided by the Public Security Bureau and Nanhai No. 1 Middle School, the pieced together information about Meng Xing is as follows. He is an orphan and lives in the old city of Nanhai. Because of his amazing spiritual cultivation, he was admitted to Nanhai No. 1 Middle School without tuition. And there are scholarships available every year. In the 3 years of high school, I ranked first in the province in spiritual cultivation, and my future is promising. It was a pity that the talent of peasant life was awakened, which disappointed the principal at the time. Fortunately, when the old city was demolished, Meng Xing's house happened to be demolished. Meng Xing left Nanhai City with a large sum of money. Later, he died outside, in a place called Bibland Village. During that time, there was a riot of monsters in Bibland Mountain, so the timing was right. Wu Wei kept smiling. It's a pity that the genius has fallen. Wu Wei went to get a glass of water for Feng Xian, put it on the desk and continued. With a lot of money, he can live a good life in cities like Liancheng, Shechen, and Beishan City. It's a pity that he died in a foreign country. This world is still too chaotic. Feng Xian shook her head. No, there are too many unreasonable things. First of all, there was a fire in the school a few months ago, and the archives were destroyed. Therefore, we only know that Meng Xing has awakened his talent as a farmer. I don't know anything about the rest, not even the talent level. Wu Wei raised her eyebrows. What's the use of a farmer's talent, no matter how high the level is. Feng Xian did not answer and continued. What's even more incredible is that the teacher who knew Meng Xing well either died in the Skeleton King's monster siege or left the South China Sea. There is only one teacher left, Wang Su, who was Meng Xing's class teacher. The teacher was leaving Nanhai in 2 days and was transferred to Shachan to be the principal of Shachan No. 3 Middle School. Feng Xian took out another piece of information. Above is a chubby girl named Suman Man. Feng Xian said. This Suman Man is even more outrageous. The school has no files on her at all. I only learned from some students that this woman was also very spiritual. She awakened her hacking talent, and it was a very high-level hacking talent. According to the sheriff's department, Suman Man worked as a cashier at a seed company. She also has several part-time jobs in Xinkan. Unfortunately, Suman Man died 6 months ago, being robbed and killed by a gang of gangsters. That group of gangsters fled Nanhai, and no one has been found yet. Wu Wei frowned and said, "Is this the only information the Public Security Bureau has about Meng Xing and Suman Man?" Feng Xian nodded, looking helpless. During the Skeleton King's siege, the Nanhai Public Security Bureau lost a lot of documents. Feng Xian stared at Wu Wei and said seriously, "Everything makes sense, but it's too coincidental. My father asked me to check the information of these 2 people, but it seemed like their traces had been erased. So weird." Feng Xian rubbed her forehead, looking tired. She thought of something. One of these 2 students is a farmer and the other is a hacker. The 2 most important projects of Wanhe Group are Hacking Technology Red and Black and Agricultural Technology Sheneng. The father was so nervous about these 2 people. And it is precisely these 2 people and the 2 projects of Wanhe Group who have similar talents. There is nothing hidden here. Feng Xian doesn't believe it. I really don't know what her father wants to hide from her. Feng Xian sighed, picked up the water glass, and asked, "Sister Wu hasn't talked about you yet. How is your discussion with Tiankai Biotech going?" Wu Wei's face looked slightly unnatural. "They rejected my offer." There was a moment of surprise on Feng Xian's face. Wu Wei continued, "It doesn't matter, I will find a way. I support all your ideas." Her tone and appearance were as if she was Feng Xian's best friend. Wu Wei is 10 years older than Feng Xian. She has been serving Feng Xian since she was a child, and has a close relationship with Feng Xian. As Wu Wei spoke, she wrapped her arms around Feng Xian's body and stretched out her hands to knead and massage Feng Xian's shoulders. "Come on, close your eyes and relax." Feng Xian closed her eyes obediently and enjoyed Wu Wei's service. Wu Wei's eyes showed cold murderous intent, and her hands secretly gathered her spirituality. At this moment, Feng Xian suddenly grabbed Wu Wei's hand. Then with a quick pull, he stood up quickly, pressed Wu Wei on the table, and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Wu Wei turned her head and showed a strange smile. "How did you find out?" Feng Xian didn't reply. The problem just lies in Wu Wei's massage technique. Wu Wei's massage was much more comfortable than Baiju's. Baiju has a strong ability to imitate, but it is just imitation. "Say, where is Wu Wei?" Feng Xian said coldly. Crack, snap, snap. Several dull applause sounded in the villa. Feng Xian stared at the ceiling and saw a few shadows gathering. A figure slowly crawled out from the dark ceiling. The man was wearing a white suit and a strange little face mask. The look in his eyes is that of a predator at the top of the food chain. Feng Xian suppressed Wu Wei with more force, narrowed her eyes and said, "Mask." Feng Xian determined that this man was with the group of masked men who assassinated him in the wilderness. Li Yang smiled sadly, and then scattered on the ground as if he had melted, turning into a pool of shadow. Just when Feng Xian was surprised by this sight, she felt a cold touch on her neck. A dagger with a cold light was pressed against her white neck. Feng Xian slowly let go of her hand and let go of Wu Wei in her hand. Li Yang smelled the scent of Feng Xian obsessively. A piece of expensive meat, a top-quality product. Feng Xian's ears could hear the sound of Li Yang swallowing saliva, and she felt a chill in her heart. This man didn't have any undue desire for her, but he really wanted to eat her? Li Yang said regretfully. "It's a pity that I don't have this luck, so it has to come." Li Yang tilted his neck. The white spores were expanding like a white sarcoma. Feng Xian's eyes widened. This was the first time in so many years that she felt a deep cold. The head of a child actually grew out of the masked man's neck. The kid was trying his best to get out from that man's neck. Before the child could get out, he couldn't help but stretched out his hands to hold her head and licked her eyes. No! Feng Xian finally screamed. 2 minutes later, the guards who heard Feng Xian's screams rushed to the study. They rushed up and saw Feng Xian, who was listening to Wu Wei's work report. They breathed a sigh of relief and left apologetically. It's just like these two sisters are having fun. What they didn't see was that Wu Wei and Feng Xian looked at each other and smiled strangely at the same time. Feng Xian let out a cry and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. I found myself in a room decorated in Chinese style. She quickly checked her status. His clothes were intact and his hands and feet were not tied up. There was no strange taste in his mouth, so he probably wasn't drugged. Feng Xian rubbed her temples, stood up calmly, and looked at this strange place. Someone came to the door. Feng Xian quickly rushed to the door, her whole body spiritually mobilized. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and a gorgeous woman in maid uniform walked in carrying food. Feng Xian quickly attacked, intending to quickly subdue the woman. However, Feng Xian's attack penetrated the woman's body, and the woman calmly placed the food on the table. The woman in maid uniform had an expressionless face and bowed slightly to Feng Xian, showing great etiquette. She whispered, "Miss Feng, please have a meal. The master wants to see you soon." After that, he straightened his back, nodded slightly, and left the room. It was as if no one had attacked her just now. Feng Xian stared blankly at her fist. The punch just now seemed to hit the sand. This maid is an awakened combat talent, and can elementally transform, so her level is not low. Is a high-level combat talent awakener just working as a maid here? Feng Xian was full of curiosity about the owner here. She walked to the meal and took a small bite. It tasted good. Not 5 minutes after finishing eating, 2 maids came in. One of them was holding a pile of brand new clothes on the bed, while the other was clearing away the dishes. "Miss Feng, please change your clothes, the master wants to see you," a maid said respectfully. Feng Xian knew that she was being watched, otherwise someone would not have cleared away the dishes right after the meal. In about 10 minutes, Feng Xian obediently changed into a long, close-fitting dress, and was led to the study by 2 maids. The maid knocked on the door, bowed and said respectfully, "Master, Miss Feng is here. Enter." After receiving the master's reply, the maid gently opened the door. After Feng Xian entered, she closed the door and left. The mysterious owner in front of him wore a ferocious Ghost King mask and pajamas, sitting at the table and reading several documents. Feng Xian looked at the study environment. Very clean, tidy, and simple. A soft chandelier, a bookshelf, a desk, and 2 chairs. This is all the configuration in the study room. There are many books on the bookshelf. If you look carefully, you can find that these books have been read frequently. It shows that the mysterious man in front of him likes to read books, which is completely different from some people who like to treat books as a style and put them in the study room to collect dust. Meng Xing raised his head and raised his chin slightly. "Sit." Feng Xian was not afraid of the stage and sat opposite Meng Xing. Seeing this mask, Feng Xian already knew the identity of the mysterious man in front of her. President of the Hunter Guild. Defeat Mu Boan, repel 3 S-level warriors, and completely kill the gluttonous villain. Meng Xing smiled and said, "Miss Feng, is there anything you need? You can tell them if you need anything." Those who didn't know better thought that Feng Xian was a guest invited by Meng Xing, not someone who was kidnapped. The president's voice was younger than Feng Xian imagined. "I once heard that he would have a head full of white hair, and I thought he was an old man." Feng Xian was a little cautious. "Nothing is needed. What did you bring me here to do? My small role is not important to you, right?" Meng Xing's voice was gentle and elegant. "Miss Feng is not a small role, she is the eldest daughter and the sole heir of Wanhe Group. I just don't know why Miss Feng came to Nanhai." The magnetic voice was mixed with a lot of murderous intent, like the whisper of a devil deep in the night. Dangerous, deadly, and charming. Feng Xian's palms were slightly sweaty and she said with a forced smile, "Mr. President, you may have misunderstood. I just came to Nanhai to make money. As she talked, Feng Xian couldn't talk anymore, because Meng Xing stared at her with a smile from the corner of his eyes, as if looking at a little girl who was lying. Feng Xian lowered her head and pinched the corners of her clothes nervously. The president gave her an invisible pressure. Meng Xing ignored Feng Xian's lie and said, "You may know some information about me that the security administration has. For example, My hometown is most likely in the South China Sea. Even though I know this might be my territory, I still want to put my hand in. Haha, are you provoking me? Meng Xing's voice had begun to cool down. Feng Xian's forehead was dripping with sweat, her brain was running rapidly, but she couldn't think of any countermeasures to deal with Meng Xing. Meng Xing stood up, picked up a book and handed it to Feng Xian. Your mobile phone can't be used recently, and the range of activities can only be on this floor. The books here can help you pass the time. Feng Xian suddenly raised her head. Are you going to put me under house arrest? Meng Xing nodded honestly. Some people may ask, why not just kill Feng Xian? Why keep her? Have a baby? Meng Xing is not a murderous person. His killing is just a means to accomplish his own ends. A Feng Xian under house arrest, a living Feng Xian, is more useful than a dead Feng Xian. That would become Meng Xing's best weapon against Feng Zhenghao. Feng Xian gritted her teeth. Before she fainted, she saw another version of herself. The Hunter Guild has awakened people who disguise themselves as others and copy their spirituality. The counterfeit is not very powerful, but the threat to one he is far greater than that of the powerful awakened one. Feng Xian sighed helplessly. The opponent is a sniper, his own flesh and blood. Feng Xian looked at the book Walden given by Meng Xing in her hand. She had heard of this book. It was a book about life. Does this mean that you should stay here quietly and cultivate yourself? Okay, I still have things to do. Miss Feng, go and rest. Meng Xing began to issue orders to expel guests. The goal has been achieved, and Feng Xian will live in peace. Feng Xian stood up and bowed humbly. This is a sign of respect for those who have been awakened by S-level battles. She left the room and there was a seductive maid waiting for her outside the door. Starting today, 8 seductive maids will take turns taking care of the trivial matters of her life. After Feng Xian left, Meng Xing took off his mask, with a solemn expression underneath. The birth of Baiju resolved the small trouble caused by Wan He Group's intervention in the South China Sea. But something new happened. Something happened again in Dongying country. A thing named Secret Realm appeared. Miyamoto Minami mentioned in today's diary report that a violent spiritual riot occurred at the original location of Datong Mountain, forming a secret realm. The location of Daifa Mountain became a restricted area after the death of the gluttonous dragon turtle. There are awakened members of the Miyamoto family and official personnel to guard the place day and night. 3 days after the death of the gluttonous evil, a force with the same origin as the gluttonous evil is forming. Officials thought that the gluttonous villain was about to resurrect, and the upper echelons of Dongying were panicking. Awakened and official troops continued to reinforce Daitonjiama with heavy weapons. This evening, that power took full shape, but it was not that the gluttonous evildoers would be resurrected as they had guessed. An irregular wormhole appeared there that could see another world. Through the fiery red magical barrier, the awakened people and troops stationed in Daifa Mountain can see the monsters walking or hunting inside. But those monsters can't see the outside, let alone know that they are being spied on by humans. Through the fiery red door, some awakened people discovered ores and plants that Blue Star did not have. Captain Toyu Sakura tried to throw his cell phone into that world. The phone went through without any obstruction and could receive the signal normally. The scientific research team arrived immediately and used instruments such as acoustic signal detectors to gain a more complete understanding of that world. The reason why it is said to be a secret realm rather than a world is because it is only the size of a city. Many spiritual minerals and plants make people greedy. Under the instruction of his superiors, a peace officer bravely approached the door of the secret realm and successfully passed through. He was soon discovered by a powerful B-level monster and was torn into pieces and devoured under the watchful eyes of people. The B-level monster seemed to sense the existence of the portal and kept guarding it. People panicked. A B-level monster appeared randomly. God knows what is in the world in the secret realm? Will those things pass through the barrier and invade Dongying one day? The strongest person in Dongying is currently the head of the Miyamoto family, Miyamoto Minami, a B-ranker. Dongying will never be able to withstand the ravages of those monsters. However, the magic in the secret realm really makes Dongying greedy. If Dongying obtains those magical ores and plants, will its country become stronger and become the strongest country in Blue Star? The upper echelons of Dongying are confused as to whether to invite other countries to discuss how to seal off the secret realm, or to hide the secret realm as a golden finger. The message was immediately blocked. Miyamoto Nan also immediately conveyed the news to Meng Xing. In the game, Secret realms represent danger and opportunity. Meng Xing was naturally interested in this. But how that secret realm came into being, Meng Xing had no clue. The only thing Meng Xing can be sure of is that the secret realm must be related to the gluttonous dragon turtle. Security Bureau, Conference Room. The leader of the senior administrator group sat at the conference table, and the old Taoist priest Zhang took a nap in the chief seat. There is no airtight wall in the world. After the turmoil in Dongying, the Security Administration has launched surveillance on Dongying. I suspect this was caused by the death of the gluttonous villain, but why did this happen? A team leader frowned. Another team leader spread his hands. Who knows? After so many years of monster invasion, this is the first time that a villain has been completely killed. There is no precedent for this. Having said that, that president is really fierce. How did he do something that no one had done for so many years? According to intelligence, the secret door has not yet been completely formed, but it will be formed soon. As long as the secret realm door is formed, a large number of awakened people can flow in. I suggest that an administrator team be sent to Dongying immediately. The secret realm appears in Dongying. It's so close to us, there's no reason why we shouldn't get involved. But rashly entering other countries, internationally, can it be justified? Bah, they have the nerve to emit volcanic ash to other countries, who will talk to them about morality. So, Dongying is finished now. General Dai has been killed. Everyone is struggling with the question of whether to go to Dongying, a secret place. No one has ever thought about whether this secret place can bring disaster to Xia Kingdom. Because Xiaoguo is too powerful now. With Director Zhang here, he can already compete with the divine branch of the world's most powerful organization. Now that there is another president, the sect has become completely honest. Although the president is an uncontrollable factor, no one knows where he is. But it is no exaggeration to say that Xia Kingdom is the strongest country in Blue Star. This is confidence? The revival of Xia Kingdom is just around the corner. What is the revival of Xia Kingdom? That is the coming of all nations? The administrators and team leaders were arguing, and they all looked at the old Taoist priest Zhang. Old Taoist Zhang drooped his eyes. Dongying is unkind, we cannot be unkind. Entering other countries recklessly is not what Xia should do. We are not those bandits? There was a reprimand in his tone. Many administrators lowered their heads. The Xia Kingdom regards etiquette, justice, and integrity as a matter of state. After so many years of Confucianism and legalism, disregarding propriety for the sake of selfish desires is indeed not in line with the style of the Xia Kingdom. Because we are not bandits. Old Taoist Zhang sighed and said worriedly. Poor Dongying? Having just suffered from the chaos of evildoers, there is another spiritual riot by gluttonous evildoers in the Dayfucian area. I'm really worried. Monk, be compassionate. Many administrators raised their heads with doubts on their faces, wondering what kind of medicine Director Zhang was selling. Old Taoist Zhang continued. So, we are good neighbors to Dongying and the Xia Kingdom is a state of etiquette. Humanitarian help should be provided to Dongying? This is the style of a great country. Everyone was shocked. Old Taoist Zhang's eyes gradually became sharp. Blue Whale Team? Shenlong Team? Go to Dongying immediately tomorrow to provide assistance to Dongying? We must investigate clearly the remaining spiritual riots among the gluttonous evildoers in Dayfu Mountain. Everyone smiled evilly. Humanitarian help? Nonsense. When the gluttonous villain just died, the remaining spiritual riots produced a spiritual tide, which harmed many Dongying people. If you wanted to help, why didn't you help then? Now that the secret realm has appeared, everyone knows that there may be adventures in it, and then they start to provide help? I just found a reason to enter Dongying and then steal Dongying's secret realm. Everyone felt comfortable. This is Director Zhang, a familiar recipe and a familiar taste. The two administrator team leaders stood up seriously. Promise to complete the mission? We must help our old neighbors solve their suffering. The leader of the Blue Whale team, Whale Bird, pondered for a while and asked, what if Dongying doesn't agree? Or what if they stop us and prevent us from entering the secret realm? Old Taoist Zhang looked at the Whale Bird as if he were a fool. We are here to help Dongying, not to invade Dongying. I reasonably suspect that the Dongying people who do not accept our help are the remnants of General Dai. Then help the Dongying authorities clean up the door and kill them on the spot. Old Taoist Zhang finally understood why Whalebird had not been able to become the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau after so many years. They want to stop you, but can they stop you two senior administrator teams? With this kind of brain, he is really not suitable to be the director of the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. Old Taoist Zhang pondered for a while and continued. Inform Hehuan sect and Xianshan and ask them to send some disciples to go with you. Let them cooperate with the work of the Safety Management Bureau on a voluntary basis. Yang Qingyun, the leader of the Hehuan sect, also called. There may be opportunities and risks in the secret realm of evildoers. Risks and opportunities coexist. As the director of the Safety Management Bureau, Mr. Zhang will not only let the Safety Management Bureau bear risks, the other extraordinary forces also have to share some of the burden. If there is an opportunity, that opportunity is also an opportunity for Xiaguo Security Bureau or other extraordinary forces. That opportunity fell to Xiaguo. Zhang Liadao doesn't care whether all those benefits go to the Safety Management Bureau. It would be good if the Xia Kingdom is strong and prosperous. Furthermore, the Security Administration sent out 2 teams of senior administrators, and there were many fewer high-level administrators in Xia. If there are still many elites of those extraordinary forces in Xia, old Taoist Zhang is afraid that they will not survive. Letting the other extraordinary forces send some elites to Dongying would also weaken the power of the extraordinary forces in Xia Kingdom in disguise. Whalebird asked in a low voice, should we also invite Principal Li or Mr. Liu to go with us? I'm afraid that Yang Qingyun will rob the Security Bureau of its benefits. Yang Qingyun is S-level, and Bai Long, the leader of Whalebird and Shenlong team, is A-level. What if the Security Bureau discovers something good and Yang Qingyun is jealous and wants to snatch it from the Security Bureau? If a fight breaks out, these 2 team leaders will definitely not be Yang Qingyun's opponents. Old Taoist Zhang let out a contemptuous snort from his nose. If she finds something good, she can keep it. If she wanted to rob something belonging to the Security Bureau, would she dare? Yang Qingyun only took some disciples out, and his hometown was still in Xia Kingdom. Hehuan sect is the means to contain her. Whalebird stopped talking and sat down peacefully. A senior administrator team leader suddenly asked. Both Xianshan and Hehuan sect have gone. That hunter guild. How to say? Call me if you want. Old Taoist Zhang was silent. Let the hunter guild also send some elites out, which will be of great benefit to the Security Administration and Xiaguo. Zhang Liadao did not find out the details of the hunter guild. This organization may have existed longer than he thought and has more information than he imagined. He can't command the Hunter Guild. In fact, it is quite simple to convince the elite of the Hunter Guild to go to Dongying. Just send a mission to the Hunter Guild and find a few high-level hunters to go to Dongying. But, so expensive. Please ask the president to take action once, 10 high-grade spiritual weapons, 10 A-level monsters, and 1 S-level corpse. Although the Hunter Guild was dedicated to its mission, it actually killed the gluttonous villain. This is great value for money. However, it is still very expensive. Old Taoist Zhang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I will ask the Hunter Guild to go to Dongying together to protect the administrator of the Security Administration. In the evening, Tiankai Biotechnology Company, Underground Laboratory. Meng Xing heard that Shajingqin's monster grafting technology had made new progress, so he came over to take a look. By the way, let's take a look at what the 10 Baiju grafted with monster spirituality look like. Meng Xing has always been interested in the magical beast locked up in the Public Security Bureau. If I graft that monster, will my combat power be raised to a higher level? At this time, Meng Xing saw a mission issued by Crow to Ming Hao on the Hunter Guild app. Mission, Guard. Task details. Help the administrator of the Security Administration to successfully explore a dangerous area. Task requirements, senior hunters and above can accept it. You cannot compete with members of the Security Administration for items. Task reward, each advanced hunter will receive 5 B-level monsters and 1 intermediate spiritual weapon. Meng Xing frowned. Are you treating me like a beggar? In fact, it is very sincere for the Security Administration to use these as mission rewards. A-level monsters are not cabbage, nor are high-grade spiritual weapons. The reason why the Security Bureau spent so much money to invite Meng Xing to come out last time was because Meng Xing was an S-ranker, and they only gave it to Meng Xing after he had solved the difficulties. The Security Administration will not pay mission rewards if the mission fails, so the safe feels that value is worth it. Now for this guard mission, only the senior hunter can go there. There is no requirement to help the Safety Management Bureau complete any work or anything. You don't have to work hard, and you can get rewards if you go. Meng Xing murmured. Why is this old boy such a thief? This task is for senior hunters to assist administrators in completing the work of the Security Administration. What if a hunter who has not accepted the quest is interested in the secret realm? The secret realm may be the same as the game copy, and there may be conflicts. Will the hunters who didn't take the mission give face to the senior hunters who took the mission to protect the administrators? This move by the Security Administration kills two birds with one stone. While hiring high-level hunters, he also prohibited other hunters from competing with the Security Bureau for the good things in the secret realm. After all, according to normal logic, strong men from the same sect should give each other this face. It's just that old Taoist Zhang thinks too much. Meng Xing was very interested in the things in the secret realm and even wanted to go there himself. It is said that the Hunter Guild is quite free, unlike those extraordinary sects that are restricted by strict rules. In fact, the Hunters Guild is still Meng Xing's one-spoken organization in the final analysis. Want Meng Xing to give up? Unless the price given by Director Zhang of the Safety Management Bureau is terrifyingly high. Successful? Completely successful? Ha 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 ha. Sha Jingqin's wild laughter came from the laboratory not far away. Meng Xing took back his cell phone and walked into the laboratory. If there are no problems with those 10 Baiju, they can follow me to the secret realm. Sha Jingqin's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy, but his whole body was full of excitement. The 10 Baiju also successfully grafted onto the monster spiritually, and there was nothing unusual about it. Sha Jingcheng said to Meng Xing excitedly. You are right. Grafting the monster's spirituality requires enduring the monster's violent emotions. The sea of consciousness must also be spiritually able to withstand the riots of monsters. After several reforms, I have been able to reduce the invasion of the monster's will to a minimum. The monster grafting technology was indeed as successful as the president said. But it doesn't mean it can't be considered a real success if it's grafted onto humans. Baiju is a special being that is alive but has no independent consciousness. They have no consciousness, so they can withstand the invasion of monsters' consciousness. Baiju is a special being, but humans are not. It is difficult for humans to withstand the will of monsters. To put it more professionally, ordinary humans are averse to the spirituality of monsters. After many experiments and observations on Baiju, Sha Jingcheng finally perfected the technology of monster grafting. Sha Jingcheng took out his tablet and demonstrated it in front of Meng Xing. Look, it's really a new technology in monster grafting technology, the demon-suppressing liquid. Human beings are resistant to the spirituality of monsters, so they only need to use demon-suppressing liquid. Sha Jingcheng said a lot, but Meng Xing didn't understand much. Anyway, the general meaning is that he used technology and supernatural powers to create a demon-suppressing liquid. The demon-suppressing liquid and the seal are applied to the human body together, and the monster's consciousness will fall into a deep sleep in the human body. The higher the level of the monster, the stronger its spirituality, and the weaker the effect of the demon-suppressing liquid. You can also choose to take long-term injections or take anti-magic liquid. Theoretically, as long as you continue to take the demon-suppressing liquid, the monster will not wake up. As long as there is enough time, humans can completely defeat and erase the consciousness of monsters. Meng Xing is already very satisfied with Sha Jingxin's current results. Originally, Meng Xing had full confidence in grafting the Warcraft from the Security Administration. Kinglian's inner fire can erase the violent emotions of monsters. The soul fruit can perfectly control the soul of monsters. Now there is a demon-suppressing liquid to suppress the spirituality of monsters. Meng Xing couldn't understand why it was difficult to control that monster. The next step is to meet that monster, Meng Xing said to himself. He threw the box of sacrificial spiritual weapons towards the 10 Baiju. There are also masks prepared for the white Zetsus in the box. The Baiju people put on masks and each held a spiritual weapon in their hand. White children wearing ferocious ghost masks, each carrying mourning sticks, wooden swords, wine glasses and other funerary items. There were even 2 Zetsu, one holding a burial doll and the other carrying a mahogany coffin. Weird and penetrating. These 10 Baiju are equal to 10A level ones who have high-grade spiritual weapons and are not easy to die. This will be a monster that is no weaker than a high-level hunter. The 10 Baiju quickly shrank and turned into 10 invisible spores that were attached to Meng Xing's body. A door suddenly opened in the wall. Huang Ji walked out and opened the door for Meng Xing. Meng Xing entered the door and disappeared into the laboratory. Meng Xing looked around. This was a prison. He had some impressions of this place. Tylin once lived here. Meng Xing looked at Huang Ji doubtfully. Didn't Lin Xiaoquan give Huang Ji the 3D pictures of the Public Security Bureau and the prison? Huang Ji knew this very well, so why did he teleport here by mistake? Huang Ji whispered. That monster is at the bottom. It's full of restrictions and I can't open the portal. So it can only be teleported to the nearest place. Meng Xing understood. Only Director Zhang of the Security Bureau has such a method that can stop Huang Ji's spatial power. Long live our emperor was sealed by him. Let's go down and have a look. Meng Xing said, taking the lead in walking in front. There was no one patrolling here, so Meng Xing reached the bottom level easily. As soon as he reached the bottom floor, Meng Xing heard someone whispering in his ear, and he was upset for a while. It was as if someone was tapping into his emotions. Manic, restless. Spirituality is in turmoil, and there is a faint tendency to riot. At this moment, a cool feeling in my mind flowed through my body like a clear spring, soothing those negative emotions. This is the calming and heart-clearing effect of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Looking at Huang Ji on the side. His eyes were so wide that tears were streaming down his face, saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his facial features were ferocious, as if he had a rabid dog. Meng Xing snorted coldly. Awake. The faint Qinglian Earth Fire in Huang Ji's mind was like a small stream of water from a faucet, gradually awakening Huang Ji. Roar. In the darkness in the distance, the monster roared unwillingly. Meng Xing had a smile on his lips. This kind of power was demonstrated even before the formal meeting. If you control the spirituality of that monster, your combat power will definitely improve a lot. Meng Xing was very satisfied with this monster. Ah, it's you? Ah, it's you? A miserable female voice came from not far away. Meng Xing strode over. In a black iron cage, a tall woman huddled in the darkness. Her silver hair is winding, and she is covered in white clothes, with dust covering the corners of her clothes. Like a forgotten toy. Meng Xing frowned. Wei Na? Where is the arrogant look that once was so magnificent? Huang Ji said softly. Wei Na has gone crazy. Wei Na stayed by the side of the monster that could only affect people's minds. Living in hatred and despair, she suffered from the constant invasion of her mind by the monster. He is already so crazy that he can no longer be crazy. Brother, is that you? Have you come to see your sister? You finally came to see my sister. My sister misses you so much? Wei Na stood up in a panic, grabbed the iron fence, and raised her pretty face slightly, a little wet. Underneath the beautiful and ethereal face was a bloodless paleness. Her eyes were full of hope. I hope the two people in front of me who are not my brothers can call me sister. Lie to yourself a little bit. When she could hear the word sister, she felt that she could probably be freed. Meng Xing did not intend to pity this woman. He walked straight into the darkness. In front of you is a heavy watertight door. Various charms are carved on the door panel. A flavor of metaphysics and a sense of historical depth hit my face. Meng Xing reached out and touched the watertight door, and was surprised to find that his spirituality was completely silent at this moment. Huang Ji took out a black password card and placed it in the card slot of the watertight door. The watertight door slowly opened. The Warcraft in Nanhai City is a red-level secret of the Security Administration. Lin Xiaoquan is currently the highest-level leader of Nanhai City, so only Lin Xiaoquan should have this password card in Nanhai. Meng Xing's password card was post-made. This password card not only requires a data key, but also spiritual patterns. The lock on the watertight door requires both data and spirituality to be opened. The data couldn't trouble Suman Man, but the spirituality was provided by Baiju, who was good at imitating spirituality. Enter the watertight door. The view inside is not as dark as the outside. Bright and warm. There is a huge golden light ball on the ceiling, which illuminates the place into a golden ocean. Various luminous talismans are carved on the walls. What makes it feel nondescript is that there are high-quality subwoofer speakers everywhere. A pure heart is like water, and pure water is the heart. There is no breeze and no waves. The sound of the purifying mantra is very loud, entangling this huge black iron prison all the time. In the center, there is a square pit. It was a hundreds of meters deep dungeon built with countless spiritual jade. Inside the translucent spiritual jade cage door, a thick black mist swam consciously. Meng Xing looked down. The thick black mist took shape and turned into a 100-meter-tall bird monster. It has an eagle body, dragon claws, sheep horns, and tail feathers on its back like thousands of animal feet. Bah! A pair of eyes filled with fighting intent, staring at Meng Xing and Huang Ji. It seems like you can go crazy anytime, anywhere. Huang Ji was shocked. This monster is recorded in the Security Bureau database. The furious evildoer, the Phoenix, whose name is Thousand Legs. It turns out that Furious Qinzu, one of the 7 evil disciples, is imprisoned in Nanhai City. The furious villain is the monster imprisoned in Nanhai City. This is too courageous. What if Qinzu was so angry that he ran out? Wouldn't the South China Sea turn into ashes in an instant? Meng Xing had expected this. Only the 7 evil disciples would make the Security Bureau work so hard. Only the 7 evil disciples would let the Skeleton King risk his life to save him. Having said that, the Skeleton King has broken through the South China Sea, but is it capable of saving the furious Thousand Legs? Without access cards, it would be difficult for Meng Xing to crack the restrictions here. The Phoenix's huge head hit the top of the dungeon, and a pair of purple eyes stared at Meng Xing. You're the one out there? You are not disturbed by me? You actually came in? As expected, the named monsters all have very high IQs, unlike gluttonous villains who know nothing but eating. The furious Qinzu laughed wildly. God's will? Ha 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 ha, let me out and I will give you the power to burn? I will let you rule the Xia kingdom. The murderous aura in your body goes straight to your nose. You must have many people you want to kill. Let me out and I'll help you. His voice was unpleasant, perhaps because he had no teeth, and his articulation was unclear. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows. How can I let you out? Furious Qinzu looked directly at Meng Xing. Give me a drop of your blood, give me a piece of your flesh, and I can get out. Don't worry, as long as I go out, I will definitely make you the strongest awakened person in the world. Meng Xing couldn't help but chuckle. You are much more cunning and stupid than Krishna. Just drop a drop of blood to get out? If the director of the Safety Management Bureau only has these 2 moments, he'd better not be the director. 80% of the time, this Phoenix is playing tricks with me. The furious Qinzu saw that Meng Xing had seen through his trick, and roared angrily, hitting the jade gate with his head. You know that black dragon? Are you the dragon's minion? I do not care. I do not care. Give me blood. Give me meat. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Humanity? When I get out, I will eat everyone who is related to you by blood. I will definitely go out. I will. Give me flesh and blood. Humanity? I remember your taste. You'd better pray I'm stuck here forever. The furious Qinzu looked manic, as if Meng Xing had done something heinous to him. Meng Xing looked at the Phoenix calmly. So angry. Meng Xing slowly stretched out his hand, and violent spiritual energy spurted out. Like fuel, it instantly ignites the green lotus earth core fire on the body. Meng Xing's black windbreaker and white hair fluttered in the spiritual fluctuations for an instant. The furious Qinzu widened his eyes. What are you doing? Meng Xing glanced at the Phoenix and met its terrifyingly big eyes. Let you out. Green flames enveloped the entire prison. Under extremely strong control, King Glian's earth core fire did not harm anything in the prison. The lights and speakers were all fine. The white jade barrier in the dungeon bloomed with milky white light and resisted Qinglian. The interweaving of white and cyan produced the sound of wind and thunder. Huang Ji was so shaken that he couldn't open his eyes, so he could only lower his head and bend over, covering his forehead with his arms. The sound of hunting in black clothes was heard. Furious Qinzu looked at Meng Xing solemnly. This human being is of extremely high level and has great spirituality. Where are the humans here? This looks like a humanoid monster. Finally, everything was calm in the cell, but the dungeon showed no signs of wear and tear. The intact white jade cell door seemed to be mocking Meng Xing's incompetence. Meng Xing frowned. If my Qinglian earth core fire is electricity, then this jade stone with runes engraved on it is an insulator. Jade is not aggressive at all, but it can remove all the inner fire of Qinglian from the dungeon. This spiritual stone talisman has no effect on ordinary people, but it is the nemesis of all spirituality. The Phoenix opened his mouth and said, the Taoist priest spent 7 days and 7 nights setting up this ban. Unless your power far exceeds that of the Taoist priest, You cannot break this restriction. Not even if our Emperor Long Live comes. The phoenix no longer looked down upon the masked human, but regarded him as the same level. The human's cyan flame is no weaker than its own. Although I don't know why this human wants to release himself, it doesn't matter. Whether this human is friend or foe, it is willing to pay any price as long as it can see the light of day again. That abominable heart-cleaning curse makes Phoenix want to die. Meng Xing suddenly heard Sumanman's voice. President, Crow has asked Ming Hao to contact you. Meng Xing was stunned for a moment and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Did Xiang Minghao dare to take the initiative to find him? There's something going on here. Meng Xing thought for a while and asked. Can you track anyone near Xiang Minghao? Sumanman's voice came through the earphones. There is only one signal point next to Xiang Minghao, but I don't know who it is. Meng Xing smiled slightly. Connect that signal point. I'm alone with Xiang Minghao, and I can't find out who that person is. It's just the director of the Security Bureau, right? Okay. Meng Xing looked at Huang Ji. Go back first. Bureau of Safety, Director's Office. Zhang Liadao was sitting on the old pear chair, and Xiang Minghao was standing beside him. Director, the president probably won't pay attention to me. Meng Xing guessed correctly. It was not Xiang Minghao who wanted to find him, but Zhang Liadao who wanted to find him. Zhang Liadao smiled enigmatically. He knew I was looking for him. Zhang Liadao wanted to contact the president, but he was unwilling to let Xiang Minghao break the rules of the Hunter Guild. If Xiang Minghao goes to the guild president and says that the director wants to communicate with him, it means that Xiang Minghao has exposed the guild in front of the director. So I thought of this way. Xiang Minghao muttered. So what if he knows it's you? Is he willing to talk to you? I chose something nice to say after careful consideration. What Xiang Minghao wants to say is, can he take care of you? The old Taoist priest was not happy. Why don't you want to do this? I, Pindao, am the awakened person with the highest authority in the Xia Kingdom, and the awakened person who governs the entire Xia Kingdom. Anyway, the president is also in China, right? Even if you can't move around, what's wrong? Zhang Liadao suddenly frowned and felt the phone in his arms vibrating violently. Zhang Liadao took out his mobile phone, and snowflakes flashed on the screen. The old Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Is this a virus? He tapped his phone on the sole of his shoe. The phone flashed a few more times, and a green fire lotus shape formed. The blue fire lotus turned into dots, and a ferocious mask of the weeping ghost king appeared. Zhang Liadao still doesn't know what happened. He can hack into his own mobile phone protected by the red and black firewall, coupled with this familiar ghost king mask. There is only that one. Hello. The president, who had lived for who knows how many years, had a very young voice. Some powerful awakeners have the ability to change their appearance and voice. Such a young voice. Maybe you like being a young person? Thinking that the president's mental age might be very young, Zhang Liadao was a little confused. He didn't know how to deal with it. The young top awakener met Li Yao for the first time. Thinking of Li Yao back then, Zhang Liadao felt a headache. The virtual mask of the crying ghost king, with its humanized frown, seems to be dissatisfied with Zhang Liadao's dawdling here. Zhang Liadao waved at the screen and said with a smile, "Hi little brother." Meng Xing, who was sitting in the study, saw the cute old Taoist priest and pondered for a long time. "Bye." Zhang Liadao said quickly. No, little brother, no, fellow Taoist." Meng Xing's words are concise and to the point. "Explain." Zhang Liadao became serious. "The secret realm must not be hidden from Mr. President. Pindao is asking Mr. Chairman to help the Security Bureau once." Seeing that Meng Xing had no intention of hanging up, Zhang Liadao revealed a smile. "There is a way to do this," Zhang Liadao said. "Our people have gone to Daitanjiama. Administrators of the Security Administration, Fairy Mountain Swordsmen, Hahuan sect disciples, etc. have already gathered in Japan. However, our S-tier cannot enter Mount Datamai. By the way, you've also seen that S-rank sect Master Yang from the Hahuan sect can't enter Dongying at S-level?" Meng Xing frowned. "Is it impossible to enter the S-level secret realm?" Zhang Liadao continued. "Dongying didn't do a good job keeping the secret this time. The divine religion also knew the news about the secret realm and spread the news. The top awakened people from all over the world have come to Dongying, and they are all interested in the secret realm. People from various countries reached an agreement. In order to avoid the weakening of humanity's top combat power, S-level people are not allowed to enter the secret realm. Each country is only allowed to enter 5 A-level players, and there is no limit to B-level players. After the awakened people from all over the world explore the secret realm and determine the situation inside, only the S-level can enter the secret realm. If Zhang Liadao could leave Xia Kingdom, everything would be easy. However, Zhang Liadao must be stationed in the imperial capital for some reasons. Meng Xing sneered. He understood clearly what the divine sect was planning. The divine religion is interested in the secret realm, and is worried that the secret realm will cause a large number of awakened people in the beautiful flower country to die, so they inform the world about the secret realm. Let the awakened people from all over the world gather in Dongying to participate in the secret realm and jointly bear the dangers in the secret realm. If any country obtains good things from the secret realm, the divine religion will probably snatch them away if necessary. Although they won't rob openly, they will probably use some kind of unequal transaction to rob in disguise. It's like going to buy steamed buns. A steamed bun costs 100 yuan and is forcefully bought and sold. Chun Chun treats the awakened people of the country as tools. This has always been the way of the divine religion. Zhang Liadao sighed and continued. The number of S-level members of the divine religion is the same as that of Xia state, and we are not afraid of them in terms of high-end combat power. But the middle-level power Xiaguo is indeed inferior to them. Although there are many A-levels in Xia Kingdom, there are differences between A-levels. If compared with the combat power of those A-level awakened people, Xia Kingdom is indeed inferior to the divine sect. Pindao was afraid of what God would do to the administrator in the secret realm. So please do me a favor, Mr. President, and appoint a senior hunter protection administrator. The situation of awakened people in the secret realm is difficult for outsiders to detect. The awakened people who enter the secret realm of the divine religion rely on themselves to be strong enough to enslave the awakened people of other countries. Awakened people from other countries take risks when it comes to dangerous things, and they only benefit from it. This is possible, and this may even be one of the reasons why the divine religion takes the lead in not allowing S-level people to enter the secret realm. Because of A-level combat power, the divine cult is the strongest. Not just theistic religions. What if awakened people from other countries join forces and take this opportunity to attack the awakened people of Xia Kingdom? The old Taoist priest was worried. The price you gave is too low. Meng Xing simply uttered a few words, but Zhang Liadao's eyes were filled with joy. As long as you can do it, the price is negotiable. Zhang Liadao said seriously. President, as long as you do not interfere with the actions of the administrators of our Security Management Bureau, and allow the administrators to come out of the secret realm safely, I ask you to say so. It seems that it is just to protect the safety of administrators, but in fact there is more than meets the eye. There is a premise for this task, which is not to interfere with the administrator's actions. In other words, even if the administrator commits suicide, the hunter must accompany him, and must protect the safety of Security Bureau administrators. This is to find a mother-in-law thug for the administrators. Meng Xing nodded and said, your mission is fine, the Hunter Guild can take over. Zhang Liadao was overjoyed. He sat upright, ready for Meng Xing's lion to open his mouth. Zhang Liadao divined the secret realm, but saw nothing. I only know that taking something in the secret realm will affect the fate of the country. No matter what the cost, he will get that thing. Meng Xing stated his conditions. I want the phoenix from the Nanhai Public Security Bureau. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Liadao's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the mask of the crying ghost king on the phone screen in disbelief. Zhang Liadao did not expect that what Meng Xing wanted was actually a seventh evil disciple. It seems that the last gluttonous dragon turtle brought a lot of benefits to the president, right? Zhang Liadao directly refused. No, not the phoenix. Zhang Liadao values the phoenix very much because the phoenix is very special. The phoenix's soul is immortal, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful soul in Blue Star. Zhang Liadao also plans to use monster spiritual grafting technology to transfer the power of the phoenix to himself. The son of the late Professor Shajing Cheng, Sharuzong, has already explored the threshold of monster spiritual grafting technology. In just 2 more years, the monster spiritual grafting technology will be successful. Zhang Liadao is confident that if he obtains the power of the phoenix, he will definitely reach the highest peak of the awakened, even stronger than the once world's #1 awakened person. The soul boy. Meng Xing sneered. Then there's nothing to talk about. Zhang Liadao did not expect Meng Xing to be so obsessed with the phoenix. He frowned and said, I could give something else. A-level monsters, spiritual weapons, me. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Meng Xing. Meng Xing said, I will also send hunters to take a look at the secret realm. So before my people come out of the secret realm, this transaction can start at any time. After saying that, Meng Xing hung up the phone. The old Taoist priest looked at the black screen of his mobile phone in a daze. Being rejected so neatly? Meng Xing put down his cell phone, looked at the ceiling and began to think. He once wanted to enter the secret realm in person, but that would definitely offend the public. In one fell swoop, Meng Xing was afraid that he would be the enemy of the S-class with the whole world. Which hunter should I send to the secret realm? The most powerful ones in the Hunter Guild are going to be branch presidents in various cities. The Hunter Guild has actually received 2 A-level awakeners during this period. But those awakened ones will definitely be of no use. Disciples of the Security Administration and extraordinary forces know more or less strange spiritual techniques, just like the old beggar's spiritual consciousness gathering technique. Zhang Liadao has no confidence in the extraordinary disciples of the Security Bureau, let alone the 2 casual cultivators that the Hunter Guild has just recruited. The most threatening thing in the secret realm is the divine religion. The sect has been strong for so many years, and some believers don't know how to do spiritual magic. Meng Xing definitely doesn't believe it. We need to find an awakened person who is nearly invincible within the A-level. Meng Xing rubbed his temples, his head hurt a little. Those few Hunter Guild branch presidents are definitely the ceiling in rank A, but they have more important tasks. There are still too few awakened people who can walk the world on their behalf. Meng Xing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a jacket hanging in the study room, and he suddenly narrowed his eyes. He almost forgot that he still had such a move. Didn't I keep this jacket just to use it at this time? A smile appeared on Meng Xing's lips. Put on your mask, put on your coat, stand up, and open the study door. A gust of fragrant wind hit him, and he almost collided head-on with the woman outside the door. Meng Xing stopped. Miss Feng, what's the matter? A voice full of magnetism, without any emotion or sadness. It's like a calm blue sea, but no one knows what terrifying sea monsters there are in the deep sea where the sun doesn't shine. Feng Xian was a little nervous and smiled sweetly. I always bother you, I'm a little embarrassed. I made a fried rice cake. Would you like to try it? After speaking, he gently shook the plate in his hand, and a sweet smell washed away the fragrance of Feng Xian. Meng Xing nodded slightly. Thanks. Then Meng Xing looked at the 2 maids behind Feng Xian. Miss Feng has lived in a foreign country all year round, so she may not be used to the food here. From now on, I will prepare Chinese special kimchi for Miss Feng every day. The 2 maids said nothing, put their hands on their lower abdomens, and bent down respectfully. Meng Xing looked at Feng Xian again, and a soft voice came from under the mask. Miss Feng is my guest. Just stay here with peace of mind. Don't be too polite. Wind Gauze and Wild Goose frown. She wanted to get close to Meng Xing, but Meng Xing obviously didn't catch a cold. Meng Xing's meaning was very clear, he just wanted her to be a prisoner in peace. Ms. Feng, have a good rest. As soon as Meng Xing finished speaking, a dark and simple door suddenly opened on the wall. Huang Ji walked out of the door and held the door handle for Meng Xing. Meng Xing stepped into the door. Huang Ji followed immediately. The gate disappears. Feng Xian stared at the wall in a daze. This is the Space Awakener. Feng Xian is well informed. Her father is S-level and she is the heir to the world's largest company. A serious second generation, a rich second generation. But this was the first time she had seen an awakened person who could open the door to space. Feng Xian sighed. Alas, I hope he is not hostile to my father. Feng Xian frowned again, with worry in her eyes. She always felt that the president had a bad opinion of herself and her father. I just want to come to the South China Sea for development, so this shouldn't be such a big deal. Feng Xian recalled her father's attitude towards the president. It seems a bit subtle. She couldn't figure it out. Sheriff's Department, jail. Huang Ji took Meng Xing to the prison and left. He now plays the role of a driver for Meng Xing. The driver will be prosperous because he knows that his master has too many things to do, and he will also be feared because he knows that his master has too many things to do. Huang Ji understood very well. He left the Public Security Bureau and waited for Meng Xing's call at any time. The light is very cool, and it looks very cold in the prison with a mainly metal structure. The miserable white light cast Meng Xing's shadow on the iron floor, making it hazy. Meng Xing held his jacket with his left hand and walked toward the bottom floor in the cold light. When Wei Na saw Meng Xing there, she yelled and kept grabbing her hair. Wheat wine? Wheat wine? Wheat wine. Meng Xing stretched out his right hand, and a beautiful green fire lotus calmed Wei Na down. She stared at the fire lotus carefully, fascinated. Qinglian's heart fire floated towards Wei Na, and Wei Na subconsciously stretched out her hand to catch it. The green fire lotus turned into misty dust, dotted with stars, like fireflies in fairy tales. Wei Na's eyes gradually became clearer, and she leaned feebly on the cell door and looked over the railing. The moist eyes were filled with melancholy, like a faintly blooming white epiphyllum. Cold and distant. The clearing effect of Qinglian's earth heart fire restored the woman's consciousness and calmness. Only the pride is lost, Meng Xing said calmly. Long time no see, Director Wei. Wei Na's eyes moved slightly, revealing her complexity, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. It's really you win completely. Meng Xing held the coat in front of Wei Na and showed it. Does it look familiar? Wei Na's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and her emotions surged. She snatched the coat from Meng Xing's hand like a snatch, and held it tightly in her arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Obviously, this is Wei Ming's coat. Wei Ming eats the jacket fruit and will turn into a jacket after death. As long as someone is willing to put on the coat, Wei Ming can be resurrected. This is one of the few devil fruit abilities that can be revived. Meng Xing knelt down, stretched out his hand through the wall cage, and stroked Wei Na's white hair. What a poor woman. Wei Na didn't resist. Let Meng Xing stroke himself like a puppy or a kitten. Nothing mattered in her world. Wei Na herself is already a toy abandoned by herself. Meng Xing's voice became deeper, like a devil's whisper. I can resurrect Wei Ming. Wei Na's trembling body froze and she looked at Meng Xing stupidly. Really? Resurrection of a person? What a ridiculous lie. But Wei Na was looking forward to Meng Xing's answer yes. She wanted someone to deceive her. Even if she knew it was a lie, she would hope that the person opposite her would be a good deceiver and deceive her severely. Meng Xing nodded and reached for the coat in Wei Na's hand. Wei Na struggled symbolically, and then let go of her hand obediently. A pair of beautiful eyes full of desire. A white spore quickly expanded behind Meng Xing's back. Baiju struggled to get out of Meng Xing. Baiju put on a weird smile and waited for Meng Xing's order. Meng Xing threw his coat to Baiju. Baiju picked it up and put it on. The process of putting on this jacket was not simple, and Baizetsu's spirituality was rapidly weakening. In the end, it took a lot of effort to put on the coat, like lifting weights. Wei Na didn't care how weird Meng Xing's method of summoning Baiju was. She only cares about whether the man in front of her can really resurrect her brother. Wei Na's eyes changed from confusion to hope, from hope to fear, and then from fear to complete horror. Wei Na stood up and opened her eyes wide, fearing that everything in front of her was an illusion. She opened her mouth and drooled, but she still couldn't call out the name in her heart. Wei Na clung to the iron bars of the cell door with all her strength and shook it like crazy. She was speechless. Because, after the weird white kid put on the jacket, a magical scene happened. The child continued to grow bigger, and his body was covered with a white light. Wei Ming's figure appeared. However, there is a long zipper from Wei Ming's forehead to his crotch. The zipper is disappearing and Wei Ming is resurrected. He looked around blankly. Wei Ming's memory still lingers on the moment he was killed by Nisan. He looked at the white-haired Wei Na in the cage and exclaimed, "Sister, why are you here? Why are you like this?" He looked at Meng Xing again, his eyes full of horror. "Yes, it's you, sister? This person? I didn't say anything. Don't want." Wei Ming will never forget that the devil gave him a magical fruit and then took control of his life. Wei Na touched Wei Ming's face in panic. "I'm not afraid. It's obvious that we are not afraid. My sister is here and we are not afraid. Be good." Meng Xing sat cross-legged on the ground and did not disturb the long-awaited reunion of the siblings. After a long time, Wei Na wiped her tears and looked directly at Meng Xing. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Wei Na certainly knows that there is no free lunch in this world. Even if it was because of this man that she and her brother were like this, she couldn't bear to grudge Meng Xing. Because people need to be more realistic. Meng Xing put his arms on his legs and leaned on his face. How far can you go? Wei Na looked at Wei Ming and looked at Meng Xing seriously. Only a pair of Gujing Weibo's eyes could be seen through the mask. Whether it's a human or a ghost, it doesn't matter. I could die for you. Things that are found are more cherished than things that were lost. Meng Xing said calmly. You have to live for me. Die? Can the kindness of the leader of the Hunter Guild be repaid by death? No, 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 it's too simple. She would risk her life for herself and escape from death. Then, prepare to risk your life next time? Is there any reason for Wei Na not to agree? The younger brother was resurrected by Meng Xing in a strange way, so there must be a strange way to kill him. Wei Na knelt down on one knee and lowered her head. From this day forward, your will is my life. The curve of Meng Xing's mouth became wider and wider. This woman is very smart. He is worthy of being his first opponent in this world. A white spore on Meng Xing's back was rapidly expanding. Baiju climbed out of Meng Xing's body. It squeezed so hard into the cage that its head almost deformed. Baiju crawled towards Wei Na, but Wei Na looked as usual and didn't move. Let Baiju open his body and wrap it up. Not long after, Wei Na appeared in the cage with the same spiritual fluctuations, the same appearance, and crazy behavior. A black door appeared on the wall, and a pair of big hands grabbed the real Wei Na and disappeared into the cage. Hunter Guild app, exclusive channel for intermediate hunters. The exclusive channel for intermediate hunters is a unique channel of the Hunter Guild for intermediate hunters and above. As long as a low-level hunter is promoted to an intermediate hunter, the Hunter Guild app will be automatically updated. The icon remains unchanged, but there is an intermediate hunter channel inside. Some special tasks will be released, and some special tasks can only be obtained by intermediate hunters or above. Task release, team task exploring the secret realm, optional. Number of people on the mission, no limit, recommended for those who are level B or above, spiritually awakened at level 5 or above. Mission details, a secret realm appears in the Daifa mountain area of Dongying country. Explore the secret realm and obtain valuable items. Send the item to the Hunter Guild Club, and a special hunter will appraise the item level. Points are issued according to the level of the item. Task requirements, do not spread news about the secret realm, and do not have vicious conflicts with guild hunters. Task time and meeting place, before noon tomorrow, Dongdu, Madede District, Hangbin Street, Jixiang Hot Spring Hotel. Task tip, this team task will be led by a senior hunter. As soon as this mission came out, the entire mid-level hunter chat channel went crazy. Lone Heart Wolf, finally it's time for the team mission? Snake Girl, what is a team task? Please tell me. Lonely Wolf, generally speaking, the reward points for team tasks are higher than those for individual tasks. After several team missions in the past, some intermediate hunters would be born. Only intermediate hunters can participate in this mission. Guess whether you will be promoted to a senior hunter after the mission is over? Flower Bear, the secret realm sounds dangerous, right? Lonely Wolf, you might get hit by a car when you go out tomorrow. Why are you so cowardly? Didn't you see a senior hunter leading the team? Do you understand the value of a high-level hunter? Huaxiong, I'm packing my luggage. I'll see Dongying, please form a team. Dongying Country, Dongdu, a certain hotel. The room was dimly lit, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was sitting on the sofa. His name is Hans, a missionary of the religion. On the small coffee table in front of him were 2 bottles of expensive red wine. The door was pushed open, and a gorgeous woman in cool clothes walked in. The woman sat in front of Hans with her legs crossed, her face impatient. Hans smelled the woman's body fragrance, his face was a little intoxicated, and he stared at the woman's snow-white thighs with lustful eyes. Hans swallowed and pushed the wine glass over. Zinra, long time no see. Let's have a drink for our reunion after a long separation. The woman snorted coldly. If it's just for this, then I'm leaving. I am here on behalf of the Hahuan sect, and I am not here to do meaningless things with you. Hans did not restrain himself at all and sat next to the woman shamelessly. Oh, God? Have you forgotten the feelings between us? It's heartbreaking that you are so heartless to me. A-level awakened people from various countries occasionally perform joint missions to eliminate demons. There is no lack of affection between men and women. This is the case with Zhang Xinru from the Hehuan sect and Hans from the Shen sect. Zhang Xinru originally thought she had met love. I just didn't expect to hear the content of Han's phone call. The women of Xia Kingdom are so doable. They worship the beautiful bannerman. Even A-level is no exception. Those ordinary women in Xia Kingdom are really boring to play with. It's still fun for high-class women. I have met a new woman who has very good skills. I will give you a try some other time. Don't worry, she listens to me. Of course, you can't have yellow skin. Hans regarded Zhang Xinru as a strange breed of shepherd dog unique to the Xia Kingdom. After that, Zhang Xinru and Hans lost contact. Seeing that Zhang Xinru was still cold, Hans also stopped trying to coax women. He crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. As long as you give me the information about Xiaguo's secret realm this time, I can find a way to get you to join the beautiful banner. Zhang Xinru looked at him in disbelief. Hans smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Are you excited? When you approached me, didn't you just want to join the beautiful flag?"